that season.
Yeah.
Wait for that Spain thing.
Now you're fucking. What's some new Rabbi? No, dude, you're a legend. The comments are gonna love you. Your mom has? Some of the best stuff. Some of the best stuff is like deep cheese. Best because you can come up with like the most absurd things ever to watch around my custom Mercedes truck. Picture perfect. How all the pot, like every other line is just some fucking absurd thing he made up. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I remember that. How do they make money for oil? That's just what Ben told me. Next subject. Next. Really?
I have like all the different social types or whatever, but I have no Instagram.
I have you on Twitter too, though, don't you? You tweet a lot.
Twitter's just sporadic.
Yeah.
I changed my Twitter though.
Oh, what?
I changed up my I don't even like do like real shit like personal pictures.
Oh, really? What made you decide to do that?
I feel like I need to like not have
Therapeutic.
yeah, exactly, bro. Like, so I'm around like yeah, like I'm around so many different personalities. You get like things and all this shit. You can't be who you are.
Yeah.
Like it's not
We're not doing that.
like it should be a part of you. Oh yeah, I mean, not listen.
I can't wait for that. Theme song. Can you talk about that? Oh shit, we're dropping it here now live. Let's FaceTime it live on Ask about it on the video.
You guys,
You made it so much better. You wrote a song about
How about the West Side Gangster? The Slum Dick 24/7, bitch.
I'm not currently. I got the trap.
bro, dude, like, no question, like,
Why are you calling it Native American? That's offensive. It should be called indigenous pimp. Cool. It's a piece of film.
LLC.
That's what I'm doing.
But you think about, I mean, yeah, obviously it's not about equipment, but it's honestly, yeah, hey, yeah, and people can see enough time creating editing you spend 18 hours publishing this. I shot a commercial with Manfred USA 5, 6 years ago, and I shot the original video on a Canon 70, right? And it was like, I fucking knocked it out of the park. The video turned out perfect. They paid me for whatever, but they asked me to reshoot it on a red. So when I went back again to shoot on red, I had never shot anything on red before that.
I'm a First
I went and
Nation.
shot it.
I'm doing Indian.
Not
First Nation. Oh, bitch. I just went out fucking TP and sucked my own.
that giant spent like bouncing light off it, and like the whole like monitor set up, like set up and everything. The best one was the one we did on the rim.
I think I'm
So like, and then now we got all this red footage, color grade, and all this stuff.
kids with that Elizabeth Warren style. First, and West Side Gangster Chief.
They look into it. Buying fucking red camera. Yeah, I'm not gonna get people aren't gonna like $2,000 camera nowadays. That's the how you know you shoot fucking cameras. You need video like $2,000. So it's not about the equipment. It's about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many other things that matter besides the resolution. Resolution is like, yeah, I mean, you can really shoot super. Most probably you can
What's it for you to have to think about the market stuff? But that was at the big difference. You can go on that stage. You're like, that's what
even personally, that is you back up.
you can tell. Oh, really? Right here. But he's like, saying that right now. I was thinking that
I'm not reading about it.
yeah, he's trying to do it. Actually, for that pretty cool. Just like
Do you consider yourself
yeah,
like listen? Not kidding. I think you put me against right now. I got that bitch beat.
I'm like Howard Stern. Yeah. Like, you know, these guys that have,
You know what? I'm not really proud, but he's like, I'm not Gucci. I'm really
so like, yeah,
I mean, yeah,
yeah, I mean, I don't think it's I don't think it's out. There are a lot of people that want to just like that stuff.
yeah, like back to what I guess to answer your question, I think not as pretty as you have to know it.
Yeah, but she's pretty insane.
Yeah, exactly. It's also kind of tough for those guys, like the people that know the same thing, sometimes it's someone like really can't know the video, but they're actually like, it's just because I feel like
Even if you're on the maybe they even, yeah, maybe they wake up. I don't know. It's hard.
I don't I've done videos with people like,
But that is, I mean, on the flip side, that not established.
always like,
Even if you're asking, but yeah, obviously,
your life's definitely
but
the problem is,
do you think that's not getting sick with that? Was that like the turning point where it's like, you know, if you could take that as a turning point where it's like, everybody sort of wants that without.
I'm sorry, shut up, bitch. Are you? I had salmon. Does that make you shut up? Came from the ocean. How do you know? I don't know. It's in Costco, bitch. That's in Washington. They're based out of Washington. So it could be.
Shout out to awesome podcast. 2 hours straight. Really? What else? Get it out. Get it out now. Get it out. Here's something to take away with the video. I want to chat. That's a market. Yes, you can't say the chat. Shout out someone. I love this video.
I'd be.
the same one you've always used. Yeah. Fiber. You think
Oh, like that should be worth it. I mean, that's cool, but it didn't say that. I guess.
It's all about the idea for it.
At the same time, I don't think it's the wrong with that one. Still,
Yeah, you can really go on and off with it.
Well, that's such a big part of the route.
Like good life.
You can tell that like stick. Like a lot of these bands, like
So that would just in my opinion, it didn't say it.
when you have a good route, right? So like, and you have this. They're just in second place. I don't think they catch up. I don't want to see
Teenage. I'm starting teenage. Majority pimp. I have more pimp blood in me than there is blood. You have 100% blood. I'm 101% pimp.
Right off.
1,000%. Million% pimp. Bitch. Trillion% pimp. Seriously, pimp.
Get out, super check, the girl with blonde hair. Like that. Put in the door. Put in the house. Shout out to her. What's up, dude? How you doing, man? Look at it. You're in the podcast. There's no way. Yeah, we're talking about you with your boy Omar. We're talking about how legit his videos are for you. How legit Omar makes videos for you. Yeah, I like looking at the YouTube. Always come on FaceTime, right? I like looking at this. Ask him about the Omar the song about what about it? Ask him. Oh, the song about when you wrote a song about Omar. What's up with that? Say it's hard to hear. I love this. I like it. I know. All right, thank you, man. Appreciate it, man. Dude, he's a fucking man, bro.
Dude, I saw the whole time. It's just like this is jail. No, I had a smile on his face the whole time. That's real deal.
I think Calvin. Yeah. He is. And then most of the phone card.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Luis, welcome back, bro.
Hey, man. How you doing?
Good to be here. Good, man. I'm excited to have you back. Talking
If
about
you
some
could
of
be
the things going on all around Mexico and South America. It seems like you don't pay attention to it right now, but you
You've been-
have had involved deep in
Yeah, I don't know it's lopsided or what, but it's just the way things go.
You said
I was
Amazon, that is
recording the whole thing that, like Latin America, the Mexican
We are the youth
right now. It's so wild what is happening in Mexico and what is about to happen.
Yeah. And like I was showing you last night, we got the tridents from my boy Manny, whose godfather is Felix Rodriguez, who we're going to be going to talk to soon, hopefully.
Dude, that would be massive, dude. I mean, after I played Slovenia for a while, I published this story about the involvement of the CIA in the murder of Speaking Camarena back in 1997. The first time I published that story was in 2013 in a Mexican magazine called Proceso, several years before the documentary had stopped showing on Amazon. And I'm trying to get a hold of Felix, but he's a shadowy man. I mean, it's hard to get a hold of him, right? You see him like once every now, like on interviews before the killing of Che Guevara and his operation in Cuba and Belize and South America. But he's never really talked about Mexico, right? And what he did in Mexico back in the 80s. It would be massive, right? People can get a hold of that, like,
Yeah, one of the first documentaries you pointed out to me before we first came on the show was that documentary called, I think it's The Last Narc.
Yeah.
Was it with I forget what that guy was, but they found out somehow that there was a Cuban guy in the room when they were torturing Kiki, and the Cuban guy was most likely.
yeah, I mean, that's what sources say all the time, right? There is like available transcripts of that recording where they're torturing Kiki Camarena. But I don't know, for some reason, the audio files have never been out. I mean, several people also say that they don't exist, that those cases are fake, they don't really exist, and it's like rumored that there are transcripts of the call. The thing is, the transcripts, they don't identify anyone, right, on the room. They kind of like identify Caro Quintero, Alejandro, but then again, Caro Quintero is an old man, he's always denied that he actually did something to her, Kiki Camarena. Everybody's denying it.
Right. And Felix was brought into the CIA, I think, like leading up to the Bay of Pigs, right? When they were training a bunch of the Cuban Americans to like basically go there to aid and fight.
Yeah, exactly. He was a massive operator, right? He's a Cuban that used his country so well, but he was actually working for the US government with the CIA as an asset because he knew the region, he knew the language, he was extremely skilled for what that to do. He found Che Guevara, right, in Bolivia. So he was like, really skilled. Hey guys, just want to drop in real quick to let you know that on the back end of this YouTube channel, it says that 70% of you guys have not yet subscribed. So if you enjoy this podcast and you want to see more underground investigative episodes like this one, I want to ask you a favor, and that's to simply hit the subscribe button below this video. By doing this, you're enabling the podcast to get in front of and reach more people, which
I
allows
don't know.
us to stay
more
Speaking
strength.
on behalf of the Jewish people,
If they subscribe to the YouTube channel, I promise to keep
it
making
just
these episodes better.
model of a real chief.
Thank you all. I love you.
And I never saw that back
He
then.
was treating the people in Mexico, the guerrillas,
It
right,
looked
to
like
go
a fucking-
fight over in Nicaragua.
Yeah, so what was happening there is that
It actually looked like
the
Thomas
U.S. government for the CIA had this arrangement with Mexican
I was
so they weren't still called
Not-
cartel. Private small planes. Sometimes they were like small Cessnas across the border from a ranch that grew in several other places in Mexico back to the US. And at the same time, Caro Quintero, Miguel Ángel Félix Gallardo, and Ernesto Fonseca, those guys were the head of what was called the Guadalajara Federation, right? And they were training people, they were training all these Mexican henchmen to go and fight in Central America. I don't think they actually knew what was really happening in the broader scope, that like that were fighting the Contras. And I think they knew that they needed to train our people to go and fight in Central America. Probably they didn't understand what was behind what they, because that was one of the main things that Felix was known for, right? For keeping a low profile of the CIA, like no paper trail, no book trail, all that kind of stuff.
So Felix probably went to these guys like Carl Quintero and Felix, and basically said, "We want to train our guy." He didn't say he was CIA. He just said, "We want to train your guys to fight."
Yeah, what I think it's probably Felix just sold the version that he had a way to keep bringing people to the US as freelance. He probably said like, you know what, I'm a huge trafficker, South African, the Cubano, or whatever, and I can help you a lot. So I have connections, so we can bring a lot of work. So what the Mexican organization said, like, okay, these are freelance that can work here. They don't give a shit what they have to do or what they have to do. Do that. Their eyes are on the target. Yeah, exactly. So they're probably saying, just train those people. I need a person on whatever. I'm fighting another organization, whatever. Talk is telling me a lot of my people. So they're like, yes, we'll train your people who fought forever. We can run this. And that's where Kiki Zamena, this was the agent, he found first these huge property that they were harvesting this weed in Loma, Chihuahua, the deepest plantation that was found. But also found these ranchers where they were training these hunters. And he was about to call one of his boss. He had asked for with his PA supervisor called. He's the only one who has never done any interview when it comes to that. So he was a supervisor, he became a supervisor. So he's the one who knows what really happened. He's who could know. But he sued the production company as the right ones for how they played his role in this. So out of it, like this is out of every sport he's managing. This is the main guy with the supervisor. He knows what happened. He's never talked about it. So that's the you would come out and say like, yeah, my agents were working, doing whatever. You think I'm gonna request a review to tell me something before he was kidnapped and eventually killed.
This guy, his supervisor, he was in the office and keeping them in them.
He was in the office and Kiki Camarena was kidnapped right in front of him.
Right. Going to lunch, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This guy's still alive.
I think it is. Probably between him and Felix, they have the whole, but what happened? He's taken a challenge like sometimes I don't know, like the time that I before the night.
I mean, that's a hit.
It's one of those. To I'm playing before we do this world just I mean, it was probably, I mean, probably too late. You say like I wasn't even there. I swear to God, whatever. So take a Bible. But
It's crazy. That's like what we were saying last night. It's like the olden days of when the Guadalajara Federation controlled everything. It seemed like it was a much more smooth operation, way less bloodshed than what it is now. It's factions that are competing for power down there in Mexico right now. So right now in Mexico, what is the dynamic and the power structure of the cartels? Is it mainly just Sinaloa cartel and the Generation cartel?
yeah, well, basically those are there's what changed over these years since the use of back then they were criminal cartels, drugs cartels. I don't think it's accurate to call them drug cartels. We're hearing the same thing over years, right? Like drug cartels is probably the easy way with people to see what these criminals are. But they're not just back then. Say yeah, we're not these dudes. We're drugs. That was the whole business, right? We didn't have any other business. These criminals right now, today, they're everything but drug cartel. Drug is just one revenue stream from a huge array of different revenues that you can get. Very involved with exposure, very involved with kidnapping, very involved with monopolizing, very involved with basically the sites on corruption, right? They say you want to you running to be a local president for a municipality. What someone hotel shows up and says like, okay, you want to win this thing, we can put a lot of money and get you a lot of votes. So you win the election. But in order to after you get elected, what you're going to do is all the stuff for construction, hospitals, roads, schools, youth development, all that stuff. So that's the way they're going to make money on these semi-legal things, right? There's one point since you want to do a lot of like natural resources all over Mexico. It's not with the eventually Mexico kind of immigration path and that works in Mexico and Central America. So they're everywhere where there is a Mexican.
But cocaine is still like 80% of records, right?
Yeah, cocaine is pretty large still, but I'm not sure if I will talk cocaine still a big revenue. I think it's a steady because no, I think it's a steady revenue. Probably the most steady revenue. When you have things like fentanyl, which is huge revenue for that, I think that's basically cocaine right now is lowest here.
I thought I saw a story. I talked about it on this podcast recently, actually. I thought I saw a story somewhere where one of the bosses of this hotel put out some sort of message to all of the other bosses or people that work for the cartel saying that if they caught anybody mixing fentanyl and cocaine, they'd be executed. And there was like signs or something like that.
Yeah. If you take it to account that they make public these announcements, it's not for attention, right? They have private communication, they have private distributors and other organizations. Stuff without public. They have walkies, they have means to reach every other network organization. How they're using that, right? And the fact that it's public says that they're talking to us, right? It's a media, it's a pandemic. That's what they need banners. That's what they need like bodies with a small box of videos. So that's literally to be smart to one like help from the whole thing to say like, oh, where's the group at? Of course, side by side with you guys use the Mexican company. We work all together to stop the Mexican. They're just moving kitchens for right now you can do Manila. It's really hard to find a lab in essentially like eating with a lot of operations on the spot, and that sucks.
This is the article. Similar cartels message to members. Stop making fentanyl or die.
Yeah.
Crime groups yield to intensifying U.S. law enforcement, such as kidnapping of participants with lives. Is there a picture of the banners that they're posting? Oh, no, okay. Yeah, this is all propaganda. This is just to get media.
That's what it was in the right? For articles like this. Yeah. So everybody said like, okay, and they want the U.S. in that situation. That's the problem, right? If we talk to that there's the three things that they push use headlines the next day, and we all fall for it. I mean, of course, I had awesome like, hey, if you want to buy food, and that's okay. Like, just call some of these content acts, like, you want to say what you feel. But of course, everybody said like, this is just everybody's like, it's just a way to make you look like make a decision. Because even rivals, regarding requirements, right? The Ariana maybe rivals will have right? And it's still legitimate. But there's still a lot. I mean, it's not handled by the many family members. But this will have the but it's just even so, they set banners and whatnot saying that, yeah, we support or rival solution of that. And also on our territory, whatnot. So we find that, whatever. So people keep one of it, it's so easy to get. I'm not going to go easy to thing. Unless you go ahead. Yeah, it's all. It hasn't stopped. The country has tried to stop asking about that. I wrote a story about the teachers. We moved to the moving the small part. But that's different.
So where the cartels are at now, like you mentioned, they're not just drug cartels anymore. They are multinational empires. They're controlling many states or countries in South America, Mexico. How many total countries are there?
I guess I don't know. I mean, because again, you have to understand these are like criminal enterprises or criminals who they're huge and they're not vertical. There's not like a single boss and a bunch of people. They're like more horizontal people. With smaller verticals, tiers, you have boss, and then probably four guys, and then the most part of it is very dynamic. So tier one, you move another one, the rest of it just a simple task for so that means we try to identify what is who is a member of like that. So it's kind of hard because the old lady is a root house order for the hotel. He's part of the hotel, or is just getting, $20 a month to make a call when she sees him. Right? Why? They call hotel themselves. The people don't have something to tell. I first get actually armed people. Looks at all what we see as the armed branch of meditation, that's what they call it. So you say like exactly that. And when you interview people that are managed meditation,
What about Billy White Shoes Johnson?
Making decisions. They so it's good, but they're like, I'm probably just people tell us that you want to drive more. And I think that's probably what they were having a hard time to identify what is the because again, the buyers on the whole thing, of the drugs, to end up paying up with money or the arms, are in these kind of things, right?
On the U.S. side?
I mean, that's where the drugs are. So most of the buyers use it. So are they cartel members or are they part of the organization or are they just clients? Like it's hard to tell if like the outcomes of what we call a criminal exercise. When you think about like let's think about like a program like it's gonna Coca-Cola, like employees that buy all large today. So they say like okay, I'm a distributor. So do they work for Coca-Cola or they just distribute it? How does that play out? In the legal world, the whole thing is that the arms and money to us and drugs to so you need a buy it. Even before you start keeping your buying, you want to get into it, like I said, what you first need is a client, like someone who is already buying your shit. So you will go to LA or Miami or whatever. That's like buyer. So like then I have a different way to bring you 10 kilos of pure quality whatever. And when that person agrees, and he says like, okay, yes, solid good. And you those two songs and sources that's literally how the whole drug trafficking works. So there's a bunch of them representing the cartel of the criminal so usual wires, usual people that sell these who are armed back in Mexico, which is also a large one through hotels, through real estate, a bunch of different industries, and they are a part of the organization. They're probably the most important part of the organization. They're not right. They're calling shots, but they're handling the money. They're handling the whole part of the operation that makes the community work.
They're like the sales team.
Exactly. Yeah. So right now, basically, in Mexico, so it is dynamic, very dynamic operation. Criminal enterprises or criminal insurgencies that they work with very they work side by side with Mexican government as well. Then we have rivalries, political rivalries. These past federal elections, we have had a most violent election process in Mexico's history. There were over 19 candidates killed other than Mexico. It was 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
Actual presidential candidates.
All presidential, like political candidates, yeah, like state governors, local municipal mayors, presidential candidates. It was wild, and it not only shows you that the political aspect of Mexico is not only political, it's also critical. They won't go these kids. Why else would a hotel organization or if they don't have stakes in politics, right? So I think they work side by side. And right now there are two main factors. It's a lower cartel, a local organization with a bunch of different factions, and the capitalism organization, which is narrating, starting to join into the factions as well. Those are the main, not the only. There also the Cepas de Escuela, which is the branch of the old Cepa cartel, right? You have the cartel del Golfo, cartel del Noreste. We can have the original on the East Coast, right? Yeah, I mean, they are like on the East Coast because they really operate the whole Mexico, but they have stronger stakes on the East Coast. And that's where they have the biggest international ports. With precursors, arms, coming in. They're coming in from the Gulf. They're coming from the West Coast. From the West Coast. So you have the coast of Sinaloa, coast of Neutral. Right? So that's where the two main hotels are based, operating probably more right strong. And then you have the northeast part of Mexico, in Tamaulipas, Nuevo León, you have the Mexico, it's a strong hotel, also our branch, open setup. And then in the southern part of Mexico, we have a really interesting development, which is an indigenous hotel. So called Castel Chamula, it's an indigenous communities in southern Mexico. Nine other settlements. And it forms its own hotel. It's their own cruise station on private guests. East Coast by six hotel. And I can go out of that. So we don't naturally see the Mexico or wild and so it's really hard to do a black and white and that as the good sides, the bad guys, the fire lines are there, the universe, but what you do, even if you talk about like the single decision, there's a bunch of factors. Maybe some bad los chapitos, you used to have these Greek or the Bahamas. You used to have those Rothschilds, so you have a couple, you have different smaller families like the Salazar, Spasa, you have a bunch of different families. And when you talk about the Eastern Orthodox, for the most part, they are received correct. So like now, you break it down into the
What's interesting what you said about the cartel in Southern Mexico. We just had a guy out there a couple months ago, 2 months ago. This guy who explored Southern Mexico and South Mesoamerica, Central America, and he basically explored all these hidden cities. And there is like millions of miles of uncharted cities in the jungle down there in southern Mexico and Central America. And he says like sometimes when you go out to like these temples, he's like they're guarded by armed cartel members because these guys will move through those places looking for gold and shit, looking for treasure and artifacts and pottery, all of them. They'll sell them on the black market tons of money.
100% true. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These guys are not doing the drugs. They have a branch that's looking for gold or silver or ancient artifacts, to sell, like pocket and all that stuff. And that's really good at work. These organizations are going to be around like flying about shit when they come to right? But when you go to places like the Olympics, beautiful see, and you have a huge city where a lot of jellyfish come up, right? So that's
Calculate company trillion
for a couple of companies at once to buy all the jellyfish. So they eventually rehydrate them, create it salt, and sell them to China because it's a luxury food. So what the hotel learned about that, they're like, okay, so you're making literally millions of dollars out of jellyfish that we don't use in Mexico. So so they started going in. This is not a particular by testing local fishermen. They keep on. They burned a couple of these trailers where they use the jellyfish just to make a steak. So like, hey, you're not doing that. These companies. We are going to be buy from you super cheap. There's no commissions for anyone allowed into the city of you to ask others for permission to go and feed jellyfish. So we know what exactly we got up and we have control of that. So it's more like jellyfish.
They're literally like a parasite to any sort of fucking money making operation. It's like communism.
Yeah.
What the? I wonder what China uses for jellyfish. They eat jellyfish.
Yeah. It's drink jellyfish. It's salt. Yeah, it's like delicacy. Yeah, it's like
It's like salt. It tastes good.
I like
Peanut butter and jellyfish sandwich.
it seems to be like super salty. I mean,
Oh,
that's
really?
what I've been told. That it's super extremely salty. Probably not.
Jellyfish is eaten in China and other countries. In China, jellyfish is eaten as though it's human and it's like salad, part of the cold appetizer, but marinated fish. It doesn't look bad. I bet you some soy sauce, but I bet you it's pretty good.
I'm not sure because it's still a bit salty. You imagine that you can keep less soy sauce.
Oh, yeah, it might be too salty.
Dehydrated pickle with sesame oil and
Salad. I want to try some now.
I'm not going to feel
The fishermen were making millions of dollars harvesting jellyfish.
Yeah.
And now they're being taxed by the cartel.
exactly just as what happened with the
I mean, is it a fair tax or is it a tax that literally like basically cripples their business?
literally these past season they lost the whole season because they you know,
I'm saying, is it a fair tax? Like,
yeah, like a fair. It's just fair.
20% fair.
Yeah, there's no fair. That's their whole fair game. Yeah, so it's wild. They had to stop the whole season because they didn't want to deal with it. Tell right, they were too afraid.
What's up?
I spoke with one of these fishermen. He's like, dude, I'm teaching people out there. Who's gonna ask me? How does that work? And if you're in the middle and you think that you're ripping them off and so like, no, he's like the melody that they're telling you, whatever. It was like too afraid.
Well, didn't you just tell a story about some farmers who were getting extorted? They were basically taxing them so much, and the farmers got to a point where it's like they're not making enough money on harvesting whatever it was they were avocados. They weren't making enough money, so they either had to die fighting against the cartel or die of starvation because they weren't making money.
Yeah, this has been happening in Mexico for a while. Every Super Bowl season, the U.S. consumes so many avocados. Guacamole, yeah, dude. Yes, that it makes a lot in Mexico. A lot. Every Super Bowl season is one season in Mexico. So now they're using police called the avocado police. Like we said, like
The West Side.
it's basically civilians geared up on their own resources to look over
Michoacan, that's in Sinaloa.
something
Or that's Sinaloa and Michoacan.
no, that's a different state. So they that's where the self-defense groups came from 10 years ago. Right? First time they basically armed themselves. So like, we're going to fight against the cartel. Eventually, they won the first fight, which was a great precedent for, I mean, a good background for Mexico. So they started like a lot of them started forming their own guerrilla or their own self-defense groups until cartels said like, you know what, we had enough. So last this year, that wasn't the time to kill the founder of the self-defense group. There was like a great farmer called Hipólito Mora. He was the leader. He was from like the central feature for every horrible self-defense group in Mexico, right? And killed him on the way back to his house of his farm, and they burned him alive. He's like, that card, like the Mexican state officials, they put in cards to protect his life because he wants him to see that's we all fucked up. He was sad and remorse. I consider his house because to everybody was like, why this? No one was like, was really, no, dude, it was like, yeah, kind of like sad and scared of it. She wasn't having it hard. Well, the hotel kept all of his things, so they killed him and he got away. Yeah. And they were basically probably the story we were talking about probably like 2 weeks ago in Mexico State. These farmers also got explored for us. So they asked for twice what they did. We're paying 1 peso per square. Like the peso, right now it's 18 pesos per head. So it's or but okay, okay. So you have I don't know 10,000 square meters or whatever it costs. And they asked them for prices. They're like, okay, so this year you have to pay. So this year's offer, 2,000. That's what they had a really bad season. So basically, doing things that are nice. So they were like, here's no way you can pay. They're like, well, if you have a team or you have. They said yes. So they met at the floor. They had these guys. And we met on a soccer field. The cartel members showed up, argued about us. And the whole community showed up. They showed up with shotguns, machetes, sticks and stuff. And they were like, we're not doing shit. And but you can see the video of this group and all kill like that. Oh, and then another day decided that hey, you can be friends. Everybody should come together. In total, there were 14 workers. 11 of those workers were so that was a big win. You know, like they killed the leader of the so they're like, fuck up. Now they have to leave. They can't stop. That's a lot of young girls, and others kept their keeping the prices. So they asked me to turn over your releases. They actually started this fucking short clock over to us. But we're not going to we're going to try it out on the edge. And the station needs to know and they still have to reach the kids if they want to eat we started out to teach them all that. And what the Mexican military do about this, where they ask for help. Yeah, because they keep asking for help, but it's probably the last time in the system. And we get two Mexican foreigners. Well, the Mexican president said was he's like, oh yeah, we knew about this type of major target for us. So we're just not even before for the event. So we get and that's it. That's it. So it's why?
Now, who is, so you just got done with you did a really big interview with, and I think, did you partner with Grillo to,
yeah. So
what was that? That was with the guy who basically was Damaso Lopez, right? He was partnered with El Chapo.
yeah.
Or he was started out as security. El Chapo, like he gained his trust over the years, however long it was, and then eventually El Chapo made a deal with him saying, if I ever get punched or if I ever get killed, you're going to take my spot.
Yeah, exactly.
And this guy that you met with was his son.
Yeah. So the Damasos started off when El Chapo came for the first time from prison in Mexico. Like his first he was the day back. He was an attorney. And he was the director of that design. So he helped with Chapo's case. When Chapo's case, he knew they were going to come after him. So Chapo also got a job. It's like, okay, after I'm done, I'll look for him. Oh, and he did a job. And he made his kind of so he worked with him. And he's rather. He made his right hand. So he was dealing with basically calling the shots. But he didn't know you're gonna get a lot of these comments saying never, or he was never a shot caller, whatever. He was the brains behind the channel. Working so together. It was like, man, we want to. What do we do? We're facing these and that. Who's one that was a defense? So he was like, okay, let's not go into a fight. Let's go into a fight. Form a new group. Let's move on. He was a good job like that. He was trusted. And they became father and sons, and I must be a to the right. So there was that great side of this. We all together. So his son solo grandma solo grandma solo casaba, so he he was basically part of the people. We got together, I started with a family, just trying to use head down, the youngest of the people. And eventually we were talking about we were talking about friends with Rabbi, friends with Ruby, who's an Rise, all those guys. We literally grew up together. He was best friends with Nigel Strong as well. So it was like, it was a pack of non-group basically home. And so what happened is when they left my council, got expedited to send the letters without my work. Seattle. So all the money was for his 4 kids and his wife. But the organization he was going to be about the Namaste. Probably was his more wait, so the money, meaning the money that they all cash or the income that the business was bringing in? I guess both. Like the guys he already had properties, all that shit. Because on the letter, what he said was like, you already have enough money. Just get out this shit. Leave your life. Or their life is good. You leave your life. You have more to talk to you, but your life. And when you make a decision, it has to happen. Right? Let's be honest, my most of chapter is talking about these war against the people, and that they're going to end like in extradition as facing rights and stuff like that shit. So we didn't want that. It's like, well, you want like red babies and salaries and you guys were high. Well, they didn't want to do that. They fucked out. They didn't listen to that. They started fighting that. But that must from what I understand, that's the sort of themselves trying to negotiate that. I was trying to listen to guys, this is what you have wants to happen. I want to fight with you. But then they started killing his heads, killing his security people.
They still started killing kids.
For what he was holding, his version of the story. And every time they will come after the event, I'm like, hey, why are you killing the people? They're like, oh, there was a mistake, sorry. My guys were like, we were high, we were drunk, but I'm going to do the last and sorry about that. Until Damaso Lopez Savanas, the UC, got fed up by every time he's dying, like, we have to pull it hard, like that. So it's fucking. That was like, really a fight. You don't want to fight. Let's just solve this out. He gathered a group of hotel members, everywhere, even from like mafia people from Canada, like, that they do that. He gathered a group, made a WhatsApp group, and said, like, hey, we need to get rid of there's too much work. I don't know how they want them, but so they started planning. And by the birthday of the oldest, I'm actually I she's mine. He was celebrating in time. And they keep that before something. So you work with them. And magic got together, it's like appreciate, and the chapel was increasing to the water by the border and from there, this is the focus that before there was a 2017, a couple of months before this. So he called, he managed to get the music from the college there. And through the first attack, so he called the prison where Jordan was like having his henchman because of the rest of it. And he said, like, hey, Jordan, I know you get along well, you get along well, you can play games, so whatever. I know that mentor to help him use practical information. I know that his son is increasing in the class. You know what? He's not happy with the fight. I need you to keep that in his life. So he should disappear. So they let him go. So Rothschild went after the Americans to prison, kidnapped the kids, made the veteran application called the baby, kid is not and this is to you. As long as we free kids that are kidnapped, you so basically I mentioned like I'm not part of this yet, but it's my turf, right? It's not how it's funny, but it's my turf. So he ordered the people to so they have to free them. And so that's how they literally became the arts. Which of people that that's out. The reason I managed to get a lot of like power and like the power of Amazon. And Amazon was the best city that was down. So it's was the city. What year was it? I think it was 2017. And then months after, the Queen Club his term, right? So we have the men for the border in Mexico and took himself over to the he has been talking to him for a while. He has been talking to himself over the people. And now he knows that this kind of against the people. Because he went, he served for 5 years, they released him. He's not on the weak side, he's not on the weak side. He's just the main source of information. He's not under witness protection at all. Not he's not under protecting the VA is protecting people. But he's not never signed. He's not signed. Huge protection. Not sure. But met him. I will tell that we're so okay, explain to me how this interview came about. What, like, did he reach out to you out of the blue, or how did this happen? Yes, he reached out through Instagram first. He sent me a piece. Of course, I'm like, yeah, you get reached out by the your DM must be verified. I mean, and if we use like 5, 10 messages with us every 2 hours of people saying everything from threats, from help me, I have a family visa to whatever, to advice. And then I'm traveling to Mexico. Is it safe to go to these resorts and whatever? To, hey, I'm on my hey, I'm talking to you on behalf of exclusive secret organizations in that you never heard of. To watch out. I'm a U.S. official. I'm a this is a new software. Como like this is a part of it. It's called Organic Data. These leads all come in through your DMs. Most of them. How do you filter out which ones are legit? Do you actually go through them all? No, I imagine it's going to be hard. Yeah, no. I mean, there's no fucking way to go through all of them. What I usually do is each story, I go and try to vet the people. If that person is not willing to shoot on the video camera to share like current background tips, I just drop it. I usually drop it. But if someone tells me even if it sounds like good info, most of the guys with good info, they will follow it. They will like, yeah, they like let's move to a secure app. I have a couple of secure apps. And let's move to that. I'm gonna have these several secure apps, whatever. And destroying the happens. Because you know my face, you know my name, you know all about it. I would know what's behind it. So it's always there. You know the virtual space. I know how to picture more cyber things. So you don't get backlash or whatever. I'm not going to do anything but just how to fix. I need to understand why you didn't do connection to me or my patients and why. What kind of information is this? I waste a lot of time. Kind of like but sometimes you because you get some strong things. But sometimes it's just nothing, all these, something that it's just rumors, something that I know a guy who knows a guy who ends up cussing about. How do you vet, or how do you, what like red
red flags you look for when you're vetting some of these people that are messaging to determine whether they have some sort of ulterior agenda or motive, or might just be like one faction of one cartel that wants to like attack another faction or paint another faction in bad light.
First red flag is what they say is just for the sake of truth, just for the sake of, you know, everybody has an agenda, right? Everyone, especially if they reach out to someone who's about to publish something. So yeah, so most of these guys are I speak with a lot of clients. Like that's what I talk about my business doing it. I very honest with him, probably not how we make the publish the shit or just stuff about how we can, like things like that stuff. Or just like, hey, I'm gonna have to if you think this relationship, I'm gonna have to say at this stage, you have some potential, you will good with it. I'm not one particular identity and everything. But with this info, I might have to get it to these people to see if it makes sense. So I'm super honest about that topic. Right? And when the person behind that account is honest as well, and just like talking to me in video, whatever, and say, like, you know what, you want to bring this to you because I'm gonna retire, I'm gonna fuck these guys over, and that's it. Or you think you wrong, fuck them. Or I just think this is all this happening. More this is something that I don't want to involve into, so that's good. So just do. Or yeah, that must be itself. When we count, he said like, hey man,
So sick.
We have the video.
No, but I posted on my YouTube talking about it. First, right? Saying like, hey, Amazon was really these guys, this is what he did, this is that, like briefing what we are doing now. And then you know what he's like, I'm reaching out to you. First of all, because you talk a lot of bullshit. Most of that bullshit is not necessarily lies. So I just want to say that just right for you. And I'm like, okay, I don't know if that's a compliment or what, but if you are really who you are, let's move fuzzy grab and turn up the camera so you are you turn on these cameras and you have the selfie. And I was like, if you move this hat, you know, and Tom's face to his head. And I was like, oh shit, so it's really you. I was like, yeah. And I was like, dude, you look older. And he just laughed. He was like, yeah, you look fucked up too. So like, thank you, dude. So yeah, I mean, can you show me your impact or something that right? Yeah, I too. So I'm like, so he shows whatever. And then we can talk. We like turn off the camera.
Yo, Rob, you want to do a coffee ride?
I'm like, dude, I'm very with you, but I'm pretty sure everything now is generated. Like, what is it? And he was very clear about it. But I just want to walk with him. So I just want to talk a lot of shit I know about them and how things really are. And that's something trust. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, so those are your intentions. On my intentions,
Yeah.
everyone fucking thing.
I need my fucking card, bitch. Doing that motherfucker. My, yo, bitch. Give me my fucking TP. Get in my Pueblo. They call me cute. Yeah.
So I flew to LA. He was not leaving.
I already saw this one.
To LA. Or they were concerned about me.
Yeah, you're not very funny.
He had no reason to fuck.
He just go.
I went to the trade.
So
Yeah.
So I was honestly
A Chippewa. I like that one. I might want to be a Chippewa. I'm find some Chippewa. Oh, Chippewa. Yo, this bitch sucks, but she's a Chippewa. She can get it. Shout out to the Chippewa. grew up in a fucking street.
presidents when they go to visit places for meetings or
Like a
candidate,
on a brand.
where they go like to a hotel, they'll have guys that like walk
Oh
in the
no,
hotel,
not
talk to
Polo.
people,
Polo.
No,
Polo.
I don't.
Polo. Polo. Polo.
Probably part of it. It's just either by the
Yo, dog. What about some Rabbi
day,
David?
2 days, 3 days, or we can week earlier, or a week later.
Polo.
You know, and say like sorry, whatever, blah blah blah. So yeah, right. That's part of it. Like, yeah, so to whole part what happened. That's what they need to make me feel safe. Even choosing the home, I chose asked him because he said place, but I asked to choose my group and group my thing. So like, okay, you want to do this hotel particularly, I'll be there, but like you need to have the whole fucking thing with the diet, flights, transport, hotel, all that shit. So he's like, yes, I gotta do that. But no, I don't need you to do this. Just set the place.
My hands
and
come out.
so he said the place, he said the date,
They
and
are.
so I did request that certain room where Phil said where have a certain room ways of excellent and I did it. Usually I'll be a great time and it was very well. It was like just like a regular TV.
Oh,
So,
fuck
okay,
it.
and you are you were side of the ball.
Yo, bitch, my name is fucking Janae. Oh my word. Nicki Minaj got it.
A chance to die, there gives me a chance to go right to go right. So that's the
I got the rod from God inside me, bro. I got the rod from God. Full of time. Bitch, I got a rod from God. Right up my took it. Oh, allegedly. You're the West Side sound.
Oh, okay, sorry. So that's what I did. When I feel like okay, I might go. In Mexico, depending on what I'm doing, if it's like a middleman and middle range, whatever. I don't have a bunch of contacts in Mexico that I just asked them like, hey, can you? Especially when it's a bar, when it's a public bar, crowded with people, that like a club or whatever, and then someone wants to be there for a reason. I ask them to go like food. Oh really? Yeah.
But why at a bar would you want to do like that?
You just show that you were with people, right? You show that you were with security, right? So they're basically brought forward. You want them to know that you have done those things. When you put into the mix alcohol and shit, right? Then things can go off. That's the other thing. But every place out using way of sourcing, still do that. Probably one of the biggest things that I ever do eventually eat. But these things always waste. So I'm always trying to like, dude, okay, call me tomorrow when you feel better. It's like don't deal with people who are under the influence of anything. Because yeah, you need a clean mind. And also I need respect, but like, dude, I'm giving you respect. I'm a journalist. This is my job. I'm a professional. We're not friends. We're not. We're just not a social gathering. This is work for me. And I'm taking time from my family, from whatever, to give you time. And I appreciate you giving me time for this. But I need also respect for you. And you can call me all shit face. Like, hey, I'm using that. You can hear your voice great. I'd rather pass it because that's not the way I work. Right? Part Dinosaur was really kind of sweet, like clean, serious. Yeah,
How old is he?
it's 37.
Very yeah, if I would have met with him, my first reaction would be like, yeah, in the lobby, or like in the restaurant, in the hotel.
Here's the thing. I requested for a room with a window to the street where I knew he was coming. I asked him to show up, right, at a certain time. Well, he asked me to meet him at a certain time. And I'm like, I'm gonna meet you upstairs. I'm gonna meet you in this room. But I changed the plan. So I met him on the street. Right? When I was looking over the room, I saw a couple of DA agents around. Because you can tell they're like, cargo pants, these oxygen glasses, they kind of like scout the place, but they got the t-shirt. He pulled over my buckets.
So he had the DEA as like an advanced team for himself.
I think he didn't have the DA. I think the DA was like,
Just follow.
yeah. So like, okay, he's moving. Apparently, he's gonna go to this hotel for some reason. So we tell him that
You're doing like legitimate spycraft.
it's crazy, fucking shit, baby. And then I saw him drive. And before he pulled out, I was already in the street. Like, I was going down the street, so I really kind of like surprised him. I opened the door, came out, and he was like, hey, ¿cómo estás, compadre? Hey, dude, how you doing? I was like, hey, dude, okay. So what time? It's like, hey, you want to jump in? And I'm going to drive and grab something to eat, whatever, before we go to. And at first I was like, probably not the best idea. But I kind of like felt that he was pushing a bit for it. So I was like, okay. So I'll follow him. Yes, let's go. So I jumped into the back of his car. Black car, tinted windows.
Who was driving?
One of these guys. I think
Did he have a lot of money?
Dude, yeah. Yes, I think he wants to.
Like his own driver, full time driver, not money.
I think this guy from seriously, I don't want accent, young kid. I thought it was family members. It was like everything, quiet, a bunch of like cash money, finding that back, and the cop driving around.
What are you laughing at? He had a fanny pack full of cash.
Yeah, bro. Because these guys, he was not able because of his condition. He's not able to be journalists, family members, criminal members, or former criminals, or handle money. Right? He needs to use a pre-approved debit card with DA allows him to keep some of his money. Why else is going to take so much cash? Right? But he's not having it. His other guy is having cash.
What kind of cars do you drive?
I can say I don't know. Probably yeah. I can say we want. I can't say what we want to have pancakes.
Pancakes.
So good.
Waffle House or IHOP?
Waffle House. City fucking his former leader of the Cinema Cartel and his henchman or whatever he was they called him secretary. And I fucking Waffle House. That was blueberry pancakes.
Well, it wasn't pancakes. Waffle House is not pancakes. So it's like
Waffle. Yeah. And and then yes, some other people showed up and said, and then we went back into the hotel room. I was like, so you're ready? Like, you could to go back to the hotel and then start out. He was like, yeah.
Did you feel pretty good about? Did you have like build a rapport with him during when you got to meet him?
Yes.
So pretty confident.
Yeah, dude. What I want to do with that single sources first, that they know that they have my respect, that I'm not judging, that I'm not, letting them to judge whatever they do, and if they want to say, well, what kind of shit, they fucking do this. So I try to find a common denominator ground, right? Something, even if it's a sport or a corner or music or something we have in common, so we can start like doing small talk and relate to each other, right? So we can find common ground, right? Right before going to full. A lot of journalists don't do is they go to full journalism, just talk a bunch of So how do you start? Blah, 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 this, that, tell me that. I'm not easy on that side. And question that myself really hard. The accusations of him killing a journalist, probably the last great journalist in Mexico, something like this. His fucking life was in his right place. And he is accused, formally accused, something like this, to accuse the Mexican government. That the Mexican government is asking the US government to deport Damas so he can face jail in Mexico for killing. So this is not only an issue of cartel, this is a national political issue between these countries.
Does the Mexican government really care, or do you think it's fucking a proxy cartel that the government tried to get him last time?
That's exactly what it is. Anyways, I question his of him not killing Javier Valdez.
How long? Okay, so let's do it. So after you guys had breakfast,
So we went back to
the hotel, and then
we
how did it go? Did the guy come with you? Did you guys go alone?
No, we came all together.
Okay.
I had to really set up, but my backpack was literally ready to go, like to in case something. We came up. He sat on a chair, and his other group sat on the other side towards the door. And I literally said, "Hey," it was like, there was another chair, whatever. No, I'm comfortable to just a statement that I'm cool, not too threatened, so we can all relax. And I signed the floor, and we started talking. So this is probably the first and last time that I talk to you. So do you have enough time? It's like, we don't have anything else to do. Sit in my fucking house. So, by all means. So this interview lasted like probably 12 hours. Yeah, 12 hours. We could talk real we could talking. I first wanted to get out of the whole journalist. So one of the first questions was like, "Oh, that." I started with like, how do you feel? What are you doing? What is your legal situation right now? What is happening with your dad? Do you still have bars? Are you comfortable openly saying that you are cooperating with support social media?" I explained what my plan was to publish, right? It's like, this is not going to be biography or social pushback to what you say and laying out what you feel through your impressions. She always said, like, "I hope you're not too harsh on me." And I was like, "Well, let's see, man. Let's see how the text goes. I'm not going to be particularly harsh on you. It's just the way I write. It's try to be as effective as I can, right?" So I went and do the white up Javier Valdez. And it's like, okay, tell me okay, before you tell me, I'm actually tell you that one of the biggest fears right now is to be sitting across someone who killed a journalist. Right? Because if you kill a journalist, then you're basically in a direct threat as a journalist as well. So I want to be good at that. So if you come true and you say the truth and you say, "You know what, yes, I was involved," I'm not gonna be judging, but I'm probably gonna always leave you off. And if I feel you're not telling the truth, I also might take everything else you say for untrue, right? So let's get rid of that shit. Be honest with you and be clear and listening myself a bit too to be clear and being like good to you. So let's talk on those webs. Let's talk about balls. And yeah, we still like happy person. That's how the story is how basically that he was him. It was with Chapitos. He was with the Martina, he was the Javier was published with Amazon. Published it even. Yeah, when there were more, Amazon reached out to Javier Valdez, to these journalists. He said, like, "Hey man, I want to give you an exclusive interview. Me and my dad tell you what is happening right now in that audience in the hotel. the one who's okay, that's good. He did an interview with both of them, and he published the interview. And when he was about to close the interview, Los Chapitos somehow learned that he had interviewed Amazon. So they asked him, like, hey, man, how much money do you want for not to publish that story? He said it's not money for him. We're not publishing the story. And then he called the director of the newspaper. So like, hey, I want to buy you that interview. How much money do you guys want? And they said, no, we're going to tell you about the story. So they published the story, and Los Chapitos sent all of their henchmen to get all the newspaper distributed in the state. So no one could read that story. So they burned the whole fucking thing. So they stopped the delivery controls, whatever. They burned the whole fucking thing. Then they published the story again.
Is this verifiable?
Everything is verifiable version of that happened. Even the director of the newspaper published these versions. Right? So before that, and after that, they published the story again on the next printed version, right? And they posted it online. That's when they killed. But right after the interview, like this also published, calling Damascus a shitty fucking henchman for the Sinaloa Hotel, that he had no decision making capabilities, and he was like dumb, but kind of like trashy. So after that, after he published those book stories, he right in front of the newspaper, Damascus said he was killed by Los Chapitos because he published that. But Los Chapitos said it was Damascus because he kind of like insulted him. What Damascus said is like, imagine if I go kill every guy who insults me, he's gonna be fucking washed all over. I can't take an insult. What did your gut tell you? My gut tell me that is that he was you know what? What I think is what really killed Javier Valdez is purity that is in Mexico. A journalist in the U.S. will never face that thing. Even if you're here, that you're there, you publish some shit like that. There, a journalist who never face the question on who was the one. What got him at the end is that he got in the middle of a fucking war of factions, and that he didn't have the protection of the authorities, right? That the whole fucking state is going into like this. So whoever killed him, whoever these two factions killed him, they shouldn't have been able to reach out in that way, right? To threaten him, to kill him, if the Mexican government would do this job, right? So either way, my gut says it was probably them because they show that they didn't want us to go public. But I'm not putting my hands for that easily because he had a whatever. He always is a man to kill people, right? So I'm not putting my head for everybody else. I haven't had a video to hear your version. Hopefully I can bring the other version, their version.
More journalists die in Mexico.
More outside of what I was in war zone. Yeah.
So what else did you have that during the 12 hours?
So basically, he got rid of that shit, and then he started telling me how he became part of the organization. That story, how he became part of it, how he didn't want to be part of the camp. He's like, dude, I want to be a highlight. So I want to study for highlight. I started like in school, whatever. But when you want to become in Mexico, you need to go to at the end. You need to go to through the Mexico to get a permit to fly. So he's like, okay, I provide my test and the test as well. Whatever. I show up to my dad. Because he's like, good. I need my credentials from the Mexican consulate. I'm going to show up to the military out there to Sinaloa. To my card. He's like, the fucking I'm going to do that. Like, that's stupid. Yeah, I don't know. He's like, what do you mean? He's like, dude, you have my same name. The government's all off. You're going to be after you. They're going to take you, to get me. So, no, find another thing. So, it's like, what else? He's like, just start up a business. And he's like, okay, so I started setting up a business. And then my dad said, like, okay, you were on a business, right? You're going to have a fund like that. He's like, no, dude, the whole fucking thing of doing business is to run a business.
You want to get his answer?
Yeah, no, he was like, no, dude, like, if you do that, you're risking yourself. You're putting yourself out there too much. So don't. If you want to have a business, I can give you the money, put the business, but have a farmer run for it. And I was like, that doesn't make sense.
He's a to be an investor. He wants to actually do something.
Do something. And then that was fun. And then he was like, okay, so then you want basically to go fucking tracking her. And he's like, fuck no. He's like, dude, there's like, you don't let me do anything. I want to do something. So yeah, let me move some bricks. And he's like, all right, you want to do that? That's not for you. So he came in from the bricks. He sold the bricks, came back home, and his dad asked him like how much money he made. He was like, I don't know, say he paid 10,000 for the bricks, sold them, came back, how much money he made on that? He was like, 10,000. Like, what do you mean 10,000? Really? On top of 10,000? He was like, no, 10,000. He's like, dude, the whole fucking business is supposed to be made for you to make money, dude. That's how they
go. Explained it and how the economics of buying and selling work.
Like, so then he started learning how to sell brakes and how to, he was eventually he probably took moving large quantities of cocaine and shit into New York and money, keep that stuff up. Until the war between factories and workers.
What is Thomas the relationship? Have a relationship with 70 clients or job?
No, sorry, I think no, it was still like, at the beginning, of course, it felt bad. Why? Because they tried to work by contract. Right? Like, he escaped. We paid him, we lent him our houses, and we were in charge of the security. So he was like, wow. But they killed their son because it's stupid. And if they killed his son, I thought his son, which one of the sons is like, he was a drunkard. Oh, it's not there. He was killed allegedly by mistake. By someone other than him. But it's like he's him with the police. But he thought he was part of the gun. But he was allegedly his own secret. And the best friend he has. They were best friends. Like his kids. I must have said that he's to have a part self. Right, I wasn't supposed to be with you. They got called from a girl. So I went to my house. When I took a shower, they called me to the bed. You can do the open party with my best friend, fucking real. So whenever I met with Campbell, I was at the he was kind of like replacing that with so like the married, the birthday and stuff. We were gonna try that. We were so they started getting younger. So he was felt like in the capital, he was but then he's like, well, I asked him like, was it hard to testify to what happened? But no, he said yeah. He sent a letter to those two sons saying that I'm gonna find something that he's fighting. So he's like, okay, so he's after it's like I don't feel bad about it. It's not going to be he decided to like it. And I'm like, well, how can we feel how you for all the people that's when we got the you have him not been killed, and it was like he told me, if I go to you, that I'm gonna see it before the real before. So that was before the legal
And after this interview got published, who reached out to you?
So these are the interview got published on contactmedia.com. I Substack where manager you want to sell formula of these stories there. And the story went huge, especially quick aside. Before you published this, or before you even interviewed it, did you reach out to not before I interviewed it, but after I interviewed him, like before the whole fucking thing, I prefer whole movie. It's not for 4 hours. Of course, it's for the hours.
Wow, you had 12 and 3.
I did it before that. I mean, yeah, there was no fucking way I had enough space. So, like, if you take notes on everything, I don't have a huge notes, and I'm gonna have to do hours of but then, okay, so I'm really confident how we was planning how I'm publishing it with the study things the backlash it looks like it well. We were traveling. I also was dealing with another set of stories called equal stories and complicated like these days. When I have some stories like these, that for probably 2 weeks, I learned how to find to habits through another woman and to just stay there and try to focus, think about what, and how to practice this. Just gone the whole fucking thing. And then when I have something to share, I reached out to they said that they were interested. They were like, yeah, fuck yes, we're definitely interested. We need to chat with they were constant. Then they took a fucking week or 2 weeks to get back. It's like, okay, so what's the rate and the words and so super we ask after the pitch. They just get 2 full weeks. They pick up a team and the person like how do you say that question? Then I was really disappointed. I have highly but yeah, I think they also have other people story about see that these people and this was it's almost a fucking year. I haven't heard back. You know about a campaign and even what that is. It's just reference for these people stop after we meet a couple of the 3 months ago. We reached out when they reached that story. That's it. And also I have stories like they people happen that one. But there's one where that's better. It's crazy and green vaccines but yeah, for freelancers to see on a flat story for you and then you get these 30 days in that later or publishing it. You're because it's legacy.
Yeah, let's these big conversations. This is the reason for the uprising independent journalism. That's why people like you. Everyone that's watching, go to Lose the Channel, subscribe. You have Substack, you have a YouTube channel, what else do you have?
And this is my Instagram, which is published here.
No, I thought I'm trying to keep everything on YouTube and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was really supportive. That kind of came out for a couple of years. And I was like, dude, why do I feel kind of like mistreated by magazine? It's easy with this fucking story I have in my head, right? I shouldn't feel like that. So I decided to change it and take it to the guys were regularly for it. I actually have been telling them trying to use. Oh, yeah. So most of my sports plan or at the moment, is what I kind of go through things and really kind of really to move it. I was like, these guys are not.
Really? Did you find that team?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what the whole conversation started. But I was like, so it was a
23 Vice Media Group Profit Challenge bankruptcy. The Southern District of Texas company cases are jointly administered at. Oh,
they even
I remember like fucking 8 years ago, 7 years ago, I would see articles coming out every month about how Vice is worth upwards of $2 billion. And that consortium, what did that say? Consortium led by Ford. Vice agreed to be in the spring place the bankruptcy process to strengthen the company. It was basically a fine their money right? They were the main investors. So they just helped. They helped down. Because Murdoch and they all have significant work. Yes, you actually hung out with Shane Smith. Yeah, I started writing for Vice with freelance 2 years ago. So, then, that's when you were really fast. Dude, yeah, somebody when it started, dude, it was wild. We were great at packaging shit and doing stories that we can't publish anywhere. So it was good. But they lacked the proper journalistic ethics and the proper journalistic view of it, right? Like what is news, what is just not news, and how to handle a news story, like ethically, how to handle ethically and professionally. In the beginning, it wasn't news, though. It was just like they would go into fucking war zones or go into some crazy fucking place and just turn their cameras on and start fucking talking. Yeah, and then they come up and they're like heavy metal and Baghdad fucking documentary, insane. And Chirac, the lazy thing where they're in Chicago and fucking in Chicago, like all the musicians and shit. It's fucking insane what they would do.
That was the great fucking thing about Vines. That was huge because that was like on the reported stories, right? And we had meetings before all that shit. Like it was an editorial thing behind it, but there were not like proper editors. When they come out with nice news, they hire for what I think is the best of the best fucking editors. The best fucking editors, the best fucking editors. I love that good fucking journalists, video journalists. They have like a great fucking team to sit and get nice news. Still to this day, dude, like, they even go quickly to journalists and great. And then they were on the ideal house. So when I picked this story, I was going through the whole thing. So it was hard to think that they would have the money to take and properly run these things. I was like, I don't know, like, I'm graffiti story, you're gonna see these forever, or a graffiti story, and then they're gonna fucking be kicking in the ass with their background band. Get set fire, and then I'm gonna feel like shit afterwards. They're really honest people, and I really appreciate that. So I spoke to she's like, look, I really want to have this story. I'm gonna try to make you work a little good, but it's too like, so I understand where I'm from and I feel about myself. So I decided to make a statement. Called the and we'll do interview. Huge, but some got made by it's a big deal that has this story, but let's say or a simple 600 more time story like these stories you can
That is
see some words. It's a more complex, complicated it's hard, right? Really. So yeah, basically what I do is like, so you just said ask me like, can I get something? Can I get similar to this? Closer to what I get like here right now? If we go there, they're like, yeah, definitely have time. We're gonna push it off of the fucking store table. And I do that, but I also so like one stories we could use that was that was my own very if they Mexican combo accessible is the only room I just diet really good. Chicago is with that kind of strong fucking my cool as president the soul of the so he invited so I was like, fuck it. I called that. They're about to vote. Probably everybody has to that fucking I called the editor. He was super fucking excited. He was like, he was having we could do that. Like the audio was like and there was one Saturday dude. I don't know how he's but he's and I was like, how much we have? We could hours. I just hours. Send me a and you treat the story as well as we have a web start the story. We really should story with the help of this we serve as hands for so we wait. We time. So like getting all like these people, these people, like Amazon, right? Saying like, hey, dude, so we might have a problem. Amazon was not allowed to talk, right? And he might try to say, like, but you probably something. And he's like, no, I'll do it. I'm just letting you know what's the.
This is after the article.
I think probably that must be kind of like you, but he was just like, probably didn't know that to do it, right? Because he made the best
I think there is exactly.
I learned a lot a lot everything I can get to, and that was the first thing to actually live. I like it. He talked a lot of shit about the Beatles, a lot of like shit about the chapel, personal shit,
Really?
crazy stuff. But I'm not in the middle of that point. That's not my work. So why would I put this shit like that? That is right? I left all that out. But and later this fight, I look at the I published the version that is having set that is believed and I believe members right and this what you if you want yes. So I published that like it's not
Sure, but
sure it wasn't the 40s, whatever. Although it says I yeah. So that was that. Uh, and then after that, she also checked because so what is your concept? Wild fucking story. Reached out to by a previous friend, and that we can't say his name now. But he's saying allegedly he made the news. He killed it. They killed these guys. And he's like, no, I'm still alive. I'm going to meet her, right? Or I'm alive. And I was like, dude, I mean, again, that also like on the camera, he did all that stuff. Yeah, he's like constantly. Wow. And he's like, yeah, first thing he told me, he's like, but I'm going to Spanish and then they're like, all that music that goes in. When this is super important, like, dude, I know every one of those. What's your problem? So he like, one like just he was a message is it real? Or just stuff like that. Finally, he was nothing. That's it's like don't want to do it. Even if I have to repeat it, I'm not sure I want to share that shit. Right? I want to kill also. But if I don't have it, so what? I mean, if I say I don't have it, I'm not believe it, right? Because they might think, of course, you fucking have it, right? Got it. So I was like, and so I signed up for things. I had to go to Mexico to do the conference about what youth visas, right? I was in more about what civic speaking for college in West
It's still not very good. So I think
how can they enforce where there's a tax that is you don't even play where they're using the right to speech, right? So I was like, if I get rights, if I can write you have to get several hundred times, you can do this too. The role is and then I wanted to go to the next team. But I got like 50 people. You had sound. So I opened it and I looked on the it was after of course my dad and stuff. I like to move to
Oh, so you
so I opened it up. So he sent me this message saying like, hey, these and that. So I'm like, okay, okay, guys. I sent him my secure app. And then he over there and then he sent that message to me. But it was some message. So I was just okay, shit. This is real. I'm like, real. Anyways, at the end, I said, you know what, man? Like, I'm gonna give you the biggest thank you to everyone. I'm gonna be honest with you. If I were to do my job for them, I will have. I'm doing a shoot, right? I'm not doing it for money. I'm a broadcaster. My things. One night. Thanks for the effort. But I understand that every story has a you and your family have not you like actually like to actually keep you until you tell the story. Um, really respectful, right? Like you want to know like that fucking worker is that you're not doing it with your parents, you're trying to clean up your home, whatever. I completely understand what you say. I'm not trying to be so you need to talk about it. Like, you say you excited having it. I'm fucking do it. We're only gonna fucking medley. That's why I had to get the private airport. Yeah, exactly. I'm fucking flying United and so on, dude. You know, how much money? I mean, you think we have billions of dollars now. So it's like, I mean, if you think about the fact that they're laundering money to major artists in the US, even on a big even laundering major artists. Would that seem like safe for some not as a safe just out of state and going to the public? They launder money. They launder money to major artists. Legal entities from all of those sports. And they
basically, I'm guessing this is how they can do it, but they can act like a record label and they can give the musician or a singer a ton of money in advance to produce a record and pay for their tour, pay for everything, events, marketing, all this stuff. You jump millions of dollars for that to build up an artist. That's pretty okay. So, yeah, that's probably, that's great.
yeah, dude. And that's just fucking cool. Yeah, think about that. Like, it's okay. So it's really is fucking cool. It's not like you're putting $100,000 to produce something. Right. So yeah, that was that. Because and I'm still even trying to keep it something. Like, hopefully, because a lot of shit happened.
Yeah, so last time you were here, you basically, I think right after you went and went through Emilio's house after it was raided by the military, got all shot up and looted, stole all his watches, all his clothing, everything. It was insane. And he had still been in custody by the Mexican when you were in your town.
Yeah.
But since then, how long ago? Like a month ago, you got actually got this.
Yes, yes. I mean, it was good, right?
And you met with this lawyer that day. You were at his house, right?
Yes. I met the two of his friends and his mom. They're pretty pissed, right? Journalists, trying to go into that house. But anyway, I think the things that like she comments about you that happen from a lot of like contacts. They feel they point whatever. It's like a complex of chapter. So like, oh, let's do this stuff first. I don't need to get fucking caught for doing that. Coming to my house, like, I don't definitely do whatever. It's like, dude, this is a house of a criminal that was doing a lot of crazy fucking shit. But he's behind bars. And this is, from my point of view, of public interest of what happened. Not only for the sake of what happened to that town, but probably for the sake of also what did the military pay during the operation that was illegal. But
Yeah, they fucking knew it in his house.
so it's like, I'm pretty sure that you fucking fanboys are the most upset about this. And probably the family was like, okay, this is proof enough as well. Not they fucking looted the fucking house and they shot a place where there were kids inside. Right? It's about the truth. I'm not fighting Mexicans. I'm not fighting shit. They pulled up in fucking Hummers and shit. Shot up a whole town. Exactly. Killed innocent people. Exactly. I mean, wrongdoing by the Mexican government, wrongdoing by this hotel network. In the fucking middle, it's a town of innocent people, old men, and two kids that are daughters of the criminal, but they didn't willingly, were there, right? Well, it was a cute.
They could have been way more surgical.
Right? It was, now, again, this is a criminal, and that's the way he makes his money. These cars, wallets, whatever. That is that, reason where the authority to go to these houses. It's still going all over. It's still going all over. But that's my main fucking goal in what I did. People say like, okay, you're signing the Mexico. And then people say, okay, you're signing the fucking hotel. And when I have like sources on both sides of the spectrum, sometimes I get reached by the lead fucking Mexican realtors. My sources are like, dude, I'm not signing with this fucking shit people. What do you mean? You fucking scaring me. It's making us look ugly. It's making us look like we don't have enough power or runs to do an operation. So you're signing with this fucking bank. They're like, dude, no, don't get me wrong. What you police did was awesome. And then I get called by these guys and they say, why the hell would you do that? Like, I mean, I know you work for the Mexican government, you look at me, you do this, that's what the journalist does. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm not saying that. You were saying? I tell people to use my sources and I
Your people like high up Mexican military reached out to you?
Yeah. I have really strong sources on the Mexican military.
Really? How high are we talking? How high up?
High enough to let me know several hours before it was expected that these companies and that was super good for them. But because they were there, they just we couldn't tell them it was a good right? We tell them, hey, we're gonna extradite a person with you guys show up. This person, but they don't how these guys they went and like, oh shit, every time it's like the rest of that was and part of it settle these things. So I heard rumors that I was reaching out from lower tier people. But hey, there's new shit, new things. It's just not solved. And they're like, it has to be the other guys who are higher up. And here's the program of these places. Everything, is like good, yes. But absolutely not. They're like, okay, now that this person is in the air, heading towards the US, I can tell you, it's a beautiful time. So, boom, those hours before and then we get to the good source.
they send the first picture of me. Video, in 40 years, they just published on this very full of videos video of that on his way to and then 3 hours later, they used all the stuff I have sent this over video of his motion. And he's good job. Yeah, dude. The modern crimson looking fun. I don't know if it's working together. Actually, that makes it fun. So, yeah, exactly. The attorneys set up what we call the mechanism plan, right? Like legal resources and stuff. One thing, another thing. So, legally, lawfully, both governments will have to go enter this one by one into the resources, right? It will take years, years. And still we will have a lot of other resources to use in Texas. Both governments basically let's get this structure on. And again, I'm not saying that anything. This is just the way things are. But next thing this happens, then the law, extradite was illegal to want to extradite to the US. We had resources and not resources in place to stay in Mexico to avoid extradition. And you can't expedite an extradition of a Mexican. Especially we have a lot of different resources in place. The thing is, the US legal agencies are pretty smart. So right now, even a driver is not arrested, but he has an extradition order in place. Right? The oldest over to people, and then a driver was right. Yes, an extradition order, even though he's not arrested. That extradition order is in place in the US. So when he gets arrested, that order enters before he can set up a legal resource. Right? That's what happened. He had an extradition order since 2018. But that's the other thing. He's got to do everything. So, but because I just really want to we need the extradition request. So when he gets arrested, even if he starts legal resource, they're like, hey, I have a legal resource. Yeah, but the extradition is prior to that legal resource. He should still have all the resources that he has. If one of the legal resources was said that wasn't what is legal resources? You stood up before a judge in Mexico. Say, are you? Yes. They ask him directly, are you Ovidio Guzman? Yes. Are you Ovidio Guzman? Yes. Are you the person on these photos? Yes. Are you the person of the press? No. Are you the son of Ovidio Guzman? So you were not Ovidio, yes. It was legal resource to say like, yes, I am Ovidio Guzman. No, I have no clue who Guzman is. What can reach out to Guzman? I have no clue who that is. And I'm not president. That was legal resource.
What is the government? Is the government of the U.S. has
a planned place for all these extra. Why do they want to extradite these people to the U.S. and why aren't they happy with them just sitting in prison in Mexico?
I think because first of all, the amount of damage they've done to the U.S. by trafficking drugs and that the target country that the U.S. is harmful to the U.S. Mexico is just a transition when it comes to drug trafficking. Right? So that is why most of them are extradited into the U.S. If the before the crimes will be the other way around, they will have to be in Mexico. For starters, right? As far as the crime is committed against you, drugs are being second of all, the fact that the Mexican authorities didn't have any charges against most of them. They don't hold charges against many of these guys because they haven't set up a proper paperwork, a proper investigation by the Mexican hospitals. Makes them basically to say, well, we don't have charges against them. We don't have investigation. Yeah, no charges in Mexico. I mean, no charges in Mexico. The charges are in the U.S. Where we look for these criminal charges is not
Where is El Nino?
he is Mexican.
Is he an extradition?
He has a citizenship. Yes, he's got most efforts that he
It's so bizarre. You know, it's just looking at the war on drugs and what's there. Like, extraditing these people over this crazy, they don't understand what's going to happen to make it extradited. Do they see that, look, these cartels are just going to be broken down into smaller factions and become more violent?
yeah, exactly. Like, let's think about let's talk about this in Europe. Let's say they have all the remember the whole paragraph. It's happening. And not only that, who's going to be the next one? Who's going to be the next one? Is it really not one for their life? Right? It's really not like he's never been arrested. He's about 80 years old. Diabetes. He's out there. All of his sons, he's arrested in the U.S. All of them except one. How many sons? I think 4. El Maldito Gordo, Serafín, and Serafín. 3. That's 4. 3 of them. The rest of them are 3 men in the U.S.
So the one son that's still living in Mexico is buying cocaine.
El Maldito Black. He's the only one. Still in the youth. Shot away at his dad. He was only 2, but they had 40 of her. He was not just 1. He's very all important. I don't know who it is.
And did you break that story about how he got into the Sinaloa cartel that somebody he got married to a girl whose brother was in the CIA?
Oh, yeah. I did a story that was on my YouTube channel. It's going to be probably his oldest sister got married to this guy called I'm trying to forget his name, but he's a Cuban. And he started doing intelligence investigation in the paper with the legal US. And when he traveled to the US, he started trafficking shit types of drugs that he was told. And then he moved to Atlanta, where he became multi-legal trafficking. But then he got arrested twice for drug trafficking because he was just too flashy. Like, he didn't need to arrest. And now he was like looking for a new source, some of the source from first week in the community. So it's hard because I don't want to meet with people sourcing, like saying, okay, now that's how much food source, okay, now source drugs to the US. And in the meantime, we met Stassamaya, the oldest sister of our mother. And we are thinking, my it was him. She's the real deal. She's the real deal. And Mexico is so much history, especially like how there's like she's the oldest. She's the one who met who ties to CIA first. And I do work like what, 11, 12 years old? So we're gonna be kind of 12-year-old kids that are these 12-year-old. She started it dude, along with this guy. And then they brought of mine. And then I brought his brother, was pretty awesome. I was also arrested, extra bucket, and this blue man, he's a rock that he's all of this happened. Yeah, for this guy. All of this for 3 months. Cooperator. Didn't say this. Yes. Which I was last time. Yeah, it is by the unveiling numbers. And it's probably yeah, I showed you a photo of these classes. Yeah. Next. Next.
Now, so El Mimi is arrested. He's in Mexico City. And about El Plaga.
And El Plaga,
He's been as well.
yeah, so El Plaga is basically, she's not the head of the Justice Enforcement. He's basically the equivalent of the lead for a former chicken Rothschild faction called the Rothschild.
El Mimi was basically in charge of Sicario.
Yeah,
he's in charge of killers, the henchmen.
exactly. The whole security for the security head for the people. And the Plaga is the security head for those people. They used to get the they were the most loyal people for the recently been out for a while. Since he was like 17. He's a fucking murderer. He knows how to traffic drugs and so why do you trust him in that? So it's so wrong. Long story short, also got into an argument with Rothschild. Every other CD faction, they because they're very there with a young, yeah, it's probably happening. So this guy started fighting with the people, and mind you, gets into it. So like, hey, dude, this is not good for me. So he asks them to go to Mexico right across the country. He's like, okay, that's what you could. So that's the thing that's sort of mine forever. That's what you could. But that's the main part of this. Don't come back to another. So we can afford. They collect, keep on with the postal lines that take care of the properties and the financial assets of they're taking care of the project, right? So it's like, okay, let's see this actor and this actor. Look at the design of the sun. She starts burning these properties, taking these cars, whatever. So it also is like, no, we're not fucking. I'm going to say that's the same. They just must be from there. This gets like over Massachusetts, a lot of kids. Even with Mexico. I went to the flag of the Mexican about the so that's what he said. And so in my age, kind of like the teachers were sort of asked me to like, yeah, we did five, so talking about that. So my year decided to not back. I'm not going to fight against him, but I'm not going to the point where that happened other last year. So he can so there's another account and the doctor keep that is I have reached out.
You reached out.
The thing is, Adam has a huge following. That just massive account. Where he plays a lot of like these quality watch.
You know his username to pull it up.
I want to emphasize this. You
want to get the cloud.
Yeah, they all are a whole lot. They log it. Don't fucking have that. So, anyways, he has this huge following. No, it's luxury cars, watches, chocolates, even posted and will not be just cars, and so when
Oh yeah, I saw that photo.
for the article, right? So I reached out like 2 years ago to him to see if he wanted to do the movie. Because I was about to go to that and on the trip. And then he probably like March after the movie. And I must have not even found it. And the baby was fine. We talked to him. We found that it was analyzed. He is got so he was asking like, hey, do you really need to and I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, I don't like those kind of guys, but I'm living with my enemies in the class. So like, was like, I was gonna hold them or like, I don't have any contact with contact with me. Yes, and don't have right. So I'm like, well, I'll do so. What's up? And I'm like, well, can you give me a copy? So that was good. In person, I wanted to be present. It was like, dude, I can promise you that I'm gonna be around. Because he was us. It was like, okay, so let's do a video call, an interview, and because actually, at the time, got over. So he laid out all these photographs. Which told me about he was 2 years ago, he was a wrestler. He got into a conflict with that person who was out with his head. He was so they arrested him. And there was these mugshot that we had also. Files that that's the Mexican mugshot. It's all good. You can see that's El Swaga. Yeah, that's it.
Look at that haircut.
Yeah, dude.
He's punching all that little Steve.
You have these
Oh shit, he got beat up, huh?
he really beat up. His nose like this. Yeah,
Contract.
he was he told me that they were calling him. So they were out of the contract at second. They were driving back to and they get stopped by 6 and 7. He's like, his friend was like, well, fucking start with that. He's like, no, that's not started. I mean, but he's like, why are they stopping us? He's like, no, we won. We won. He's like, I don't know, but he's stopping to this guy. Yeah. So he's like, when I flew over, this guy, or whatever, jumps out people with his fucking gun and starts shooting at him. But these guys start shooting as well. And they made a couple of killings, and then he killed like you. He tried to run. Just that, and I liked him. He was moved to a Nazi school prison, but I was like, dude, I just what? It was good. I won 3 of the 3 of the top 10. But when I told the story, they hard pushback and Mexican government said no, he is before. The chief of police of Korea, she told me like I personally told him twice. How old you is? Who helped you? Now the whole again is he's out. I just FaceTime. Yeah, sure. FaceTime. I don't want to talk to but two people. But so that you show up for fresh. You show up and the whole court declared non-traffic. They couldn't find it. And I was like, of course, they couldn't fucking find it because he's out. Right. That's proof that he's out. And they were like, no. And then he put out a presser. My sort of bullshit. You know, the word that covered his fault. But that was happening. The police said, if you feel about you know that
So it's just like Rabbi Data. Yeah, he got arrested. Okay.
and he's out. He's out. And now the people search, research website. You can search for people arrested. So you can look for where he was arrested, like who, what time, who's the possible person for that stuff. Right. So the video for this guy, it all says arrested, no time, no place, no agency is authorized. No it's so what do you think?
Yeah, but aren't they kind of like the same? Don't they have the same kind of power?
In the organization, they come to kind of the same power, but their organization has each of the police that was not even close to the Chinese right to use yeah. Not really, because when you are with customers, you are used after you was I see. It's too hot. Yeah. Yeah, that's another
They don't have as much.
yeah. So yeah, that was another cool interview from this you
It's crazy the mindset of kids like this. He's 24 years old, and he thinks it's cool to be called play.
dude, yes, I mean isn't it like on the interview I asked him why did he call you they're not he was like because I swear when you go to high school no one's like that's what I'm when I was going on, there was this group, and most police, she had this group for having some bad misconduct. They were here for, I mean, and she had that this medical story. She was arrested in cold nothing. When she was arrested, because he was the answer, right? She was couldn't tell from the US, whatever before that. She was the first one of the first Chicago that was super flashy and she soldiers. He called watchers, landlords, whatever. He even goes to personal employees of the Palestine. There's a photo of the Palestinian convention. The Palestine huge, huge. And it was arrested. He started cooperating with the opera house into feedback. And then he started looking into shopping centers. Some say he was kidnapped under the intention, some others say he escaped and not like now you're admit. And so that's the story of both. So these answers, they were really flashy stuff. A lot of people start like the people use them. So it's not like he's like he doesn't really so he has someone to plan these guys to he has so many people that have that easy. You know, it's a good result. That's what he had. They were friends. Oh, really? They were starting together, trying to be and this guy, he's another big head. He's beautiful. Told him, like, you know what? You're not going to need a lot of money. You have these neck people. You look at people like that. I know how we're done. They work for us. And we fund them. You know, the keys, 2 buses, or so much. Go out with them. Work with them. Exactly the same. He was like, yes, you need to listen to those guys. I say all those stuff to them. And I started making shit. So going out, and then started going over there and people. And then he went to work with they also called him out. Okay, I'm gonna go fight that night. So he said, oh, he worked with them, and also it's like, hey, he's worked with me. And then the meeting started with us. So it's like this culture of these burritos, they're basically the songs, right? They're like famous songs about the legendaries, drug research. Yeah, they're a lot like so like there's this culture of who are as being cartel members or person of power in Mexico, driving the trucks, driving Lambos, having guns, and they market it almost to the youth of Mexico, really young kids. It's like, wow, these people, they have this power, they have these great cars. And then the barrier to entry is like you have to become a killer. Like you have a young 12, 13, 14-year-old, if you want to be in a cartel, you have to show us you can kill. Is that sort of like how they bring them in? And people are like, I didn't want to believe that the music has the power to bring someone to kind of be part of that. I felt like it was almost like when we Columbine,
They blended on there.
that night, that was like in but the stage of the day, particularly in Mexico, we was kind of telling me as it was, right? This is got in terms of the music that they have. So like they want to be one of those fucking guys. And he even uses a name that has to do with a viral infection. Or the anthrax that they have. So a lot of these kids, they work for that. You know, it's not the money. It's for like being aiming and having their own people. We get what has a good everybody looked like no one real human being, right? Until Pensacola started singing about it. Everyone wants to be a different. If you go into my Instagram, I have a photo of his class, and the comments, it's like, Fritellini, yeah, man, O'Leary's the real dude, and blah, blah, blah. Everyone's like, you know, super excited about that. And they're like,
Yeah, but like the difference between those guys and these guys are trying to get people to have fame, they have money, they want to like, they're coming from nothing.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, these shooters at these schools like Columbine, right? These guys were complete antisocial, had no friends, who knows, I don't know if they were on depressants or whatever, and these religious fanatics want to come out with claiming that Marilyn Manson was the Antichrist and this is God. These guys knew they were down exactly right. It was a suicide.
Absolutely. I'm not saying it was the at all. It's absolutely different with the motivation.
And Marilyn Manson's interview with the guy who made Columbine, Michael Moore, he asked Marilyn Manson, if you can talk to these kids, you say one thing to these 2 guys who killed everybody, what would you say to them? Marilyn Manson's response was, I wouldn't say a word to them. He's like, I would ask them questions. Yeah. And that's what that was for.
Exactly. So basically saying like these kids were hurt for these
right. So it's not like that.
They don't probably the same shit. I mean I love it, but probably a kid because again these whole story about these kids not having a chance and being covered and like this is the you know that probably happens with a different
No, Chuck started by killing people, right? He was originally just a fucking
yeah. These guys, these are city kids. They're not late for it. They're middle class. They can go to school. These kids are not like that was all nothing. They actually were looking for that. They were looking for that. And it's like, why? Why? Probably because how we all put these guys in front of these guys like are mean to we kind of confidence and all these guys. And that is exactly why I'm thinking that it's like this. I want to taking down human, right? So what they face, what art. Kind of like we all listen to the Korean. What the Koreans are kind of say? He's a skiller, he's a good man, he's a good heart, but he can take shit that he kills a lot of men, and if you cross his path, he's going to drop you a fucking ass, whatever. Let's see that he's bravado and actual man. That he's cool, and he's fine, that if you cross that way, you have mercy. And it's like, you don't. These people are bad in the fucking hand, right? They're fucking killers. They don't give a shit. They no fucking drugs. They're doing a lot of like crimes that are affecting us, all of us. And they face also knowledge. They face living their lives. They face living like you see, like I asked them, why would you be open to share about certain things? And he told me like, well, I don't share these things. I don't share like stuff that's like what I share is my luxury. It's not about it, but because that's why I think then what's it? It's great. But let's not understand that he was like, okay, he's the expert. He chose keep his hands off. But he doesn't show that. What he shows is his luxury. And that's not because in his hand, doing what he does for the money, he's shot. And so if he can show that it makes no sense.
Yeah, it's like it's making a name for himself and so it's symbolic and how they careers made after that. They live on beyond. They get more of this Rebo or these great drugs that have these 6 people to these guys. People there to party. It's insane. I mean, it's a lot of other people. I don't know what's going to happen with finance. It's going to also include Mexico. Mexico and so that's needed for even Africa. Yeah. And he closed his Instagram for a couple of weeks using the option and he caught all of it. One of your stories that terrifies me the most is the story of this type of software. Yes. How did you first come to learn about the software and explain what it is?
Again, it was an anonymous tip first. One of the sources we're talking about is like, hey, you need to know about these software that next people are using. And I'm sharing it with you because I think you want to software to find out more about it. And I can tell you a lot of stuff about these guys for these tools. But basically, Thailand, what it is a Mexican development software. That is like a mega database for a lot of Mexican databases. Like the Mexican would like the phones, keeping mobile and other user accounts. Most of the time, probably all of them. Credit scores, like criminal background, and also has the ability to live tracking. And it is as easy as to enter a full name or what we call in Mexico an MFS, which is your business activities, or a phone. And by doing that, this resource offered me login to go inside the credit card. It was my real fucking easy to just enter, ask permission for them. And here's info, and it gave me several sheets of like sources called weeks of loss. And then these database needs like this call clauses to try to identify like how close the people he's talking to are to like you can tell probably that because it's not. Because he calls like 100 calls or security background, background check, his license plate, his personality, address, access to the view, Mexico license, what else? It was like a bunch of like shit with the phone number, uh, and a list of the last hour location, every 15 what was the last hour, last time. So you can track where it was. Instead, you can access these live locations. What is one of the issues which is a mobile protocol used by companies, mobile companies all over the world, so they can communicate with each other. Without this protocol, if I have a Verizon have AT&T, you wouldn't be able to communicate with each other. That's why you can communicate with people in China, Mexico, whatever. So these protocols why this for a while because it's super easy to access this protocol without any malware. And in Mexico, they use that. There is anti-monopoly law that basically bans a single mobile phone company to own the whole registry or the spectrum for the use of mobile communication rates. What it does is that you and I can set up a local company in Mexico, right? You can show us, they can say, right, we're going to start with Diet Jones, it's super easy to approve, and you will have to pay the rent for access to this product. That you pay that to the biggest companies because it's cheaper than to get one people own. That you own. So, okay, you license. Yeah, you pay for license. AT&T, you can use that. So, so a lot of criminals and a lot of like security software shaped companies are accessing this SSL. And through that SSL protocol, they can pinpoint what you're at. Run. Without even intending the malware or whatever, it's just default because that's access to a protocol that every user in mobile phone can. That's what it is. Shit. And you on the world. All my article, my story about news, the legal research, I do on the Facebook. The US government asking questions and whatever. It was just too messy to say that it works all over the world. So I proved that actually with all my own devices it works. It works through SS7, or it also works through a different way of doing things, which is that
Oh, that is so funny. Oh, that is so funny. Oh, I love you. Froggy Ranger, the Twitter and Blue Sky background is very funny. Twitter has an over button to scale back the picture. Blue Sky has one really a proliferated bot promoting the Discord of the world's craziest jet. I love you. I fucking love you. That makes my day. That is so fucking funny, dude. Oh my word, it was fucking funny.
I think the video, is how the stream
Attention. Please read the attachment. Please test it. The biggest pick of all time is live stream. Please join the Discord. The visibility points number one. Please share to be a trillionaire. What is that? What? What is that? I'd be like, oh,
okay, so this is
ouch, son.
yeah, that's most of them come from that's how it's your role. So now, Pakistan was developed by a proper known development software provider artificial means. But what's the final hardware between what's officially a private government?
Yeah, it's like 200 grand. Okay, so like something. But then they have 0-day export. So it's not like you can click on a link. You can just basically send it to somebody and it automatically corrects it. They don't click shit.
Definitely more aggressive, definitely more access. I mean, gives you more access to your device by just using it for something else. You should talk about that. But the thing I'm more thankful about this thing is that it is not minor that officially the economy. This is highly overly, highly shady. There's no information is behind this shit. You know, it's a single developer in Mexico. That's kind of people say like, okay, well, the Mexican payment, the Mexican border ID, they have a lot of fire there. So it creates almost impossible to actually show that like strong malware. So the thing is a malware is corruption, right? So you pay someone in to let to give you the whole access to help them with database. Same with phone and that's what we should be working. This is, I spoke to the developer. He said, my intention to do was to put access to tracking. But I know that use that. This one, you should propose see the stakeholder that says, okay, the license is super cheap, it's $1,000. You can find $1,000. I paid up my account, and keep access to my agents. You can work through property platform. But I should rent it, I'm going to rent it out to create it. To people who use it, actually pay track of the whole scope of the citizens. That's what it's true. That's what we want to see is keep
If you just had people in Mexican law enforcement or military on licensing the software out to the cartels.
this is the biggest group that Mexico's working on this way. They want to have that. You only have access to this kind of shit by invitation to a WhatsApp group. So if this WhatsApp group happens there's 4 or 5 different admins, it's a mix between state police commander and hotel manager. In the concept that will give you access to this WhatsApp group, where you have access to the technology, to signal blockers, to shutdown labs, to passport shooters, like US passports, which are like, they're kind of different, right? A lot of things. You have different identities. It's wild. It's fucking wild.
Yeah, that's what you were telling me the guy you used me to.
Fernando,
Fernando, he was telling me how when he was a guy up there, they would bring you to the house, they would have a whole team of clothes for you, think you look like a fucking worker.
Yeah.
They would create you a brand new passport, you get across the border.
he has it. Even kids, you see, wrote that tweet I sent earlier. They're even telling me, what is this, bro? This is the farm that they had into drones. Even one of the selling points is like, they had a hanger for your drones. You got all in
God. So the DJI little consumer drones you can buy on Amazon and Best Buy, they carry these things, and you just drop a drone bomb.
Yeah, dude, this is the kind of shit they're selling in this WhatsApp groups. Bombs, dude. 22,000 passengers. $1,000.
And who is getting these bombs?
This concept is this WhatsApp group.
Well, these bombs, the Mexican military is getting them and selling on the black market cheap like that.
Yes, exactly. Yes. These kind of like like high level brand. It's a car. It's a about it's car is pretty expensive.
Star,
And this is car all covered in gold, right? There's gold in the other magazine, and the gold, yeah, it's ridiculous.
what was that thing you were showing us earlier? That something thing that looked like
Oh well, that gun, that's one of the single, signals that
a signal
they
change.
use that against OTLs, right? Because if the police of the town,
Yeah.
the police of the town has drones, bombing, they bomb, well, you need protection against that. But you also need protection against the government drones that are looking at the truth. So they in the same group, they will sell these countries. So you can block.
And how does this thing right here work?
It's basically a instructor that blocks the signal of your drone. So you have a drone that is communicating to GPS to control whatever. As soon as you fire this shit, it blocks the signal of that basically shuts off your drone. So it blocks. It's so wild that a lot of like police didn't even know that this is happening. That these blocks have heroes. Because this world is so small, the criminal world is so small that one time there was a bar in the sports he worked for the Mexican military. So this other bar was in and the Russia Rabbi had access to him, not how the Russians did it more. But someone takes it to prepare a mocktail. It looked like super high tech and it's not the regular night. It looked like it's really something and we're like really expensive. They found those ships to have the thousand heck. This like 10 I'm like, dude, this looks like something really feel about. So I was like, do you guys do what you're doing? So what's happening? He looks at it and he just pale. He's like, where did you get this? I'm like, that's all it's telling us. He's like, no, can you use your phone? I'm like, oh, what happened? But no, just send me a photo of it. Screenshot of that. And I go, all right, yeah. What happened? Screenshot of it. Oh, okay. This is like something well, that's what it was. And it was like, exactly. You could do it. Yeah. Fine. So after this, I'm like, okay, just think about that. So like, yeah, I sold these. The laptop. This is fact. They could see, it's like, I'm pretty sure they've seen it. And they have a mind where they're going to see whatever. To work on where it's on something. And he's telling this shit to the police. So I was like, oh, okay, about that. Yeah, like these more ways to so they're sourcing from the future and the future. Yeah, the sourcing from everywhere. He was really research.
These are all IDs and passports.
U.S. That's important. They are not. Have all of it on the scene.
How much money, what percentage of the revenue that these cartels are bringing in is from smuggling people over the border?
Right now, though, that is huge. These smuggler industry that flyers is became totally flexible. But they are making more money from smuggling people than from smuggling people. So it's like they're working kind of rapidly without huge just for a simple man, just to get them across the border, literally over and down the wall, they're charging $1,800 for a single. If you're moving the whole family, then we ask you to go to New York. Then you rent the whole fucking thing.
Now, they didn't drive to fucking New York.
Yeah, dude, I mean, they pass, they pass, only one checkpoint circle in my life, 20 miles from the border, and they get past using different tricks.
Check this video, Steve. This video is watched. Just listened to it this morning. It looks like these guys are somehow like they're tying this shit around those.
Oh, that's right.
They're making, what is it? They're widening the bars and breaking them.
They're cutting off the.
They're sawing those bars off.
You'll see it.
There it is. Is this the Trump wall?
Yeah.
They're just waving at the cameraman.
Yeah, dude. They're loud. Look at it. They're doing. It's a joke. Look at this. And again, they really have flash. I mean, yeah, look at these kids. I mean, they're not the fucking threat. They are not. These guys are like.
So these guys are coyotes.
These guys are crazy. That's exactly what happens with most of the current policy.
How recent was this? Can you look at the tweet to see what this was or where this was? Like where specifically on the border was this?
December 11th.
This was posted. Okay, this was posted a week ago. It's the cartel is on the border now.
And it's pretty obvious. I mean, what has happened before the whole attacks, right? Nothing really. I mean, a lot of Mexicans were coming in and back out. They were like going across the world and then back to Mexico, then back the next day. But when you put in place the terrorist policies, when you put crocodiles and crazy shit, cartels are going to back them. They can make money. They're going to make a lot of money. And you make them powerful by trying to stop migrants from reaching the border, not have the system in place. You make them weak. If the borders were open, as people say, like they're wide open, well, who's going to charge for a wide open border? No one would be making money. You'll face a lot of us, like a mess. Migrants will immediately, that's the thing. No one will leave money. The position will be back. But when you close the place, really close the first place to the hard and push people to multiple places, in the desert, through the sea, across a huge network, under time, that's where they got a chance. And they're going to become more and more powerful. The money the harder it is to do it, the more money they can make. Absolutely.
And then you can just shove a couple kilos in a backpack and walk across the border legally like this.
Yeah, what I did. Again, the migrants are not breaking drugs. The cartel didn't work with them. They don't put two agents in that. If you go into CBP, and I really ask all people to do that, open information. Go to CBP.org and look for the statistics on seizures, right? How much drugs is being seized to the ports of entry and in between the ports of entry, into the desert and Florida. 99.8% is seized on ports of entry. On proper ports of entry, like shipping ports. Not like the regular bridges. Deep commercial criminal deep. 99.8%. Very little drugs are being smuggled in between. It's risky to do that. Right. We need a full border package. Like when the CBP officers are taking a long time checking and that's making huge fucking on the bridge. That's what they so these holiday seasons starting in December, a lot of Mexicans going to the US to buy gifts for Christmas, right? So border waiting times are like fucking $3, $4, $5. You have to stand in line for that's what the guys take advantage of. There's a lot of cars. They have no cameras. They need one car. They have to being the cars.
Fernando was telling me there was a system in place. I'm not sure if it's still in place where people, citizens of Tijuana, actually have their programs where they can cross the border every day to go to work in the U.S. in San Diego or something like that.
It's a border crossing.
They
Which, I mean, again, it's the reward of right? I mean, you're perfectly legal to
You're a Mexican citizen, but you work in the U.S. I heard this guy, John Mearsheimer, is doing a podcast on Flex Freeman. He's talking about immigration. And basically, John Mearsheimer is making the point that the two main things for a country to become powerful are there's two proxies. One is GDP, and the second one is population. And he's making the argument that like people in the U.S., Americans, young Americans, they aren't making babies like they used to. And he's saying that the immigration of people from South America and Mexico is a good thing because they're still making babies and they're still crossing the U.S. So we want more people. More people is good, and more people with a higher GDP.
Yeah, definitely. If you actually have a problem to make these people enter the workforce legally, right?
Yes.
If you make these people enter the workforce, then yeah, you have a lot of people working, moving money, you have a lot of population. When you remove the fourth race about, if you have a country just as white people, then you don't take it like interest and say like, well, they don't. Let's just count for the white people that have that doesn't work. Right? If you take into account all the immigrants, so like, okay, let's make these people work and make them get into the workforce. And you definitely have the workforce. You have everything taxes, buying shares, buying cars, all this stuff.
Well, the biggest thing is like they don't punish. I don't know exactly what the system is, but I don't. The people who run big companies that hire these immigrants, they know they have tons of legal immigrants working for them, and they pay them cash, and don't pay them a lot of money. So they're fucking they could. That's why Mexico is our biggest trading partners. Because we put 90% of our manufacturing in Mexico, and we get it dirt cheap.
Yeah, I mean, again, this country is not the hands of bad politicians. It's the hands of fucking robbers that are owning huge companies. They're stealing from them. They're doing all this crazy fucking shit, like outsourcing for cheapest fucking labor. That's everyone but only their own country.
So whose fault is that? Is that the guy who's trying to work to pay his family and he's not a citizen, so he has to be paid cash, but he's providing all this labor, he's working harder than any fucking other person on the job site, whatever it may be. Is it their fault? Or is the fucking guy who owns the company? He knows he's getting this shit for 50 cents on the dollar.
Or Red America, right? But these fucking dogs, they own the country. They're doing all this crazy shitty policies for their own fucking benefit, still for the demise of the whole country. I'm pretty sure that any politician, call it Biden or call it Trump, we're well educated enough to know what's better for our country. But they are in fucking habits of corporate. They're going to do that shit. They're going to tell you like, oh, you want what's best for our country? Let's outsource everything to China. Let's outsource everything to Mexico. And let's let these illegal immigrants work legally get paid cash instead of like actually putting them to workforce and make them pay taxes on our labor because we're benefiting the country, right? And then they're going to be legal. So it's a win-win. The only one losing is the owners of that company. They're going to have to pay taxes of employees and all that shit. But they don't want to do that. Yeah, because they want to earn these extra fucking pennies.
Yeah, the politicians, all they want to do is they're going to do whatever it takes to stay in power.
It's not power. Yeah. I mean, these guys, corporate America, call it corporate cartels, American cartels. They work as fucking cartels. So it's exactly the same shit. Right? And
It's within legal boundaries. There's a machine, a mechanism in America that allows this stuff to work legally. And I mean, senators and politicians they're basically prostitutes to big organizations, pharmaceutical or whatever it might be.
That's what's happening in this country. We talked about this yesterday. This is for like this country that manages to every 80, 70, 50, 100 to the groups that these fucking people, like benefit people have. They kind of like take everything for granted. But when these countries that their level of comfortable is being just our opinion is naturally optimistic. We're feeling that we're doing better at the administration every year. We now have trains, we now have electricity, we now have whatever. Market is going to share. While this country, the opinion usually goes like that. So the country goes like this. It always comes up first, right? And it's because people still we have ability to turn the field. And to say like, okay, it's not Biden, it's not Trump, it's not the market, it's a fucking corporation. Let's switch that up. And it gets a lot of sacrifices for people, right? Like economic passion and like that shit. But it works. And these people use it stuff. That's different. That's cool.
Well, bro, I always enjoy these conversations with you. Your flight is coming soon. We gotta get you out of here. But I enjoyed that. Where do you envision the next? Where do you envision the dynamic playing ground of the cartels in Mexico going and the factions? Where do you think this is going to be?
The next country is going to be definitely interesting because the whole playground is going to be interesting. Everybody's going to be that's it. We're talking, we're trying, and this is the really to watch all these people without hands. I'm pretty sure that we're going to start seeing all the kids in the streets of these people. It's not the first time. It happened before. And that happened before when all the hotels were the vaccine blocks after Pablo's collapse. They all were snitching, talking, playing their cards, and killing each other on conditions. But this is what is going to happen. Eventually, it's not probably based on the West Coast, but the next breakdown for these guys is in the next 5 years, because you're going to have the trial of the how we wanted to reach people was probably somebody that was killed in Mexico. Then you're going to have the Mayos, then you're going to have new players like the Channel, the other going to have me, Damasos, all these people that are in these sectors. 3 out of the 4 people Mayos. Watch of people and the security chiefs, probably going to be sweet. Damasos is going to be so everybody's going to be at least out of the order and cooperate with the whole thing.
Well, I'll be following you closely. Again, tell everybody where to watch your videos and read your Substack and all that.
Subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm gonna expand my YouTube channel, hopefully making more consistent, breaking each before and legacy media. I'm trying to make the deal with your help, of course. Hoping I will launch with some good stuff. I'm very bad at asking for songs.
Oh yeah. So I'll link you below. And thanks again, man. I'll get you back in here sometime next year. All right. Bye, world. We were recording a little Patreon episode before you got in here. And we were watching the video of the deans at Harvard talking about they're saying that Jews is not considered hate speech at your university. Just like, well, not unless you conduct the project.
You have to actually commit it, which I pointed out in the tweet. I was like, so it's impossible for an individual or even like a campus to have a gender. Just as a group of all people, right? Exactly. But you can call for it, right? You can call for the goodness, but Armenians should not be, people from Tennessee should not go out to this. It's shitless. And if you're doing that, so that speech. But then they're saying that speech is okay as long as you don't actually go out and kill everyone. But imagine trying. So why don't you kill everybody? You know, it's really nuts. It's showing more people. So universities have gotten so.
You see what Dave Portnoy said about that? Dave Portnoy came out and said that he wanted to run one of the shows on TV. So he basically like, I'm no longer we're not gonna hire any students from the universities until this dean step down.
Yeah, I mean, it's going around saying it's actually a good thing. My university is very prestigious, but it's not as prestigious as Harvard. And that's a good thing because the more prestigious the university, the more the president wants to keep her job. And the more she wants to keep her job, the more dangerous it is for the university. So these universities, forget about that, they've lost the nations and stuff like that. Those universities have a combined $120 billion endowment. They don't need donations. They need donations. If you give them $100 million, their net worth goes up by one tenth of 1%, right? So this is not something that really affects them. But
So what's going on?
why? I think that they are so incredibly beholden to not offending, which I think is very demeaning towards Muslims, that they can't say that these certain things are off limits. They can't say certain types of speech. Just like Jews wouldn't go around and say we call for the complete liquidation of all Palestinians from Israel. That's something we would ever condemn. So, it's called making principles of the community. Like, you can have free speech. By the way, free speech applies to the government. The government of the United States cannot impinge upon your free speech. It can't compel us to say something. But campuses compel us to say stuff all the time. Because it's not a free speech, it's not truly subject to the First Amendment, because they're not the government, even at a public university. And then people try to say, well, no, they get government funding, but there are a lot of professors that don't get government funding. So what do you do in that situation?
They can inhibit free speech very easily by you basically can lose your livelihood or you can lose your job or your tenure or whatever. It's the same thing with the internet. People self-censor because they don't want to be kicked off YouTube.
That's right. Yeah. So the more prestigious you are, the less likely it is that you can be able to end your job. This woman, Claudia Gay, first of all, for her scholarship, she's a president of the dean.
Oh, she's a
correct you. You like me saying, this is just a little YouTube channel, right? This is a huge YouTube channel. You're the founder. Although I have to say, when I was invited on the show, it's called Company. So
yes,
now it's not called Company.
Yes, we have more than 10,000 subscribers. So,
oh, really?
Yes.
I think you're allowed with it.
So yeah.
But no. The titles are very important for academics. See, we don't get paid that much. We don't get too much fame. We don't get too much attention. Some get more than others, but academics really rely on one type of currency for their existence, for their self-gratification. And that's how many times they get cited by other egg-headed academics like that. And to do what the president has been accused of, and it seems very credible. In fact, she's already going back and retracting these papers and having them re-edited. It's very scary, right? Because there used to be a saying in the Soviet Union, I don't know if there's some pictures, like Lenin, Stalin, this Trotsky, this other guy on a bridge, and like in the 1930s, and then they redid this picture and they edited out this guy. And in the 1930s, and it looked flawless as if you did it with Photoshop, but of course, yes, 80 years before Photoshop existed. So they just, so in the Soviet Union, there was a joke. They used to say, the future is known. That communism is the future is bright and glorious, but the past was always changing. So they go back and erase things from history. So literally what she's having these journals do, which is unprecedented, in some cases decades later, the president of Harvard, I couldn't get this done, I'm just a low-key tenured professor, right? The president of Harvard has convinced the journals that published her academic papers, which are now being cited for plagiarism. There's a claim that she plagiarized, she stole work from other people, which is fine to do, not even stealing if you quote it and you say, Brian Keating wrote this, Daniel Jones wrote that, and you put quotes around it. But if you say, like, your greatest hit, buying a Lamborghini for $4.1 million, whatever, like, and I just put I change it, I put Brian Keating video, buying a Lamborghini, I could only put, that's wrong. That's objectively intellectually dishonest. But then to have YouTube go back and erase that you made that you did this interview with CIA spy or NASA, for the whistleblower. If you were to do that and go back and just erase it, that you never did it, I did it. It's very scary. It's rewriting of history.
Yeah.
What else do we have? We don't have our memories. So yeah, it's a very depressing time to be an academic. In part, that was the reason that I wanted to, play around with what Jordan Peterson was doing at Peterson Academy. which is a for-profit university, but with a cost to the consumer of less than 10% of a traditional university degree, and accredited eventually, although not yet. Chicken or egg things that you have to graduate a college class. Like people have to get their degree from Peterson Academy, University of Austin, Texas. They have to get their degree before the university itself becomes an official university. Does that make sense? So it won't be accredited. I don't know if you went to college or not, but I went to college, I went to undergraduate. It was an accredited undergraduate institution. I got my degree, Bachelor of Science, and so I can get my PhD also accredited. For new universities, it's a little tricky. You have to go through certain hoops through legislation, so that just everybody can't open their own university and charge people for tuition for degrees.
Right.
So academia has been really under attack. I mean, it's been bad for a long time. The so-called diversity, equity, inclusion, or as I call it, diversity, inclusion, equity, and that makes it DIE, is this, it is a impingement upon free speech. So for these people to all of a sudden discover the newfound love for free speech, it's kind of surprising, because some of these people are some of the most oppressive of ideas that they disagree with, and control the speech on campus extremely strictly until October 7th. When October 7th happened, and Jews were massacred in their beds and kibbutz and Talmudists were kidnapped for the first time in their life. There's no record of babies, when they say babies, a couple months old, as in captivity in Hamas territory in Gaza. It never happened in human warfare, modern warfare, and that this is accepted. And the day after this happened, on my campus and other campuses, students celebrated. They actually were concerned about the people of Gaza and Palestinians, and said that the martyrs had done great good in the Hamas terrorism.
People on your campus?
On my campus.
What were they doing specifically?
So they said they had rallies in support of the quote-unquote martyrs. These are students for justice in Palestine. They're on every campus, maybe on campuses. Some campuses have actually evicted them. Columbia University, Brandeis, recently Rutgers University has been from campus. They have different affiliations. Some have groups like CARE, which is found to be extremely problematic, and support for the October 7th military attack. Anyway, so these campuses have become really intolerant. In fact, at my campus, this is San Diego, we had a rally outside of the student senate, some undergraduates voting on whether or not they should condemn anti-Semitism. In other words, all your fellow students got gathered around and they said, we want to make a condemnation because there's been so much anti-Semitism since and before October 7th. We had a swastika written in student feces in one of our dormitories at UC San Diego. This was almost barely mentioned during the Students for Justice in Palestine have a week every year. They call Israel an apartheid state, and other slackers. But anyway, they had this event that happened. That's why they said it was created by them, but it happened at the time they had these events. So the student senators decided we're going to have a forum, a referendum, and just say we condemn anti-Semitism. Well, outside that meeting, there were students wearing keffiyehs, the Palestinian garb, and others, and they hoisted the flag of ISIS. They hoisted the Shahada, the flag that represents ISIS, in front of where these senators, to my knowledge, none of them are actually Jewish. Some are Asian, some are American, some whatever. None of them are Jewish, but they hoisted this flag in front of where they were holding this meeting. Clearly meant to be. Nothing was done to them. You can come to meetings now wearing full head coverings, unless you wear the wrong one. So you can wear a complete keffiyeh that covers your head, but I guarantee you, if somebody showed up with a KKK clan hood, they would be escorted immediately, as they should be.
Right.
You don't have to host people in your campus. I came into the studio and I said, my First Amendment right has me to be able to say whatever I want and start to talk about the KKK. It's a private organization. You don't have to have certain principles that protect your decorum and what you expect the people to come on here and come into your private place of business or even in public spaces. So campuses have become real kind of centers for a lot of extreme repugnant views, and not just, and very far away from the academic space. Divided campuses.
It makes me wonder too, when you look at history and like how much are these students being influenced by? Where is their influence coming from? You always wonder, like, is it coming from an outside influence, just trying to sow chaos within the United States. And do people really believe this? Because these people are so disconnected from what's going on in that part of the world. Like they have no fucking clue. We're surrounded by 6,000 miles of ocean in both directions. Like we have it so good here. Yeah. So good here. And you can't begin to fathom what it must be like to live in that part of the world that's just been torn by war and religion for so fucking long.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, you see people, protesting the LGBTQ organizations protesting on behalf of Hamas. I mean, these are things that don't make sense because their views are antithetical. Like, try finding, when was the last Pride parade held in Gaza? I just looked up the it never happened, right? Whereas in Israel's a parliamentary democracy. So they have vote, they have all different parties. They have an Arab party, there's Arabs on their Supreme Court, meaning Palestinians, people that are Israeli citizens that served in their military. I was just there in September. I spent time with a man whose father's 26. He's a Bedouin, Muslim Bedouin from Tiberias, and his father's been in the IDF for 26 years. No problem. He's devout, practicing Muslims. Okay. To say that there's like ethnic cleansing and apartheid, it's just such a lie. In South Africa in the 1970s, they didn't have blacks in the policy. They didn't have a parliament that has LGBTQ party. There's a party of that. There are parties of atheists, there are parties that are religious. It's one of the most diverse and multicultural societies on earth, and it's in the most dangerous part of the world. And the Jews have lived a complete, kind of abject, fear for decades. And this is not to deny that Palestinians should have a moment of their own. I've never claimed that. I've never said that they shouldn't. But by the same token, you look at, things on October 6th versus October 7th. How could you possibly, see how you can make an agreement to live in peace side by side with these, people from Palestinian territories who now support? They're more supporters already yesterday of Hamas in the West Bank than in Gaza. By a proportion. Yeah. So these are the people that Israel's going to come to peace with. I think it's going to be extremely challenging. I think Israel has huge breakdowns in their society and internally, but then democracy and these things will get worked out. But the campus culture has gotten so it's become so virulent with these ideas of much that they propagate in a mind virus that things you could not get someone to believe in unless they were influential. There's this phrase that Lenin used to use called useful idiots. Yeah, there were people that could do good because they were stupid and easy to do. But I came up with a phrase that's called useless geniuses. We have all these brilliant people on campus, like the father of string theory, or one of the modern fathers of string theory, Edward Gibbon. For the until October 7th, until just this Sunday, he had his Twitter feed. And if you look at his Twitter feed, essentially every single tweet about it was about how evil Israel is, and how just the Palestinians are, and how Israel is basically in apartheid state.
Oh, is that talking about?
Edward Gibbon.
This is Twitter?
That's Twitter. I didn't realize. Yeah. And so I make jokes like, no wonder string theory hasn't been any progress. Because there's this guy who's a foremost proponent and champion of string theory, and he's obsessed with this. He's a Jew. He's obsessed with alleged atrocities that Israel is committing. He's got time. So I'm hoping for string theory. Maybe string theory is about to make a revolution. Because maybe he's gotten back his moral intellectual data. But until then, the speech called a lot of times the smartest meeting right. Yeah. And he believed things that were just completely, just absolutely just making sense. And it takes sometimes an intellectual to believe it.
That's funny. So before you got here, I told you this was a Patreon episode, and I called up Jack Sarfati, and I said, Jack, he's a friend of mine now. After I've been visiting him, I wish there were people like him. I said, Jack, I've watched 10 videos on string theory this morning. Can you explain to me what string theory is better than his YouTube videos can? His answer was, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's art. It's mathematical art.
I saw his interview for Jack's a problematic person in a lot of ways. He's extremely obstreperous and he loves to cause trouble. Copies me into emails I've asked him to maybe 100 times. I'm like, how does it possibly expect to revolutionize technology and physics if you don't understand how to use pieces? I would just love that. One of my friends who, I won't say who it is, so every time Jack sends an email, this guy sends him a link to donate to Camelot Air School. Sosa, he's asked it 4 times, but I won't do it. And then there's always a new threat, and he changes his email address. So it's like every day, this guy's getting a new email from him. I actually have a block. I blocked all his emails, so Jack, if you're out there, try harder, not my phone. I think he was at UC San Diego before he was.
UC San Diego, yeah, he got his degree there. And he's not his PhD, but he got his master's in business.
Yeah. So I have no record of anything that he's done in the last 25 years or more, even that. I haven't gotten back. I believe that he was mentioned in his book by my good friend Kaiser, Physics.
Yes.
To what extent his contributions are really, recognized. I think you can look at who have gotten, these awards, who get citations, what papers have been published, what journals, and just the way that he communicates obnoxious, and the way that he criticizes very good friend. Weinstein,
he's an idiot.
He did a podcast called An Idiot in the Schmuck.
All that need to help that conversation.
I mean, you don't have to be around him, right? You're in the field, this field is right. Everyone's in the field. So,
yes, exactly. That was a fact, by the way.
Yeah, Jack, they say, let me give you a tip. They say you're the average of the 5 people you have. All everybody around you is an idiot. They're the idiot. Like, the fool at the poker table. But, God bless him. Stuff. But look, the difference between these guys, the string theorist and Eric Weinstein, and Brian Greene, Michio Kaku, Bill Julian, I'm not sure if has had they're all theorists. Okay? So they're working on theories that are by nature provisional. Every single theory is provisional. The theory of evolution is provisional. The theory of plate tectonics is provisional. In other words, it could change. I always like to bring up this idea. Like, do you believe the Earth is a sphere? I don't know if you've had flat Earth.
I have, of course.
I should have done my due diligence.
I know what a flat. Yeah, you did. No, I know it's not a perfect sphere. It's like a flat.
Well, it's pairs. It bulges at the equator. It's a little narrow at the pole. So it's kind of like a pair of. But if you believe that it's flat, you're more wrong than someone who believes it's a sphere. Even though you both are wrong, technically, right? To explain, you actually need to involve these sphere. The harmonics and even those will have some deficiency in capturing the accurate shape of the planet itself. But there's degrees of being less wrong, and then there are classifications of people who say that are not even wrong. It's close. So the question is, can a theorist really make progress? The answer is no. A theorist can't do anything. They can't do crap by themselves sitting in a room. Because for a very important reason, you may think it is the job of an experimental physicist like me or a theoretical physicist to prove something. But actually, proof in physics is completely impossible. Any physical science is impossible. There's only 2 subjects you can prove something. One is called logic or philosophy, and the other is math. Math can actually have a theorem, like 1 + 1 = 2, and it will take 200 pages to prove it from different category theory, series theory, set theory. And you can prove it multiple ways. You can prove the Pythagorean theorem in 3 different ways. But you can't prove a theory of physics, right? If I say the evolution is true, all I have to do is find one counterbalance that exists of Lamarckian genetic traits, and actually some of it, was thought to be very plausible. So, or that you find some type of creature that doesn't use DNA and only uses RNA. That's a triple. I'm making it up, but the point is, one counterexample can falsify something that's previously true, like Newtonian gravity, like Einsteinian. We don't think Einstein's the final word, right? There's no final word. There's no proof in physical science. There's only proof in a mathematical, abstract, abstruse sense, as it is, say, in mathematics and in philosophy. So for physicists that consider X, theoretical physicists know that not only is it not possible for their theory to be proven, it may not even be tested. And this is the problem with theories like that of people like Michio Kaku or Greene or Edward Witten, string theory, Jack. I have a headache.
He says, challenge any of these schmucks to debate the Salfati. They're all scared.
Oh, yeah, right. So
no one will debate it.
I'll quote what I was told once that Richard Dawkins said. I was asked to challenge that. He doesn't believe in evolution. He says, I can see how that would be an outstanding addition to your CV. But you can understand how it would be an absolutely horrendous one for you, right? So Jack's going to completely, no one's going to debate him. No one's going to, because actually,
they don't want to be associated with them.
They don't want to be associated with them. They don't take it seriously. I actually joke and I say, like, somebody comes up with it, because actually Eric Weinstein's called me up a lot recently asking about my thoughts on Rush. And, I actually haven't done my due diligence on it, so basically the last couple of weeks. And it's something I'm going to have time maybe even talk to questions. But I always ask Eric or whoever I talk to, I ask them, so what's this talking? Like how far away from complete abject unfalsifiability? Just like I got there first, I came up with this. Just the kind of grandiosity people like to. And there's many. I get emails from them every day. Professor Keaton, you're wrong. Everybody's wrong. I'm right. Let me come on the podcast. Let me write a paper with you. I'm not good at math. I mean, Jack's probably good at math, but they'll say I'm not good at math. But if you help me out, we'll share the Nobel Prize. And for I don't blame these people for having passion about these different phenomena. But look, if I ask you, Dan, I said to you, look, which is more important? Let's say Russians are there is something I don't know. I actually don't know what I think you're doing outstanding. That you don't really kind of tip your hand on what you truly believe. You're not dogmatic. You're kind of curious to hear the answer. And for me, if I ask you just point blank, I said, let's say Russia's right. What do you think is the technology that allowed these spacecraft to get here? He's claiming, as far as I understand it, he hasn't seen it, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't follow this really closely. But he's claiming that there are people in the government, our U.S. government, that have covered up the landing of spacecraft with bodies inside with some type of biologics. He's called them in congressional testimony. I've had Ryan Graves on my podcast. He's a former F-18 pilot. He's on here too. Yeah, he's great. He's a sweet guy, and I believe he's earnest in his mission, what he's trying to accomplish. And he hasn't said that. He never said that he saw these craft, these spheres. And yes, exactly. He said that he knows the pilots. They would not only see them, they see them. So in Fravor, let's just say they're all real. There's some kernel of truth. God tells you, here, Danny, boom. They're true. There's Tic Tacs. There's crash sauces. There's biologics. There's cubes of spheres and spheres of cubes. What if I asked you, Dan, what was the technology that was more important to those aliens? Was it string theory or was it metallurgy? What would you say to this? What technology enabled it more? Like, if you just had a guess, was it something like string theory or was it something like metallurgy? I would say something like metallurgy. Yeah, I mean, it's much more practical, right? There's nothing about string theory necessarily that involves anything that's a necessary condition for those aliens to get here. And yet you have people like Jack and like others. You need this warp drive, and you need this theory of physics, and Eric's theory of geometry is wrong. So to answer this question usually presupposes the fact that these distances are enormous, which is true. I mean, these distances are enormous. But the age of the universe is also quite enormous, right? So if you imagine that these craft have been traveling, if they exist, I'm not saying I actually don't think they exist, right? Rather, kind of defend that. But I think to be an intellectual, to be honest, you have to say, look, let's get the other side steelman the opponent's argument and see if that sharpens up. So from my perspective, when people resolve as a Rothschild that these things are holograms and they travel with faster than the speed of light, and they can manipulate space-time, of course, and he was on Joe Rogan speculating about this, tying in these loose notions of quantum mechanics and relativity and warp drives and all these other things.
He's a physicist too, isn't he? No. I thought he had a degree. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he's not a pilot. And I don't think that those things necessarily have favor. Oh, you're doubting the U.S. Navy better. I'm like, he has more bigger balls than I do, but doesn't mean he's like better observer and analytic when it comes to data analysis. He did an eyewitness thing. Probably most courts, eyewitness reports are replete with being completely erroneous, misinterpreted. They have famous studies where it's like Stanford says gorilla dribbling a basketball like between all these other people. Here's counting how many times somebody dribbles a basketball. The gorilla goes there. Nobody notices the gorilla. I mean, the fact that human beings are not considered as reliable as other forms of evidence in many situations leads me to say that, like, yeah, I'm just as qualified. I don't have the balls of David Fravor, Ryan Graves, my friend Mario Kleinerman, all these guys. I'm not Alex Dietrich, big balls, whatever she had, big ovaries. I don't have the courage. I didn't have the physical, mental abilities to be a pilot at their level. I find it obsessive. But okay, so I still believe it. But does that mean that you just trust whatever they say? I mean, are we in the stance? Are we going to take the stance that someone in the government is trusted? I mean, I always thought the government is to be suspicious of, right? We're covered up.
Rothschild covered up all these things, Kennedy assassination. So you can't have it both ways. I mean, at some point you have to look and say, what do the data tell us right now? And I'm always surprised in my channel how many people just assume that I'm working for big astronomy or there's some conspiracy that I'm a part of, that because I am skeptical of the existence. I'll be honest, I'm skeptical not only of the existence of alien technology, I'm fairly suspicious of the existence of alien life, which is a prerequisite for alien intelligence and technology, right? So, and I've made arguments for that with Joe Rogan and Friedman, but I'm not the final word either. So caveat emptor.
Why don't you believe that there is alien life, or you said you have some, or that you don't believe that there is alien life or intelligent alien life?
I'm careful about it. I don't say I don't believe. I say I don't believe in gravity either.
Evidence. That's right. But people like Jack Sarfati would say that there is evidence and they've seen it, and it's not something you can measure and test in a laboratory with beakers. It's something that you have to see. It's intelligence. It's police. It's investigative work. It's police work. It's something that scientists aren't going to have access to, and they won't be able to measure and detect. But it's something that exists because they've seen it, and they know that if you have a security clearance or whatever it might be, it's verifiable and it's there.
So I ask, are you Christian?
I'm not really religious.
You don't believe
I mean, I believe in God. I haven't really explored it too much. I believe in something.
Yeah.
I don't follow a strict faith.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. You're not a practice.
I don't practice, right?
But people that believe the existence of Jesus Christ, not only based on the testimonies of the New Testament, but also because they've had personal revelation or they've been saved, salvation from by works of Jesus that they ascribe to Jesus. Would you attribute those scientifically in any way? Would you say that their personal revelation of Christ, in the deepest, darkest moments, at the bottom of a bottle, at the top of the world, and never been, whatever? Is that a scientific claim or is that faith? Right. So in that sense, that's okay because faith is one thing and science is another thing. These things that they're talking about, that they've seen with their eyes and they've experienced, and there's something to cover. Those are also they're not only faith, but they're also saying they're scientific. If you're making a claim that there's objects and those objects have traveled across interstellar distances, and or as Tom DeLong told me in my podcast a long time ago, that those things have come from forwards in time and backwards, I don't fully understand. And he can't prove it, and he has no chain of evidence that traces the alien spacecraft that he claims he has on himself. He's lost the kind of provenance, as they would call it, in the so at what level do you say, well, okay, that's now you're just talking about faith, which is fine. You can talk about faith all you want, but faith is almost like taste. Like, I hate fish. There's not much. You can take me to the seafood restaurant down the street and tell me how great this thing tastes, and I'm going to say, I don't give a crap. I'm not going to eat that thing. And you could say, even as people do, it doesn't taste like fish. I'll say, you know what else doesn't taste like fish? Freaking hamburger. It doesn't taste like fish. So I'll just skip the middleman. I'll have my own hamburger, right? So there's no amount of that that will convince a person to believe based on your faith in something else, which may be very visceral to you. It may have saved your life, or it may have, made you a better man. But it doesn't have any effect on other people. And science is about the determination of rules and patterns throughout the universe that hold throughout the universe. The Precedent principle states the universe doesn't care who you are, where you are, what you're made of, what day it is. If I drop this gift, so I got you 2 books. So this is your early Christmas, because I want you to keep your anus clean.
Your anus, so
I got you.
Wow,
So
amazing.
I'm gonna share with Steve.
Oh, Steve, we can do your butthole.
That NASA's considering changing the name because it's so They've commissioned a panel. That's beautiful. They come up with the following term. So, and I'll tell you what this is. But if you look at something that is portended, sort of masquerading as something that could be scientific, forces, fields, life in the universe, all these things are contingent upon the existence of life, which is a physics question, a biology question, an evolution question. And so they're saying, here's this thing that interacts with some people, but not others. Well, that violates the Precedent principle. Sorry, but I'm going to have a big problem with you say that, there are only certain people that can experience it.
So in other words, only the people that want to believe it will see it, and only the people that already do believe it will experience it. But that's not science. It may be some cult or some new thing, and you see a lot of the same types of behavior. People get very obsessed on this cult life in their fervor for it. Jack is screaming at me, why won't you listen to me? Why won't you? And I think he's suffering a crisis of need. And that, he wants to be accepted by as many people as possible. But how's that going to happen? If you keep, solipsistically referring back to yourself, but you can only be the one that can believe you or and you're the only one that can see it. And nobody, no matter how much, will ever get to experience your perception, your taste, your experience. So I feel like it's at the highest level, it becomes pointless.
So, in your view, what do you think explains all these things like Roswell and these things that these pilots are seeing on their radars and the sightings of these bases and all this stuff? What do you deduce from that?
I don't want to avoid the question, but I say, why don't you believe in Muhammad? Why aren't you a practicing Muslim? It's not fair, right? I mean, you haven't seen evidence to believe. It's not up to you to explain why you're not a practicing Muslim, right? It's up to me, if I was proselytizing as a Muslim, to try to convince you that actually Muhammad is a prophet of this and that, and you should accept him, or Jesus, or Mohammed, whatever, right? In other words, my lack of believing it is not a statement about me, unless you say, how can I explain a billion Muslims worshiping Muhammad, Allah, and being practical? Okay, this is something that has convinced them. So now you're asking me an obvious thing, what explains all these things? Well, I don't believe that they're representative of a reproducible scientific chain of events that can be tested using the scientific method. If in fact it's true, which I don't know, but if it's true that they only reveal themselves to certain people in certain places or nuclear plants, then I have to be very suspicious of the scientists, right? I mean, I'm a father, so I have kids, and if they say well, I have an imaginary friend. Oh, what's his name? Well, you can't know, you can't experience it. So, but he's telling me to steal money from your wife. Okay, well, I'd like to know more about that because you're telling me that something is happening with something I cannot have access to because either I don't have clearance or the government's conspiring to keep me from knowing that information, et cetera, et cetera. So, what is the information that's out there? It's too hard for me to kind of assess the credibility of what's been claimed by various people. As I said, much more courageous, braver, bigger balls than I'll ever have, right? That's Rush, whoever, Fravor. But that doesn't give them any extra ability to practice the scientific method. And when I don't know, I mean, it would almost be better for me because you've investigated this more. I'll say why I think it's unlikely. I'll never say that these things, I won't even say that what they're claiming isn't correct. I'll just say you have to ascribe a probability. And to me, the probability is very low. I can't say it's zero.
That they ever saw this stuff ever happen.
That there are actually, I don't want to say that they saw it, or that there are alien spacecraft from another solar system, somewhere else in either our galaxy or another galaxy, that has been collected by human beings out there.
Right. No, I'm not saying that that's what it is. I'm saying Ryan, or the people that Ryan knows, or Fravor, the things that they saw. What would you imagine them being, based on your scientific perspective and your background? You don't think that they're in the galaxy? I don't think they are either. Okay. What do you think? What do you think the explanation for this is?
Well,
do you think that it's just a construct?
Well, so the name of my podcast called Into the Impossible. Oftentimes people think it comes from Sherlock Holmes' quote, which is that once you've excluded anything, no matter how crazy the facts that are made, no matter how impossible they are, that is the actual truth. And for me, the Into the Impossible is different from Clark. The only way to determine the limits of the possible is going to be I have to ask, what types of phenomena are possible in the laws of physics that I am very, very conversant in? And what things would go, so to speak, outside the laws of physics? You have to ascribe things to that. So, in other words, how many improbable things does one have to believe to actually accept that these things are from another galaxy? That's a separate question.
Yes.
So, what do they see? So, I will ask a different question. Say, what are plausible other explanations for what they've seen? So, here's a statistic. When the planet Venus is visible on Earth about 9 months out of the year. 3 months of the year is behind the sun. It's too close to the sun. It's emerging from Venus, so you can't see it. But 9 months out of the year. Not only in America, but throughout the world, the number of UFO sightings is statistically incredibly meaningful to be detected or to be claimed during the 9 months of the year when Venus is visible. It's extremely bright. You've never seen it. It doesn't seem to move. It seems to hover, like the way the moon doesn't move when you're driving. The giant satellite. It does change a little bit. It doesn't twinkle. It doesn't flash. And so millions of people, literally millions of people, report it when Venus is out. The number of UFO reports goes up dramatically and is statistically significant. Conversely, when it's not up, they go down. Okay, so that's an explanation for some things that people are seeing, right? So if you said every single one of those people, unless they're all right, then we can't believe in that UFO. Okay, so you'd be right. You'd be right. That's Venus, so it's not a UFO. We have a very good identification. It's not even flying. So other things that make me curious about, suspicious about these planes. A lot of them are by military pilots. So what do militaries do? Do they only have the best interest of their people in mind? Do the military ever use their own, tragically and horribly, use their own conscripts or volunteers? Do they only use them for mission purposes or for the actual missions that they send them? Do they ever do psyops? Of course they do, right? Do they ever abuse the power? The government ever abuse the power and abuse the people that are very bravest among us? Of course they do, right? Do they ever subject them to things they would never subject ordinary citizens who are the Constitution? Yes, they're exempt from this. They force them to get vaccines. They do all sorts of things, right? And so could it be that they are maybe tested, these pilots, right? Furthermore, what are some other types of technology? Do you think all technology that the U.S. inventory has, or adversary governments have right now, is known and is published in documents? Right? Of course not, right? So therefore, there could be advanced technology that could have been basically kept completely clandestine until it was interacted with by someone who thought they were a whistleblower, right? So, and then, is it possible to maintain the conspiracy? It would have to be. I mean, David and others are alleging there's a conspiracy to cover up these things. And can the conspiracy be maintained over 8 decades? Not only between the thousands of individuals. You have to imagine. Let's say Roswell. Even though I know it's not that. So don't flame me on the channel comments below. Like, subscribe, and comment. And don't fight. I don't believe it. But let's just say basically something like Roswell happened, where there was a crashed spacecraft in 1947, which, by the way, occurred very close to the Trinity site, very close to military secret compounds, and as are many of these things sited. But very few of them are sited over Manhattan, in the middle of the Thanksgiving parades. Many of them occur in warning areas, which are military traffic areas that even I, as a small pilot, am allowed to go into. So where the Tic Tac was seen was in an area that's not restricted or prevented from access to. It's something I go into at risk. I can get shot down. Maybe actually use my plane as target. They don't actually shoot me. Okay? But there's a little Cessna, and they'll practice locking on. Thank God they do. I want them to train. I want them to be the best freaking fighting force in the world. I love this country. I want them to be that. I want them to be protected. I want them to be safe. I don't want them to be experimented on. I don't have control over that. But could they be being spoofed? Could this thing have been a drone? Now they'll say, well, it moved so fast, it can't be. Are there ways to spoof both optical sensors like the human eye, cameras in 2004? Well, I gave this example on the Rogan show. I'll give it since all my stuff. I said 1943, there was a great physicist which is featured in the movie. His name is Louis Alvarez. Yeah. Louis Alvarez was the GT, and his son actually came up with the theory of how the dinosaurs were exterminated through this impact of the meteorite. He collected the evidence was called the TK boundary, Chicxulub event in the Yucatan. And so he was just a pilot. He knew everything, but he was also a nuclear physicist. But he had part, in addition to the Manhattan Project, there was another secret project, and it was to develop radar in partnership with the British. And it was to develop the first radar sensing technologies, early 1940. And it was almost as important, if not, it's quite more important than the Manhattan Project. In other words, it saved more Allied lives, perhaps, or it established protection and allowed London to be basically saved during the war. Just utter. Right. So Alvarez worked on it, and in that time, there were no, it was just radar would be used, it would send up a pulse, and that pulse would bounce off an aircraft, come back down, and then get reduced a little bit like each time it transmitted, so called inverse dialogue. So the signal amplitude or the intensity decreases, the flux that you detect decreases as 1 over the distance to the object squared. So if I bounce a sonar or radar off of you, the intensity will decrease by 1 over the distance between us, say, a meter away squared. And then if I move you twice as far away, it's 4 times slower. Okay? And then it will also get another factor, because now you become a transmitter at the distance, so it goes down as 1 over r to the 4th power. It's just a very, very steep function. What Alvarez said, and the Germans knew that. So the planes coming towards them, and then the Allied planes were coming towards the Germans. The Germans would say, "Oh, the signal's getting bigger as 1 over the distance of the 4th power," and then they could target it very accurately and send rockets, shoot it down, send out other planes to shoot it down. But Alvarez said, "Let me do the following. As my plane is flying towards you, I'm going to transmit a signal to you." Okay, it sounds weird. Why would I transmit a signal telling you where I am? No, but he transmitted it at the exact rate of decrease that I'm expecting if the plane were going away. So he started off with some signal, say 1 unit, and then he dropped it by the 4th power, and they were like, "Oh, the plane's going away, it's no longer a threat." Boom, and they blew up the site with an anti-radiation. So if you were a German, one of the most advanced technological, civilization, you would be saying that object defied the laws of physics. Not only did we not see it, but we also had some stealth capabilities to it, but it actually moved faster than the speed of light, and it moved in a way that we can't understand. It was here 1 minute, but actually we thought it was there, but it was actually 80 kilometers away, and that happened in 1 second. That's microseconds. So it appeared to defy the laws of physics. So there are all sorts of things that they could do, especially during the military. Military are the least reliable in a certain sense, because they're probably the ones that are most confronted with both the adversary's highest technology and their own friendly militaries, psyops and experiments on them, and loyalty tests, and all sorts of false flag events, and colored wars, all sorts of things that they can do to sort of spoof and to train and to test the fighting force's readiness and their loyalty. That's just the fact. So we have that. There's that whole plausible thing, and I'm not saying I'm right. And never saying this that I have a final word on it. Do your own due diligence. This is not a best thing. But if you look at it, and you compare it to the alternative hypothesis, it's called the likelihood ratio test. This is what scientists do. You say, like, how likely is it that this vaccine is going to improve your life and prevent some disease versus going to kill you? And for most vaccines, it's very important to know that likelihood ratio. But you're always comparing the null hypothesis. Okay? The null hypothesis is not going to do any harm or any benefit. Or in this case, there is no hypothesis with the null hypothesis. Then take this ratio and we can do a mathematical function that will predict what are the different levels. In other words, should it be 99% confident? Should it be 50% confident? Which is almost useless. You should be 99.99% confidence. In hypothesis, it's called hypothesis testing. And then you have the question, what if there are aliens and you assume that they're not? So you get a false negative. Okay, so Brian Keating is right that I'm responsible for a huge false negative. Or if you say there's a false positive, you are claiming you're aliens when there aren't aliens. Those are both errors, right? In both cases, you're wrong. You'd like it to be there are aliens. If there are aliens, you detect that there are aliens. Or if there are no aliens, you rule out the existence of aliens. Those are the kind of correct answers. And then there's 2 different ways you can do it: false positive and false negative. Which is worse? Like, you go to the doctor. The doctor says to you, "Danny, you got cancer." Which would you rather have there be? He's false positive or false negative? Right. So it's right. Yeah. But normally, what happens is you get nothing false negative. It's much more complex. It's hard to see small amounts of things. It's also hard to see small amounts of UFOs. Right? These things have been able to travel across interstellar distances, right? And the old joke Elon Musk keeps making, like, why is the photo quality so bad? Why is the video, why is it so crappy? And the cell phones have gotten so much more. I think I have so much information. Or here's my other thing. And again, I'm steel manning my opponents. Not my enemy, right? Just my intellectual opponents. I don't not want to believe it. By the way, let me put in the explanation for why these things happen. But I am good physicists like that. Even people that aren't physicists but are skeptical. They He's a skeptic. And he's got vested interest in millions of dollars in the Galileo project. He'd be good.
I talked to him.
Okay. So my question is, who would be more overjoyed at the existence of whatever, if again, assume they're aliens, maybe trying to have they led to the Independence Day like destruction of the Earth? No, right? We're still here. Yeah. Maybe they're planning something, but like so far they've been benevolent, but they're not. Right? Who would be more overjoyed with a race, a species, a civilization of technologically advanced aliens? Who would be more thrilled than physicists? We would be. You see how we get with like ChatGPT, which is like nothing compared to the kind of intelligence it would take to make an alien spacecraft that can traverse the galaxy and bend space and time. Right? In other words, this has an interest in aliens existing. In other words, I will say, I want there to be aliens to tell us about the physics of the 29th century. I don't want to wait that long. I'm going to live for 50 years maybe. I want to learn as much as possible while I'm still alive. Aliens can help be the ultimate cliff notes to help me understand it. And so I have a vested interest in there being aliens. Okay? But as I said, I'm skeptical of that. Okay? And I mentioned there's this kind of joke. Again, Elonism, gotta love Elon. But he's like, oh, these aliens are so advanced. They navigated from closest star system, Proxima Centauri, traveling at more than the speed of light to 25 years, and do untold damage, to whatever biologics are in there, and it would require, basically the warping of space-time to accelerate to these speeds, anything macroscopic like the size of a spacecraft, like a tank top, almost infinite supply of energy, propulsion, safari warp drives, whatever you want. Okay.
Yeah.
But they crash in the island of Catalina off the coast of Los Angeles. They crash somewhere in Roswell. In other words, they're so skilled that they traverse the entire galaxy, but they can't. They're not real. They crash all the time.
I don't think that's what a lot of people believe. A lot of people believe that they're from here, that they're living under the oceans, and they're coming from here. They're coming out of the oceans, and that's so fundamentally, that's what a lot of people I talk to in here believe. They're not coming from other galaxies. They're actually here.
So like Atlantis.
Yeah, maybe Atlantis. I don't know, but they think that these things are coming from the oceans, and these things maybe live under the oceans, or they're walking among us, or maybe there are people that are out there like me, you, or Elon Musk, more likely, that are genetically also like this alien race, right? They look and talk like me and you, but they aren't. They don't look like the aliens we see in the movies, but they're technically aliens. And or this technology that's coming around, that's flying around that they're seeing is not necessarily, it's not coming from another star system, it's coming from here somewhere, and it's remaining hidden.
So I'm talking more about the types of alien, like the Roswell. Roswell, to my knowledge, is so the ocean. It's from another star, Rectula, Omega. So, but I just want to make a statement about that. If you do hear that, again, supporting the fact pattern that should be amenable to many individuals. It's not to myself, but because it's legitimate as a scientist, you should actually specify all the ways you want.
Right.
I'm telling you all the ways Brian Keating can do. So in this case, though, those that say that it's impossible to believe that these advanced civilizations crashed, after navigating the whole way across the entire galaxy, right? No, actually, it's a very common effect. Something like 6 times. So I don't want to say this, jinx myself and getting so something like 6 times, you're 6 times more likely to be involved in a plane that crashes upon land than you are in any other phase of flight.
Right.
Even though the fraction of that plane being in landing is only a few minutes, a few seconds.
And then you take off, right?
Yeah, takeoff is also dangerous, but landing in particular, it's a whole landing process, not just like touching the runway. And these aren't fatal crashes. 90% of crashes people walk away from. Most commercial airlines, please God, it should at least through tonight when I get home.
I'm sure I'm the Malaysian flag with the UFOs.
Oh yeah, you were helping. I have not invested.
Just not even look at them.
When that was happening, it was right. The experiment described in the first book was that was the front page. There are times we discovered the only universe that's ever experienced weights of gravity. And so, that was right when Putin invaded Crimea the first time, and it was a Malaysian. So we shared the New York Times top. Anyway, So it's not at all unexpected that if these spacecraft were traveling, that they would crash and find out in a second. And to give the people like you, oh, well, you know, why is the video camera so crappy? And why is it that this, again, another, it's called the zoo hypothesis. These are just ways that you could evade the Fermi hypothesis. So basically, so Fermi paradox is an interesting scientific, he was a physicist and theoretical and experimental physicist.
He was at the Alamos too, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a huge. He was one of he invented the first control chain reaction in Chicago. And Fermi Lab is named after him. But the Fermi paradox is, you know, the universe is so big, and aliens, how come we haven't seen them? And of course, a lot of people believe we have seen them, but the question as to why, you know, the video quality is so bad, why they would choose to come here. You know, when you think about, you know, what is interesting about Earth? Is Earth interesting? Is it worth them coming to take a look at? A lot of people say no. And there are a lot of people, though, who look at how amazing life is on Earth and how amazing human beings are. To me, it'll be a natural place for them to come. Yes. And so, yeah, when you think about, well, what interests them? Why would they allow themselves to be seen? So it's something called the zoo hypothesis. The zoo hypothesis is that they're here, but just like when you go to the zoo, you don't like go and knock on the windows of gorillas and keep bothering. Or Jane Goodall on the time. And she would go to the Serengeti. She would be like, "Hi, everybody!" Taking all these flash paparazzi type of. In this case, let's say the aliens did come again. I don't believe this personally. I don't have evidence for this, but if it were true that they left when they first discovered that human beings were, you know, alive and they could produce things, the very first technological signature people blasted out into space was like the 1936 Olympic Games. So they, you know, first widely televised, not over cable TV, but over the air, so free to propagate. Now they don't see anything. Little because this stuff goes on the ocean. So it was broadcasting through satellite into outer space. So 70, 80 years ago, they could have known. So what's 70, 80 years ago, what kind of technology do they think that we had? So let's say they start off, human beings over there, planet 3 Sol, it's in the solar system, green planet, let's go. They set off 80 years ago. They're looking at the technology that we had then, right? So they wouldn't say, oh, we should make sure we cloak ourselves and are stealthy because they have iPhone 15s. They don't know about that. In other words, they left, they're not, you know, there's the technology that when maybe as they travel, they could have learned about our technology as it keeps, but not only at the rate which we were broadcasting. You know, they just learned about iPhone 15 when you and I did, right? 3 months ago. Right. So, in other words, it's not surprising. So, a lot of these things are, I think, you know, basically pandering to like, oh, they're not there here to just dismiss it because the video quality is crappy. They wouldn't crash land if they're such expert pilots, and they wouldn't allow themselves to be seen. Those are completely illegitimate arguments against it. I'm supporting a position I believe in, which I faith in, right? Evidence for, which is what they don't. So I think it's important for scientists to do that, and I think the more you talk to experimentalists, people are actually building stuff, you know, grappling with if you brought Edward Whitman in here, you know, I don't know if he could, you know, turn on the Wi-Fi and get the Wi-Fi up to people. You know, theoretical physics is very different than experimental. They have a different skill set. It's much more like so let's get the mathematicians in. Although, you know, people like Stephen Wolfram have done things like, you know, deciphering alien language and arrival, deciphering. So, and Kip Thorne, Stellar. So, yeah, these are things that are of interest, but I'm betting against my own stuff.
You talked to Ryan. Did he mention to you the thing with the cube and the sphere?
Yeah, I mean, he had said that that's what his fellow pilots have seen, and they're seeing.
Yeah, so like from what I understood was when they saw the cube and the sphere, they were flying, and then all of a sudden, like they just passed this thing, and it came right off of their like the left or the right hand of the plane, off the wingspan. So they didn't necessarily see.
That's not what I.
Oh, really? What did you hear?
When I asked him that specifically as a pilot, I was like, "How close were these things?" And he said they flew between us, and he said that multiple times. And I said, "You have to be more clear. How close were you?" Because one of my best friends, Art Conrad, was a Princeton physics graduate and a commander. He actually higher rank than I. They're buddies. And so Ryan was right there. And I said, when you guys are flying these formations, how close are you guys? He said, over a mile ahead. Typically a mile ahead.
Really?
So 2 planes separated by a mile. That means the closest, that they could have been to the distance half a mile. And then you might have perfect vision, but the cube they describe is about a meter across, something like that, a sphere surrounding it, right? So I believe that's what it was, about a meter or so. So for the visual acuity to see something, imagine you go out half a mile, 10 football fields. You look at the football. How could you tell the football was 1 foot big, or could you tell it was 3 feet big? If it wasn't glowing, it's very difficult to do. And again, no spurs on Ryan. I think what he's doing is very important. And I also think that he is not claiming he saw it. It's just like Rush. Rush is not claiming he saw these things. He's saying he has knowledge of people who have seen them. And in the case of Rush, I don't know what his motivations might be. I'd love to talk to him. Again, courageous, valorous, patriotic, whatever. But he's not claiming these things. Ryan has a motive. He actually has a motive. And it happens to be a beneficent one, a good one. And he's concerned about the safety of his fellow pilots, which actually made me a little bit suspicious. Not of him. Let him say, "Can I ask for forgiveness?" But he described, and we talked to the pilot.
Yeah. You want it? Yeah, throw it up. Yeah,
Okay.
Continue.
So Ryan didn't have this particular fact happen, but Fravor did. I don't know if you remember the interview that he did with Lex Friedman and others, but he said, he saw this Tic Tac, and then almost by the time he landed back on the aircraft, his fellow pilots were just hazing him mercilessly, and he was like outranking. So I can understand like a little bit of teasing or whatever. But they basically didn't believe him. And now Ryan's saying this is happening all the time off the coast of Virginia. By the way, both in warring areas, both the same type of aircraft. One, Ryan's aircraft, and the ones that have been seeing this have just been upgraded to new type of camera. Again, they use these cameras to lock on to see, they do everything from my friend Ariel, I don't think it's classified, but he shot down a drone over the Persian Gulf, they see these things all the time, and it's right after they upgraded the systems. Why do they upgrade them? They have to calibrate them, and they have to get better and better systems. Fraser's one was 20 years old. Right now, 10 years old. Great. So the question is, why would they be, kind of hazing somebody? If neither was causing this grave threat, something's happening all the time. Why is it happening in these warning areas? Why is it happening in places where they do training? It's not happening. Why aren't there, by ratio, portion, tens of thousands of commercial pilots, private pilots like me, seeing it, reporting it? I can see if you're a commercial pilot and you report this. If you get hazed in the Navy, they're not going to kick you out. They're just going to come and buzz you in on your bunk. If you're flying for American Airlines and you keep reporting, so you probably would put a psychiatric leave or something like that. So there's a big imperative to keep quiet for most people. But people like me, just private pilots flying, sometimes I fly cancer patients to get treatments, and so angel flights, there's no incentive for me not to report this. There's no reporting platform that is as good as the one that Lions to make with so there's a motive. It's a good one for him to do it. I think you have to ask him, why aren't there more sightings of people that have no skin? That's a question.
This is an interesting article. Yeah. My friend Jeremy Reese plays. That's what scroll down. Okay, so this is a patent, and this is a radar reflector that was used during, I think it was developed during like the Bay of Pigs to spoof radar.
Yeah, so it does have 2 billion.
Yeah, so spoof
That 9 and you know, punching over the option.
Yeah. Scroll up.
Yeah, airborne photograph.
It's on your bicycle. Yep. High altitude balloons. Doesn't matter. If any of the radar cross section metallic. Yeah. So it tells you the exact patent number, and that thing looks exactly like what they described. Yeah. Oh, the cube inside the sphere.
And here's another thing I say was great. I guarantee that these exist. If you look at the world where these didn't exist, say you get a letter from God, these balloons don't exist for benign purposes, for calibration and sensor testing. If you said that they're forbidden by every treaty on every country on Earth, like anthrax, then you say, well, it's less probable. There's I stole some left over. But now you tell me, which I thank you for, these are common. These are probably used by every military on earth to train their stuff. I saw this video of like Ukrainian drone pilots that are dropping like tank shells, and they're so poor, the military is so, not big size or whatever, but they have radar jamming, and they have anti-drone channel jamming technology that spoofs and makes a fake drone appear.
Right, exactly.
They have this with like no money, and so I guarantee. So we are both in agreement.
It makes it look like a fleet is coming at you. Nothing's coming at you.
Nothing. You waste all your attention, right? These warheads have multiple targets.
Right, and if you were to test this something for the U.S. military training site, and they just upgraded their radar, why would they going to be trying to test it?
That's a very good point.
So that's sort of my belief as to what this thing is. I think it's some tech. I read this book by Andy Jacobson called The Pentagon's Brain. It's all about the history of DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research. And they have been testing things like Neuralink since the early 90s on like soldiers, putting shit in their head that makes them use pain and all kinds of crazy.
They want to make a super soldier. They're
making a super soldier. They're pushing the limits, like they're going into the impossible, literally like 30 years before hears about this kind of stuff.
That's it. These other countries that have zero, like I think Vladimir Putin really isn't going to try like much more advanced shit that we would never do. Even with as despicably as we treated my stepfather in the Vietnam War, and we saw the incredible stories in combat and how to come. They did horrible things to us. And some of them are like, some of our greatest people. Two of my best friends are Afghans. They're both like permanently disabled Marines, Army infantry, and they were done for like bullshit reasons. They shouldn't have been in this. And so they took the best of them. They do this to this day. But again, does that prove that there aren't aliens? No, of course not. You just have to be skeptical. And again, always look at this. There are people that people say, "Oh, Michael Sherman, he doesn't want to believe in he's got like what is the incentive for him not to believe him? He is, for people that dislike him. He's a friend of mine. I've written articles with him. I debated him. And we have friendly debates. So the point is, you have to ask who benefits? Why would you take this position? What is he covering up for? Avi Loeb, I've seen one he's covering up for. Avi Loeb has an incentive for handling, and not only for his book deals and number one bestseller, but also just for his scientific curiosity. This guy's like dedicating his life now, his career, and his reputation towards not only seeing the existence of other aliens as a plausible proposition, but that maybe, as he claimed on the podcast this week, that alien, something from another alien civilization, potentially with materials that indicate it's come from outside of our solar system, crashed in Papua New Guinea, and we can go and retrieve it and see if it's actually from metallurgical processes, not natural cosmic exploration processes.
Right. Now, getting back to this whole thing, when I start to see the New York Times and the Pentagon start to corroborate these stories in lockstep, that's when I really start to question. And when it comes to these videos that they release, right? They go fast, the gimbal, and what was it? I was looking at Ryan. Who named those things? Who came up with that name? Go fast. Who came up with that name? Gimbal. Because I know the pilots did not.
Yeah. So one of the so there's a set again. Talking about it, but there's a set of military. So after a flight, every plane that flies for 1 hour has the scrutiny around it, 10 hours, just for the debrief. So when they come back, they land on the carrier, or they land at the Air Force, and they debrief the flight every single minute, because every minute has about $8,000 in total investment for every single plane. And then there's 10 hours of maintenance for every single plane. So that's separate. They review all the gun cameras, they review all the sensor data, they review everything. People pour over, and there's some analysts, who in the past, before we had drone operators, there were people that were officers that would be intelligence officers, and they would review stuff, and then when they review it, they'd listen to something, and they just name it. So gimbal is just a camera on a platform, like a GoPro, and not a GoPro, but stay on these things. And the other one, Go Fast, I think one of the pilots go, that thing was fast, or whatever, and then it's called that. Then there are other ones that have been fairly, the Boca, Sky Midwest, the triangles, a lot of those things are artifacts. So the question is, can you explain all this? So my colleague and actually mentor and President Martin Simons Foundation, David Spergel, was the chairman of the NASA committee on research that announced this past summer. And I think that they said some very large fraction is explainable by natural events, but there's always going to be that 12 to 30% that's not explainable. And the question is, at what level do you start to ascribe conspiracy, cover-ups, versus the honest admission of a scientist? The three most important words that any scientist must be able to say. If they can't, a scientist, then that's I don't know. And that's again, for friend Jack. I'll never say that. Never say that. I was wrong. I don't know. It's, oh, yeah, I know. And the idiots aren't listening to me. They're strong.
Yep.
And so, good luck. You're not going to really get too many things.
Yeah. And, if the government's been lying to us about this or covering up for 8 years, what makes you think that they're going to all of a sudden come out and tell the truth?
Yeah, or that the cover up that lasted for 80 years of durability, once it goes crack, there's no flood, everything doesn't come out. I mean, the question of that they have such power to control for generations, like multiple generations. And by the way, it's not just the guy who saw the spacecraft crash in Roswell. Okay, what do they do? Just that realistic. What would you have to do? Just again, Roswell's my paradigm. I'm not saying I believe anything. It's legitimate about it being bodies and spacecraft and whatever. Could have some pizza in there. But some guy, some general knew about it. Okay, someone discovered, some farmer discovered it. Then they call the military base nearby. Then they send out a truck. Then there's 4 guys on the truck. Then they drop the truck as a crane operator on the back. Then they drop that. They pick it up. They drop it to the warehouse. They store it in the warehouse. And somebody has to guard it. The warehouse has to be climate controlled. Then it has to be, and then you have to do all this paperwork. And then take all those people that are in the attendant. Take all those people. They have 10 people, kids, brothers, sisters, wives, husbands, whatever. 100 people. Just in generation 0. The first time that these people were struck, right? 1947. Correct? And then they have kids. And then those 10 generations, those 10 people have kids. 100 people have kids. It becomes enormous. And to say that all those people have not, spilled the beans, if you like, I think they destroyed the That's so much bigger. But even the tragic assassination of JFK affected one person. Tragically, a huge country was affected by it. But it was one person, and that's so it's relatively easier to cover up. Even that hasn't been effectively covered up for very long. With government mandates that can't open up the official records for people. So, yeah, it stretches the mind. It's not true.
What is it that Eric was harping on so hard on? I don't know if it was on Rogan's podcast or if it was that guy Jesse Michaels, but he was talking to Hal Puthoff, that psychologist guy, and also Joseph Murphy was having this already. And they were talking, and he was basically explaining how in the 50s, I think it was Ed Witten's dad, they were making a lot of progress on anti-gravity, and then all of a sudden the research would stop out of nowhere. So was he alluding to the government took it over, or it went dark, meaning it went dark under a special access program or something?
Well, yeah. So it's not really clear. Eric has has an incredible ability to kind of explain things, to be curious, to illustrate things with amazing analogies, and with a commanding knowledge of history, and a commanding knowledge of mathematics and physics. So Jack's he's just a mathematician. He's much more. He's creative, he's generative, but what he's not good at doing is writing stuff up in a freaking book. So I'm like, Eric, you've got 7 books in there, help me, help you, write a book, put these ideas into place, because you can't just every time you go on my podcast or Jesse's or whatever, have these statements with Rogan's. There's some durability to that. I actually called Mr. Rogan motivating him to write a book, because I was going to go back and listen. I was episode 2023. Jesus, remember? I don't know what the hell episode. The first time Eric was on, I was going to go back and watch Eric the first time he was on episode 14, 32. Yeah. So if he wrote a book about it and wrote, summarized the coldest topics and aliens and that, psychedelics, Joey's, no matter what, you're going to talk about psychedelics. But just it's only 22 chapter. He doesn't have to write it. Millions of people write it from. Anyway, Eric has to do the same thing. I'm trying to get his actually work. But what he was saying about this gravity program, there was in North Carolina, UNC, I believe it was, and research trouble. Ed Witten's father, who was, really, he was a physicist of some renown, but not as great a renown as his son. Who was not a physicist. But they had working on what's called the Gravity Prize, and had money and incentives, and there was some papers apparently written about anti-gravity. And I was joking, I tried to find those papers. They're so good that those anti-gravity papers down. Gravity thing. I go to bring the dead. Don't let me one day on this love beloved podcast.
Oh, the best thing I've ever heard is the term Jew nursing. I really appreciate you saying that to this podcast. I don't want to let that go.
So yeah, allegedly, according to Eric, yeah, they have this, and now Eric has found some material, that he claims Australian patent, and this is stuff that Rush had mentioned on the Rabbi's podcast, and it does relate, and I think they did bring this up. But again, as I asked earlier, and I think you answered properly, it's like, is the technology that's needed to do these things you're really prejudiced if you say that, that it's necessary to have new laws of physics that we don't understand. This is Eric's claim. He actually believes that the only way to get off of Earth's surface, make it to and to instantiate a second cosmic home, is not with a chemical rocket or SpaceX. It's to change the laws of physics.
Is that changing the laws of physics, though, with some of the ideas of having some sort of, like Bob Lazar explained, his basketball reactor that was powered with element 115, I think it was. And he says basically, like, touch it and it, like, repelled his hand off like a magnet. And if you had something like that, and he showed, like, the diagrams of it, of how basically it creates this field around the aircraft where when it's moving like this, it's falling through space. Like, it's almost like you drop something. It's moving that way.
All right, these are his ideas, or some things he's made, or I mean, he's not a great physicist. He's not a physicist.
He is a physicist,
He's a pilot, but then there are all these questions that have all the credentials that claims they have, and to see the things, have access to things.
Well, even people like Jeremy. Jeremy's an amateur physicist too. I mean, he has a bachelor's degree in physics. Yeah. He like studying all this stuff, and he says that doesn't provide a lot of physics. It's just creating the amount, a high amount of energy to do it. And it's impossible.
Right. Well, a large amount of energy, but a minuscule amount of energy is infinite amount of space. So we do know that anti-gravity is energy or cosmology constant. It's the force that's causing galaxies to accelerate at greater velocities. Something like that about clouds with three of my friends in the year 2011. I got that on the podcast. And it's a well-known phenomenon as it is. But the problem is that energy level differs from the so-called zero-point energy level by something like 120 orders of magnitude. The kind of characteristic energy scale that we see that we know about that pushes galaxies apart, perhaps into the universe. Those things related to so-called zero-point fluctuations, Casimir effects, warp drives, they're infinite, almost like you said, infinite, almost infinite. So it's not only manipulated, we have no way to, use the energy of acceleration of space. We can't do that. There's no way to couple into it. And we actually know extremely little about it. So the question I was having is, okay, so now you've got this theory of this everything, which no one has demonstrated except for the cosmos at large, which is, again, resulted in these three Nobel Prizes. That nobody else knows about this. That, what would be the incentive to not expose this, to get credit, to get a Nobel Prize, to make millions of dollars? Why would this not be? Why is Bob Lazar not a scientist, not military trained? What is the incentive to believe that such a person, other than not to believe it? It sounds really plausible. It sounds cool. It can explain things that you have no access to. And so tying together a whole bunch of things that are each incredibly popular. The U.S. government has conspiracy, these craft that travel great distances. There are new laws of physics that they operate on. Doesn't make it more credible. It makes it much less credible. You got to multiply probabilities, which is how they add together. You multiply it. You have a 10% chance of it raining. My flight's 10% chance of leaving on time. If the rain is here, and then there's a 1% chance that the Uber driver will be on time to get me here, which hopefully will. So, not that I don't enjoy talking to you, I just enjoy putting my kids to bed. She's trying to train 2:30 while I'm in class. But putting these things together makes it less fun, not more. And that's the thing that kind of just don't see nauseating. These things Okay, we explain that. Now you need a really impossible thing, which is the laws of physics have to be unknown to us. New laws that these things can be, which again, but let me just double click on that for 1 second. It's often said that like the laws of physics lead to these new types of technology. At least that's kind of the syllogism people use, right? These aliens, if they invented, if they had the laws of physics that permitted anti-gravity, right, that you could extract some technology from. That technology, in turn, would be used to get to the Earth from approximately Century. Right? That's sort of an argument that we use, right? It's a way to explain how we're here, right? Because our current laws, the chemical laws, and biological aging processes of DNA, right, do not permit us to get to any solar system, right? And so just using the, and that's the only life that we know exists, and that's the only physics we use. We know the laws of physics. Right? So in order to get, but I ask you, did we use to get, let's say, the most advanced thing that humans have ever built in terms of laws of physics? Let's just say it was the Trinity bomb, the atomic bombs. Did the scientists that were working, you saw them?
Yeah.
So I didn't explain it. It's just small advertisement. People who weren't interested in physics, but almost all physics in that movie, right? But so I did a video called "The Physics of Oppenheimer." Professor explains the bomb. So if people are interested in hardcore physics and the history of it, it's on your YouTube channel. So, but did they look at the laws of physics? Like, what was Oppenheimer? Was he a physicist in the sense that, like, he looked at the new laws of physics, and then from those laws of physics came up with technology? Or was he mostly an engineer? Like, remember the big process of marbles and plutonium versus uranium? It was a technology term. It was a technology problem. We had to create the Oak Ridge National Laboratory and for nuclear sites. We had to do things to produce a yielding. What Iran is doing, Iran is repeatedly building a bomb. Right? Are they using the laws of physics? Are they going back to quantum mechanics and solving the Schrödinger equation? No, it's a technology problem. Right? My point is, it's not enough to say that like the laws of physics have to be manipulated. You also need a way of including laws of technology to extract those things. It's often said, well, your computer screen, the internet, the camera sensors, those are based on semiconductors. That's true. Semiconductors are based on laws of quantum mechanics. The very first transistor, nobody looked at the laws of Schrödinger, which is really what governs the transistor equation, and more advanced statistical mechanics, but nothing like group theory or string theory was needed, right? Right. But even they didn't use the laws of physics to invent technology, which was the previous most advanced technology, or actually came after. So all this is just to say that having new laws of physics, I don't think it's even necessary condition for aliens to be here after technology. It may not, it's certainly not sufficient. If you just had new laws of physics. And so, like I said earlier, if I told you string theory had been invented on Proxima Centauri B, would it matter to you? Let me ask you this question. Let's say aliens invent metallurgy and chemical rockets, okay, that for some reason can advance them, to very high velocities, or their biology allows them to live for trillions of years. If I said they invented that, would you say, well, they still have to invent string theory, or they still have to invent, warp theory, or whatever Jack has? In other words, what was more important, the technology or the pure science? The applied science or the pure science? For teleporting the applied science. Exactly. So these things about the anti-gravity conference of Edward's father in 1950, so are these questions of, relevance to the discovery of evidence for aliens being here on Earth? I don't know that it's so important. So let's say they were doing anti-gravity research, whatever, right? Surely not any anti-gravity technology. That would be a point, yeah, flubber.
Maybe what Fravor said that he saw, right?
So
That's not like anti-gravity.
I don't know. So Fravor, the pilot who witnessed with his eyes the Tic Tac, also has knowledge about. You sure it's Fravor?
I thought Fravor was the one who saw the Tic Tac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he also claims that he has saw separate evidence. Or you're saying the existence of the Tic Tac moving the way it did,
that would be anti-gravity, right? It would bend the concept. So if there was something in there, it would turn gelatin if it was not anti-gravity, right? If you create a pocket where it just moves around and nothing is affected.
Again, so this is again synthesizing a whole bunch of claims that may or may not be the thing. So that he saw it, that it was witnessed by other sensors, that the sensors weren't spoofed, because there are many ways to move. I can make something move, faster than the speed of light. You just give me a laser pointer, right? I can do it. I can have a signal that that changes fast, that doesn't change the information, which is the visibility. Right? And who's to say there's something inside there at all, right? And by the way, again, let's say these creatures are incredibly advanced. Do you think the first things that we sent to we know for sure?
They're definitely not. They're drones. They're 3D printed things. They're not biological.
And the only thing that's biological in them are the fingerprints and the acceleration. I had Craig Ventnor on, who is the man who sequenced the human genome. And he was saying there's already Mars is covered in shit. Because there's just like no way in this International Space Station and all of it, when they use the bathroom, they invented the space and they found the outside of the space station is covered with human microbiome. And he studied. So it's like already we've contaminated it. Now, my question is, I like to do this as a fun experiment. What if I told you that there was life on another planetary system? It's a multi-planetary system like ours. It's a star system. It has a type G2 subdwarf yellow star, just like our sun, same size, and it has 2 planets in the habitable. Familiar with the habitable?
Everybody loves it.
Exactly. I told you there's 2 planets there. And good news. One is teeming with life. Life everywhere, life in underwater oceans, ice caps, even in the atmosphere, there's life of this planet. There's another planet we haven't had time to slew the James Webb Telescope over to take a peek. But we want to ask you, Danny, what are the odds that object has life? Just life. Yeah. Not technology, not that.
I would say there's got to be a highlight.
Right? So I submit to you, this is another gift for you. This is a chunk of the moon. I gave Joe Rogan a piece of Mars. I gave Julian just a crappy meteorite.
I get a part of it.
You got a sliver of the moon, just because I forgot. Sorry, Julian.
Thank you.
Yes, I see you, brother. But Julian, you know that they didn't let you have the first gift from me. So,
That's right.
You're such a prop.
I let Julian Scooby.
That's right. You let you get the switch. So I had to give him a little bit better Hanukkah Christmas present. Okay. So how did that get here? Besides me bringing it here, how do you think this
The moon?
Yeah. How do you think that piece of the moon got there?
Panspermia.
Panspermia, right. So most people say, oh, you went to Houston. If you do that, so if this were collected by an astronaut out of Egypt, you'd be an accessory to murder, and Stephen, in fact, be on the first analysis. So you'd be accessory to felony, right? It's a felony to have own possession of a fragment of the rocks that were collected by the astronaut. But NASA and the U.S. government doesn't control gravity. So where was this found? This is found in Northwest Africa. I'll send you a piece of. I'll send you some.
And how do you know it's part of the moon?
So it's exact chemical composition has been acquired for it. And this is how I want to do it. Yeah. And so for your audience, I'd like to do this ability for your audience too. If you made it this far, so go to briankeating.com. On my website, there's a giveaway. I give away one chunk, sometimes of these moon rocks, but always every month I give away an actual meteorite. And of the meteorite, we have it chemically analyzed with X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy, blasted with X-ray. And you get a printout of the chemical fingerprint of these meteorites. And if you have a .edu email address of college or grad school or professor or whatever, go to briankeating.com/edu and you're guaranteed to. So ordinary people that aren't in university, I'm trying to get back to the university system. So briankeating.com. Other ones go there, and I'll send you the information about that, and I can send you information about the moon rock that I sent in. I can't give you information. So that got here by gravity. So yes, impacts hit the moon all the time. They impact Mars. I gave Joe Rogan. I gave him a piece of Mars. Mars should be I think he probably smoked it or something. Yes. But the Mars meteor, Mars, Earth, the moon, they all exchange fragments. So the fact that Mars is a cold, dead place, as far as we can tell, doesn't mean it was always cold and dead and lifeless, but it is in the habitable zone. Water, liquid core in there. With ice underneath. They actually put ice underneath the surface of the platform. Amulopics are caves with lava tubes that could have aliens. So all these things point to a very important conclusion, which is that the exchange of material throughout the solar system is ubiquitous. The lack of life should be used as some piece of evidence, not proof, but a accounting for in the likelihood ratio test, like I talked about earlier, you should be able to ascribe some probability to the lack of existence of life and its fecundity throughout the universe based on the non-observation. The only planet that we know could have had life in itself, for sure. So, yeah. So anyway, it's a great fun to talk about. I think it's always people get almost emotional and religious past. They definitely. You know, it's 4 or 5 of who they are as an identity. It's very hard to change someone's identity. You know, if you ever had a Jehovah's Witness come to your house, right? Or outcast the LDS Church way over there. Like, okay, I'm pretty thankful, you know, where I'm at right now. I don't need it, but you say to them, you know, like, tell me about aliens, right? I guess some psychologists you should talk to each other. They're in here, right? Because people are
We are literally 10 minutes away from the headquarters of Scientology. We're uncovered purchase pirate ship. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, it is very religious. And even like I was talking to you with my dad earlier, like even people that are in like positions of authority in government, or even in NASA or NRO, which are these agencies, a lot of them, because of their position or where they are in the hierarchy and what they know, like the information that they have that's classified that no one else has, right? They sort of, that is meaning in itself. And if you are one of these people that, I mean, a lot of these really smart people are antisocial and introverted, very high IQ, antisocial introverts, and they know things that many people don't know. You know, you wake up, no matter what, even if you're a plumber, you gotta prescribe some sort of a meaning to what you do to get up out of bed every day. And some of these people at a very high level, they think, I've said it many times, according to my friend Paul Rosen, is they think their lives are the Da Vinci Code. That's right, yeah. And when you start to talk about aliens and NASA and the moon being built by aliens, and we only know what these things are, but you guys don't, it doesn't progress science or it doesn't progress humanity in any sort of real sense, right? And I think to take away or even question about their it's natural, right? I mean, you know, by the way, if you want to know how to tell when you do meet a scientist, it's extrovert. Do that? He'll talk to you and he'll look at your shoes. Oh, then you know 100% either is extrovert. That's amazing. But she, right, criminal, right. Well, I think your numbers here. Right. Thank you. But it's awesome and good to make podcast. All the way from San Diego. Mac in town, see my friend Jordan. I got these stickers for you. Oh, we got stickers. Yeah, QR codes. QR codes. You're watching right there. Get that. Yeah. Picture of a right. Tell everyone where to subscribe. I'll link your YouTube channel and below. We got a couple books out and got a chat bot and have a lot of fun with AI. We're trying to figure out how to improve education. I want to bring the cost of education down 10x and spread it to the masses. Because I do think, you know, the one way we're going to save the world is have more science, technology. I don't think we're going to do it, you know, as great as gender studies is, as necessary as it is. I don't think we're going to get, you know, to a place of protection. And it may be, who knows, there's aliens underneath the ocean, right? It may be that Musk is wrong. That it may be that he's right. We have to get off the surface of the planet. But maybe we have to do something to protect the planet that we're on. It's a lot cheaper to save the planet you're on now than to try to find another planet that's somewhere else that you might be able to go to and die. Right. I mean, it's just to save ourselves another chicken. Yeah, that's right. Chicks a love. Yeah. Another younger Dryas impact. Like we want us to make our species survive, so we got to get ourselves off the planet and figure out how to terraform Mars so we can live past all this. And then when the next round of civilization rises on Earth, we'll come back in our spaceships and we'll confuse the shit out of them. Awesome. Thank you, brother. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. Goodbye, everybody. Videos and all that stuff, all that stuff pretty much like defined our childhood. Like that's a very depressing thing. Yeah. I'm silly, man. It is the reason I ever picked up a video camera. Like never when I was 15 and started doing this, led to all this shit. And like it is so cool to sit down and talk to you. I'm grateful to be here. This is, you guys have a really rad thing going on. And, I look forward to making a reason to make it Florida. I like to have a place in Fort Lauderdale. Oh, you really? Yeah, I was telling you, time kind of slows down when you get here. Whenever I get off the plane, as soon as I walk off the plane and the air hits me, I'm like, I can breathe. And so it's, coming here. But it's funny because the gravity, the magnitude of what that's produced from then to now is like mind blowing, and the amount of money that's generated off of like YouTube is insane. It's so crazy. I remember being at Bam's house when he received his first check for $1 million. I actually signed for it. Really? When they delivered the package. The funny thing is, the irony is, I had no idea what I had signed for. I was like, I was trying to go on heroin from heroin. So this is how I ended up at his house. And in those CQY videos, the part that I played the very first one, or the second rep was in, second or third, there was dueling the drug dealer, and I was a shady drug dealer guy, which was ironically my drug dealer in Baltimore. What's up, sweetheart girl? Yeah. But at that point in time, there was no like internet sensation. There was no YouTube. It was word of mouth, and it was just kind of sold out of stage house. Yeah, tapes. Yeah, how did that shit start to like catch fire? Like you guys obviously were well known, like in the skateboarding circuit, but like how it's hard to even fathom making videos back then. How you would get the word out or get people to start like sharing. These kids, like everybody, all my friends, would buy every single CKY. We would download, we would watch it all the time. Like how do people in Florida become so like obsessed with this stuff and find this stuff when it's coming out of like Pennsylvania? For sure. There's no internet. There is internet, but then it wasn't used today. I think Ben was just really way ahead of his time. Sets us his creative perspective on life, and because the majority of the people in the CKY videos weren't really skaters. There was a handful, like, but the ones out of Pennsylvania didn't skate. Young didn't skate, Brad didn't skate, Diva didn't skate, Ray didn't skate, Van skated, and Maldonado skated, and then Van kind of just showcased his other skater friends. Because he realized, I remember him saying, he's like, dude, skating's rad, but no one gives a shit. Like, the varsity, girl who's like gonna go and become Miss America doesn't care about skating. Like, how do we make this cross paths? He did that by just kind of adding these funny, stupid skits that it's just really in the time. And they kind of transitioned into a bigger world than just skaters. It wasn't limited to just that, and then it just kind of spread. Didn't you get him into skating? No, I didn't get him into skating, but I'm from Baltimore, and Bucky Lacy, who's a pro skateboarder and a resident, totally. He's from Baltimore as well, and he was older than I. Kind of recognized, I guess, the talent that I had. Definitely took me up his way. He was one of the guys sponsored by PAL, and that's how my career was that well began. But before I really kind of started forging my own future in it, we would go to this skate park called Street Skates. And I walked in and I saw that these kids with a problem. Hey everybody, I just want to drop in to remind you all to please hammer the subscribe button for the video. That is the one thing that makes this channel and these podcasts grow and enables us to keep making more of them, finding the best of the world, etc., etc. Thank you to everybody who has been subscribing. It has been helping a lot. We're now up to 60% of the viewers of these podcasts are subscribed. There's still 40-45% who are not yet subscribed. So if you're a regular watcher of the channel and you enjoy these podcasts and you want to help, all I ask is that you just hammer that subscribe button on these videos. Thank you again. Love you all. Back to the show. Forget it, because we were just alike. We skated alike, dressed alike, acted alike, talked alike. We were into the same kind of setup skating transitions, contest skater, consistency tricks, and we became big skaters, best friends at that sponsor at the time, but I was already by now. Bucky was pro. So he asked us to try to help him get sponsored. It didn't work out with Al at the time, but nonetheless, every year we enter this skate contest called the Bricktown Skate. Then I say it's Bricktown Skate contest, and he would win or I would win. And one year he was there, Bucky went, and then it was like, "Yo, where's Novak?" Bucky's like, "I think he's on heroin." And then it's like, "What's that?" At such a young age, he didn't know what the word meant. And that's kind of where his career continued to excel. He became a household CKY videos that turned into, Viva La Dance later on. He pursued that route in life, and I thought it was a much more valuable approach to her. So, yeah. How did you first discover heroin? At such a young age? How would we, like 16 or 17? At the end of 16, turning 17, that was like yeah, progression took place way quicker than I ever anticipated to do so. And at the time, I had no idea what was happening. Now, it's very evident with its take. Look back and recognize the synchronicity of life's events that place the way that they're then and here now, right? And I was genetically exposed, right? My father was an addict. His father was an addict. My mother, my brother, and sister by a different gentleman had relations. I, on the other hand, followed my father, his father. That period with, I was kind of being groomed without me even knowing I was being groomed in that culture of promiscuous behaviors, addiction, drug dealing, drug using. I remember being a 6, 7-year-old kid. My father, he never worked a day in his life. He taught me one thing different when I was how to conduct myself. And he ran with a healthy, pretty proud. He was around just enough to let us know he was not around. I remember as a kid, my mother, right, she had just got a job at Russian Hospital drawing blood for $5 a pop for lobotomies. Then she really worked for the lobotomies and physicists for the Russian Hospital. And so in doing that, pursuing that career, like she was pursuing my bladder. And my father, unfortunately, the Lord took care of me. Not a lot, but when he was around, and he would take me to the strip joint and keep me in the back of the business. At the bar, shots of Coca-Cola. You know what I mean? So I was just kind of like being raised in that world. So I learned a lot of because one would think that like I recognize that this is not a healthy path to pursue, right? You think that, but the reality is, as a matter of fact, I made it a point to excel in everything in my life, not become my father. Right? Jerome was a great guy, my father. I loved him. He didn't show up at 5:30 to cook dinner for us. And we were him and like school at 3 or 3:30. They allowed me to ship like because we knew we were in for nothing but a child's mother. So you would think logically that I'd be like, oh, drugs are bad, kill the state away. But I think paired with a genetic predisposition and being cultivated within that society, this connection for reality had already started taking place. Paired with the fact that I was already a really successful skateboarder at such a young age. So from others' perspectives, from the outside looking in, it looked like there was a method to my madness. Right? And at 14, I'm being endorsed by Gator. At 15, I'm touring the world with Tony Hawk. I'm ending up in Fresh and Trends where I have video cards in the house. Like I'm doing some pretty rad shit. Yeah. So like people were like, he's cool, he's got it. And then I think when people started to take notice, I was so like disconnected from reality and or abnormality that it was like, how? Yeah. So what year was that father taking off the skateboard? Dude, to put it in perspective, how I my brain works. It's like my second book that came out a year or two ago. The sequel to Dream Star. That my life for the better part of 18 years just looked like spring break on methamphetamine, right? Like I was just 24/7. So we went and hired this private investigator and said, hey, I need you to dig up every arrest record, every confrontation with every police officer, every jail stay, every incarceration bit. And he looks at me and says, why? Most people try to bury this really deep. You're asking me to unearth all this. Because like when I see things like that, I can put in my mind where I was at that time. Like my brain compared to your brain, two different brains. Here, for example A. Where were you at? Well, here's where I was at. New Year's Eve, 1999. Right? Do you remember where you were at New Year's Eve, 1999? Okay.
What a great grapple. Those flights you can't drop, right?
Yeah.
I have no recollection.
Okay, cool. So you're about halfway there. So I know exactly where I was at. I was at that point in time renting a room on the corner of Broadway and Beaver in East Baltimore at an abandoned house from this crackhead named Slim who kind of took over the house and paid him $10 a night. I'm shitting and I'm pissing into a bucket. And it's freezing out and Y2K is about to hit. So me and the two people I'm sharing that room with, Caleb and Alexia, we each get pillowcases and we have a crowbar and we're standing outside of the rating in East Baltimore because at 12:01 when the power goes out, we're gonna rob it and hit the pharmacy. All these, and it's gonna be like I've hit the $8 million. It didn't happen. I went to rehab the very following morning. That's how my brain. So you're asking me the timelines, like fuck.
I was just trying to like put it in my own perspective, like, because I remember when I was doing, like, I was obsessed with all of this stuff, like, as my life was skateboarding, I was watching skate videos. It was like, I remember I think it was the first skate video I ever saw with a bigger TG video.
Yeah.
And then after that, it was the Flip Sorry videos, and all those videos, the Piss Drums, dude. Lala, these guys were just hammered, smashed.
Dude, I remember one time this young guy was all my well, then the geography was so pretty big.
It was also, dude, Lala had a pretty tragic story.
We just came out of the Iraq documentary. I've not seen it, but I've seen pieces of it. Have you seen it? I love how he's a great guy. Shout out to But they came through it. My very first tattoo of all my tattoos, and I'm pretty covered, is this one right here, and it says, "No more fucking heroin." And it was. I didn't get it. Like, it was, I got it, but it wasn't by my design. It was them.
Probably the video wasn't.
Yeah, we talked about it, and I couldn't stop getting high, and he was doing the best that he had before he could do it. And he's like, the next time you get out, we're going to give you a tattoo, and it's going to say no more fucking heroin. The next time you want to get out, I want you to look at this tattoo, and it's going to stop you. Yeah, you fast forward, I didn't get sober until 2015, so you can do the math. I know that timeline. But that was my very first tattoo. And the Piss Drunk guys came shortly thereafter, and Andrew and Holly were like, dude, Brad's tattoo every year coming on tour with us. And I was like, no, he's not.
Dude, that was so great in the culture too. It was just like for me, I was like 16 years old watching these guys just get hammered and fucking jump down 20 stairs. But it's inconceivable, man. That kid knocks the door in. He's super young. He doesn't take it. But he was like,
Where's he at today?
I have no idea. I saw that stuff was still skating, I think. But it's crazy to see him grow. I remember doing it. I remember making 2G video like screaming as a camera. I was housing the camera. And it was just like, it's just totally different. He jumps down on the 12 step or something.
I love watching the transition because I always wondered, like, how's Andrew going to carry it? Like, he was this drunk guy, and that was some of the rad, for me, my favorite style of skating, and still belongs to me. Him being sober, like, and still that being, like, the pinnacle of everything from the bigger at the point in time. And how's that going to transition? He did it so beautifully. Like, he wasn't like, oh, I'm sober, this is the way to go. He just let, like, the newer, younger crew out of still show for it straight up. And if that's your deal, that's your deal. And that's what skateboarding is. It's individuality. You know, it's like, I sobriety, with my work ethics, what I've been blessed to create. You know, failure is not an option, and no one's unacceptable. Think about that. The skater will try to trick for days, months, years, over and over and over, and that's literally how I got to where I'm at today. Dude, how old are you now? 44. I just don't do that. Dude, I was looking at your Instagram. Check this out. I'm putting this. I'm gonna post this in a couple days. I'm so stoked on this trip. Shit, that I fought with that thing for a minute. My buddy's been there in Baltimore, 410. Stays up there now. It's sick, man. And it's just a sick grab.
It's like a Switch 5.0.
No, it's just it's a front side 180, like fakey nose grind, like bringing it forward, right? Like Bob Burnquist kind of deal.
Hell yeah. I love that. Love the mini
But
ramp.
dude, skateboarding is like, I just realized, you would have thought that I came to this realization years ago, like full time for a living. But I didn't realize it until I just took part out not too long ago. And I'm 44. My brain says that I'm like 16. My body says I'm like 99. And I'm trying this trick, and I'm trying, and I can't make it. And I'm like so angry. I think I sprained my ankle. I'm like throwing my board. And I walk away and I don't get it. But it dawned on me, like, this is why I love it. While trying that trick, filled with just frustration and negativity because I couldn't land it. I did exactly what I was supposed to do. It shut this off. I wasn't thinking about work. I wasn't thinking about her, him, it. I was in the moment. Like in it. And I fucking spent a lot of money, went a lot of places, and hung out with a lot of women trying to fulfill that void. And skateboarding. And I realized that at 43. But it's so like think about it. So everyone tries. I think. I really tried to be in the moment. It's fucking yeah, it's therapeutic. Yeah. You see, I mean, even with Dan, you can see it on his Instagram now that he's skating more now. About what he's doing, but it seems like he's got like his head shit together more. That he's actually like trying stuff now, like skating and shit, posting on Instagram. Yeah, it's more that like positive reinforcement. It is. It's so good for the mental health. And that's how I can tell whether anyone in the skateboarding world is doing good or bad. You know, whether they're actually skating, not just like, shoot photo of me posing this trick, you can see that. But like, and that's really, it comes back to everything. It's the behaviors, right? Alcoholism, addiction, shopping, gambling, food, porn, sex. That's the solution to the underlying cause and condition, the real root of the problem. The behaviors lead to those endings or solutions or narratives, if you will. So, I can tell by someone's behavior change or lack thereof where it goes at. So, understanding that, I really don't need to hear much about it. Honestly, as long as I just sit back and as a direct result of the spiritual experience that I have had, I'm just like insanely hypersensitive to where I'm affected my surroundings. Too much so, like hypersensitive. Is it hard for you to get through life being sober and not doing it? You said it many times that you just love drugs and alcohol. Yeah. Is it hard for you to stay away from it? Do you think about it, or is it kind of like, you sort of like hit a switch now? It doesn't really bother you. Dude, I've had this like profound experience of this spiritual experience. The definition of a spiritual experience is simply a psychic change, meaning that I read and go back to today and no longer look at things how I did then, going to do that and jackasses. And then what that looks like for me is that without trying to get my like fucking set, here's my wisdom and my meditation. but in a way of like it's so consumed to me that not only does it like save my life on a daily basis, it allows me the ability to give food to so many others. Where generally the weed build is really high, deep, thick, unpenetratable wall, because the demographic or wheelhouse for which I'm most or widely known as simply addicts and alcoholics. And what are we? Defined by nature, being authority, what do you do for them, right? Because we possess this job to consist of doing everything. So you suggest what I should do to potentially save my life. I suggest what you fuck off, because I know. And because of my story being so widely read, publicized in the public format, there's depth of weight. There's experience, hard-won experience that's earned in a position of understanding as opposed to being understood. So when I have the ability to work with somebody, they know that like I need it. Like I understand. I'm great at putting that. And the beautiful thing about it is my life is just as, maybe if not more, consumed by drugs and alcohol today. But the only difference is I don't use them, and it provides me with a beautiful, blessed life. Yeah. It makes no sense anywhere else in the world. And it's nothing shy of a miracle. And magical only makes sense within this little community of what at one point in time I was dedicated to this fucking call. And that wasn't buying what you sell on to related on functioning. Dude, I love life, and I don't want to live by sitting in some weird church basement with these weird old people. And I'm like, dude, for me, the pain has just become so great. A whole lot of things aligned to where I was willing to do the unthinkable, which was like maybe see to my innermost personal self that like, you know what I do know? But I don't fucking know. Because prior to that date, my resume stated I did those shit because I had done some things. So it's just such a mind fuck. How do I go from like being a pretty successful guy by an outsider's perspective to the reality of understanding that the very best of my thinking places me in a position where I'm walking into my 13-day patient treatment center and I'm standing in the basement with these 19-year-old boys stumbling through donations about and I'm praying to God that he finds how the fuck did I get here? More than one was not equal to two, boys. But what I didn't realize then, because I was so consumed by the mess that I was incapable of seeing the message, that day that I thought was the worst day of my life, true story, has literally turned out to be the best day of my life. Like that day, and I've had some really rad days in my life. I've done some of the most amazing things, even under the influence, that I would never take back. But that day, legit, standing in my 13th rehab, a Catholic charity facility that cost me $2 to move to. I walked in with the clothes on my back, literally tied on by a shoestring. Everything I owned consisted of 8 scarves, 2 jackets, 3 socks, a stick of deodorant. It fit into this bag that doubled as my pillow, a needle, a spoon, and a straight load. That's all that I owned. And a passport, oddly enough. And I'm in the basement with this 19-year-old kid stumbling through these donation boxes looking for some used underwear for me. Praying to God that he finds it. If he does not find it, but what he does find is a pair of size 40 women's sweatpants with no Rothschild, a woman's tank top, and a pair of size 13 pieces of sandals. Right? And that's right there, bro. That's like Florida's finest, man. This was Patrick's spot. Love Florida. It's clearly fitted. It's just big box zippers. Before. God bless my man. But at the time, I was like, I go from like skateboarder, jackass, people, man, New York Times author, like that. And done some shit, man. And I'm in this basement with this weird boy fucking handing me women's clothes. And like, how? should have known that. Look, I didn't end up in addiction. It's funny. I didn't end up in addiction because I took the short bus to school. Right? Quite the contrary. I ended up in addiction because I was too smart for my own goddamn good. And every time I landed in a psychiatrist's office, a doctor's office, a treatment center, a 12-step program, in a seat that had the ability to save my life, I would outthink myself right out. I'd seen me do it so many times. And it's funny, because quite the contrary, and it just dawned on me, I didn't end up in recovery until I took the short bus to that. I literally had to dump my way into sobriety. Straight up. You know, you had a really unique your perspective out of it, so much different than anyone else. Like you kind of, you said to you, it was almost like during CKY and Jackass and People That Man and all that stuff, you had one foot in this crazy fucking world, band in the spotlight. It keeps the team young, for sure. And another foot in this fucking hell. Dude, I was glad that you pointed that out, and it's really ironic because shameless plug here, but the book that I was just telling you about, that I did the audio version for, the narration for the audio version, The Streets of Baltimore, it really chronicalizes that whole thought process of knowing that. Like, that was because no matter how amazing and beautiful the experience was, and how much I loved it and wanted to take advantage of it, I knew that it was only a matter of time before I burnt it to the ground as a direct result of my addiction, because I was unable to control it. When I am drinking and drugging, I use the pleasure of having to say so and taking that anymore. And I didn't understand it then. But my book is all, my life is all in retrospect with backwards. Right? So now, when I read that book after I had made it through that, I could really see the reality of my situation. And truth be told, the reason why I ended up in the position for so long is because I refused to give addiction or alcoholism and or recovery the time, attention, or respect that it deserved. Because I knew, you know what I mean? Like, come on. I wanted what you had, but I wasn't really willing to do what you suggested in order to obtain this like you had. That'd be a quicker, easier way for you to get there.
It's easier.
Yeah, right. I was just too smart for my own good. That's what I got. I always say, my life, fucking 18 years, basically, be rearranging the furniture on the Titanic. that could just be this whole podcast. You know, it was going down. But I always, with the best intentions, I just put this here, and you go here, and she goes there, and there. It's gonna be different. So, and I believed it. I really believed it. And then I'd wake up tomorrow, right? I'd wake up tomorrow and repeat yesterday's actions, and I'm stuck in Groundhog Day. Like, that's what it is. What the fuck is that Alpha? Can't go to that Alpha tattoo. Dude, so what's the story behind that? There is a story behind it. The creator of Alpha. You're a fan of Alpha, remember? Oh, yeah. I remember. The creator of Alpha, Michael something. Look it up. There's a book written about it called Permanent Midnight, which they then made a movie about it, and Ben Stiller plays it. But he was a strung out heroin and crack addict while developing the treatment plan of Alpha, which makes sense if you think about it. I watched the movie or read the book. It's one of the most amazing things I've ever read. And Ben Stiller plays a great drug addict. It's like, oh wow, dude, I had no idea. And I just like a lot. And it's like an alien from mailbag. All day. That's all it was, just trying to get the cat, the family.
It's such a weird show. That's what I was doing.
If you watch read the book or watch the documentary, the movie, it makes complete sense. So I ended up, that's not why I got this though. That's my story. It's a lie. But I was at this tattoo convention and they're like, we'll pay you to get a tattoo. I was a judge or something. Like, okay. Maybe Bam came up with the idea for Alf. And they're like, all right, so I get the tattoo. And then the
these chicks come like, yes, you want to help? And they're like, yes, we go out to the parking lot, and the security follows, people are following, and in the car, and you're like, this blow. And because I breached my contract, they never paid me for the convention or the tattoo. Like, I was supposed to get. You breached your contract for doing blow? For the evening, and like, avoiding my responsibilities and being a judge. These chicks had cocaine. And it was way more important than Sorry to interrupt. This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Rothschild. We all know how important it is to get the right amount of nutrition, exercise, and sleep has to be. It's something I'm really passionate about and have discussed at length with doctors and nutritional scientists on this podcast. That's why I use Rothschild. Rothschild is a company dedicated to translating scientific data into products that have the potential to increase longevity. I take supplements every day to help combat aging by increasing my NAD. Powerful. And then NAD plus is arguably one of the most powerful molecules in the body. But the clients with age, the NAD plus levels high helps guide longevity because and slow down aging effects by regulating sports process inside the cells.
I talk to him because I'm a pimp, a West Side gangster, the East Side pimp, the West Side pimp, the East Side gangster.
Increases their attraction for energy. These two molecules act synergistically, increase your energy plus more than just NAD on its own. First, I'll also publish third-party testing from each batch produced, absolutely guaranteed. Head on over to Donuts.so and use the coupon code DANNY, spelled DANNY, to save 15% on your entire order. Or just go to ABR.so /. Back to the show. This is
I feel like I can look at the West Side. Walking on cum shirts. I'm walking on cum shirts. Whoa. And don't feel good. Yeah. Hey, hey. And don't feel good. Hey. Yeah. I'm walking on cum shirts. Whoa. I'm walking on cum shirts. Whoa. I'm walking on cum shirts. Whoa. And don't feel good. Hey. Oh man, look at this move. This athleticism. His body. Gotta take a shizzy.
And I was really just so confused about me and who I was. Like, I had no idea what self-confidence was. Going to be a weird situation to be in. And then I'm thrust into there. I show up with this whole set. There's the cast. It's just shit everybody. Money, filming, and all these professionals. And Bam's like the man. And I remember him as being this like little skate rat. And I wanted to be a part of it. And I knew Dunn from then. I knew Rab. I knew all those guys, but not in this light. And they didn't like wanted me to be a part of it. But I was just like such an out. I was at that point I was just such a stranger in my own skin, trying to figure out what the fuck that meant and why. And all I wanted was a release, which was like to get high, and that wasn't allowed. So it was just this struggle. Yeah. And then the producers, they didn't really want me in it because I just was like this odd like person that didn't really fit their storylines. But Van kept insisting that I did it. And again, we talk about all this in the Streets of Bronx when you really think of it. But he'd like write me in scenes, and then they'd cut me out or they made the editing, and just like, and that makes me even more depressed. Like, just this weird little redheaded stepchild that no one was accepting on their end, like Bam and Rab and Frank and Dunn and all those people. But and then finally, I'll never forget it. The one day broke where like I said something, and it was like common cold, and they all started laughing, and the cast, the crew, and like it was like the best day of my life, and right there, and then so that paired with the fact that I was Bam's best friend, and I could do no wrong.
Drake and do blow, but I couldn't do like any downers. That's not cool. That's doing a lot. Like, yeah, that's still so acceptable in like life of the party. But I'm doing downers. I'm gonna steal shit. I'm gonna lie. Disappear in Baltimore for like something. Possibly die in the living room. Kind of frowned upon. Yeah, a little bit. But and throughout this time, I'm starting to kind of feel who I am, a little bit more direction. I spent more time there, and I'm kind of just finding my way. But I'm just becoming such a major pain in the ass to the production team because, like, Van would do funny shit. They couldn't control me because I wasn't on payroll. I'm Van's best friend. He's already I'm like, I don't walk out like naked with a hard on jerking off if that's what like I think that's those guys with Van brought you along so I had to deal with it. Yes. So, but it's funny, I say this one line, and it was during one of the episodes, and we do this thing, and it's called, like, Maniac. It's me, Dunn, Rab, Ray might be in there, Deco, and we're just like, it's a mosh pit playing pool, and they're all getting ready to fly to Europe, and they asked me if I got, I'm like, I can't, I have warrants, and everyone just starts dying, but it was really the truth of the time. So the producer, that never say her name, she pulls me aside after, and she's like, look, it's inevitable that, like, you're now going to become a character on this show, but we can't control you, so we're going to pay you. And now that we pay you, you have to listen to us. And I'm like, deal. But again, most people are like, wow, that's a really smart strategy to end up on the payroll and make a living out of this. No, I just dumbed my way into that. What's anything good in my life really today? It's just like not done. By doings.
Where were you guys when the story where Van was like, you're like, I need some money, and Van's like, go shove a rock up your ass. I'm like,
yeah, that was in Europe. That was in Europe. That was that, you know, that paired with many other things that I had shoved up my anus for a lot of years while traveling to get out of the radar of police detecting what I was trying to consider, which were narcotics. Ultimately, like, me having like this heavily surgery, it's like my things. I don't say right. Even saying that, I'm like, dude, this just roll off the top of my head.
I don't think there's more self-deprecating things you can say about it.
Well, it's one of those magical things. Name to me another male who's not a homosexual. Have his anus pulled out. Right. Not many do that. You know, it's our perspective. It could be worse.
I mean, you got the most use out of it.
I did. But again, these are right, and the reason why, because this generally wouldn't be stuff that I want to like really like focus on, because I'm a very changed, different man today. But all perspective, these are the things that I personally enjoy talking about because it gives depth and weight to our story, the transformation that's taking place as a direct result of kind of, you know, reaching out and asking for help, which is what I'm all about today, is helping people who are where I once was. So, you know, those defects have become my assets. That poison has become my medicine that I can now share with countless others. So it's giving me purpose, it's giving me drive, it's giving me meaning, it's giving me love, right? It's taught me compassion, it's empathy, sympathy. And it all spawned from state, really good.
So you guys were in Europe when that happened, and then did you go to the hospital after that?
I did. I went to the hospital.
You had thought, that was when you got the band, right?
That's what I was talking about,
Yeah.
which I was the most important person in the band, but I didn't claim to go shoot someone in the band. Again, being his best friend, traveling is kind of a form of entertainment. I used to say I was like walking television. They couldn't really like kick me off the tour until and then they put me on the tour like opening for them to Phil Collins. So then I had some relevance a little bit that. But we have all that footage. So again, all of that footage we have, and you know, I have a documentary that will be coming out. And unbeknownst to me or us, we're getting production since the CKY days. So it's like 20-some years. We have actual full-time footage. So everything I'm talking about for majority of this episode, we had the actual footage kills. And so we we are putting it out. So we have complete creative control. It's in production editing now. Joe Fox, who filmed the CKYs, he's doing this project. Is he really? Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. So we're done. Like that, we're looking at how we're going to. Where do you live right now? Florida. Oh, you live in Philly right now? Is that Johnston there? Yeah, Florida. Wow. I was watching this morning. I was like reminiscing a little bit, watching the scene where you guys were playing poker. Yeah, and Tico takes your cross. And he's like, "Oh, did your grandmother give you this?" And that was right around the secret. If you remember that, you couldn't tell. I was so uncomfortable. Like I come out of Baltimore, I had this big gold. Like it was just so unsure of myself. I just didn't know anything about me, and that was you could feel me that because they had to like put me in these skits, and like I was in a shot glass. I was still like in my mind, all I wanted to do was keep doing heroin, but I knew that it wasn't like sustainable, and I burned all these books in Baltimore, so he was like, "Let me keep looking here." So although physically I was there doing what a lot of people would think was really bad shit, in my mind, that's all I was obsessing about is how can I get back to Baltimore. It's insane looking back, but that's literally where I was at during that scene. I didn't give a fuck less about it. I wanted to get back to Baltimore to get heroin, but without any repercussions, which was impossible. So I was like in this weird purgatory state, and that lasted the better part of like 5 years.
What was the worst shit you ever saw on the streets trying to score back?
Dude, there was just a lot of things that I would recommend or suggest to anybody that would have to witness. And really what it was is just the pain that our loved ones receive as a direct result, right? Because they get the short end of the stick. They get like the addiction, except they get everything that comes with addiction except for the physical act of drinking or drugging, which allows you to escape reality. It's kind of like this, okay. They get like the pain, death, the destruction, the heartbreak, the heartache. And that to me was, watching my mother like just have to close me in this big glass door. And I went home one day. A common theme in my stories is that rocks stop working. Like I put the key in, it doesn't work, and she's just there crying. She's like, "Rabbi, I can no longer allow you to live here. I will no longer love you to death. You have to go." And I'm like, "You're my mother." And it's so sick, but I would take it to like, "You allowed my father to do this for years, and what if my dad, I wouldn't be the way that I was." Really projecting this evil, vile stuff that is not true. And that's, to me, the worst shit. Now, to people who are like, "Oh, wow, it's not that sad." I've seen, like, the stabbings. I've seen the shootings. I've seen, like, babies in crack houses. It's but at that point in time, it's just kind of like par for the course. It's Monday morning. So you see every day. Yeah. That's not the stuff that sticks with me. What sticks with me is, my mother literally praying to God that I got legit, just because then she would finally have a peace of mind knowing that I was safe for all. She told you that. Yeah. She bought me a plot. I have a plot. Wait, legit, which is for sale now. So, if anyone out there would like to purchase this plot, which is in Baltimore, the proceeds from said plot will go to the scholarship foundation that I've created, which provides sober living for any man who ever refused to let Christ be the term as to why someone can follow through of sobriety after completing an addiction program. Right. But yeah, that's fucking dark. That's where I went from the fucking fucked up. And to me, that's just like crazy.
You launched the YouTube channel Software Underbelly. I've heard, dude, never watched this dude, Mark Layden, who's a photographer. He was in LA, but he bought a studio, a photo studio in Skid Row, and then he was just constantly surrounded by all these pimps and prostitutes and crackheads and the most fucked up human beings on earth. One thing had like half of his face blown off by a shotgun or like a crack deal gone wrong. studio talking to them and like asking them about their lives, and it is gut wrenching to watch this. I mean, and he says like the number one, I don't know if it's true for like people. He says I don't know people the number one common denominator is like fucked up childhoods and like fucked up.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like the byproduct, the thing that gets our attention is the skid row, drug addict, crackhead. But if you look beyond that, past the thing that we're seeing, the solution to the real problem, there's some kind of traumatic experience that took place within that individual's life.
Right.
And that's what's so important with getting. I'm a big fan of treatments. I don't trust anyone that doesn't seek outside advice or counsel through some form of therapy personally. And I'm a big fan of helping someone find an appropriate program that fits their diagnosis. Because what happens is then, say, that bottle of wine is my addiction, and I put it down. If I just simply sit this thing down, and that's all I've done. It's not a matter of if I pick it back up, but when I pick it back up. Why? Because that's not the problem. That's the solution. The same alcoholic will drink again. Why wouldn't I just pick that back up? So if I can get someone into an appropriate program and create a big enough gap between me and the last time I picked up my solution, then we can get to the root of the cause. We can uncover what the problem is in order to discover what the problem is. If there's any hopes to recover from the problem. Because a lot of times we don't even fucking know what the problem is. It's never been uncovered.
Right. So very.
Yeah. So ignorance is bliss. Why wouldn't I fucking smoke crack on Skid Row and have half my face blown off? Like, what? Fools you for thinking that there's something wrong with my story. Straight up, yeah. Like, that's disconnection from reality. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, I like the book when you said, I think it was on Bert's podcast, you said, I'm a big fan of hard times.
Yeah, totally. There has to be some repercussions for that. Right? So I was very grateful to have been surrounded by really good people in my new way of life on the journey. And they would instill these things in you, like you never get between an alcoholic and a body. Right? And there has to be some repercussions for that. Or else why would I stop? Right? Me personally. But that's the fucked up convoluted thing about alcoholism addiction. It's which is why it looks like we're fighting this really unwinning battle. If you look at the analytics, if you look at the statistics, the cold hard fucking data collected from whatever that pulling this from, it states that a person in recovery, or an addict or alcoholic should be high or dead right now. The fact of the matter is they miraculous, keeping a miracle. B defies logic. It looks like we are fighting an unwinning battle. But if you ask my mother, she'll tell you different. Because I'm not in that plot that she brought me this way. So I work with the DEA now. It's pretty fucking insane. The DEA came to me. I didn't go to the DEA. The DEA came to me. We understand that we cannot arrest. Arrest our way out of this problem.
Wow, took them long enough.
And just say no thing didn't work. Shocker. But they said we understand that we can no longer arrest our way out of this problem. We are going to create this thing called the opioid summit, the 360-degree opioid summit. We're going to have it in every state. The DEA is the DEA, but under that umbrella are all these different factions of the DEA. It's like the VA. The VA is the VA, and then you have all these other VAs in different states, and they're all kind of ran differently. They're not under the same guidelines. And the DEA is very similar. So what they did is they brought me on to be this the speaker, the keynote speaker for these events that they throw, because they want to try to instill change in the approach that stop the supply? How do we stop this? The problem with that, and real matter of fact, nonchalant, they didn't legislate stop the supply by stopping it. So simple that most miss that. What I can tell you is me being a person who's coming up with 9 years sober, I really spent the majority of every living breath of my body coming up with ways to find as much money to consume as much heroin into my arm as possible for a lot of years. And the fact that I am no longer living that way, just me as one of the 7.3 billion people in the world, I've stopped just myself a lot of the demand. Just me, right? So when someone took the time to help me, what happened was I accepted the help. Now I help another. 2 turned into 4 turned into 8 turned into 16, and before you know it, the narrative is changing, meaning the outcome is changing. So that's the approach that, but if you look at the numbers, we're losing this battle.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't believe it in the pharmaceutical industry.
It's so disgusting.
We're the only country in the world besides, we're not even half the guys who but they're the only country that allows advertising of pharmaceutical drugs on television and everywhere else. And like, even those recent documentaries, like the Mouth Killer documentary and the Purdue Pharma, all that shit is like, that is, I mean, you want to talk about a cartel.
Yeah, it's insane. That they are, as a complete fact, to my belief, they are worse drug dealers than the guys out here on the corner that are just like legit selling whatever they're selling. Those are the real gangsters.
Yeah, but if you could stop those companies being able to make so much goddamn money and skirt so much regulation, being really in lockstep with lobbying fucking politicians to get what they get away with. So that seems to me like the lowest hanging fruit to the problem. Right?
So but it's just so complex, so convoluted, so layered that my field mind doesn't see a solution to that. But what I can wrap my head around, what I can see is like helping another individual to turn into 4 turn into 8 turn into 16. The narrative changes because the demand is stopped, the supply is no longer needed. The outcome is, fuck, like, I'm cool. I'm not interested in myself. That's my outlook on the grip situation that I can wrap my head around and really believe things will change over.
Do you know anything about the program they have? I forget what country it is right now. I say it's like 50 or something. They actually made heroin people to where, like, if you have a problem with heroin, like a doctor will work with you and like titrate down your dose. And you can actually go to the doctor and get your heroin, like make sure it's clean and make sure you don't get any infections or whatever, and then they slowly work with you and try to wean you off like under medical supervision.
I'm a big fan of that approach. I know just a little bit, not nearly enough to sit here and imagine if I do.
Do you think that would work here?
Here's the deal, right? In this world of harm reduction, there's no margin for error. It's impossible. No one has a fucking answer. If we did, we follow it, we sell, we get millionaire a million times over. I believe and I want to hope within my heart of hearts that we're all coming to this with the most sincerest of intentions and we want the best outcome. I really want to believe that. Probably not true, but that's what I truly believe. And we're just doing the best with what we have. And if we all come together collectively and continue to not buy into, which could be, just political propaganda. Look at this war on drugs that you're fighting, that you're never going to win. That's just deep in certain parties' pockets for sure. But, if you don't buy into that narrative, but just stay in this for the right reason, like the right outcome will prevail. I'm a big thing. They were going to open the first safe injection site in Philadelphia. I don't know where, because they have those, but like in PA, I think the first one was going to be over in Philadelphia. And it was this close to being passed. And at the midnight hour,
And some of the arguments were, well, what if my son walks past there, he sees that they're injecting, because same thing, we're going to have doctors in there, we're going to have people administering the fentanyl test kits to see if there's fentanyl, a very safe space for which you can inject your drugs, giving clean needles, clean cookers, clean water, clean cottons to bring the disease spreading to a minimum. And they said, well, what if my son walks past there and sees that? And it also can be used as a portal, to where, like, if you're in there and you want help, here's all these resources available. Let's get you from there to treatment, right? He's going to do all this great. But then their big concern was like, well, what if my girl, what if my son, what if my daughter? And my thought to that was the majority of the men and women that are in there doing that don't really do that. Right? Like my mother, 83, God bless her soul, never gonna walk past the safe injection site and see some guy with a needle hanging out like that looks pretty fucking fine, right? Like that's not how generally that's not how it works. Right. But then what I was saying, like being an owner of properties, I live next to my house. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And if you're really gonna be sincere, would you mind? But I would give up my property value in order to save countless people for sure. But my very first thought was like, I love it, but I love it over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Truth be told. So it's like,
what you don't see doesn't affect you, right?
yeah. But again, I believe in miracles because I am a walking target with the Lord. I know a lot of real life miracles that are amongst us all day and night. So I'll continue to fight this with a lot of other people that I'm putting back.
Yeah. What do you think about like all the fentanyl shit being trafficked over here mixed with everything like cocaine?
So that's insane too. I had a big talk with the DEA. I just didn't know that the DEA. I asked her about that. They said cocaine is making it very convenient like that. Not crack, but cocaine. We're seeing tons of cocaine again. Methamphetamine. Just can't know. And they said what happened is because they banned China from being able to export the ingredients that it takes to make fentanyl. Right? Like they didn't really put a safeguard on shutting that down. The best they could do, but what's happening now is, remember like when they were making the backyard bath, like in a bathroom in a little like soda bottle can, they're doing the same thing here with fentanyl, doing that. And they gave me this chocolate chip analogy. Because you have these guys in the woods with a whole deeper fucking in a 2x4 mixing up fentanyl for real. And then they're putting it into whatever product they're cooking up. It's turning into this, imagine you're baking a batch of chocolate chip. Do you have the ability to control how many chocolate chips go in each design cookie? No. Same thing with fentanyl. So that's why you get a batch where one that you buy from the same dealer, one person might totally be fine, but the other person dies immediately. That little chocolate chip cookie thing.
Yes,
So they're doing that, so that they understand. So what they're doing now, and you'll start to hear this if you pay attention, they're going to start changing the narrative a little bit of it. You're not going to hear overdoses anymore. You start to get poisons. Because I said, well, why are they putting it in cocaine? Why are they putting it Xanax? Why are they putting it in ecstasy? And they said to create that what addicts call speedball effect.
This holiday season, you might be looking for some delicious, nutritional meals to fuel you on those jam-packed days. Factor, America's #1 ready-to-eat meal delivery service, can help you eat well for breakfast, lunch, and dinner with chef-prepared, dietitian-approved, ready-to-eat meals delivered straight to your door. You'll save time and stay on track with your healthy lifestyle while tackling all those holiday to-dos. You can cross meal prep off your holiday list this season with Factor. Skip the planning, the grocery shopping, the cooking, chopping, cleaning, and get Factor's fresh, never frozen meals delivered straight to your door. Treat yourself to high-quality, delicious meals over the holidays. Choose from 35+ chef-crafted meals every week that support a healthy lifestyle and your meal preferences. Whether it's calorie smart, vegan, and veggie,
Protein Plus, and more wholesome options. And Factor isn't just dinner. You can count on convenience any time of the day with an assortment of 55 plus add-ons to suit various preferences and tastes. Choose from quick breakfast items, lunch to go, grab-and-go snacks, and ready-to-drink cold-pressed juices, shakes, and smoothies. This December, get Factor and enjoy eating well without the hassle. Simply choose your meals and enjoy fresh, flavor-packed meals delivered right to your door. Ready in just 2 minutes. No prep, no mess. Head to factormeals.com/DJP50 and use the code DJP50 to get 50% off. That's code DJP50 at factormeals.com/DJP50 for 50% off. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
I love speed balls. There's nothing more I love than shooting up heroin and cocaine at the same time. Right?
Yeah,
How do you do that? You just heroin and cocaine mixed up, hook it up, shoot it together in one shot, but it gets you real high, and you just get this sensation, this smell, this feeling, and then it brings you like stop in your tracks. But it kind of produces that same effect within these kids who are going to buy a little bit of blow, right, or whatever. It gives you that without even knowing you're going to get that in hopes to create this new phenomenon. It's just to help spike sales. It's what they're doing it for.
I always thought that the fentanyl and the cocaine, because the people that are doing it are dying instantly.
I know.
So I always thought that I read something about this where people
But
were
not
getting
all are dying because of the chocolate chip effect, right? So there's so many that aren't dying. Yeah, you can't control it.
So I thought it was like shitty street dealers who sold heroin that you can mix heroin with fentanyl on purpose, right? Because it's a short service, whatever. But they're mixing it on the same table or whatever as they're mixing the cocaine, so they're accidentally getting some side residue of some fentanyl in there.
yeah,
But you think they're like intentionally put out. That's what I was told.
okay.
Like,
Right. And it's not, remember, the DEA is like a very big, yes, and it's a big organization. So it's not like you have a speaker that speaks for them. Right?
But if I'm selling coke and I'm mixing the fentanyl and it's killing people, that's not the business, right? I want your clients to die.
But then the ones that don't die are like, what's this? That's like an extra good. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, that's different. I like that high. Yeah, I go back to that person.
Can you see, there's an article, I don't know if you can find it, but there was a recent article where the boss of the Sinaloa cartel.
Those are the two main cartels that are fighting over everything. This is also what they told me. Sinaloa and the CJ. What the CJ is. Those are the two that are like the ones that are in control of everything. Yes. Those are the two that have the say so in everything.
So that, yeah, it was the boss of the Sinaloa cartel made some sort of statement like to all of their proxies that if they find fentanyl in any of their coke, that they're gonna like kill them on sight. So there'll be like massive repercussions.
So that could very well have happened. I don't know the name.
Yeah, it's crazy to see that in the article. You see that like the cartel are super against their shipping of the fentanyl, and they're gonna be punishing people for putting fentanyl, for mixing their coke with fentanyl.
So then the approach to the prosecution side of this, like, again, what they're doing is they're changing the verbal from overdoses to poisoning. Because if I arrest you because you sold a batch of heroin or cocaine and killed some people with fentanyl, I'm arresting you for possession, distribution, maybe some form of homicide, first, second, third degree. But if I can say that you're poisoning people, the outcome of that sentence we're way worse. So you're less overdosing, more poison. That's how that's going to start coming in.
You think you know fentanyl?
No, I would for sure die. I mean, it literally might be consistent with me coming up with much easily possible to stick a needle into my arm and years to that. I mean, I think that this is one of my tattoos. Where is my needle? Oh, there it is. Like, that's what I did. Like, I really did that thing. I'm not bragging by any means, but that is how I got there.
It's one of the top sellers around the Mexico Sinaloa cartel. State gang has reportedly sworn off sales of fentanyl. Stands compared to prosecutors in Sinaloa confirmed that the banners appeared on overpasses and near roadways, but could not say whether they were authentic or who they wanted to buy.
Or is that just a tactical plan to say, we're alone a little bit. It's like very similar to politics right there.
You don't like that stuff.
Yeah, one side is just
basically a political party.
it is. It's like CNN or Fox. Which narrative are we pushing out here? It's like you just never know. Yeah, it's a very difficult, uncharted territory. What was the story with you guys? I don't know if you know which band, but you were telling a story about like some Samoan trans dudes in a hotel room. Yeah. I was on the Howard Stern show, and I've been up for several days. The Howard Stern show was at New York Times, and happened very early, 5 a.m. Of course, the rock and roll was supposed to be there 5 points to stay up the so I did that, and the show came out of it really well, insanely highly. And it like great. And I talked on there about wanting to get blown by a transsexual. Because I was like, it seemed like a great idea. It seemed like, everything would be amazing about it. That's probably what they do the majority of their experiences. With the training, lots of blowjobs, they'd be great at it, whatever.
That's would they be better at doing blowjobs?
I think they'd be, more in tune with it.
Right, because they understand what it takes to get a good blowjob.
And, they're men, disguising themselves as women.
Right.
So, obviously, they're not going to fuck a lot. Mm-hmm. So, I'd imagine their go-to would be more. So, yes. And so, we're in Australia, we're doing a fuck face tour. And one of the promoters asked if we needed anything. And that was another tour that I got kicked off of. Just being way too high by Oxycontin, I call it them. But nonetheless, Bam was like, yes, we need a transsexual that's willing to want to throw no back. And we get back to the hotel, and lo and behold, there's a knock at the door, and there's this transsexual and transsexual pimp. And in my mind, what I envisioned a transsexual to look like is a very attractive woman. And, remember that morning show, the talk show, Is It a Man or Is It a Woman? Remember that talk show in the house, the Cherry Springer? Like really good looking men that look like women. And in my mind, that's what it was going to be. If it ever came to fruition.
You wouldn't even be able to tell.
Dude, you'd be jealous for not partaking. In my mind is how this is going to look if it ever happens. Yeah, totally. And lo and behold, it happened. And it did not play out at all like I predicted it would. The transsexual was just like this, like Samoan guy that didn't really look like a girl, but looked like he played like a linebacker for a football team. And there was like a pimp there, and it was just really weird. And I had been on cocaine for like days, and I'm like paranoid and delusional at this point. And I used to watch that TV show Cops a lot. And I love when they would do the prostitution stings. They would do a hotel room next to the joint room. Yeah. And John would come in with a chick, and then all of a sudden the police would bar through the door. And I'm like, fuck, that's going to happen. Before that, everyone went to the bathroom. Included everyone from the party. I was there? Yeah, he had to go to everyone had to go to the bathroom because I was engaged at the time. And I didn't want word to get back to my fiance. So I have not only a hooker, but like a transsexual. So everyone's in the bathroom so no one can see or take pictures of why. What was it for? Why did you agree to do it? Just because? Well, because I was on the Howard Stern show. I mean, that's just a goddamn story to tell. That I would love to do that. Just like. And then at the time, I'm like, yeah, whatever, sure, it'd be rad. Basically, my mouth wrote a check, my ass did not want to cash. That's what it came down to. So, you're just consumed by the moment, the energy. You're like, I'm doing it. You're like, no, didn't want to be counted. I walked way too far to get out of this one. And so everyone's in the bathroom, and I'm like delusional. I'm starting to become paranoid. I haven't slept for almost 5 days. Believing. I sit on a chair and she sits on a chair and I don't know what to say or do. And I'm like, if you're a cop, just arrest me now because I'm envisioning the doors, the police, She said, I'm not a cop. She said, let's go to the bed. I'm like, why do you go to the bed? There's nothing to do in the bed. Like, no. She kind of starts to crawl over through the acts, but I like to talk dirty, like when in that position, and that's not really happening. My mind can't get there. And I just want it over with. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh.
How long did it take?
It did. I pulled it together, man. I pulled it together. I've been in an uncomfortable situation before, so it's not like the first. And I've had doing it recently, men slowly for money before. Right. But that was by force. This is almost by choice. Years that way. Like friends, and this big tip guy in the lab. I'm a club in Australia. Oh my god. So the deed is done. They come out, and then to make matters worse, when they're leaving the hotel room, one of them is like, they have this big platinum heartogram necklace to this door, like, really expensive stuff, and they swipe that to them. So this whole thing is probably like, there's like at least 20 grand, just adding the cost of that. Yeah. So the moral of the story is, do not get blown by a trend in Australia.
They don't look
Well,
like
maybe you do. Everyone has a kid, right? That's someone's. Not mine.
No, but you were better at that point. Like, is there a process for you to like get yourself out of your head when that's happening? Like, I just need this gun and look, this is there. It's
It is. It's just kind of like, I disconnect. I disassociate, like, really. I've spent, I've been in solitary confinement where I was locked in a cell for 23 hours a day, allowed out once an hour, one time a day for an hour, Monday through Friday, in handcuffs and shackles. I've done that. I've been homeless. I've slept in abandoned houses. I've had to, like, pay some shit to, like, one of the home people with my kids. Done the prostitution thing. And completely destroyed, my mother's hopes and dreams. As a safe child. So I've been around the block a lot of times, so I'm pretty good at, like, thank God I'm not like that now. I don't have to disassociate from anything. I actually really appreciate and grateful for the process in which, like, things take place in. And I'm so much in that zone now that, like, with the littlest of things, like, gets me off my game. Like, I almost I'm just so disconnected from being that guy that I once was. That, like, I just such a change.
like whatever happened to Dico? He's around. I don't know. Like he looked disappeared. Especially that's where he just like fell off from the security.
Yeah, it was the one that I was the least close to. Oh, was it really?
He literally where I was at. Do you still talk now, or are you guys still kind of on the outs?
We're not speaking at the moment. I don't have an issue with it. I had an issue with rivalry that for him. I think we were just going in two different directions for us. We didn't have much in common at that time, but I see, like,
You were like on the rise, and he was kind of like spiraling out of control.
yeah, we were just headed two different directions. And I don't ever come from a place of, like, standing on the top of this mountain preaching as if I have the answers, because I don't have any answers at all. What I know is just my narrative and where I'm at, the direction I'm headed. And if anyone out there wants to be a part of it, then right on, let's do this together. And maybe if there's more similarities than differences, it might make sense to pay a little bit of attention. But if not, that's totally okay. So I don't know if his direction was the right or wrong one. Who am I to say that? I just wasn't the direction that I was headed. And looking back for me, depending on how deep you want to dive or go down that hole, if anyone would have allowed of my process, like, allowed me to spend one less night homeless, allowed me to spend one less night in a cell or in a really bad position or predicament, odds are I would not be the man that I am today. Who is literally the child of God who devotes my life to helping people who are where I once was. So, like, again, because all I did was just had a series of me knowing now that I was being divinely inconvenienced over and over and over until I could like recognize it. So, okay, here we go. So I don't know if I believe we're all exactly what we're supposed to be, but I genuinely believe that my heart.
So you cut him off, right?
This last time I didn't cut him off. I just chose not to communicate with him because he was just in a place where I wasn't, and he was just saying a lot of hurtful things.
Yeah.
So so I was like, that's just not where I'm at. I'm an empath and I take on people's energy, and that was a very someone I love who I literally devoted. I thank him for giving me the offer and an opportunity to get out of Rothschild. If I stayed, I would have been in that spot that my mother brought me for sure. So, I'm forever indebted to him, and it was really tough to see someone who I love who helped save my life countless times, then battle with his emptiness. So, I've always been there, opportunity to be there, and I would love to skate with him now. He looks like he's skating, having a blast, and I hope that happens sooner rather than later. Skateboarding is the glue between all of our relationships and just in general.
Yeah. And just from an outsider's perspective, it's just like going to see two best friends, like not at least in a public setting, like publicly being mad at each other, not talking to each other. It's just like, from our perspective, it's like sad.
For sure. And I would have no problem. Like, there's nothing more I'd like to connect with him. But it just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. It'll happen eventually.
When it's natural, it's timing and alignment, everything.
Don't force it, right?
Yeah. Literally. The world works so much better when I just kind of stay out of it. Just go along with the process.
Yeah.
When I try to interject, because I know what's best. Straight up. So I just remain teachable, I remain humble, I remain open-minded, I remain willing. Good, bad, or indifferent. Every morning I start my day thanking God for everything I've been given, everything that's been taken, and everything that's in store for me. And I mean that until like 10 o'clock. I gotta recalibrate, recenter, readjust, reevaluate, reassess.
Right.
But the beautiful thing is that I have this awareness now. Ignorance is no longer bliss. I've been given this information, which now is up to be held accountable for my actions. I choose to understand as opposed to being understood. It's so simple that for me, I missed so long until again, we didn't ask for that until I don't short message. Right. But until I just admitted that what I know. And the moment I admitted defeat, the second I submitted the awful. It's so fucking contradictory to the way I lived my life prior to it. It's the exact opposite of everything.
Yeah, what's that famous quote? Hard times make strong men make good times, good times make weak men.
Yeah, I was smart because mine is a hard head mixed with a soft ass. I promise you, my ass is the softest in this room. I just bumped it over and over and over.
Oh my god, dude. So how does your business work? You bought a bunch of houses in Baltimore and Wilmington, Delaware. Okay, so how does that whole thing work?
Well, it's not even like I got kicked out of high school in the 11th grade as a director's on language. I got my GED in the penitentiary. I didn't go to the real estate school. I told you that I wasn't the treatment. But somehow I promised myself, because of what my mentors told me in the beginning, instead of just stick to the basics, you'll never have to go back to the basics. And they said, if you want what you have, you have to give it away. Right? If you want what we have, It's all these weird things that like were like mind fucking good. I didn't understand that until I understood that. But I promised that, so I went to an inpatient treatment center for 90 days. And from that inpatient treatment center, I went to the sober living house. And the reason why I did that was not because it was my idea, it was because my sponsor, who had 19 years old at the time, suggested that I do that. Because he did that, it didn't take a genius to figure out if I recreated what he did in the past, like what he has today. So I followed suit. I went to the sober living house for a year. And that sober living house, like, did for me with no other program that ever really done. Because I'm institutionalized. I can fall in line. I can perform ladies. I can go to a jail with my sentence. I can go to a treatment center. People that are like that. I do that. But where the ball was always dropped for me was once I completed said program or sentence, and I'm just blessed to back into this community. Because I was so disconnected from reality, like I didn't understand how to make that transition. And I'm living in this sober living house after completing my 90-day inpatient treatment center. So I'm a big fan of following through the continuum of care, which is why I say what I do now. I'll get into that. But in this sober living house, I now have a job washing dishes. That's Marianne's dime. I watch $6 an hour next to a 14-year-old kid. And I had heard about what humility looked like, but I never knew, I never experienced it. That was humility, right? And the successful individual I was prior to finding recovery, I'm now a 38-year-old man who has 4 months sober and working at Marianne's Diner washing dishes for $6 an hour next to a 14-year-old kid. Fuck, in my mind, I should have been at least the president of the United States. At least. Right? Like, for starters. And little did I know that job literally is creating the foundation for not only my sobriety, but music. And I was washing dishes. Every night I had a black outfit, but the shirt, black pants, and I would put my clothes in the washing machine. It would come out bleached, and I didn't know why. I was too embarrassed to ask someone what the deal was. One of my housemates walked past and saw that I was washing my clothes with dishwashing detergent. And they're like, "What are you doing?" Like, I didn't know. You know, like that was really disconnected from reality. You know, but simple things like that were taught to me through the community which I lived with, of all these sober guys just trying to attain the same thing. Another stage sober while assimilating back into this weird thing called the fucking world without drinking or drugging. Like a lot. And I stayed in that sober living house for a year. I learned, I opened up my very first own ever bank account. Just me. Not one with a chick or someone who had like a safe like mine. And I got a checking account and I got a debit card. And then I worked that up to a pre-secured credit card. And I started paying my own way, $165 a week for the money I was making washing dishes. And then I started paying bi-weekly. But it was no fucking guess or genuine surprise that I lacked self-esteem. And I didn't know how to obtain it, or else I would have done it on my own and not ended up in the 12-step program. But again, all these things happen to me unbeknownst to me. I've shown that for a long time. I'm becoming self-sufficient, taking pride in washing the dishes. I missed one day for a whole year. That's because of a snowstorm, not because I didn't show up. I started taking other people's feelings of inspiration. And I was like, if I don't go to work, who's going to fucking help Brian wash those dishes, right? The behavior started to change. And through these behavioral changes, that lack of self-esteem created through doing sustainable acts turned into like this insane amount of self-esteem, right? All of a sudden I started doing these sustainable acts and I became this self-esteem. Unbeknownst to me, one day I started looking at your eyes, started speaking with conviction, believing what I was saying. And I recognized how important and significant this part of my process was. Fast forward, on my 5th year anniversary, my 5th year sober anniversary, I got back to where I was financially put together. Credit score built up off of that pre-secured credit card. cars, like I own a property, I own my own house. And me and a guy that I met in that treatment center, who's now one of my best friends, George, we bought a house. And we opened up Novak's house. And that was one house with 10 beds. And
you bought the first house you bought was for other people.
so really, yeah, wow. My own house. I bought my own house. So I was living in my own house.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I bought that one on my 3-year anniversary. I bought my own personal house. But then on my 5th year, we bought one home, named it Novak's house. Wilmington, Delaware, one house, 10 beds. And we just celebrated our 3-year anniversary on November 4th. And today we have 6 houses with 65 beds. It's awesome. And I didn't go to real estate school. I come from this background. All I did was get the fuck out of my way. I just learned that the common denominator in my problems were me. And if I surrounded myself with like genuinely good-hearted, like-minded people, I can get to where I'm trying to go with the assistance of some people that do it. And now what I do is I just travel around. I'm a motivational speaker, and I raise money to provide a scholarship fund. And the why behind my purpose, all these fucked up stories that you've heard about, is to show you that change is possible. And that your history does not have to dictate your future, but it can absolutely guide you. And now I just raise lots of money to provide a scholarship fund. Therefore, any man that would have men's houses, upon completing some form of an inpatient program that would continue their journey, but don't have the finances to do so, we make it for them. Until you can kind of transition into paying your own bills and becoming self-sufficient. I'm just doing what was done for me. Right? I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel or solve what I'm hungry. That's my story. My story produced this outcome. So how fucking dare I safeguard it and not share it with the world? Because this is a beautiful magical thing about recovery in our weird world. Anywhere in business, if I come up to you and I give you something that I have, I am to walk away with less. Fact. Prove me wrong. But in my world of recovery, if I walk up to you and I give you something that I have, I walk away. It makes sense. And other people in my world, recovery people, can attest to it.
Well, that's something that's weird. It's like embedded in the human psyche is that when people help each other, you never know. That's such a weird thing too, right? Like when you give away shit, you get this weird sense of gratitude or like fulfillment from it, right? You would never think that. I don't know. It's kind of counterintuitive to what people think when you think of like from the perspective of scarcity. Like there's only so many. I only have so many of these apples, so I can only give away. I can't give away any because they're not going to last me or whatever. When you think of when you actually do that act and giving away some of the shit you have, there's this weird psychological sense of fulfillment from it that you never expect was there.
And the universe always gives you exactly the same. There's a saying within our sober blood that if financially you're going through some issues, take a little 12-step beginning, pass the basket around, throw it extra 20. Like that's what's impressive from from my lineage. That's what's you're financially strapped, you're going through these difficulties financially. I want you to throw extra 20 in the basket. What?
Right. Yeah. That's a Tony Robbins thing. You always talked about that.
I know he is. I know he is, but I just stay away with money.
Tony Robbins run for his money.
I just stay away with money.
Flying around in a jet helicopter.
Yeah, it's a pretty straight guy.
Yeah, no doubt.
But then, so I have the 6 houses, and I know from where I came from in the world that I revolve myself in, and surround myself in with. I can create any environment that I see. I truly believe if I wanted to be a brain surgeon, I can be a brain surgeon. I have to devote the time, attention, energy it takes, but I can do that. So with that mentality, what I've learned again, mentality creates reality. That's a fact. I know that to be true in my world. I would dude, I could be doing more. I could be helping more. I could do better, help more, much more efficient. So I created my own treatment center. I opened up Redemption Addiction Treatment Center, which is basically like my house is part of the expression, but more meth. It's just this bigger like place where we can help more, and there's like a psych practitioner. Now I have like a psych practitioner that works for me. I have a medical director that works for me.
That's crazy.
I get all the
Dudes that work for you, like recovering addicts too.
I'd say 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10.
Yeah. And when I say work for me, it sounds so easy. Just to go ahead. I don't want to frame it in that manner. It's just right. I'm just saying the difference that they can make provided just the right amount of loneliness that for me can take. So like anything is possible. And, you know, I always press upon that, you know, our employees, how can we say that? Such what you're saying. The moment that we forget the back for which we built this organization on, fucking light it on fire, right? Because the client's care must come first. But the moment it becomes financially driven and incentivized, and it's not the very first thought is how would the clients feel about it? How would it affect the clients? When it's more like, then it's like, sure, I don't know, man. No. Are methadone clinics still a thing? I'm a big fan of all that. You are. Because at the very least, right, the chocolate chip analogy. Medicaid assisted treatment, methadone, Suboxone, Subutex, Vivitrol. It's not what I do. But who am I to say what the right way to live is? I was homeless almost 9 years ago, letting men blow me for heroin. All of a sudden, I'm walking on water and I have the answer to everyone's crisis now. And truth be told, if you think going to the Metro program every day provides you a life you believe is worth waking up for, getting out of bed, looking forward to the day, I'll fucking drive you. And at the very least, if you decide that you want to come off of that one day, you'll at least be alive to have the chance to do so, as opposed to just rolling the dice with fentanyl.
Right. What was the problem with the methadone? Like, there was documentaries and shit made about it saying, like, you know, they're fine. I think the problem with it was, if I remember correctly, there was dudes, I know there's a dude in Florida specifically, who had, like, a ton of those methadone clinics here, and he also was, like, responsible for selling the actual opiates. So he was doing both.
But again, that's the financially incentivized.
He's making money off of
Yeah,
it.
which is the problem. It's an absolute problem. It is a problem. And unfortunately, and look, I'm an abstinent guy. I don't partake in any form of a regular drug or medication assisted treatment for a single day. I'm not talking bad on any of these, but
And you did do methadone, though, right? You tried it.
a ton, yeah. I loved 180 milligrams of methadone, 3 or 4 Xanax bars, guaranteed overdose every time. It didn't cost that much money, so it was like an overdose. Yeah, that was a good place. So I'm not far into any of these approaches. I just never took it the appropriate way. I know some people who live a very happy, productive life on methadone. Unfortunately, I know more than don't. Yeah. But that's it, right? Again, I deliver my message in the form of attraction rather than promotion. Right? So if you're out there, if you were a listener, find what I do appealing enough that you want to be a part of it, let's do it. Yeah. If not, and the methadone looks more appealing, shut up. Give it a go.
So when you were doing it, you were able to do it.
Oh, I was not doing it appropriately. I wasn't going to a clinic. I wasn't being monitored. I was buying it off the street corner. Yeah. So I was always very scared to get on methadone because it has a really strong shelf life. And it's very, very difficult to come off of. Yeah. It's a gnarly process.
But like even doing any drugs, you would be aiming to like you'd be aiming to go over the line
For sure. Yeah.
You're more scared of underdosing though.
Yeah, dude, I think there's nothing more that angers me than when I see somebody going to the bar and have a glass of wine. I want to smash you over your head. What's wrong with you? You want to leave half of it, and one line, and go to bed with the bag? Fuck you.
normal, I think. You just have somebody who does that, just has one drink and does one line. You're a psycho.
Yeah, in my eyes.
I think in my eyes too, and I'm not even, I don't have a drug problem.
Or do you?
Maybe I do.
We got here for a podcast. Hey, Jay, intervention. Are your bags? Did you bring his bags? Joke's on you, pal.
Oh God, dude, but that's a funny thing though. Like everybody does coke nowadays. Everybody, like even young people. Before I even ever saw it in real life, I know people that are like were 10 years younger before I ever saw it today. Like people in their early 20s, like late teens, that are just like they go out and coke. It's like a normal everyday thing. It's like having a Bud Light. Wow, and that was at least when I was growing up. It wasn't like that.
See, I'm so disconnected from that world. Yeah. Like before, when I was in it, I felt the same way. Like, oh, everyone does it. And now, it's really rare for me to see. Like, because I'm just not in that world. I don't go to bars. I don't associate with people. I'm in bed by like 9. Yeah. What about I'm doing blow? So I don't think it's kind of like you spot it, you got it. I don't spot it much anymore. I don't got it. Yeah, like that way. Interesting.
Yeah, I feel like I never go out, but when I do go out on the rare occasion, I go to like a nightclub or a bar, it's just like, I can see it in the guy. It's like everybody's taking turns in the yard. We went to the strip club a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
I imagine you see a lot of recreational cocaine.
The guy who sits in, like, when you first walk in, the guy that sits there with like a deodorant and all that, the mints and everything. And then there's like 3 stalls, and you're waiting in line, and you just hear every fucking 5 seconds. And it's a line in the bathroom, but nobody's like urinals.
Yeah, that's right.
Just for the privacy. I would just gotta pee. Look, I hear a guy in the stall, and I look at the guy sitting there, and he's just like, it's normal. No one cares.
Yeah, I have no problem with people to do it, but I don't, kind of show me who you are without saying who you are. It's all the time to me. And my social interaction with people are just so different than they used to be. I'm so consumed by like work, business, and trying to like escape stuff. Like I just don't have time.
That's good for you.
Yeah.
How often do you skate?
Well, it's funny. I get it after this realization later in my life. Now I try to do it for my mental health because this thing needs to be quiet.
No doubt. What else do you do for fun?
I like to work out.
Okay.
I got oddly great equipment. I laugh with you too, but I don't smoke anymore. I don't eat red meat. I don't drink fish. I don't drink water. I drink hot tea, water.
Only chicken fish?
Yeah.
Vegetables?
Not me, vegetables. I eat wild. But I like to work out. I like to skate. I like to do that. My life is really fucking monotone, bland. I love to go to the grocery store. I love to have my house clean. Like really simple shit. If you're like, because for years that is not what I was doing. Like there's nothing normal about the way I lived for so long that now like there's Friday night at 9 p.m. was a big line special that I wanted to see. I was so happy. I was so excited. So like I had just my sweet sleep clothes on at 9 p.m. A beautiful fall night. I'm hanging my cats and some candles and just watch these 2 cats. I'm a cat fanatic.
So it's hate.
Yeah. I just from Pittsburgh. That's one of the one cat. Like, I don't have two. I believe I was a cat in my past life.
Oh, yeah.
And I like to know what's going on with things without being on this. Right? I like to pick and choose what I give my attention to. I like to leave what I want to leave. When I'm home and not traveling, I eat the same thing every day. And I can eat it hours sometimes.
Oh, very feline-ish.
Yeah, that's like legit.
Cats are fucking psychos. They're the one animal that just kills for fun, not food.
I've heard that before.
Is there any other animal that just kills shit for fun, like lizards and shit?
I don't want to say they do it for see how fucking people to defend them. But I think they do it to bring back their owners to say like, hey, like that's pretty good. They bring the mice back. They
you overboard, like the dark road?
I don't go crazy with it. I take supplements. I'm very mindful. I try to, because I'll go crazy. I'll count carbs. I'll go insane. I'm already insane. So I don't let that dictate what my day or actions look like. I just make an conscious effort to be a little bit better than the day before. So what I try to do is cut out processed foods. My food to have a good life. But if I don't eat it, and the week goes bad, then I can wrap my head around it.
I just understand I'm catching up inside aisles.
Oh, that's a great point. I never
All the index stay on the edges. All the produce and the meat.
That's where I stay.
Yeah.
But I never heard that.
Cereals in the middle.
Yeah, I eat
Cereal at hotels. I know. Cereals are fucking bad for you.
I eat oatmeal. Yeah. I saw this people place some of these books like yeah, it's like nothing appealing about oatmeal.
I've tried eating breakfast. People say it's good, but like I'm also not curious about like the same shit. How much is sprayed on the meal and process it.
But it could be worse than you could be eating like lots of Twinkies for breakfast.
Right.
So it's like fuck.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
what I think.
you guys can I'll justify anything as long as I was thinking of evil like that. Straight up. Like I was king of justifying any behavior. I'm not wrong with what to ask. But I saw that and I asked I have a psychiatrist friend, Dr. B, insanely intelligent, Asian guy, friend of mine. And he created supplements. He puts my whole supplement thing in track. And I'm like, dude, because I use everything. One pack of steel cut oatmeal, and I put in organic blackberries, blueberries, every day. And I'm like, what's the deal? I got all nervous because I've ate that for 4 years. It's like, dude, don't be caught up on it. It's like, if you feel better or good upon eating it, then just follow suit. Like, well, it's just like, who's pushing that narrative? Is it the right wing or the left wing? Right. Who's going to financially incentivize off of you?
Why don't you eat red meat?
I watched this documentary that definitely was pushing the narrative of vegan or die.
Yes.
For sure. But I did see some things that I thought were pretty beneficial from not. So I gave it a go. I don't know. I stopped smoking. I stopped all kinds of stuff. Not at all.
Dude, I just picked up this habit.
Man.
Have you seen these?
My nephew does it.
Really? Apparently, I had a doctor and I thought they were bad, right? I figured this is probably just that was baby. I had this neuro fucking surgeon here, and he was doing this guy from Tokyo, no less. And he comes in with one of these all fucking Japanese writing. And I'm like, you do these? Wow. It's like, yeah. It's like, they're neuroprotective. It's good for your brain. It's just addictive. It's very well made. I'm like, what's wrong with being addicted to something that's good for you?
I agree.
But I think there are some good some shit that's bad for you. It's probably not good for your heart. Sure.
I just, I have enough things to deal with. But I'm just saying, but yeah, I quit. I quit watching porn. I quit masturbating.
What? Quit masturbating altogether? Wow.
I don't abstain from it.
Never got off.
But I just don't take off. I got into the whole spiritual
What's
quest.
the longest you've gone without jacking off for sex?
Oh, well, not long. I still have sex.
Right.
I just don't jerk off and watch porn unless it's with a woman.
Right.
But probably like when I was incarcerated, there was no way to have a woman. First of all, I was jerking off.
Yeah. I have sex. I don't have to jack off right now.
Really? I'm not that guy. I'm like a once a day is more than enough for me. That's gnarly.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. I don't know what it's about.
Hey, what did you into that?
Sex I have more I want to jack off.
Coming is the byproduct. I think that's deeper.
That's your point.
Speaking of that,
I'm trying to feel something for you.
I have any of you guys just read it?
The white thing?
Yeah, the book.
Yeah, I watched it.
Okay.
That was good.
The wave. Water wave, ayahuasca.
Cum stain.
Fucking A.
No.
So yes, cum stain. And here's how that came about. Again, cocaine is a direct result of a lot of bad things. On cocaine for multiple days at Van's house. Shooting the pool. Yeah, shooting the pool at 5 a.m. one morning. It's so fucked up. I wouldn't have given. We've been awake for days. I wouldn't have given 5 a.m. I wouldn't have given. We had 2 hours with us. We go into the bedroom. I lay on the bed. He puts a pillow on the bed. He pulls his laptop out. He jerks off and comes onto my arm. And then we had the tattoo artist trace it and then go over it and put the cum. So I've had his cum inside without him actually fucking. Which is also itself an unnatural trick. Tattooed it, yeah.
That's gnarly.
So there's a whole thing there if you want to pack that too. Like, that's going to be a clip. Yeah. And I won the game of pool. It's so wrong that it's fucking right. None of that makes sense anywhere in the world, but I want to do this. And see, I just, yeah, that was just like, all right, we're playing a rap. You start talking about comedy and then go there. You know, like, there's a lot of things like that. Those were just days of like, it's just like Monday mornings. I used to bet at people or guests like $100 at one time for a dare for it and drinking a glass of wine. I'm talking to the guy who serves it. He's just this flamboyant, like gay guy. He's a big guy. Like, guess what this is? I give you $100. He's like, sweetheart, that's cum. And I'm like, God damn it! My glass of wine was $8, and I had to tip $100 on top of it. I'm like, oh, never fucking again. That's fucking wild, bro. Well, you gotta catch a flight, dude. It's 3 o'clock. This was easily entertaining. Yeah, it's very interesting. I can sit here and do this for hours.
Yeah, man, this was fun. Thanks again for doing that.
Yeah, come visit us when you're told.
I would love to. I don't really have to make it over here much this side, but this was I really enjoyed it.
You said you had a house in Lauderdale.
Yeah, I did. But then I was opening my new facility, Redemption Addiction Treatment Center. So anyone out there, if anyone needs help, if anyone out there is struggling with addiction or alcoholism, call me directly. 610-314-6747. That's the weekend. That's your help. So you would add that.
I'll put the phone number right after this. Is there like a link or anything?
Yeah, Redemption Addiction Treatment Center.
Yeah, I'll link all your shit.
That'd be rash. But I had a place in Fort Lauderdale, and then I was so consumed with opening that. That was always my dream, my end game. I always wanted to open a treatment center. I wanted to be a part of people's daily process. Like when you walk in the door to when you leave, I want to see like the lights come on. I want to see you start to have some ambition to drive. Start to really like have a reason to wake up and look forward to the day. And families coming back into lives. And I knew the best way I could do that, paired with the fact that I fucking cannot be, I can't stand being told no, right? I can't stand when someone says, oh, we can't give this person a scholarship because they don't have the shoulders. So I'm like, fuck this. No one's not acceptable, right? Like that is not an option. I opened up my own treatment center, and now no one can tell me no. And I help. So I did that, and I see like these beautiful lives together. I don't even know why I got to do this.
That's beautiful, man.
But that was the congratulations to where we're at now. Oh, so while doing that, I was so consumed with that process that I wasn't utilizing my place for a long time. So I put it all, I got rid of the place at the storage. So I say within the next year, I'll start looking for another little rental property that you think you're looking for.
Be honest.
I think when I get older,
Really?
yeah,
Just from like,
not now. I love to see too much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, there's no season here.
Yeah.
It's just hot. You know?
I like an accessory store. I like layers. I like hot tea. Oh yeah, you like stars, right? Yeah, I'm not even a big fan of summer.
Yeah.
I love fall, but yet I had a place here. That's fucking nice. Yeah, can't call it.
people from up there are so much different from people down here, bro. Like,
Oh yeah.
people up there have so much, in general, they have so much more character. The people down here, they're kind of like, down here, you kind of, I mean, there's a lot of old people, but people are kind of flat. You know, up there, you have just like, what I love about people such as like Jersey, New York, is that they'll shit on you with a smile. You know,
My friend was just saying that last night. I was out to dinner. She told me that.
Yeah, and like they just have so much
went to New York recently to see one of my favorite bands ever, just Deep Gardens and London Band. And then they played in New York. And I went to it, and I'm like, it's such a shame. New York is beautiful. I love it. It's so charismatic. It's so eclectic. It's so different vibes.
Yeah.
People just not nice.
Yeah. That's what
That turns me off.
Yeah. Yeah. But they're not nice. You can be not nice back to them.
But I'm
And
not.
it's so funny.
Not that guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I couldn't do that confrontation. You know, literally, that comes from traumatic shape as a child with my father.
Right.
So that kind of leads into like when I'm off my square, it's like I don't get angry, but I just get really, I shake. It's like shake.
But what do you like better? What would you rather have? Would you rather have people who surrounded by people in New York that just aren't nice? Or would you rather be surrounded by people that are in like LA and they're just fake nice in order to
I wouldn't surround myself with either. That's a beautiful thing to survive that choice of options.
Yeah.
So both those places I would not live.
It's not black and white.
But if I had to, I would probably, because I like season go to. But you know, California, I go off. Just depends on I never. I don't like something about that place in Florida.
It's something about the climate too, like that changes from year to year.
I'm getting older, and I'm like really like easy or soft or slow way of things, which I think added to flooding for the show. Yeah. And then I come here, I had everything set up, I had a place, I had cornrows, and there was like no thought to it. I'm gonna play. It's nice.
Yeah.
So I'll do that again. I will. Next year, there's people part two.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, bro.
What's the documentary film? That's about my baby. That's a flag. People are asking me, what's the fucking editing to do, right? Yeah. It's amazing. It's so cool.
Cool, bro. But thanks again. I love you, boys. But it's links in the description. And good night, folks.
Cheers.
Thanks for coming, bro.
Yeah, man.
I love your podcast. I love your merch. Thanks for the hat.
You're very welcome.
Check it out. I won't wear it. I love the logo, the triangle, the flying saucer, like the triangle that your dad saw on the alien bodies.
Yeah, so you want to get into that?
Yeah. We talked about this in a brief recording.
I'm really a big proponent of I guess you could call it like esoterica, you know, things like that. And yeah, so the idea came to me before we came over the show, like we need to have a sigil. We need to have a symbol. I'm familiar with sigil becomes. So a sigil is the notion that you have a symbol, usually a geometric symbol, that has some sort of metaphorical or metaphysical meaning behind it that is impactful on the subconscious mind. So the idea is that the more people are viewing the symbol and spreading the symbol and are aware of the symbol, its power grows out to the real world. So the meaning behind the symbol is, yes, when Dad encounters these entities that have a triangle on their chest, which represented the Trinity, the creation, right? The idea that there's a masculine and a feminine force of nature that created us, you know, the divine mother, divine father, etc. But the UFO and the triangle represents the union of the UFO phenomenon and the spiritual forces. It's also like the pyramids of Egypt, because the thing showed the pyramid. So it's the notion that the UFO phenomenon is truly one and the same with the spiritual phenomenon. So that's this symbol just came to me like this is it. It's the philosopher's stone. If you look at it, it's like the triangle with the circle. Very ancient symbol. And now, what did you say? What did you call it? The philosopher what? It's like the philosopher's stone. It's an ancient alchemical symbol. Which is like basically, you know, through your mind, through perception, through your thoughts, and your willpower, you can sort of change reality or manifest. So it's a play on that. It's just a play on these things. You
You know, does it have any magical power to it? Maybe not, but it's cool, right? That's the idea behind it.
It's super cool. I love it. It's a beautiful design.
Thank you.
So, what's going on with your dad? Hey guys, I want to ask you a quick favor. Over the last few months, almost 70% of the viewers of this podcast are not subscribed to the channel. The most important common denominator that allows me to keep creating these podcasts every single week is you hitting that subscribe button below the videos. I want to thank every single one of you who watches and supports these podcasts. I would not be able to do without you. Please hit that subscribe button if you enjoy it. Now back to the show.
I mean, it depends on the day. You know? Okay, so
What do you think is really going on in the sky with these monkeys? Like what is it?
like what are the
What are those orbs? I went out with him the night before we recorded the podcast. I'm sure they told you. Your sister and your dad told you.
Well, I called. And I said, that same night. Yeah, I called because I had recording the call to speak to you. And we were out just
We went on the beach the night before and we sat out there for probably, how long were we out there, Steve? For an hour? It might have been 2 hours, but we were out there for at least 45 minutes to an hour before we saw more. There were lots of planes and like flying in the sky. And then the orbs, they were way different than the planes. Like they were coming up off the horizon, going back down, disappearing behind the horizon, moving to the left and fading out, and then popping back up. It was very clear on video. I have no idea what they are.
yeah, it's like it's hard. Man. It's hard to say exactly, right? Because it's like you got people out there like, well, we don't know. How could you know? But it's the other end of the spectrum. It's like, well, I think I have plenty of, you know, because I've seen them since I was young, you know, and based on, you know, everything that I've observed of them, the way they behave, the way they interact. Most people don't like kind of approaching this part of the conversation, but also based on what these entities have told my dad they are. I'm not sure if you're aware of that part yet, but they actually have told you the entity, you know. And they said guardians.
People that are listening,
Yeah,
feel
they actually said things to my dad. They gave him a message. They gave him a long message, you know. They said they were guardians. They said that they were for creation. That they created us. They protect us from the forces of darkness and things like that. And through the aeons, the ages, thousands of years, they have sort of like overseen our, you could say, evolution here. They basically put us here and they monitor us and they guide us and they keep us from going extinct, to keep us from, you know, getting wiped out or our biology mutating too far out of control. You know, so it's like, what are they? I don't know. To me, when I think, here's the problem. The problem is, you know, I want to say what I really think they are, because then people out there get offended. You know, because if you say it's an alien, then you hurt the spiritual crowd. If you say it's an angel, then you hurt the atheist, you know, alien crowd.
Yeah.
What I really think they are, I think that they are beings of a vibration that is much higher than ours. I think that they have evolved past dense material reality. I think that they are probably purely enlightened. Funny because they were enlightened in the beloved, you know, enlightened. And I think that they are light. I think that they actually are a vibration of purpose and light, which, you know, is beyond physical. They come from another place. You know, they come from a place that is eternal. You could call it the spirit world, you could call it string theory, other dimensions, whatever. Either way, I've seen them pop in and disappear and do crazy magical things. So,
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Do you think that there's something that's in like a place that is like a deeper dimension of reality, like that's like goes beyond our 3 dimensions, but maybe like 4 or 5 or 6 dimensions, and then like can peek through whenever it decides it wants to.
exactly. I tend to think that it's more like we're the false dimension, you know, like knock on wood, we're the dream, we're the illusion. And they come from the real place. They come from the eternal place, which is what they told me that we come from the eternal place. It's basically like the spirit world. It's a dimension that's permanent and it's beyond material reality. And they basically said like nothing here is of or obstacle to us. You know, we could pop out of the light bulb, we could walk through the wall and vibrate through the atoms, we can do anything. You know, when I think of these beings, I think in terms of the various mythologies around the world. You know, I think of like Irish fairies, I think of like Arabic genies, I think of biblical angels, I think of like the Nagas, you know, I think it's, I could be wrong there, but the Japanese snake beings that come from the sky. I mean, you have all these different myths of these different beings that come down and they're on.
Right.
Maybe it's all the same thing.
Yeah, it's like all the same thing, right?
It's something spiritual. That's what I know. That's all I know.
And you can experience these things the same way your dad can.
The same way, no.
How old were you when you first started seeing those portions of the sky with your dad?
13.
13.
And he just turned 30. So
You just turned 30.
yeah.
What did you think about this when you were 13 years old? What was your first reaction to this? I mean, your dad going through all this stuff.
God bless my grandfather. I just have to say that. We get it out of the 2 days ago was the 10th anniversary of his passing. I don't want to speak over that. It's a funny story. Although at the time it wasn't funny. But when I was 13 years old, the week that this stuff started happening, I got off the school bus, and he was my next door neighbor. My
Grandfather.
Yeah. And a lot of days I would get off the bus, and you know, my brothers were in high school, my sister was in elementary school, so it was this awkward period where it was just me for hours, you know, so I would go next door. And I go this one day, and my grandpa says, boy, your daddy's been out in the woods smoking dope, he's been seeing them green booger, man. And I'm like, you know, I'm just a 13-year-old kid. I'm like, what? It's, you know, what do you mean? I don't understand, right? I go home that night, and sure enough, my brother and my dad started telling me what happened. They saw things in the woods, and you know, exactly like the story he told you. I mean, he told all of it to me, minus the regression that ever happened, you know. But so yeah, immediately I believed him. I believed my dad, despite what my grandpa said. I believed my dad because I saw him in the eyes, or you know, I stared at him in the eyes, and I could see how sincere he was. And also, like, children believe in magic anyway. They kind of believe in fairy tales and stuff, so I didn't have a hard time accepting it. But over the couple weeks, so what happened was Dad was so desperate to be believed that he would start dragging us out of bed. Get out of here right now, get out of here. You know, 4 in the morning, 8 in the morning, 5 in the morning, whatever. He'd go out and he would sit there and look at the sky at night and wait to see it. And he was so desperate. He would just get us out of there. And we saw, I mean, these are the weeks that I started to see for myself. I believe right away. I never doubted. I mean, here I am today, I'm 30 years old, and you know, doing the thing. I'm going out there and trying to help and, you know, tell the story, and I feel like it's my burden as much as it is his and my siblings. I've always believed, you know.
Yeah. So have you ever since that happened, you started seeing this stuff? Did that like heighten your focus on this sort of the history of like with religion and occult stuff and esoteric stuff and all this history of UFO phenomenon? Did that sort of like spark your interest in all this stuff?
Yeah, so kind of yes and kind of no. So, are you familiar with Pentecostal holiness?
Roughly.
I grew up Pentecostal holiness, which is like basically, if I say this respectfully, I don't mean it roughly with others, but it's basically like 2 levels below Amish. It's a very, very serious and very strict adherence to religious belief. And I say all that to say I was already very much a person of faith, you know, from birth on to now, you know, believing something. That's my point. Believing something, believing God, believing something is there, you know, and I've never been able to believe. And I have to say, you can believe all day, but sometimes I just got so bored sitting in church, you know. And the times that I couldn't get away with ripping out the Game Boy and playing Super Metroid in church, you know, my mom had slapped me on the wrist, I put it away, and I stuck with the Bible. And one thing I remember doing as a child was I was obsessed with the book of Revelations because I wanted to learn more, and it wasn't enough for me to just read what was there. I wanted more. I wanted something deeper. And I guess, the Christian community, Book of Revelations is the most mystical text, right? So I was reading it over and over and over, and I was never satisfied. I never had enough. I just wanted more. I figured if I kept reading it, in every sermon, that maybe I understand it different. Anyway, so I say all that to say, I was already very deeply fascinated with spiritual mysteries. Christians are taught like you're not allowed to look anywhere outside the Bible. Where do you go? Well, there's nothing else out there. It has to be right here. Fast forward to when I'm 13 years old. I start seeing lights in the sky. I don't have to necessarily go into all the details of, Dad's fallout of when he told that story, because Danny already, from the talking to the listener, Danny covered it in the episode of Dad. So I would highly encourage you to listen to it first if you haven't heard that yet. But it was a very vicious, cruel reaction, when he came out with the story. And I was just so baffled at 13 years old to interview with my dad and having these experiences of seeing these entities, yet being told by everybody that it's not real, that the only thing that exists is from the Bible, and there's no mention officially of UFOs by the government until like 2017, something like that.
Yeah, so what year was this when you were 18 or 13?
2007. Yeah. So I'm really alone in the universe, having these experiences, going to church, they're telling us it's demonic, it's not real, it's not happening. So the point is, to answer your question, my mind was shattered very early. I knew that there was something deeper. I had this itch to explore what was deeper. Then I start seeing this thing, and I'm like, there has to be the entire mysteries of the creation of the universe can't be contained in one book. It's not possible. What about, it was published 2,000 years ago. What about between now and then? A lot of crazy stuff has happened. That's not in there. What about all the stuff before it? That's not in there either. So there has to be more, So that's kind of what started me down that journey of being curious about other spiritual mysteries and, like you said, UFO literature and all things like that. And next thing you know, I'm studying Hermeticism and Gnosticism and Rosicrucianism and Buddhism traditions and things like that. That's where I ended up,
How did discovering this UFO phenomenon with your dad change your outlook on religion?
Well, it helped me to be more open-minded, to realize, surely the thing that I've learned that's most important is that God has to be bigger than anyone's system, right? God has to be bigger than anyone's thought. If there really is God, let's just all pretend we don't know, right? I think there is, but let's just pretend we don't know. If there is some intelligent being who thought the universe into reality, and you look down from the perspective of just studying humanity and how we think about it, we're all just killing each other and spiting each other and judging each other, saying, my God makes more sense. Well, actually, mine makes more sense. Well, I have these tools to get me closer to God. Well, I don't care about being closer to God. It's just about believing a certain way and sacrificing this and that and the other. And they all have these different rules and customs. The thing that I've learned is God has to be bigger than all of that, right? God has to be so unfathomable, so ineffable that surely we can't understand with human words and concepts, right? I think that what I've learned most of all is that in order to begin to conceive of what God is, we have to humble ourselves to the very fact that there are forces out there that are way greater than we can understand. We're human, we make mistakes, it's part of our design, and I think that God is truly bigger than anyone's system, and I think that it doesn't matter so much what you think you should say or do or think or believe to try to be loyal to the deity of God, whatever, Allah, Krishna, whatever your favorite name is. I don't even think the name matters. I think what matters is how you treat people, how you embody that energy, right? If God was real, surely I would want to be a reflection of that force, right? It's like what Jesus said, it's like what you said, like you want to embody that energy and vibration. You want to actually treat other people with kindness. I don't really think it matters so much what you believe. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm kind of rambling here, but it's like actions. Like treat people. Like Christ consciousness. That's the simple way I can explain it. It's like it's so much more important to actually be good God.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, definitely. And that's sort of reflecting some of the stories your dad told about his interaction. Like one of those stories he said that they actually one of the couple beings outside of the forest or the tree line and talked about like protecting animals. So they're like every animal is sacred. Essentially every life on earth.
All consciousness is one. Yeah. One.
Yeah.
Like one. Like we're all one.
Brother Chris Jr.
Like the original.
No, like ever since then. Because I don't think I've ever seen any interviews or anything with him. What's he doing? How does he cope with this? How did he cope with all this stuff and all this story and this whole sort of like life your dad has built?
So he's done one interview since, and it's been a watcher.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can't recall the episode title off the top of my head, but actually he's done a few. So he's been on Blessed Sex a few times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, he didn't do too well in the beginning because he was 17 years old and he came face to face with entities in the woods. I mean, like literally face to face. I don't recall if that was into great detail about what happened to Junior, but
About Cape Fear River. Yeah, he told about it. How much detail he did.
I know he said the eyes. He mentioned eyes.
Such an eyes, yeah. He mentioned like hiding emotions.
Did he say the part about how Christian was frozen for hours and couldn't move? That one of these entities was staring at him in the eyes that he couldn't breathe, he kept screaming, couldn't yell, and all that. It was just,
He mentioned that he could say this for hours though.
yeah, it was for hours until Dad got back. And then when Dad got back from where he was, because he was listening for hours, and he gets back, he's yelling for Junior, he's looking for him, and then the beings just they kind of vanish. Junior snaps to, and he's kind of like he can move.
So that Cape Fear River incident, right, that your dad described on the podcast at the beginning of the podcast I did with him. They thought they were gone for like 45 minutes, 30 minutes, but they ended up being gone like for multiple hours. Did they have any idea, did your brother or your dad have any idea where they were for that time?
Yeah. So I'm smiling because I'm glad you asked. And I also apologize for this. I do have a cold. So I apologize for this for 20 minutes.
You sound great.
Thank you. But, yeah, so Dad was missing for 4 hours. And we know this because it was corroborated by the witnesses. And also they came into an investigation and they determined it was missing time. I mean, it's history. But for those who don't know, it was determined it was missing for 4 hours. So eventually they brought a hypnotherapist, like a regression therapist, a Harvard-trained psychologist by the name of Michael O'Connell. Mm-hmm. Yep. And very cool guy. And he's
currently at Harvard.
he passed away.
Oh, did
But he was in the past. And through the Discovery Channel and brought out to boost regression. And anyway, so he
like all these Harvard psychiatrists die.
It sucks.
Was it an old age or did he get hit by a car?
I don't know. He was pretty old when I met him.
Oh, was he?
I was 14.
Okay.
Yeah, he died years ago. And I think he generally had some serious health complications. But, yeah, I don't know about that one. But anyway, so he did do a regression on my dad. So, for context, for those out there who don't know, yes, a History Channel documentary just aired about my family in August. But the Discovery Channel documentary aired about us in 2008. It was terrible. It was just so terrible. And anyway, they only showed like maybe 90 seconds, 4 minutes tops, out of an hour and a half regression with all this mind-blowing information. edited the part that they did there in the regression on TV. It was like out of context. It was so ridiculous. It was like something to the effect of they're letting the children out to play, like this whoa, sensational kind of part of it, but it was an hour and a half, right? And for anybody who's interested in the transcript of the, is it okay if I mention episode? Of course. Okay, yeah. So episode 9 of my show, Let's Reset, I do actually verbatim go through the entire transcript and a bit of digression. Yep, I got my hands on the transcript. I didn't really read it. And then in episode 17 of my show, full reading, it's yeah, the regression. Years later, it was the female commonly known as yeah. So anyway, so I do provide those regressions.
So, can you walk me through that regression?
Sure. Yeah.
The first one.
Absolutely. Yeah. I just wanted to get that out of the way so that the listener, if they hear this, they can click and they can hear the whole thing verbatim. But yeah. So here's what happened. Now I can't quote it verbatim, but I'll tell you what happened. So, okay. So as Dad was telling me in the previous episode that he was on, he goes to the top of this hill, right? And he sees these two lights up on the horizon. And first train of thought is like, oh, it's the sun. Wait a minute, there's not two suns. That's weird. So immediately gets fear. He turns like he's gonna run, but then he looks back and a third one appears. Next thing he remembers, he's at a campfire. Okay, well, that was for 4 hours. So here's what happened. One of those lights approached him. It came up to him, and my dad was able to recall reaching out and touching it. But it was this thing of pure living light that was shaped like maybe like a teardrop shape, but he commonly draws it like the shape of a tear. It was kind of rounded in the front with the arrows. You can do like a football, but also kind of like a teardrop. I don't know. But anyway, so it's like that, but then it has these spikes of light rotating around it. It's like kind of like plasma, kind of like light that is sentient. I can't describe it. I try to use different words, hoping that it'll catch.
Just this ball of light floats up to him.
Yes, but it's massive. It's a vessel of some kind. It's like,
How should we do that?
I mean, I don't know, I wasn't there, but based on his description, probably 40 foot. I mean, it's huge. In the distance, it's like covering the horizon like the sun. It comes up to him, and it's got these spikes of light rotating around it. And he even recalls like the shapes of it, and he reaches out to touch it. Next thing you know, he's in a dark room, and he sees stars all around him, and he's surrounded by these entities, these 7 to 8 foot tall entities. And once that's freaking out, he's like, "Where's my son? Where's my son? Where's Chris Jr.?" And they're like, basically, don't worry about it. I'm safe. We're watching over. And basically, they tell him all kinds of things. Like the stuff I said earlier, just like the Guardians, they start creation. That's the triangle on their chest. He said it represents creation from the Trinity. The idea that there are, divine forces creating us, and they basically said that they protect us from dark forces. I mean, they guide our evolution. Exactly the stuff I said earlier. This is the stuff they told him in that span of time. And black of darkness. Well, yeah, I mean, he was inside the light. It was like, the stars around it, it was like translucent. Imagine you're in something like let's just say a ship. Maybe not necessarily technological. I mean, we're talking about dimensional entities.
Right, exactly.
But, I'm say for conversational sake, it's a ship, right? And you're looking around, and it's like, it's dark because you can see all the stars around you, but there's no walls. It's like translucent like glass. You can just see everything around you. It's like you step through a portal. Exactly. Yeah. And wherever you thought this was where to go, they let you do it. Think wherever you think you go. You control it on. It's like you're connected to this. It's a couple dimensional technology that you don't have. You explained to him. He said the people, the power of the world, they don't like us too much. They're very afraid of us. But they can't even do anything about it. And when Guardian's going to be help. And many years went by before you really learned much more about their intentions. because like he explained, he came back before ours was over, and over the next 5 years we would be having experiences. Like I heard my sister explain it was like poltergeist activity of devils.
Before we go there, I want to ask so that hypnotic regression, that was the first hypnotic regression that was kind of like where you just remembered what happened.
Right.
Why do you think it made you forget it?
Yeah, that's
Like, why do you forget all that? Like, they were actually trying to communicate something.
I think it has to do with trauma. Like, I think it has to do. My interpretation is the mortal eyes are really supposed to be seeing this kind of stuff regularly.
Mortal eyes.
Yeah, like in your bodies, people who are not dimensional beings, who are just ordinary people. I don't think the brain,
Use our minds. A lot of people would.
or it would be so traumatic that you can repress them.
Yes.
But have missing time. But that's just one interpretation. The other interpretation, obviously, is that you might be missing. Why? I don't know. Because what if you never had a regression? Dude, I'm
Yeah. I mentioned something like that on the podcast. Something else. It's like a thing they use to reverse, like a real neuralizer.
Oh yeah, that was like some CIA patent or something.
Yeah.
Beings though, yeah, I don't know. I mean, sure, they could.
But he said that they got it from them. Maybe I heard it wrong. He said they got the idea from I guess the beings had this thing first. They tried to figure it out, reverse engineering. Maybe
I'm not sure.
but the memory wiping thing is always so weird. Why do you wipe your memory?
Why?
I don't think dumb. To even do that, maybe they don't. Like you said, maybe it's just trauma. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just your own mind doing this to yourself anxiety.
I think in the case of my dad, it could have been trauma. I don't know because I will say it took him about a year and a half between that initial night and then the actual hypnotic regression because of the Discovery Channel investigation video. And that's the one good thing that came out of all of the Discovery Channel stuff was the regression. Everything else, don't care about it. But
Did your brother do a regression?
no, none of those kids have had. I mean, I've had like past life regression, people do that kind of thing. But no, I haven't had this kind of. Here I am on.
Why did your brother do it?
It wasn't offered.
Oh, really?
Yeah. As far as I know, or he didn't want any part in it. He didn't want to go forward with it. I don't know. I mean, it was like 16 years ago.
Yeah. When he was only 17.
Yeah, he would have been about 18 by the time that movie came out. Anyway. So yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you I don't have recurring dreams, and that I haven't had missing time. And both all three of my siblings. I mean, there's got to be things floating around up in there that I don't remember. I mean, there's kind of, I'm telling you, like I have a lot of recurring dreams about being in the dark rooms, right?
You do?
Yeah. Oh yeah. This holiday season, to say that like before my dad had his initial regression, he was great at sleep, and he would get headache so bad he'd pass out and he'd try to remember what happened. And then he had the regression, and it kind of like opened it up to where he remember things. And the suggestion there was like going forward, it won't be blocked anymore. You can just you'll remember all consciously, you experience it consciously. And then what's important to know is when she got the lady in 2012, it wasn't recalled through hypnosis. It was like 100% conscious experience. But he was present for it.
Right. And he said also, I think on the podcast, that it didn't feel like a dream.
Right.
It felt like it was wide awake.
He didn't tell me about it like just days later. Like they heard the detail. Like when I talked to him, I can't remember. No. He vividly is present for all of these experiences now. It's crazy. You asked me just a little bit ago if I've had experiences in the realm of my dad or whatever. No. I have seen entities, but it's like a flash. It's not like dad where they stop and they say what's up and they show you the symbol on their chest. It's not like that. It's more so like I see it and I lock eyes with it and then it's gone. Or like one time around the house and then in the living room, in the bedroom, front yard, walking to the yard, wherever, it doesn't matter. I've been on care for occasions. There was one time where this is one of those things that I want to be covered. Because I think there's more to it. You see these entities, it's like time and creating works so differently. And you just see it in the way they pop in and they shimmer and they're gone. It's like I feel like there's something more to what happened. But I was sitting there with my friend, and we were sitting like it's like a 90-degree angle. Like you have the wall here, and my back's to this wall, his back's to that wall, but we have the same line of sight. You see, I mean the camera might not see it, but you see it. We're looking in the same direction, but with it at an angle. And we're just talking, and something touched me. And I'm like, what the hell? And I pulled my shirt up, and I showed him I had a red mark where there was like a hair print on my wrist. Like literally just like the sensation of it was like magnetism, like warm electrical magnetism touched me. It wasn't painful, it was actually kind of pleasant. And I saw the mark on the wrist. Yeah, like I mean not like good, but it wasn't painful. Like he was being, electricity. I don't know how to describe it. It was like not painful. It wasn't damaging. It was just warm, but it felt like electricity. And I looked at my shirt. There's a mark. My friend's looking at me, and then we both look in the corner, and there's an entity standing there. Its head is no higher than a doorknob. It looks exactly like the little one that my dad and my brother saw. Big round head, big round eyes, and its hands are like down by its side, and it's translucent and shimmering, and then it just disappears. Poof. And my friend looks at me, he's like, "You saw that too?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And it was crazy, And there's a couple other instances where it's been like that, where I see it, and then it's gone. There's one time where something touched me on the shoulder from behind me. I turned around and there was an orb. Kind of like a glowing orb. I didn't see the entity that time.
Where that time when you felt the touching, what orb? Where were you? Outside? Daytime, that time?
I was just inside the house, like inside the house, in the kitchen, all the way behind. In the kitchen. Yeah. And then, the kitchen into the, like a formal dining, like a formal room. It's like it's weird. It's like the kitchen and the formal living room together. So I'm in the kitchen, I turn around and it's in the other room, but it's one room. And there's a couple other times, my sister, and actually all of my siblings, we've all seen entities like that. But it's never like Dad. With Dad, they get out, they have a message, They have a whole thing. Could it be because progression? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know.
Going back to your brother again, how often do you talk to him about all this stuff? Is he kind of like suppressive? Does he not like to talk about it? Does he like to forget about it and move on? Or what's the deal?
It used to be that way. Yeah. The first time we really had like an in-depth conversation about this stuff, other than the night that I first found out about it at 13 years old, it wasn't until I was 18 years old, 5 years later, when I finally had the courage to ask questions about it. Because the vibe was like he didn't want to talk about it, he didn't want anything to do with it. If it came up, he got really upset and he would leave. Plus they put him on Discovery and made him look bad, so he was just done with it. And yeah, now, today, there's not a day that goes by that he doesn't wear this hat.
Really?
Yep. He's my biggest ally. He's my biggest fan, my biggest supporter. He actually, it's so funny, man. I had to sign documents because my brother is so gutsy. He gets on the History Channel, Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, right? And they're like all sponsored by Carhartt, so like we all have their Carhartt gear. I actually did film with them, didn't get to cut it, but I did a whole segment with them. And I had this jacket that he taped over because it wasn't Carhartt. But my brother, Chris Jr., said, "I'm not taking off this hat. I'm going to wear this hat."
That's awesome.
That's it. It's just how it's going to be.
Yeah.
And they made me sign parents' releases.
They put it in there.
Oh, it was blurred.
Blurred?
Yeah. But I thought it was funny, man. It's like, I mean, it's a step, right? It's a step in the direction to get to your symbol on TV. Yeah. It's blurry.
Well, you think like your brother was there the day this all kicked off with your dad. Like experienced that first day, that first night with your dad. You would think that he is just as tapped into this as your dad is. Does he still see this stuff as much as your dad does?
Oh, he's very much tapped in now. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to. It's like,
Did you ever have any of the other
Sling chicks when I go, damn.
witness the lady?
no, not the lady. No, not only very few people have. I have it. My dad has. His niece, my cousin, her daughter, because they were our next door neighbors and her grandma at the time. My grandmother passed. But they were like walking over to our house for some reason while we were all out of town, and they saw her in the car. She just kind of zoomed up and zoomed away. She was like floating.
She didn't say nothing.
The lady?
That's at that time.
No, she didn't say anything. But it's actually funny because my dad had a voicemail from my cousin freaking out. Oh my God, Chris, I saw this lady in blonde hair, blue eyes. She was floating. She had a white dress. She was rolling. I mean, that's not verbatim, but it's, it's not a shot of it. She was freaking out. And, yeah, no, Chris Jr. actually has a unique ability. He's the one that the orbs tend to come around in the daytime. Like, more than anyone. That makes special mention of that to me all the time. He's like, sir, Chris Jr.'s got a gift. They show up around here in the daytime. He's constantly, in our family group chat where we get orbs, I might see him somewhere and do a video, or dad, he's always getting videos and he'll post them. Chris Jr. will send us orbs in the daytime. Yeah.
What's the closest to your seen one come?
Yeah.
Feet. Like maybe a little, maybe more like that. Yeah, like right over my head, like.
That night that I was out there with your dad a couple times, there was like a shooting star above our heads. Like not maybe like 100 feet above us or something like that. Where it looked like a shooting star with an orb, right? But it never felt something like just like floating around. That close.
Yeah, I've seen
What
that.
about pit suffrages? I'm a leader of the pit suffrage, bitch.
Touch you and then poof, yeah, it's good.
And like another thing I don't really understand is the whole paranormal aspect to it. So there's a lot of different paranormal things that have happened inside your house that your dad and your mom talks about specifically. And I think your sister said that she experienced it too. If these things are good, why are they coming across like in these terrifying forms, like shadow figures or deep voices? It seems like it's terrifying.
Yeah, it does, but again, it's like funny. In the Bible, for example, anytime an angel appears, what's it say? Be not afraid, right? I think that there is a quality to nature that is unfathomable that we don't understand. But that does not equal evil or not good. It's like this great example that I've heard about nature is when a tree drops all the acorns.
I'm the
And
world's first feminist.
some acorns are just like it's like a black bird. They're maybe stuffed out and they're not going to get the bloom into a tree. It's just the way that it is. It doesn't mean nature's evil. It doesn't mean that nature's cruel. It just means that there's an order to it that we don't quite understand. And I think that applies to the beings. It's like when you see a shark. It's my biggest fear. I just see a shark and it makes me feel weird. Like I don't like sharks now. And there's just some things you see. It gives you a gut reaction. It doesn't mean it's evil. It's just a part of nature and it exists in its hierarchy. And it is what it is, but we just don't understand these beings. Anything we don't understand is going to be scary. But I can tell you their actions are very positive. I mean, it's in Dad's book. I know so Dad is very humble about these things. He's never going to go into great detail about these things. But I feel like, he's my dad, so I just don't talk about other shit. You know what I mean? But like, there have been quite a few people who have come around and have experienced these entities. You call them whatever you want, beings, orbs, whatever. And miracles of it. Cancer.
Yeah, he's talked about it. I read that in the book. We talked a little bit about it in the podcast.
There's quite a few of those scenarios where, and again, it's like, does that have healing abilities? I don't think it's like that. I think anybody has healing abilities. And I think it's like
Oh, the band.
the reason it happens so much with my dad is because he asks the things. He gives the head. He completely, never once in my entire life has dad ever looked at me and said, I helped someone, I have a hidden ability. Never. He will never say that. He believes everything ever weird that's ever happened around him, to him, from him, is 100% BS. It's exactly like what I said in the beginning of the episode. I think what's important is we humble ourselves to the higher forces. Right? We understand that there are things outside of us. Maybe they look scary.
Oh, watch it, man.
Maybe
This
we don't understand
documentary.
them.
This
But
What's that?
you know, cancers
Everything.
and all kinds of other amazing things happening all around us. You know, so much so that the CIA, NASA, the space industry, DoD, all these intelligence agencies are knocking on our door and saying, hey, you know, what's going on here? Right? It doesn't just happen all the time. What's going on here? Right.
Like,
Like,
what was that like? You were, how old were you that first time?
it's funny because I'm actually the first one to anybody from NASA.
Fred,
His
right?
dad was there at work, and I was home playing like ball 3 or something. Summer, you know, I distinctly remember. Yeah, I was home. It was summer, so I was just home during the day. I'm only 15 years old. I don't have a job, so I was just playing games, right? And yeah, there's a ring at the door, and it's Hal Parliament. I know they talked about it quite a bit in the last and I remember being like, oh, here we go, you know, because the documentary had already been filmed. I don't think it aired yet. We're having all these experiences.
I don't know
So I'm like, oh, NASA's here. And seriously, like, seriously. And I called Dad, and I was like, Dad, there's somebody from NASA here. And he's like, searching until I get home. And then the rest is history, you know. But this guy hopped in the car, drove 12 hours from Cape Canaveral just for a chat. And he was alive until the year that which I actually just listened to, so I know he told that story how he fell up his head and called my same guy.
I feel like transgender as a
But until that day, he was it's a leave our lives.
That day Hal showed up, how old were you?
15, maybe 16.
Do you remember specifically what he was saying, what he was asking? Why did he tell you he was there? How did he find out about you?
Yeah, so the funniest part is when Dad they wouldn't never tell the detail because he was there. I was in his door. And I suspect he did this on purpose because he was in individual. Dumb anymore, you know, kind of put on a little bit of act. And he was a little bit of a joker. He it was really funny because he constantly would just crank out jokes. And they weren't like good ones either. You know, he clearly had a persona. It was an act. I've come to understand. And he was a genius, but he kind of acted a little bit clueless. It was funny as fuck, you know. And he says, "Hello, is this the residence of Chris Beltso?" And I said, "You mean Bledsoe?" He said, yeah, Chris Beltso. And he's acting like he's looking at his paper like he's reading. And I'm like, yes. And he shows me his lapel and his NASA. And he's like, well, I'm with the press corps for NASA. I drove 12 hours from Cape Canaveral. I really was just hoping to have a conversation with your dad. I just wanted to ask some questions and, you know, just things like that. And I don't remember in that moment what we talked about, but I know in the next many years what we talked about until he died. I do know that he was an at some point he was a CIA analyst.
Really?
Oh yeah, dude, a lot of his people
He was CIA and NASA?
yeah. At one point, something he told me that he passed away. It was kind of like a confession, like an emotion. He's a very cool guy. He's so intelligent that he had 2 PhDs by the time he was like a teenager.
So you look him up, Steve, pull up his like Wikipedia, like that. It shows people what this guy was like.
He was a really cool guy. He's one of the very like first people at NASA meeting. He was like he was an intern for one. Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Where-
We're
where-
cracking up at you. We must see this
I bet the fuck else you want.
Mike.
Whatever.
I know.
What the fuck you-
His video. And he was a very calm.
Race
soul.
against cheetahs?
Yeah.
Go for
Play
it.
this video.
I swear we're in it. I could be brain wrong, but I feel like I just missed it.
We don't have there's some audio here.
Oh yeah.
That's okay. Don't look at this. Take a look at
He
it.
was a funny dude. He was so intelligent.
1939 he was born. Holy smokes.
Yeah, he was like one of the young interns when LeBron was. He would be like this same room. That's how far back he goes. And then there's this individual named
Pull up his like Wikipedia or something, like read about his history at NASA, like what he did, what his accomplishments were. Is he on Wikipedia?
that book UFOs and alien abduction phenomenon. And
Is that his book?
yeah,
Wow.
yeah, I'm actually read it.
There's no like official sort of.
Hold on a second. There are some Iraqis that don't want people. They want to dress like people. But they don't necessarily want to be. That's a that's in.
Yeah, that's it.
How?
Yeah. So he was a
Yeah, they don't have it. Like,
It's
there's
not
nothing
not
legit
a.
here.
I swear you gotta skip to the obituary because I feel like we're in it. I could have sworn we were.
I want to read some stuff like, about like, what he did.
It's
Well,
offensive.
yeah, so
Okay.
you know
That's
what
me just kind of.
Yeah, of course.
he was like bringing them in
Cross dressers.
boundary. Yeah,
Is that- I mean, I don't know.
yeah,
What's the difference?
predator.
Oh,
He was the guy that dropped
Have you
it
ever known
with the monkey.
Yeah.
So he shows up door to door, acting.
There's this.
It's Chris Belt's over here. He's playing, but over time,
fishing for information. Trying to figure you guys out.
exactly, fishing
They were like,
and he couldn't find it.
dressed like.
So he was there specifically to figure out if you guys were full of shit or not.
They-
Right.
He was the guy they dropped in to find the holes in the story.
So is that cross dress? Is that that's the thing?
So you said he was.
What if it's a woman? What if it's just like a man?
Until the day
Actually,
he
the
died,
drag king.
he was supposed to be driving to our house
It's got
to
this.
spend Thanksgiving with us. And
cross
he didn't show up, and we're like, oh, something must have come up. And the next day we get a call from his wife, Katie, and she said basically, he was like, we were expecting him at our house. So, and that's
What he seemed about what's going on.
well, he said more to my dad than he said to me. I mean, I was younger. I think he let a lot more out to dad, but he was spiritual. He indicated to my dad that
Right.
he was for me.
Because I could just be having this conversation.
Now, here is something that I find particularly wild. But in about 2008 or 9, I would have been like 15 or 16 years old. Something he said to me and my family that for many years
Cosplayer?
I've been
Is that now?
paying attention to in my mind is that by the year 2025, the disclosure rollout would be on the table. All those years ago, 2008 or 2009, he said
Why
the government's disclosure plan is going to be out on the table by 2025. And we're going to, this is what he said. He said, and we're going to do it through soft disclosure.
You know,
We're just going to do like a steady drip of information so it's going to shock people. It's going to be like little bits of information coming out of a long span of time.
Right.
But, that we should know pretty much the majority of everything by 2025.
No. Why don't we call it
And that was
cosplay?
What do you think the disclosure is gonna look like? Like, do you think that if there is government disclosure about this stuff, it's gonna be 100% accurate?
No, actually the opposite.
How so?
I think it's going to be more or less,
What is the less effective
more or less,
for drag?
militarized. You're seeing it now. They're jamming our space. They're jamming our
It's not
radars.
inherently
You've
offensive.
got congressional hearings. where
I
they
think
come
it
out
is.
and, you know,
I really do.
I have a classified
It's like,
dossier that's interviewed by a
Like
superior.
if
I've heard stories
Okay.
of people getting harmed.
back
And,
in the
you know,
day,
we've got
call
like,
it Judah Queen. That means
Mexican
yeah.
Congress
There
coming
are
out with
Rothschild
bodies,
systems
and there's
like
eggs in it. You've got all this stuff. It's building this fantastic sci-fi story, right? But I think
And it's
it's
constant.
you think it's fear
That's more
Yeah,
overarching.
I think the general picture
Like
is to
costume.
create this
Like
narrative
just
that
like-
we are all tiny specks of pretty much nothing, and that there's no hope. There's
I
no
don't understand. Now that
any
makes sense.
inkling of spiritual evolution. And why do I think that? It's because it's what the lady told to my dad. It's in the book. It's in the progression. It's what she said. I mean, it's the message. She said that they are going to. She said that there are people at the helm of humanity. She didn't say
Drag performer.
she didn't say that she didn't give a name, right? She just said it was a dark force.
Dark force at the helm.
Yep, controlling humanity is a dark force. And they are using biblical scripture, namely the book of Revelations, to sort of script events on the global stage to manifest the
Yeah, but why
cataclysm.
can't you just use some
Deception.
concept? More overarching.
Just deception would be basically to
Totally
paint
cosplay
the phenomenon in a negative light.
loaded word. But here's why it doesn't fit.
It's
Cosplayers can't remix, not even. Who's to say that?
Dark force.
It's costume.
yeah, that's. I mean,
Cosplayers
Are
usually
they?
dress
I
up
don't know.
as characters.
maybe
Not
it's
always.
A what?
an egregore. The concept
Drag
of like,
queens are dressing as someone else.
you know, it's like the devil. It's like if
Expressing
people believe in something that gives it power. It's like,
Right.
you know, when people believe in a
Calling
specific
drag is
concept.
cosplay.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, wow, you're awesome.
Egregore. That's the first one I've ever heard that word. An egregore is an esoteric
Cosplay got
concept that refers to a non-physical entity that is created by a group of people. The term comes from the ancient Greek word egregoris, which means wakeful.
Yeah, it's like the devil. Like, is there really a force that can oppose God?
Cosplayers dressing up as
I
someone
love this. What is this?
I don't think so.
Scroll down and watch these photos and stuff, right?
It then
Yeah,
it's a better name.
So it's just like a hive mind.
Yeah, it's just it's like that's a something that's just thought.
Okay, so what would you call
Made up of,
But these even
Okay.
thought form
I mean-
made up of the thoughts, ideas, and feelings that group and these sets out.
Wasn't the term drag performer mean that-
consciousness? It is hard to create one on
doesn't
purpose
the term
because
drag
they're
performer
all
mean that you are performing something, you're not actually like feeling that person?
and
So you are
if
contradicting yourself.
people believe in something, it more or
That's
less
start out
becomes true.
fucking right.
You
it
know,
is. And you
and
can't
you know,
real
if
texture
enough
language.
people
Yeah. You're right.
believe
that the term
the
performer
phenomenon is so
does
negative,
suggest
it's so
putting
scary,
on something
and
like
so more like if you're
yeah.
trying to relate
Exactly what it is.
cattle and all this stuff that they're telling us that's going on through this
So in those
official
cases, the drag persona,
channels,
RuPaul,
it's spreading
it's
it's very
separate from the
dark.
You're not
You're
claiming
like,
to be that persona.
you know,
Yeah,
that's,
but
that's kind of
you're
like,
getting more than for some drag performers. I think
it's like that. I don't know how to get the words out. I'm trying to find the words, but it's like a spiritual book. Honestly, like the whole the phenomenon.
For some
I mean,
drag
a spiritual world. Thank you for titling this episode.
Spiritual book. Okay, sure, yeah.
That would have taken me like at least 3 days to come up with.
Awesome.
shouldn't be called like
Egregores and spiritual wars.
Hey, you said you wanted some esoteric concepts.
Yeah.
he's a beggar.
Yeah. I got a few of them.
Sorry.
Did you search Harold or Hal?
Harold.
Try Hal.
Help.
I got
Be a way
I was the world's expert on
to my
TikTok.
family.
TikToks, they're like this special kind of meteorite. They're like glass meteorites.
Oh,
He was literally like the
really? He also mapped the moon, didn't he?
Not
I don't know. Okay.
the best drag performer, but it doesn't your persecution.
I've been TikTok hunting.
tech-type researcher from Ohio.
Isn't it
Wow, in
July?
July 2000, the main belt asteroid
It's like-
12753
it's
was
such a
discovered by Gene and Carolyn Shoemaker on April 18,
Well,
1992. It was named in honor of Hal and Judy Hoffmeyer for their many contributions to the International Occultation Timing Association, IOTA, and studies of work in the field of meteors and meteorites. He is the author of Fireballs, Meteors, and Meteorites, Tektites, and Cosmic Paradigm, the Cosmic Paradox, Gray's Observer's Handbook, and also published for over 190 scientific articles.
Well, what up?
Yeah, it was speculated. This is not anything I know. This don't take this to the bank. Okay,
Keep going. Okay.
this is just something that was.
Is this a song? I like it. I like it.
Some of his engineering work still sits on the Sea of Tranquility from the Apollo 11 mission. Wow. Yeah, that's what Chris was talking
I think
about. Your dad said he mapped the moon for the moon landing mission, so they can figure out the perfect place to land.
He was a genius. He was so intelligent that he had to take medications to slow his brain down. I mean,
Really?
yeah.
To slow it down? God damn, I can't find enough medication to speed mine up.
There's a lot of when you start talking aerospace industry, you get a lot of
Very smart people.
yes, a lot of brainiacs. We're talking about genius,
Although all planetary scientists are
I
in
think
agreement
that
that
that's
technology
way-
is the Earth's system, there are two major theories as to their origin. The most popular, simplest, and widely accepted is that they are the result of a terrestrial impact caused by a comet or asteroid throwing material out into space and re-entering as tektites. Interesting.
Oh, that's cool. There's a lot of mythology about tektites also.
We need a equal rights.
Crystal rings, and yeah, there's I love studying this.
Oh,
You know,
it's
I'm okay. It's really great.
Doctor.
And there's a lot of really cool, interesting mythology about
Whatever.
potentially
One house,
being lost.
black, white, blue, green, yellow.
It's like the mineral name, I believe.
Oh, really?
But I
It's a
think
kind of
This guy sounds fascinating.
He was cool. Like I said, I mean, again, it's like you can't take it.
I think honestly,
that he it's like
I get that.
the original people who like basically ran the converted the program.
The Majestic 12.
Yeah, it's the idea. Again,
Were some other people that were part of that?
I don't know.
No, nobody knows.
I don't even know if he was. It's just it was indicated, you know. But you know, when you're talking in this covert, I mean, dude, I've been around people in the CIA and NASA and all these other agencies since I was like 15. I mean, you meet so many people, and this one says this one, you know, it's like a. I don't know.
So, okay. So who is the one that originally claimed that there was
This should be
shadowy
Anthony.
sort of
This is
force at the
fucking.
top of society that wants to install fear through this disclosure process?
The lady.
The lady.
Gloria Steinem.
Okay.
She said it's a dark force.
Now, whoever might be in charge of this disclosure, say there is some sort of government disclosure in the process right now, right, that's going to come out in the next few years. Like, looking back to 2014 when they started making those Navy videos and everything like that. That was
2017.
So that was 2017. So that was like the just dipping the toe in and saying like, we're going to do this over the next 10 years. Who specifically would be behind that? And obviously, there are people around you guys who you guys are talking to in intelligence or in national defense or in NASA, wherever it might be, all these crazy agencies who are openly talking to you that this is not the case, this is not a reality.
What was that thing?
So there's obviously a split in government, right? Like
there's a divide.
Multiple divides, actually.
Do they acknowledge that to you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So who do they say are the people who want to paint some sort of false dystopian, fearful narrative?
It depends who you ask. If they're in the CIA, they might say it's NASA. If it's somebody who's NASA, they might say it's, if it's somebody in the Air Force, they might say somebody in the Navy. You don't really get a straight answer. It just depends who you're talking to. You see what I'm saying? Oh, I'm in the Air Force, but they're in the Navy, really bad guys. It's like those splits within these factions. Well, you have CIA, but my CIA group is the good one, but their group is not the good one. There's compartmentalized fractures within these intelligence communities. And then you have groups like the Invisible College who are like, well, we have all these answers and we're not spiritual, but we don't think people deserve to hear it. And then you have other groups that are like, we don't know how to tell it, but we want to get out there. It's just meaning like the entities, the beings, whatever. They should get it out. They're like, how do we do it? And then you have others who have bot armies, trolls, and they do like cyber stalking and harassing. And
Yeah, we just learned all about bot armies a couple weeks ago.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a thing. And you have those factions who are like silence any sort of conversation about this that gets too close. Push all the conversation about, whatever popular alien theory is being run now. Like, you've got Pleiadians and Arcturians and all this, all that's okay, but then, like, harass the people and troll people that are kind of close to the real thing. Had a couple of death threats, things like that. It's complicated, man. Like, when you're in the intelligence world, it's very gray. It's not like you see on TV where it's like, we all are loyal to the same position. Well, not really. Because when you're talking about CIA or some compartmentalized intelligence program, they sometimes, it could be because of background they have on foreign nationals or international people, leaders, whatever whatever information they have could make some of these people untouchable, and they can do whatever they want, and they can get away with whatever they want, and they're more or less above the law. So some of these people are rogues, and they just do whatever they want, harass whoever they want. They don't care. I've experienced that. And
Are some of these people that are involved in this, are they like private, commercial, aerospace people, or are they all in government? Like, do you have any people from like Lockheed Martin or any of those aerospace contractors?
yes, actually.
I was asking my buddy the other day, I was wondering, like, you hear the stories about Men in Black. I wonder if the quote Men in Black, you air quotes there, if those are actually like government agency people, or if they are private contractor people, like contractors, like aerospace contractor, and they send people out there because they're those guys. Obviously, like what's going on right now in the news is everything about these aerospace contractors keeping stuff secret and all these black budgets and everything like that. I'm wondering if they are the ones that are trying to intimidate and strong arm people into statewide.
I mean, I couldn't know for sure. I have met more, like in the way you described, like I've met more people from these government agencies than I have met private contractors. Although ironically, just 2 or 3 days ago, I was hanging out with Derek Sweet from JPL.
Oh yeah.
He's a very nice guy. Yeah, I'll check out later. But
Oh, I think your dad was talking about this.
yeah,
Yeah.
I wasn't crazy. But and I do want to reiterate, I'm not saying that all
When did they get
I'm saying some are good. There's no black and white. There's no rubric here for dealing with the intelligence world. It's nothing like you see on the movies yet. You think the men in black shows up with these shades and suits and ties, and really runs with khakis and polos. Yeah. I just told you, 15 years old, playing Fallout, knock on the door. And it's NASA.
That was how.
Yeah, aerospace industry coming to question me and my family about UFOs. I mean, come on. Like, if there's ever a woman in black, I mean, I lived it.
Right.
I've met people who don't exist.
Right.
Right. People that tried just to intimidate you. Your dad also mentioned that in the book, that there's people out there that like tried to intimidate you guys or scare at least your dad and your mom or something.
They must have had
sketchy shit that goes down.
They could have been like, all right, this is what it's like to be a woman. You said talk about transgender.
No, I think it's
That's
book.
not.
Oh, that happened. I don't.
Yeah, we definitely talked about it on air, but I also read that I'm not here for the book.
What we did.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I should or could say here.
Maybe it was over dinner.
It could have been, but yes, you are correct. And that's the whole point.
There is a. I just have a thing with
And yeah,
it's
you know, I don't like to give too much attention to that
Right.
part of it, you know. But if it's like we could just bring that and tell a story we want you to. And then in one appearance, I'm scared to do the way that get back. See ya.
Oh my God.
one is
Yep. Okay, right behind them. He's on the property. Control of here. And
promotion of sex.
so you know, it's like I don't really care to give those kind of people attention. You know, like,
We're trying to fix it.
Well, the kind of people should have been there. That's how.
The agency, Homeland Security, the NIA, talk about that one.
Hey, tell me all about the NRL.
Yeah, Air Force Intelligence, Army Intelligence, Naval Intelligence. I think I already said CIA, obviously. FBI, virtually.
Why don't all just knock on your door unannounced?
No, that's all. Unannounced only a few times. A lot of times it's like, hey, I'm coming to the area. Can I stop by? Sure, come on. Or get our number. Hey, so introduce me to this guy who told me to get in touch with you. You know, it's not always unannounced.
Why
That
don't
was
people say
more or
transgender?
less.
Why is that? Yeah.
But no, mostly it's just like, hey, we really want to do it. Okay, come on in. You know, Southern hospitality.
Okay, well, who's to say it's outdated words or
You say no, so they do it.
Were you at the house when that guy Ted showed up?
Yeah, it was in my bedroom. Yeah, I helped him with the metal. You remember that story? Yeah, he put the metal. Yeah, I was the one who helped him do that whole thing. Where it was like one person at a time started with me. I had the metals first, and he explained to me. He had these charts where it was like basically showing that the isotopes of these metals were like he was inclined to me that this material did not come from Earth. It comes from somewhere very far away, and it's organic. He said it's alive, like it's some sort of living, sentient material. And he just explained how he was able to sort of like replicate this material. It's like $1 billion patents being able to replicate this material by really. Yeah, they're very cutting edge experimental technologies like hip replacement, bone replacement type stuff because it's organic, right? So you figure out how to not reject bone material. And it's like if you just have metal implant and your body's going to reject it, he figured out how to make it merge because it's organic. And he figured out he would take. I can't remember what the material was. I'm not a scientist, you know. He's putting this thing called you create conditions and creates some bond or something. I don't know.
I explained all this to you.
Yeah, but I'm not a scientist, you know what I mean? So like, it's I don't know how to control it properly. But yeah, so he put it in my head. He was like, just gotta pay attention. You know, tell me you can't notice anything. If you notice any sensations, feelings, thoughts, whatever.
what is
The
that?
other piece of my other hand, and it felt like a static going through. Oh, it wasn't painful. It was again, it was like when the entity touched you, it was pleasant. And I'm like, I feel electricity. And he goes,
I want to take back
Okay.
transgender.
let's get the next one. And we went, you know, my
Because it's like,
brothers,
it's not serious. I gotta take it back.
my mom, and then my dad. In whatever order, but we did that last. And then you know the story.
It's
My
like,
dad, it was so powerful. I mean, I sat right there and watched him. Most of those moms were convulsing. I mean, this energy was so prevalent. It was shaking and his vision blacked out. And it was basically described to us that this material is, it's like quasi-crystal. I don't really know what that means.
That's like a Steve.
But he basically said that the fact that we had a reaction from this material in the first place was evidence to him. There was a way for these covert programs to, you say you're seeing an entity and then you touch the stuff and you feel nothing whatsoever. You want it.
Really? So it's like a lie detector test.
Well, no, it's more so like it's reacting with your energy because you've been in the presence of an interdimensional entity. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what he told us. Like,
Like you have some sort of vibration going on inside.
yes, because you've been altered because you've been in the presence of an interdimensional entity. So he knew that we were telling the truth because we all felt this energy. And ironically, I had just started dating my wife at the time. She happened to be there. She didn't feel a single thing. She didn't feel anything from those. My mother did, all my siblings and my father, all of them. So, yeah, and then my wife too. I was like, I don't care. Even people come around to my house, Dad says, yeah, I don't care who you are, you're in my house. And I'm kind of like, did she do it? Let's get her into it. I didn't care about the secret.
Did Tim show you guys anything that was like super confidential that you don't want to talk about?
Yeah, but it wasn't a big deal. It was just pictures of Area 51. It was a big deal. It was, but it wasn't like he didn't show me any bodies or anything like that. It was just pictures of Area 51. It's like basically indicating to us that there is a facility where this kind of study goes on. But the main thing
I
that
think it still goes on there. I think it moved it all.
Area 51,
Yeah, like all the crazy studies.
I have no idea. Like he didn't show us anything that was like,
Mind-blowing.
well, I guess what I'm trying to say is like he had an air of plausible deniability. Like he showed us photos of the facility, but he didn't show us any of the he didn't show me a craft
Right.
or anything like that. I mean, it's pretty like totally in line of what if I was a dude in a COVID program, what would I have? How far to the line can I get? Well, he got as close to that line as possible. And he told us he was going to do it. He said, I have a box. All right? And at the very edge of this box is how far I can go and what I can show you. Classified information, things like that. So he showed us pictures of his board. He showed us his badges of Area 51. He had like actual remnants. The CIA, NASA, Air Force in the Area 51 remnants. The clearance passes. Like in the door. He showed us that, and he basically told us that this was a very serious subject matter. It was the most classified subject. We are very seriously regarded in these intelligence communities. He said that if we had been talking to 6 years prior about our experiences in public, that we would have gotten shot and killed. But at the times it changed, and that they were loosening the protocol and what to do with people. He basically said we have other ways of living their life. We don't have to shoot kids anymore. We can do whatever we want. And he was like, you not necessarily want to go public, like that you go on Facebook and talk like news, anywhere or anything like that. And if you do, it doesn't matter because I don't think you're crazy. You're anyway.
Right. It's true. It's true.
Well,
and you guys did go public with it.
Absolutely.
What did you say about that?
Nothing.
Is anybody trying to fuck with you for going public? Did anybody ever, when you initially went public, did anyone try to fuck with you?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's hard to say. It's like, yeah, I mean, why wouldn't they want to go public? Because again, it's like there's a narrative, right? There are so many.
But if it's spiritual, what does it matter? Like it's something like, why do you care?
Honestly, like it's a complicated question. It's because my take on that is this may sound like it's out of left field, but it's about awakening. Right? It's about the awakening of humanity. What does that mean? Well, right now we're asleep. We don't really know what's going on. We don't know the nature of things. We don't know the reality of things. Right? To awaken means when we all kind of like expand our idea of things and realize there's something more than just this. There are other beings out there in other realities. There are energies and forces in other realities that are always all around us, which again brings us back to the Christ consciousness thing. It brings us back to the light thing, because if there are other dimensions and other forces, then we got to be more mindful of our thoughts and our intentions and our feelings and how we project. It's like there's more to us than just physical action. There's mental action. There's the spiritual intent, things of that nature. It's the kind of stuff the beings talk about. But awakening is when we realize there's more to this than just material life. That we have abilities. People are doing moving stuff, right? If we're good at all that, we can all do that. We all have some degree of psychokinesis or what's it called? Extrasensory perception. We all have this. We all have these abilities. It's just in order to access something, you have to be aware of it, right? You have to be aware that you have these abilities. You have to be aware that you are a higher consciousness. That's what Diana.
Yo, dog.
When I read that, she was going deep into how I don't think she came up with his name, but yeah, maybe she did. But she keeps him pseudonymous in both of her books, I believe. She talks about how Tim has some sort of like daily ritual protocol he does to keep himself in tune with this extrasensory thing, whatever it is. If we are some sort of biological antenna that can access some sort of doorway to extra perception, he has a thing he does every morning where he like drinks water and meditates. No coffee. Yeah, part of his hard. No coffee. No coffee. Yeah.
Sunlight. Very esoteric assets related, and that's a rabbit hole in and of itself. But I want to stress, I do not want to say that all of these people in Texas are not. Some of them have been really good. Some of them have written works in my dad's book, saying he's telling the truth. Yeah, John. And some of them as hell. You may have to walk this at first. Try to. Try to. Try to. They do the jobs. But at the end of the day, some of these people have been very kind and very generous and trying to ensure that we feel heard, feel understood. It's like not all of these people are going through that. I do believe it tends to be like Stranger Things season 4. This is my favorite example where you have this whole you have this scenario where like 11 losers in Mojo, you got one element of the government trying to kill her, and you got the other element trying to like get her Mojo back and put her up there and do her thing. Just like that. It's like some of them are bad, some of them are good. It's the way it is. But you ask, why don't they want this out if it's a spiritual thing? Because the bad elements, wherever they are, tend to be more powerful, have more reach. Right? They don't want us to awaken. They want to keep us asleep on our daily routine. They want us waking up. They want us dumb and sick and pushed into the pharmaceutical culture. Yeah, watching TV, eating crappy food, just doing everything we can to make you sick and dumb and live low vibrations. They want us to awaken. How would they want that?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I just want to find these people that those people who are telling you not to say that publicly. Just boggle my mind.
Maybe it's real.
If they're not part of that negative force, why do they want to keep listening?
I don't know if it's services. I don't know. They never told me. I don't know. I just know by the taste of people's actions. And if they helped us or not. And I'm not here to say this was good, this was bad. I just know that, there's a few. I will say, Gypsy, the CIA, his title is the Directorate of Clandestine Affairs.
Yeah, pull up Jepson, man's bio on that.
This guy never, ever has he said, don't go speak publicly. Don't go tell your story. It's actually been the opposite. You need to write a book. You need to go tell your story. You need to talk. There are some people in the government who truly, despite how they've been broken, how they've been apparent, who they know them, whatever, it doesn't matter. All I know is how they've been to us. And they have been, you need to go shout your story from the rooftop. It's time to tell them. Forget what all these haters say. Doesn't matter. Go tell your story. He's one of them. How is one of them? Colonel Alexander wanted to go tell your story. Go tell your story. You know? So, like, I don't know. That's pretty. I don't know. You know, I can't say good or bad. I'm just telling you what happened. Right? I'm telling you facts about the cause of that. So that's my experience.
This whole protocol of trying to like turn your body into this extra sense or whatever it might be, isn't that like getting into the idea of Rosicrucianism? So did I say it right?
Rosicrucians.
Rosicrucians, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. More or less. Yeah.
And it seems like that might be something that you may not want to do. Like being tapped into this is fantastic as it sounds and as crazy as that story is. This could be something that would be too much for like being able to witness this stuff and being tapped into something that you want to ready for.
Yeah. But on the other hand, it's like
How much have you looked into
quite a bit. Yeah. I love it. And,
okay, here's what is it, Semi Van's bio?
here we go.
No, it's a.
About your retirement in 2007 after 25 years career in Central Intelligence Agencies, National Investigation Service. Yeah, my friend Mad Dog Jim Lawler was talking about that, saying that they worked together at the same time. At the time of his retirement, he was a member of the CIA's Senior Intelligence Service and served multiple overseas and domestic tours along with senior management positions at CIA headquarters. He is a recipient of the agency's career intelligence and inspector.
Like wrote the handbook of following protocol.
Yeah,
Literally.
yeah.
So he's a part of.
The To the Stars thing.
Yeah. He can call us from Tom.
Deal. I don't want to get too much drafts, but what's the deal with the whole To the Stars thing?
I don't know that much.
I don't know.
So even I haven't met personally. It's true. And you know, like I want to stress, like I can't vouch for what other people say and think and believe. All I can vouch for is how they treat us. Okay. So you ask like the good ones or the bad ones or that and other.
Yeah.
Those are the few that have always been like, oh, keep telling the story, keep telling the story. But yeah, Rosicrucians, that's an interesting subject. So do you guys
Go on.
some Stephen to hit him real quick on Rosicrucians? Okay.
I got Steve all day.
This is gonna be a shift. Okay. So here I am, 18 years old. My dad sees the lake, right? At this time, I'm like we discussed earlier in the episode, you know, I'm like, hey, I like to know what's out there. I'm like, knowing that it's not all contained in the Bible, but I still feel that attachment, like, I'm not really ready to live everything said. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I still was kind of sucked into that one track train of thought, that one track in Christianity, right? So my dad comes home one day, or rather, I come home, right? Because I'm in college, and I'm talking to my dad, and starts telling me, son, I saw this lady, and grazing over the details because I talked about some of the things she said already, but grazing over that, just how these first told me. So I saw this lady, and she said this, that, and the other. She said that she goes by Hathor, but that throughout time and across many cultures, she was known by many names. And she had the dress. She had the glow, it was like twinkle like stars. It's like this white gown that like had stars on it. Like, well, you can see, look at this affirmations. This way. Full, it's similar, right? It's like right? And
Yeah, the bull first.
right.
And he said it was like Cisco in his water today.
Yeah, many days. But you look at the depictions of Hathor. Yeah, it's such Egyptian name. And she was depicted as a bull, but and she had this dress that was like the twinkling stars. And it's the notion that she was like the divine mother of the cosmos, nourishing with her udders, with the cow, bull symbolism. She was the she fed the cosmos with like atheists. But she said, I go by many names.
But look at that one.
So can you imagine how I felt at 18 years old with my dad telling me this stuff?
No, I can't.
Being a Pentecostal, I was like, what the heck? I've never heard of that before. And then he said that this being, this lady, she said that I'm lost. She says, you know what? I'm lost. I don't know. But the point is, I spent a lot of time studying Egyptian mystery schools, which led me to Rosicrucianism, Hermeticism, Gnosticism, just Muslim traditions in general. And a fascinating tidbit of information is that, like, at one point in human history, Egypt was Islamic civilization. You had all these different secret mystery schools, and I can't remember the year, but it was the Pharaoh Moses III who was so enamored by these mystery schools that he united them all into one school. It's one body of wisdom, and they believed that the wisdom came from Atlantis, right? Like, if there was such a thing as Atlantis, which I tend to think that there's a notion of that existed. I don't know if all crazy stories about that are true, but I think that there was a precursor society that had more knowledge than they said that their knowledge was passed down from them. And anyway, so that's what the Rosicrucians claim that they come from. All the way back from the Middle Ages, all the way back from the mystery schools that was thousands of years ago. So I find myself several years back in Philadelphia. True story. I find myself back in Philadelphia a few years ago with a mutual friend of ours, the Jim City Dance. He had introduced us to Jim City Dance and I'm riding in the car with him. His name's Larry. Yeah, he's been to it's actually his dad who has a stroke. Yeah. Some people are like, don't want their name out. So,
Way out there.
yeah, and I respect that. He's a cool guy. But he starts like, what do you guys think about Rosicrucian? Talk about Rosicrucian. I'm like, I don't know what that is. Well, Rosicrucian. He starts telling me about what the things we Rudolph Steiner and this kind of stuff. And the next thing you know, he's like introducing me to Dr. Gilbert, who's this really cool guy out in Nashville, who's like a, I don't, he's like a Christian, but he also has like kind of a mystery school. And essentially, getting in touch with him and kind of getting me to study and study much with them, and on and I started to have these dreams about phenomena. I started to have dreams around that time of like seeing hieroglyphs and seeing glowing symbols on tablets and hieroglyphics, and seeing when I met this gentleman who was the Rosicrucian, who like started me on learning this stuff.
Is it Larry?
No, the guy that introduced me to it. Yeah, probably don't know. He said the word netia. He believed in us. He believed that. He was like, this stuff all checks out with, like Rosicrucianism and like the history schools teach what you guys are experiencing. It's all here. You got into the texts, and it's like since ancient times, all of these societies have known that there is a goddess, there is a female force, there is a feminine layer to the divine reality that has been suppressed. But these mystics schools are all about it. They're all about, it's like the Da Vinci Code. The Da Vinci Code is all about it. I just bring that up because we just did a show about podcast about Da Vinci Code. Yeah, it's like this popular, it's all about this divine feminine, right? So I'm like, wow, this is really weird. And I go through all these rabbit holes and I study this stuff and I start having these dreams. And I start having, these dreams of like growing hieroglyphics. And I had this really crazy dream of like Osiris. anyone heard the word Neter, which was basically the concept of Egyptian nature spirits. I started having dreams about the phenomenon being that way. Kind of like led me down that rabbit hole, studying that information. And then next thing you know, I found myself through a podcast. And I'm just like, that's a lot of what I'm talking about. This kind of information and how it relates to the phenomenon. Because in my experience, the phenomenon is more of it's more esoteric in nature. It's spiritual. It's not necessarily physical. It's something spiritual. And I think it's kind of hard to put into words, but it's helped me understand it a lot. Studying a lot of this material. It's weird, like my dad, the ex-Pentecostal Christian, having these experiences with these beings, starting to say these several thousand-year-old Egyptian beings that we never heard of, because Christians aren't allowed to study this stuff. And then I started going to the ancient past, reading this material, and start checking it out. I'm like, what is happening? I don't know if I'm doing a good job of explaining it. This stuff I'm finding in these bodies of knowledge is like,
This is a lot of like similar to the stuff that Ed Casey talks about.
yeah, exactly.
I know there's like a whole Edward Casey like foundation or school for a lot into the ancient stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. Very similar thing. He's all related too.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, they called him like sleeping prophet. This is the story. He was like he's come up with like a revelation. He's like heal people. Yeah, all of a sudden like the first thing he did is he slept on a book. Like he has those suddenlies in school, whatever. And someone said just sleep on it. And he like literally took a piece of it literal and he slept on the book and then he like memorized everything. He knew the whole book. And then after that, like the people would say they needed to be healed or something, and basically like he would just say, tell me their name and where they are on the earth, or the state they live in, what town they live in, and he would go to sleep and come up with like a prescription for them to follow or something to do to like fix their whatever was wrong with them.
It's really fucking crazy. He also predicted quite a lot of stuff. He had like 14,000 readings throughout his, time cycles or whatever, his life. And many of them were true. Like, I think one of the things that he's predicted in advance was like, blood to diagnose disease. The Edgar Casey was around before, before that. And another thing he predicted was there's a discovery of like the Dead Sea Scrolls, things like that. And in Edgar Casey,
He predicted the discovery of that.
yep, just years before it was found. And another thing he was really big on, which I find very fascinating, we just did a whole episode on this concept just weeks ago on our show. It's now. Edgar Casey was a big proponent of Jesus being Essenes.
What's that?
Essenes? Okay, so the Essenes were like, not much about them is known in history, but they were an extremely advanced spiritual society that existed back in first century Judea, where you had like, the life and time of Jesus, you had these different groups of Jewish priestly class, and like the Sadducees were like, we control the temple, we give the God to us, and they're the ones who were like killing these, just kind of harsh bad people, and even Pharisees who were like really into the Torah, maybe not as bad as the Sadducees, but pretty spiritual. Not generalized. But then you had the Essenes who were like very devout, lived in very villages, and like the historical writings we have about them in survive. From like Philo of Alexandria and Pliny and Josephus, all saying that they were like the most advanced and most ancient secret society that existed since aeons and aeons, and that was written 2,000 years ago, and had these rites and rituals, and they had these elaborate healing arts, and they were just this happy group of people who just existed outside of society in their own ascetic aquarium village. Crystal herbs and all kinds of Jesus part of them. That's what Edgar Casey said. Like the belief is that maybe when we know about Jesus is what we're told. Maybe there's something deeper to it, right? Maybe he wasn't this. can't know for sure. But there's a lot of interesting stuff about that.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And it seems like too, especially when it comes to the internet, there's a lot of people on the internet who like how they sort of found their sense of meaning through this whole UFO thing. Like there's a whole group of people online, whether it be on Twitter or Reddit, whatever it is, that are so invested in this thing that they found some sort of meaning in it, right? And anyone, even if there's somebody who comes across their post or whatever it might be on Twitter, let's say, that questions it or comes against it, it's almost they're hostile towards it, right? Like they want to defend it to the death and not hear any sort of counter arguments against it, where they've sort of like found their own meaning of life, or they found their own religion through this kind of thing. And it's very similar to a religion in a sense. People that are like super into the whole UFO phenomenon.
Yeah. People are very violent with their UFO beliefs.
They are.
Intellectually violent.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, you know how weird it was in 2007 when my dad came home from I believe he's going to the military. And then exactly like what you just said, right? If infringing on people's religion, you got people who, North Carolina was mostly Christian. In the early 2000s. And it's like, oh, you're doing another. That's not angels. That's not even aliens. That's demons. But then you have the people in the 2000s when you first came out and reported their story that were like, we believe in aliens, but they're not spiritual. The two paradigms were separate. Back then,
So religious people said they believe in aliens, but they're saying what you're saying is not religious.
no, religious people said the demons. UFO people said, I don't believe in angels or demons. Here's some aliens. So it was like, we were either too religious or we were demonic. Depending on your crowd.
Right. So why would religious people say that? Why would they not accept the fact that they're good?
Well, we're talking about the cross, but I'm somebody I knew very, very well. A family member said that. But, when Dad's got came out, and everybody, people are cool, man. They'll just tell you right to your face why you're a liar or you're crazy, you're just this or that. And I was ever somebody saying, no, that's not possible because Jesus didn't die on other planets. Jesus didn't go die on all those other planets. I don't believe there's anything else out there. So I'm like, yeah, okay. I saw him, he didn't, so I'm not going to tell you. People believe in whatever it sees of, right? It's like, it's genuinely painful to consider a worldview that is counter to people's egos or grasping firmly on what they were taught their whole life they're supposed to believe. This is what I said when we get there. Is if we want to equivocate, if we want to understand what's really going on here, we have to humble ourselves to higher forces. We have to understand that things out there that are different than us.
Even the Vatican has accepted the idea of aliens. But I forget who it was. Somebody in the Vatican was explaining how we can't limit. If you are with God and listen to a higher creator, but you can't limit that just to Earth, right? Like you can't limit God's creation just to human beings. There has to be announcing whoever it is, the benefit of the doubt to have created something outside of what we see every day on planet Earth.
Right.
And that's coming from the Vatican. If there is something that is spiritual that people are witnessing, you doubt are witnessing, is it possible that there also is a bad version of it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It has to be. It's just the nature of reality. There's something good, there's something bad. And it's like there's varying degrees of that. It's like like the absence of is cold, right? Or the absence of love is fear. Yeah, of course. I do think that there's some negative entities and things like that. But I don't think it's anything to worry about. I really don't. I've never come face to face. I mean, I've seen some shattering things, I've been around people where I've seen things that were attached to them. But I think for anybody out there who's curious about entities and if you're like, oh, what I experience good, what I experience bad, or this, that, and the other, I think that depends on what kind of person you are. And particularly what you're going through, what energies you're putting out. If you're a good, kind, loving, joyful, positive person, why would you be worried about negative entities? Right? But let's say somebody who's deep into a very serious addiction or abuse problem or some sort of very negative violent scenario or spouse abuse or whatever scenario in your head is really bad. Well, basically I'd be worried about some sort of negative entity. I mean, it really depends on you.
Did anybody you ever talk to, like some of these ask people or anybody else, did they ever say anything to you about negative situations with you?
Yeah.
With bad things? What would they say about that?
Well, at Skinwalker Ridge, that's one thing Colonel Alexander told us. It's like at Skinwalker Ridge, they were having some pretty spooky experiences. Like things like they either like about the nature, right?
Yeah.
How like people multiple barriers upon it since they to really experience it. And that's one of the things is like they constantly are trying to like gotcha with the phenomenon, they're trying to like trick it, they're trying to get it on camera, they're trying to like they just think that it isn't aware, I guess. But he's like constantly outsmart them and do things like disable their cameras and turn off the lights and just do things to really scare them. Definitely helps in those things like that. I don't know how it is. That's what I've been told, yeah. There's things like this that are the Skinwalker.
Yeah, like the cattle mutilations. Do you think that has to do with he's going?
I don't know because it's like the idea about the phenomenon of Skinwalker Ranch. Some people say it's because of root Native American black magic practices from centuries ago. Really dark kind of things. I don't know. I don't have much experience with negative entities. I only have experience with positive entities. I can't say why that's there or why bad things are happening. But I don't think people should worry about negative entities. It's just like it says in the Bible, right? You don't need a dominion over spirits. You don't have to be a Christian for that to be true. I'm not Christian, but I believe it to be true. I think we have power and dominion over entities.
Really?
Yeah.
How do we get power into the universe?
I believe we're very special. I think we're very, very special. I think that there's not really to be made in the image of God that people realize. As a matter of fact, if there was a piece of wisdom that I would love to use to everybody, that I would love everyone to contemplate on and really study this phrase and understand what it is and where it comes from, you'll find that the Rosicrucians, even the Freemasons, all these secret societies are obsessed with this phrase because of its importance. It's as above, so below. It's the concept of the microcosm mirrors the macrocosm. Or in other words, if you think really hard about space, right? You think about galaxies and solar systems, how they have an inherent order to them at the highest level, right? But then you think really small, you think about a cell in the body, the atoms, they have a similar order. At every plane of reality, higher and lower on this infinite sliding scale, on this Fibonacci scale, so to speak, right? Spiral pattern. It's fractal. Reality is constantly fractal, all the way up and all the way down. And I believe that is true in every dimension and every plane. And I do believe that we are fractals of God, that we are all infinite sparks of God. It's like the ancient Hindu said, it's Indra's net, right? You have this one original consciousness, and it's personified, or it's not personified, but shown as this net, and you have a drop of dew on the intersection of the net, and the sun is shining on the water, and that sun is equally reflecting off of every piece of dew. That's me and you. It's all about consciousness reflecting. There's only one light, right? It's God. It's the mind. It's the universe. Whatever you call it, or call again, it doesn't really matter so much how you believe it. Reality is reality. You can think and scream about my God's better than yours all day. If something's up there, I think I typically this is how it works. It doesn't care what you think, it doesn't care what you believe. It cares how you are. It cares how you fight it. It cares how you act. Right? When you put out into the world. But anyway, so yeah, so I believe that I think that we are reflections. I think the material world is only a mere reflection of the higher eternal world. Another example of this, Plato, the famous philosopher of his time, the whole story about it, called Allegory of the Cave. He's like, imagine you're in a cave, and the sun is shining in the cave. The sun represents eternal reality. It's invisible, so to speak, but also like it's kind of a source of light. It's symbolized by the sun. Shining into the cave. We see the shadows of the wall. We live here in the cave, symbolizing material reality. The shadows are the real thing, but really it's out there in another dimension or outside the cave. Right? And it's like you have all these different stories around the world basically saying this is the illusion, there's something else, there's something else. There's something else that's not illusion. We are, or as the Hindus would say, we are all in the dream of Brahma. The mind of God. Or that's the whole context. The Rosicrucians would say the universe is simply the mind of God, and we should thought here. Okay, so the question is, why do we have to be in the spirit? Because of that. Because we are a piece of the Creator. We are linked to the mind of God through our mind, because we are a piece of that mind. Right?
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
That's why we have ESP. That's why we have psychic abilities. That's why healing and miracles occur. Because we are God. I believe we are. I think that's the truth about all of it, all religious myth, all the wisdom traditions, and every bit of it. I think that we are all special fractal pieces of, you can say, the God, or whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. You know?
What do you think would happen if like, this information came out that, like, this is a spiritual thing, like everything that you're saying? Imagine if government came out and said everything that your dad are saying. Like, this is what it is. It is what it is. We're not gonna. It's not these from the universe that are gonna try to control us, anything like that. It's just the thing that's divine. And let society bubble in. What do you think would happen to affect you?
I think that is going to happen, but it's not going to be because the government came out with it. I think it's going to be. I see it going down in my head as the entities sort of allowing themselves to be seen more and more by the masses. As it's like this, okay? So the whole population is 100%, right? It's awesome. It's just say the entire population is 100%, but maybe 10% of it. No, they have to go and right? The beings, or you could say God, or whoever, I mean, you know, God is in charge of everything. Yeah, it's like, it doesn't really matter how people, it exists, whether you like it or not, right? It just is, right? And God is the, at the bottom of the circle around all of some God, right? The God created. People can say, oh, I don't think about it. It's fine. You don't have to. But it's just the way it is. It's just there. Right? So let's say only 10% of people are aware. The beings cannot infringe other people's free will. We have to live it on our own. Right? So as more and more people become aware and they begin to raise the understanding, the collective consciousness, the collective, you could say, vibration. I really like that word. Some people think it's really a collective vibration. Yeah, consciousness, whatever. Yeah. It's absolutely. As that increases, I believe that the sightings will increase. Like literally, with what you see, like the sightings of the entities. As the awareness increases, the sightings are going to increase.
Yeah, like a very basic example is I've never seen these things before, right? Until I went out to the never stared at the sky for 2 hours.
Right.
I've never looked for it. I've never really tried to look for it. That was the first time. Was it because your dad was there, or was it because I stared at the sky for 2 hours? I don't know. I've never stared at the sky for 2 hours before.
But there's a third element there. Your awareness of why you're looking at the sky. A lot of people just look at the sky, you don't see it. Maybe they're just looking at those people.
Right. We were looking for that. We were looking for the Lord.
Exactly. It's your awareness. So that just comes monitoring.
Right. But isn't it true that, like, no matter what it is, if you look for something hard enough and long enough, you will find it. You'll find it. You'll look for it. Is there a little bit of that in there?
What? Dreams? I mean,
Yeah. I really want to see. I really want to see. I want to believe and I want that to be there. Like, is there something that happens in your mind?
yeah, I've met a lot of people who like that. I mean, just for context, I mean, like I said, I started when I was 13. Like, people come to the property, met them online or whatever. If we're telling online, we're telling everybody that it's going to be so live. You have people can't be like, you know, as teenagers. I say all this to say, like, all the people I've met, there have been many who I've met, which is like, you approach them at it, like, I want to see something, and they don't see it. You know, it's like, well, maybe you're trying a little too hard. Maybe you don't have the right intention. Maybe you don't have the right attitude. It's really needles. You really need to go out there with open mind. And again, I keep saying this for wisdom. You have to humble yourself to higher forces. In order to see these things, you have to go out there and you have to allow yourself to say, if it be your will, show me. You know, going out there saying, I'm going to see a UFO, I'm going to see this, I'm going to see that. Well, I've got a lot of people who've never seen it because they've got it all figured out and it's back to square one. There are some people who have come to our property many times, never seen one thing of this. And they're the biggest UFO fans in the world.
Yeah.
Why didn't they see it? I don't know. Maybe they're not looking for the right things.
There's also another element to it is how it's so elusive. The elusive element builds more interest in it. The fact that these things, whether they be orbs or flying saucers or Tic Tacs, they live on the edge of our ability to understand them and observe them. Right? It's so rare to see one. And if it did become something that was just all the time, we could see them. I often wondered if we would care so much about them, if they were ubiquitous, if something is just there all the time. It's not like if a UFO landed on the White House lawn tomorrow, it's like, oh wow, it'd be all over the media, everyone would talk about it. But maybe after that, it would just be like, okay, what's the next news story? If we would try to find the next thing beyond that, right? We would try to find the next thing that we don't see. What's the next mystery we need to figure out? Like that's how the human mind works.
Yeah. And that's a good point. But I think that's probably true. But then I also think there's another layer to that, which I do think will happen. Like I genuinely think this is going to play out. And we're going to. I think we're on the positive timelines. If such a thing exists with timelines and things like that, I think we're on the positive one. I think there's a lot of doom and gloom out there in the media, but it's all just smoke. It's smoke. They're just blowing smoke. Just like the lady said, this dark force trying to, you know, make it look like it's the end of the world, but it's an act, and it can only go on so long. And yes, real tragedies are happening. Yes, real people are suffering. But the whole point is that I believe that is manufactured. Anyway, so my point is, I do think we're on the good timeline. I do think in our lifetime, it's going to play out where the masses will come around with this. Again, like it's what I was saying earlier, like as the awareness, you know, let's say we're at 10% or whatever, of the total population, they're awake, they know, they've seen the news, they know, or maybe they haven't seen it, but they just know, right? As that grows, I think the sightings will grow. And I think we're going to hit a critical mass where it's going to go somewhere above 50%, where it's like, is that really an issue of free will anymore? Because when the majority of the population believes, well, okay, show up. You know, you guys are, you're okay with it. They're not going to just infringe on the. People always ask. They're like, well, why don't we just show up for the masses and say we're here? We're going to they can't do that. It's infringing on free will, right? But again, so we're going to hit that point. I think that when we hit that point, we're going to hit this mass shift in consciousness where we start having leaps and bounds, quantum leaps and bounds in our understanding of reality, consciousness, the mysteries of life after death, technology. I think everything's going to change. I think we're going to very quickly shift into a much better place because our understanding of everything is going to shift. First things first, then they're going to do away with the agenda of all of this scientific crap that is trying to paint this picture that we're just nothing special. It's only Darwinian evolution, or only Big Bang, all this indication that there's no spiritual phenomenon. I think it's going to fade away. We're going to take this old news and we're going to stop caring about it. I think it needs to stop being taught. I think the truth, I think the reality is somewhere in the middle. I think it's evolution, but I think it's through intelligence, right? I think it's Darwinian evolution. I think it's more so like what the Rosicrucians, and the Muslim traditions teach, that it's like God is evolving us, right? But in reality, it's like it's not just physical and biological evolution; it's the evolution of consciousness. The fact that the human body and any sort of biological life evolves is only a reflection of the evolving consciousness, right? So over time, our consciousness is evolving, and therefore we're evolving too. Scientists are like, oh, it's so bad. It's evolution. That's a tiny little piece. They're looking in the corner of the They're not looking at the whole picture. It's consciousness evolution.
There's, thinking about like what would happen if this became ubiquitous and everyone realized that there's this whole other reality. It's like this is reality. Just like a shadow of a higher dimension. And how would that affect people's lives? Well, we think maybe people would want to wake up and go to work. Maybe it would sort of like redefine meaning for people. And meaning for most people is creating some sort of identity for themselves. Like people have a purpose in life. They wake up and they go to work, or when they do whatever they do every day, there's something behind that, whether it be making a lot of money, whether it be building some sort of legacy that outlasts them, like about some sort of like symbolic immortality. That is very much tied to innovation and like humans building things or evolving things. Like when you talk about automobiles or AI or whatever it might be, we human beings are at the foundational level. We just create new shit, and that's like what we do best. And that is what runs the entire world. That's what runs the global economy, is building and creating, manufacturing, and all this stuff. And the core drive for all that is money, legacy, symbolic immortality. There's so many things that are just at the core of human existence. And if you change that from the bottom level, saying that this is not reality, we are a shadow of some higher reality and spirit, and you get into all this, esotericism, and you're changing what it means to be a human in our reality. What is that going to do with the fabric of society and the way the world operates? Like, we're no longer going to be this. We're no longer going to be a society or a culture that wants to make stuff or that cares about money.
I don't think so. Right? I think we create because we're a reflection of the creators, right? And I think we existed in a society where we were designed not by nature, but by the power structures to just be dumb workers. That form of society moved away. That being what is we're all supposed to go to school, memorize our answers for the test, and then go out and then go to college, and then get a job, and we're dumb and workers.
Yeah, and again, a lot of the things that define who we are and what we do is very much related to the fact that we don't live forever.
Yeah.
Right? That we're going to die eventually. And we have to do as much as we can while we're still alive.
Yeah. But I think it's this form of society in a way, and I think, I know of a handful of technologies just from a couple of chats with, like CIA officers and NASA and aerospace and people like that. I know we have very advanced technologies. And I know a couple of things. Not even anything that would blow your mind. But the point is, I know that there is advanced technology. I know it. And I feel like that there have to be technologies that could change the very fabric of technology. Like I know they have some advanced energy systems. Time travel was indicated, although I haven't seen the evidence of that, but it was extreme hallucinations, that kind of stuff. High-tech batteries. I mean, you name it. There are advanced technologies. I think that there are ways that they could just create some sort of baseline level of wealth and security. Where, it's like if we didn't have to worry so hard about survival and minimum taxes, just kind of exist in a peaceful society.
That's the thing, though. So, like, clearly we have some crazy high-tech shit that people don't know about.
The military stuff.
The military, right? And that's the thing. Like, how advanced, and it's advanced enough, or could there be some sort of enlightenment that's going to stop us from being these territorial apes that we are? Like right now, the world is based off nations that want to compete for power, right? And the more people want more people, they want more money, they want more military might, more guns. That's what the world is. That's what everything's based on. Like our entire GDP is based on war. It's based on military contractors, and that's what runs the world. So is there something technologically advanced, something that's so crazy that it's going to change all that? It's hard for me to wrap my mind around that.
I think it exists. I do. I don't know that for sure, but I know he told my dad that that it was written 1,000 years ago about the light and that it's already happening. It's just playing out. And I do think that we're going to be a generation that gets to see the great unveiling of the mysteries of what it all means. Why are we here? Life after death. God. These beings, what is our place in the universe? I think we're going to know those things, and I think that when we do know those things, everything's going to change. I think that there's, like you said, will there be some form of enlightenment? I do. I think it's happening now. I think it's happening right now with just, an example of that is me talking, or anybody talking about this. And that's just going to spread and spread and spread, and more people are going to talk about it. And like we said, more people are aware of this, and more people are going to see it. I know this. Talk about since I was a kid, we studied in the Department of Defense because these things are happening at such a strange intensity. Like I've seen things that the world should not see. I've seen very real shit. And what I know, something that I cannot exist otherwise. Especially recently with stuff that's happening. More and more people are starting to see these things. But for example, Dad and I, and just my family, we had a lot of people out to talk about this. We should come out, we should come visit, we should come visit. Maybe after a holiday, yes, but we had a lot of people come to our house over the years, and a lot of people have seen this phenomenon. And despite that, up until recently, Dad never had a mass. I say mass, but when I say mass, people might say thousands or millions. That's not much, but like the biggest group that Dad had been with present that had a site with him was like 20. And then a couple months ago, after he published his book, back in like February, and then the documentary in like August, and I think it was like September or something. He did a like a book signing kind of thing at his place in North Carolina. There were 50 to 70 people there, and they saw it. They put a microphone, taped like that. They were like, "Oh, we're gonna do a Skywatch led by you." And he was preparing for this, and he did it. And I mean, I wasn't there, but I know there were 50 to 70 people there, and they all saw it. They saw it. It's like, oh my God, something's happening. You know, this is a pretty big crowd. You know, and it's like, then after that, Dad and I were like, you know what? We can do something with this. We had a wild idea. Like, why don't we try to take this out into the world? You know, we put the videos up, and you know, we put like history channels for property to study us, and get sightings on their AI cameras and all that. And, you know, have white people come to our property, and now we've been in other places with large crowds and see. Why don't we try something different? Why don't we try to organize some sort of public event where we can try to show as many people as possible? So I was like, Dad, I'll just put it out on Instagram. I'll invite the whole world. Anybody who wants to come, you know, show up at this day, at this time, or this video, or this Skywatch, and we'll see. And Dad was like, oh, I don't feel comfortable with that. Let's make it smaller first, then we'll work our way down. So he ended up with like 11 people. But the point is, it was the first time we went out to the beach, the Knightsville Beach, North Carolina. And we had a crowd with us at a agreed upon spot in time. We've never done this before. We went out and we said, okay, we're going to do the public location off of our property with the express intention of having sightings. And we had crazy sightings. Like crazy. Like stuff flying over our head. And it looked like the sky was looked like stars just shooting all around the other direction. Crazy. So I did an episode of my podcast about that night. But something's happening. You know, there's some sort of, just based on my lifelong experience with these beings, there is an emotion and understanding that it's growing. The awareness of this, the sightings, you know, and not only is it growing around us, but then like the awareness of it is growing. And look at you, dude, you just had that on, and I mean, that right there is just nice, you know, like,
Yes.
People believe it or not, it doesn't matter. They heard it.
Right.
And that's just, you know, it's each other thing. And then there's some sort of awareness that is growing. And I think it's going to just keep growing and growing.
Going back to what you were saying about people saying, telling you not to talk about this stuff, right? So the people that you originally met with saying, don't talk about this stuff publicly, it won't be good. We used to have to kill you a couple years ago, but now we don't have to do that anymore because we have easier ways. It's easier for us to live life now.
Yeah, that's exactly why I do it.
So that kind of goes back to like, if this is something that can upset the balance of global power, it's interesting that you just said the DOD and the CIA are the people most interested in it because this is potentially something that could render them obsolete.
Yes. That was something that was talking about Jim. Sitting down. He was like, well, I can't remember exactly what I asked him. This was something sort of probably 2016 or something like that. And we were at a mutual friend. He said to me, I had some questions. I was like, well, I'm not saying that. I'm always kind of funny way with these people, but really are sensibilities. I just, you know, I say it. Keep investigating. I feel like I have the right to ask questions. Yeah, respect for sure. You know, I press. And it was funny, one time actually I asked him, I was like, is there some statements like you're living out here shadow government? I said shadow government. I was like, is that real? That was pretty cool. I was like, I might have brushed shoulders with it. Anyway, so, yeah, I said, something like, why don't you just come out with it? Why secrecy? And he goes, well, you have to imagine that there would be a lot of people pretty upset that if they found out how we've been kind of hiding the whole time. You know, and if they found out that we could truly most likely lose our continuity of power in the public image. like an image of God's power. Yeah, they can't come out and be like, sorry, my bad, we kept people over this, we silenced them, we abused people, here's why we did it. They're not gonna do that. They're like, please go tell it for us.
Yeah, that's a big worms.
They don't want people to, they don't want people approaching the phenomenon. They don't know exactly what's a big can of worms. They don't want people in the free speakers. They don't want people out there looking like this guy connecting with it. They don't want people that
And then there's that recent bill that was passed, that whistleblower amendment. I forget, I think it was the Schumer amendment. It was the whistleblower act passed as a part of it. Basically, it was like whistleblower protection for people that wanted to come out and talk from private military contractors like Raytheon or Northrop Grumman or Lockheed, whatever it was. And I think Rush was protected by that whistleblower act, and now they're trying to reverse it. They're trying to get rid of this. And two of the congressmen that are pushing to get it kiboshed are guys that are paid for, that are like very much lobbied by Lockheed. And one of the guys is right near Patterson Air Force Base. So it seems like what the consensus is that some of these big private aerospace companies or defense companies are trying to keep this stuff secret. And they've been doing business with the government for a long time, with a lot of secrets. And it seems like some of these private companies have way more control than they should have. And they're obviously, these senators and congressmen are in their pockets. And that has a lot to do with secrecy. They're the ones that are pushing for reforms to make more money and protect all those budgets. Yeah.
you're like, of course. Yeah, I've been trying not to be afraid of that. You want to militarize. Just generalize. This is when militarize. Yeah, like that's what it is. They
militarize space.
Exactly. Militarize space. Militarize the phenomenon. Militarize something. Tell me who started it. I won't say it.
Yeah. So I told the story on the podcast about how there was a rocket that was being shot out off the East Coast or whatever that had like a warhead on it. It was fake. It wasn't real. And it got some sort of.
He got shot down.
Video of that online.
It was at one point. I don't know if it's still up. I saw it video. Eventually, I heard that. It's like this was the one. Yeah, he's showing distribution control.
Well, do you remember where it was launched from? We weren't searched for it.
Probably Cape Canaveral. I don't know.
No, it was on the West Coast.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Steven, if you like search Vandenberg, that's what it was, Vandenberg.
And it was, it was just a shot control bursts of light thing. Yeah, Tim Taylor asked about that. He said, what is it? He said that. And I was like, well, or something like that. I wasn't there to just paraphrase how it was. And they determined, yes, it was. They were trying to see if the dummy war in space. This phenomenon doesn't let us build weapons in space. Actually, they came and they told the government in the 1950s. They were like, no more nuclear testing above ground. Army needs another reality. We need to stop this. If you actually look in history in the 1950s, they stopped testing nuclear bombs above ground. Now, this is something that the entities that became like that, corroboration, there was an experiencer by the name of Dorothy Isaac, who never had
I've heard of her. I've watched
her documentary. It's really good.
I didn't watch the full documentary. This guy, Sam on Twitter, his name's Chupacabra. He made a little documentary on YouTube channel. That's how I learned about her. She has a very similar experience to what that.
Exactly. Yeah, and I only know that because Jim Silver at the CIA told me he was like, I think you should watch Capture the Light by Dorothy Isaac. It's very similar to what you're experiencing. It's a very similar phenomenon. And anyway, so if you go into Dorothy's experience, you have the same message from beings. What's that? About the bombs and army beings and unrealities.
So how in the 50s they told the government that?
Oh yeah, they're like,
how did they tell the government?
I don't know, I imagine they're showing up with it. Scares the hell out of it.
They have any like story on how that happened?
I time that I saw someone that they don't test bombs, but the harm is the causes shocks to the dimensions. Like split atoms. They can't do good or anything. Period. Yeah. And they actually did stop testing the bombs above ground. 50s. And there's another cool tidbit. I remember being a kid back when the Discovery Channel and MUFON was investigating this in 2008. One of the reasons that they knew that my dad was telling the truth when he hit send was they wanted him to draw the pictures of beings of the craft. And they talked about craft, but it's kind of like line in
The sun wasn't like a flying saucer.
no, it was like a big teardrop shape of light spinning these tendrils of light. It's like think like H.P. Lovecraft, for anybody out there who talk about it's like something cosmic that you're not really supposed to do. You can't really understand it that with the brain. And I've seen this. I've seen this kind of thing. I've seen those. One of the in 2008, we thought the Discovery Channel was investigating this, and we thought diagrams from the 1950s where they had other bases draw the same that beings the same that craft. And then we looked at this and said, look, they knew that there was, they told us they get thousands of reports.
Here's pictures that you guys drew online. Where can we find this online?
I could find them on the phone.
Because people find them, of course, people find us full of them.
Maybe just type like Chris Rothschild painting.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can send it to you.
So I think you sent it to me the other day.
But I also have one of the original drawings.
Oh, really? That's the thing.
Yeah, that's painted by Doug Alton. There's dad and green together. My dad's painting on the left. That's it.
Go up. Scroll up. Scroll up.
No, that is
That's the little one.
Yeah. Oh, look, that's funny. That painted this in 2009. I love the glitch on this. I think that's our first ever tree.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Is this the scary one that was hit?
I don't know about the closet, but that's what it's called.
I remember the scary 7-footer that was outside the window.
No. Like Chris said, he painted the creature and his wife said it was so scary to get it out and put it in storage. That was the 7-foot.
Yeah, it's out there. This is the one that my brother saw in the woods, and I saw in my room, but it was translucent.
Can't realize.
Yeah, and then Dad saw, you see the triangle on the chest, and then Dad saw in the backyard. It was like, you don't understand why they hurt you.
I got a question.
Yes, sir. Are these things able to change the way they appear to you?
Yes.
And if so, could they make themselves more pleasing than this scary blonde being with red eyes?
Perhaps like a beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman like this. Yeah, I think so.
I think they're the same thing.
I think generally, they all come from the same place. Yeah, I think they can appear in a variety of ways.
So the consensus is that the little beings and the big, tall 7-foot ones and the lady are sort of like the same thing, just like shape-shifting in different forms.
I don't think it's quite like that. I think it's more so like, how can I say this? Well, it's like at the Vatican, they have this old 9 Orders of Angels thing, right?
Yeah.
I think it's closer to that. That there's a hierarchy of existence throughout realities. This is what Jason Evangelist told me. He said, this is what
Diana writes about her book too.
I haven't done it. I wouldn't know. That's cool. But so Jim told me
That's the 7-foot one. It has like human-ish eyes.
so eventually,
So it did have a pupil. It had a pupil and light around it.
and then eventually they said, like, but
I wonder if they're making themselves look like that on purpose. Like if they had to do something else. Like back in medieval times, they didn't make themselves look different.
well, like we only understand angels to be how they look because of all the Renaissance era paintings and stuff, with the Roman armor, I don't know. You've got people over in Ireland talking about elves and fairies coming out of mounds, and throughout different cultures, you have so many different descriptions. I think it's all the same thing. But
have you ever heard of a guy? I had a guy in a kid here. This dude who's a filmmaker, and made a documentary about a guy in New York City called Love and Saucers. You can Google if you just YouTube Love and Saucers, Steve. What was this guy's name? Really old guy. Basically, his story was that he lost his virginity to an alien. David Huggins, that's who it is. Yes, it's an amazing documentary, and he draws all these paintings, and he tells this incredible story of how he had sex with this female alien, and she had babies. Let's play the teaser. If you just type in Love and Saucers trailer, it is real. I mean, it's a very well done documentary. I believe this guy is genuine. I don't think he's telling a story. I don't think he's making this up because
And
doesn't understand, don't kiss and tell. Could you imagine, like, if I was the extraterrestrial that came down and had this encounter, and I'd be like, dude, you're painting me.
That's why she stopped talking to him.
It's gotta be.
Yeah. But apparently he had little babies that he got to meet.
Whoa.
Crazy documentary, man. I highly recommend it. It's really good.
Wow.
Hoboken, New Jersey. That's where Julian is. We gotta, oh my God. I need to get him out of there. We gotta get Julian out ASAP, bro. Well, dude, thank you so much for coming on and hanging out and telling the story. It is so perplexing, man. Especially the fact that I witnessed it and I got it on video with your dad is something that I can't explain, and I haven't been able to figure out. I definitely want to go out there and try to do it again, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I think the best thing would be sometime in the coming months, just come out and visit. Yeah, I just think, like, for you as a person, then to have your own experience that's really meaningful and impactful, just come out and visit. And just no pressure, or just hang out and have a good time, and see some crazy stuff.
Yeah. Going to tell people where they can follow your podcast and all your social media stuff. So we can link it down below in the description.
Thank you. It's Bledsoe Said So. Pretty much everywhere, Twitter, Instagram, BledsoeSaidSo.com is probably the easiest way to find all of our socials there. And this is going to be way out of left field, but my co-host of Bledsoe Said So, Nick, and I actually do have a heavy metal band called Twice Born. Check us out.
Twice Born. Twice shit. We gotta listen to some of that.
Twice Born. Yeah.
All right. Well, guess what? We're gonna end this podcast and we're gonna talk about about some other shit, heavy metal and some other stuff.
Oh, sweet.
For a couple more minutes, 10 more minutes. And if you want to watch that, go to the Patreon link below. Peace.
First and foremost, man, their podcast. Concrete. So that's how we saw you kind of had some very fiery moments, but I didn't realize how big this last episode was until my phone started shaking. And it was like, I see you, it's actually so good. It's easy for you to see the content. But the last discussion we had, and I kind of wanted to follow up with more. I appreciate you. Back out there. Shout out to you. You guys were like 5 blocks away from my house. I was the party last night with every celebrity in the world. After parties, awards, to be here today. That was so that this episode very very educational, very important. There's a lot of information. First, to get into the clip from our last conversation I was on, and how actually on that content to refresh people's memories. The Bible was about how people know about religion, how do they know about their own religion. Yet they have to judge others. They actually have one common thing. The clip wasn't about me propagating whether Islam is the true religion or Christianity is the true religion. I think that's someone's personal choice. None of us have the right to judge each other except the Creator. Which all religions say God's the judge. But a lot of people took that concept that came off our last conversation and used it as a very we broke the internet because we showed people that Jesus Christ is the one and the Aramaic language for God is Islam or Elohim, which is also the same word as Allah. Meaning you guys should be hitting each other or kill each other in Jesus' name or Allah. They're all cousins, they're all family, they have much more in common. Muslims and Christians, Jesus Christ, both believe that there's going to be an Antichrist who comes towards the end of time, which is God. And the world chaos. That's half the world of it. Yeah, all religions follow its commandments. The commandments say do not kill, right? Whatever you do, because everyone is following it. So I don't go into the house forever because I know that we make mistakes. We add to religions what we have the right to add. So I want to start this conversation by saying, I start to say, guys, the most merciful and magnificent. I also want to tell you the audience I am not perfect. I can make mistakes. You should not take everything I say 100%. You should go double check what I'm saying. Check the people I'm talking about in today's episode. Because where do you get your information? Most people just absorb information. Never question where it came from, or what agency, or what company is putting this message out, who they back by. And you need to know the violation because you change what I'm doing this information. You know, when you go to court, you can't just enter evidence into court. You have to mention, I got this from John Smith. There's a William John Smith. So John Smith, opens like 2 seconds. He's actually used his license that you can't just show to court without being verified. So what I'm asking you is before we get into this, we're very happy today. We're going to talk about where the evidence. Now I know aliens, what they want to do. We're going to get into, is there a God or is there not a God? How can you come to that conclusion? How do you be a cult? And why things are this way, but most people have no idea what I'm talking about. And then we're going to get into a phenomenon known as the evil eye, which is why I believe many people are coming. Your life's an angel, my life's an angel, anyone that is a public life. His life, so this life is passed away by suicide is at an all-time high, and the impact of social media, I call these phones, these devices, weapons of mass entertainment. And everyone's weapon is obvious. Hey guys, I want to ask you a favor. Over the last few months, almost 70% of the listeners to this podcast are not subscribed to this channel. The most important common denominator that allows me to keep creating these podcasts every single week is you hitting that subscribe button to those videos. I want to thank every single one of you who watches and supports these podcasts. I would not do it without you. Please hit that subscribe button if you enjoy it. Now back to the show. So,
I like your song.
I
like it. I like your song.
I would draw upon my knowledge of the Abrahamic faith for where I'm sourcing scholars like Hans, Jordan Peterson, all these amazing people that are out there to see some great processes. And I have role models like every I love the teachings of him, and he was a teacher. So, these people are like to kind of wear down a lot of my philosophy and my decision. So, I'm not being biased to try to do things. What sort of religion and really kind of saw that. So, my family's from what's called the last episode. So, Albanians are a mixture of Muslims, Christians, Orthodox Christians, Jewish. There's something else. Actually, there's a lot of different smaller religions. So my father's side is like from a very small sect of Shia Muslims, of which I did not. But I didn't know much about religion, and it's nothing against the Shias. It's just it was a rude version of that. And I felt more like a lot of those doctrines and that version of Islam that my family came from wasn't even mainstream. Not even for Shia. It was like a sense of a sect of a sect. I guess like Jehovah's Witness, compared to mainstream Christianity, Catholicism, which is the biggest Greek Orthodox. So I didn't know much about religion when I was younger, and actually what led me on my journey to study religion was being born to what you would call quote-unquote Muslim family that was really secular. I wasn't taught anything about religion in that house. I couldn't come from a religious family at all. The version of Islam that my father's side followed was not the mainstream. It's very like basically, like I said, an interpretation of the mainstream. But a lot of traditions added that not even regular Christians would follow. Islamic, Sunnis, Shiite, Chinese, Chinese. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, never used the word Sunni or Shia. So anytime a Muslim puts a classification on themselves, they're breaking from the main path. And the Prophet told the Muslims he wanted towards the end of the time, you will separate them branches of the tree. So that only one of these guys, only one group of Christian, Christian, the Orthodox, the Protestant, you have a Jews, Orthodox, you have all these different groups. The same thing we said we have in Jews towards that time. So I was not brought up in a religious household, but the tradition of what my family practices was that a deviated version of Shia. I do not consider myself a Shia. I guess Jews, I'm a Muslim, I try to follow the teachings of the Prophet. I was not taught this religion. I learned it on my own through going to different places to study. But what led me on my spiritual journey was as a child, you grew up in America, but Christmas comes around. So to the house is the Muslim days is their Christmas time. And I feel like everyone celebrates tonight, like regardless of their faith. Apples comes out, and I'm waiting for Santa, and I'm waiting for cookies and the present for my sons. So as a kid, like you see all these songs, school chorus, everyone's excited and shit. There's a kid that's now listening to me. But my family kind of had like, they would celebrate New Year, they celebrate Christmas. But one day, I had some friends in school that were like, Arabic students, and they were like, Jesus is the Quran. Like, I never read the Quran. I read the Bible. I was only like 15. I was like, Jesus, you believe in Jesus? Well, yeah, that means Christmas, man. I'm getting all excited. I'm like, shit, what was this? I'm like, we really believe in this? I'm like, yes, man, you are. He's one of us. He's mentioned more than the time in that book. Jesus Christ is the most mentioned figure in the Holy Quran. That's what Christians like. It's the most mentioned. This whole chapter of Mary is the Quran, which is the most important in the Quran. In Islam. Other as the prophet's wife, Aisha, who so much of his life and his marriage, to attack the character of the prophet Muhammad in his marriage. They say he was a pedophile, married a 6-year-old and a 9-year-old. This is the number one that people want to attack by this. Try to attack him based on his marriage and try to understand the culture in the 2000s. There is no exact age. This is the question I would flip by having to use that type of personal attack to try to dishonor or discredit the work. First of all, in the state of New York, the age of marriage was 13 years old. They just changed it a few years ago. They can't even look it up. The legal age to get married in the state of New York was 13 years old. Was that normal? I don't have a daughter, but if I had a daughter, I'm sure the mom could age 13 and get treated. Or just find them in high school. That's just crazy, right? Latino culture, they have something called fun. Quinceañera. Yes or no? Yes. Most people don't understand what that means. Why do they dress up their boys at the age of 15, like basically like the brides, and then they show like a party for the birthday? Because in that time period, hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, you were telling the community, I know what it is of age of marriage. That's what that's from. Sweet 16. Would you know you're doing one person in America is American 16. You celebrate the Sweet 16 because you're telling the world, my daughter's a such a portion. Doesn't mean you can take my daughter and spank her. She's like 32 morals, morality. And so right now, she's over that age. She's seriously considering marriage. This is where that comes from. So I'll ask you, is it normal for a woman to get married at 16? Where that one time it was. Because the world operates, so she teaches when a woman has a menstrual cycle, she's now a Christian. The minute they have a menstrual cycle, so people want to analyze in ancient cultures, 1,600 years ago, in today's perspective, so people want to go back to God, these are the law. If you want to attack the guy that lived 2,000 years ago, who all of them never wants to this could be married if he's too young to go because they would arrange it's people on people would arrange marriage before they would wed. That doesn't mean they consummate the marriage. I know people whose grandparents went to use without because it was a clan structure. It's like, okay, if I have a daughter, you have a son, let's say put 2 different clans, but they're friends. Yeah. So you can't exactly. Your daughter's pregnant. Your daughter's pregnant. If one has a boy, you guys not have that. That's what they ask you. You all right. So just because he had an arranged marriage before she may have been the age of consummation does not mean that that was normal and regular. That was very normal, not only in the Arab world, but the Israelis. Go look at the marriage laws. They just changed it. They go up to the marriage age 15, or why was that the law? That's only 100 years ago. We got to talk about 1,400 years ago. People's lifespans were shorter. And it's different. So that is the argument I would be talking about. I said, practice kind of based on that. And people that, you know, look at the Arabs, that content, one that is a family, they also do the king. But all the Arabs, if you just accept all these gods, and like, if you accept it, you'll be king of the Arabs. Same Arabs. And everything is only one God. Muslims believe that this is in this word, concept. But Islam is to see that food is God, the people is it's the same thing we go through all Islam. We spoke Aramaic, and then Aramaic was the to people who go to the Aramaic lexicon. Go to the Aramaic, just like type in God, it pops up there. It's not some trick or some manipulation, but it's to show you how people
about your own faith, you want to judge each other. And that's the biggest problem in our society. A lot of people that know nothing about nothing. These things, and that's what the dangers of social media. We're not qualified to talk about these things. Me, I'm more qualified to post, but I still say I can do these things. I can see all this. Please research what I'm saying. Because I'm responsible on a spiritual level for the information I get. There is like, if I preach something and it's not accurate, and you base your belief on that or not, I'm responsible. I may have given the evidence to change. I will be held accountable when I face God for the information I'm discussing right here at night. So that's why I started with my reason that which I did just. I it was your obligation as a human being to learn these questions which you were taught, where it came from, the narration, which is very important. Each name of where this information came from. As a way of creating, we not have to be certain question. Where the information not just the knowledge, look at the word for instance, YouTube's outlets, finance, substance members, or other associations we did for money towards. Maybe it's bias, consequences, as Americans. What's important is not to prove away. I'm not going to push it. Here's what I want to ask you before we get to the end of the assumptions of the democracy. The times how you run all the democracy under the guise of allegiance. And we're going to get to that first, but I want to start at the beginning. So, 1945. So, for me, I asked this, and this is where I start my business. So, like I was saying earlier, it was finding out that I wanted to believe in Jesus that blew my mind away. That's how I started my spiritual journey. That's how I started studying religion, reading the Bible, reading the Torah, reading the Quran, going to lectures, studying for their conversation, and that was amazing. Really check out this guy's work, especially when he talks about the culture and this other stuff. And these scholars, that he just founded a place called the Zaytun Institute out of, if I'm not mistaken, California. And just a phenomenal institute. He was there, he was Orthodox. He's from California. His parents were professors. Before he went to his answers. Oh, really? And Patty definitely sits from that to each other. And as he went to the hospital, he was diagnosed with Parkinson's. And he realized how much less he is that today. What's next? What's next? And he went to America. Study that every religion and definitely his life. Just about his last thing he studied. He started in front of him. And then he went to it from that city. And learning his language from that place. And he became a base scholars. Not only also in the world, he said to me, it came from Cambridge on his birth. That's what he said. That was taken down. That's what he said. You know, you can't see from what he said. It's very interesting. Like I said, when I go to jail, this goes out. It's like the moment you told me to like you switch protection. I say that's why you get it's funny how so compartmentalized into like different racial factors, like Mexicans, to skinhead, to black guys, and then they saw what's the good, some of it, right? When I brought in solo, but some of it, we can't train before we got protection. We're social protection. I was talking to him, shout out for he was talking about this today. Walking around all the different types of people that are funny stories. And it's like, you think about what it means to be like New York is a melting pot of every culture, every right? So when you think about what it is to be transparent, it's hard to really surprise you. But when you think about what it is to be an Albanian, it's not hard to define that. When you think about what it is to be Israeli, it's definitely not hard to define that. I think it's something that it's reaching these cultures or these people that have had to deal with existential
social media is where the public discourse is. There needs to be a serious debate about protecting free speech on these platforms. I don't care if they're privately owned, because the effect they have on everything from culture to voting to you name it, for them not to be protected where everyone has the opportunity to speak, and you can't just turn someone off. It's a serious problem, and it needs to be addressed fast. I also think, as AI expands, we need to start using especially for music, organic podcasts, organic. These apps now take I can take you to seconds. Type it in one hour. Use a podcast for years. If I have these things, you can do it right now. I can do it. So I think it's studies for ways with organic human, if you use that so you can protect. You need to use the arts, podcasts, all this stuff. Getting back to kind of what I want to look at is, with fascinates me, all my studies of life, of pursuing is there a God, or because they have life. So what boggles my mind is that most people follow their traditional cultures. I was kind of this, my son, right, and his son. And a lot of people don't get up to the Bible Christians. I am, I'm Muslim because my dad was Muslim. His dad was Muslim, right? So most people just accept these traditions. They get together for holidays, celebrating their religion, whether it's Christmas for Christians, Easter for Muslims, or Rosh Hashanah for Jews, and they just follow. Today we do this feast, or we do that. They just a lot of people just follow these things. This is what my family is. This is what I believe. What I want to ask you is this: why is it that human beings prepare for everything? If they want to, human beings that have something, we prepare. We don't just show up today in the studio and do podcasts. First half the content. Set up a page, book the flights, book the hotels, rent the car, try everything. How to go there, have the class, I go just come. Because most human beings, especially when they want to succeed, have to prepare for things in life. I don't just become a doctor overnight. School, college, medical school, residency, because older has to come from older can have a second. What I'm going with all this is there's people that contribute to a field of kitchen. But listen to this show. There's people that own their own companies, working a job, they're in school, or in college, and they're preparing for something. So this life, there's someone listening to your show right now that's accomplished to become a dentist, or whatever the case may be, or a financial professional, the banking world. And they're in college right now, or they're in grad school right now, and they're preparing for something that they want to do with themselves. There's people that contribute to a 401k in their 20s, they're taking money that they can use today in their life, and putting it aside so that they hope by the time they get to the age of 60, that they reach the age of retirement, that they're prepared for retirement. They don't want to do not residents to survive in the time of that. How many people die with the cash flow failures? Most of people never reach the age of retirement. They put money away in the 401k IRA. They prepare for a day that they won't be guaranteed to ever see. I understand that. But in essence, what I'm going with is that they're preparing for a day they may never see, which is retirement. I started in my 20s. I'm 40. I got guaranteed to do 60. My question is, are you not guaranteed to die? So my question is, be prepared for everything in this life. Well, maybe there's nothing else that's scary. But the overwhelming majority of this world, regardless of denomination, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, ancient civilizations, Mayans, the ancient Egyptians, all believe in God. The overwhelming majority of this world, God, 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 this was not the best man for life. They also believe that still believe that the belief is a Christ. I am not a Christian and I don't accept Jesus Christ as my personal Savior anymore. I'm screwed based on Christian values. I'm either going to purgatory or else. Muslims believe, you associate it with God, so the God is God, right? So it's like, all the religions say, you don't follow what they believe, there's an afterlife, that afterlife is forever, you're going to pay every price. So my first question to the entire audience is, forget denomination, right? How do you lose something like that? If there's a small chance that you really kind of and there's a torment waiting for us. To prepare for our life, that we're not guaranteed to see tomorrow. You have lives past it. You want to invest in it. You have more business. It's out of business for 5 years. Traditions for that tradition. Feels like it just all religion is garbage. There's nothing that's out there that works. They had a bad, something horrible happened to them. They get back to the bad, other something that happened. And I want to group all religions into one. They also want to judge. So where's God? Has wars like Yemen, like where's God? Holocaust. And that's a classic trap that people fall into. And I flip the question just like you got this gift. You gave me this stuff. I'm holding the can. I can sit there up. I can drink it. I can throw it at you. You tell me to knock that. You end up shooting it. That's called free will, brother. What do people do for free will? You want to read the chance? I promise you this. I don't know this. I don't know this. I've seen too much evidence to support that there is a God. My only argument to people is, have you really studied? Are you trying to judge a religion based on the actions of human beings, which are flawed, which can do whatever they want? I could say I'm a Christian all day, but if I'm killing people, I promise you I'm not a Christian. That's not what your doctrine teaches. If you take this, then you have a guy that gets up and kills many people and says he's a Muslim or a Christian or no. So it's people looking at people and then let's judge the doctrine. To me, these doctrines are requirements over the children. Every single day. The only important difference is Christianity, Islam, is who Jesus Christ. Other than that, they also try to be more compassionate to them. To be loving, to care about your environment, to be God conscious in a world that God says that that you will judge harshly, that you will face something. That's what this is. All even the movies without life, but having says a little bit what is something bad, you don't elevate to the life. Now we can make a lack of things, or a rat, or a cockroach, that kind of issue. So it's good, that's what it's like, it's not as God, right? Because we reach the bottom. The highest levels of something. I'm talking about Buddhists. I'm talking about new faith, you evolve. They believe in reincarnation. So if you're not doing this life cycle, you go down to another life cycle. If you're doing what you're supposed to, this life, you have a basically God's life. So all of them have some consequence for actions that we do. So my argument to you is, if the human a small chance of any of these religions to be true, how do you not study this? How do you not just see if there's something actually after this life? Because if there is, just like in this world, the life will come and events do. But I don't know if it's out of the house. So if there is an afterlife, let me check the work to find this. Just like this life's working. It's there. Get ready. Your death is coming whether you want to think about it or not. Most people don't want to think about it. The only time they think about death is when they go with people and they see someone, sometimes there's someone that they care about. They cry for a couple of years. Eventually we get back up and move on with life. How do you care at the end of the day to stop and take a step and disconnect from life? Sit down somewhere quiet. I'm not going to do that. I think it's probably the people, like you said, the people that get old, criminal illnesses that actually cause death head on. I think those people are stuck in this think about death one day, but I think all the people spend all their lives trying to avoid the thought of death. I think everything that we do is a construct or a coping mechanism to try to avoid thoughts of death and fear of death. Most people
there's one thing I know about my listeners, it's something huge. I think getting greedy there is a mercy. Do I like the fact about turning gray over? It's like the grains of sin. You have a assassin. And the Albanian assassin. I know all of it. The grains of sin is what's great here. It's like God reminding you that you've been there. You're right on the good person. About to end people in your life. It's a blessing. It's a reminder. Hey, have you looked? Have you done that enough? You want to just wait to see what happens when you pass away. So that's my first argument. Are you seeing? Do you realize that you are passing? Do you realize that if there is a creator, if any of these riches could be true, there's a place to be in this. Do you just want to be done this one? But again, you might go through this whole journey and say, do this like I don't know the problem was it doesn't want to be some people, if something bad happens to them, they're born to a harmful family, or something horrific happens to them. Why would God let this 5-year-old die of cancer? Why does God allow him, to starve to death? There's all kinds of design, which is not expectation. This makes no sense. Right? Why does $10 million and people starving to death? How's that fair? And a lot of times, this is people that we do have money, right? So people use these arguments to try to say that I would argue it's not what it's not. First, you have to do. One of my favorite quotes in the Quran is, do not oppress and do not be oppressed. You have the duty to stand up against corruption. In any situation, in any place, you have a duty as a human being to call out hypocrisy. And when you see injustice, it's just to stand against it. Another quote of the Prophet was, if you see people, stop it. If you can't stop it, physically stop it, speak out against it publicly. And if it's too dangerous to do that, let's stop. But you have an obligation to stand against corruption, evil. That's what the Christian, Muslim, and Jew, we have to do. To stand. And these are things we have to become. And that's really what that whole clip was about. It wasn't about all Muslims are right, Christians are no. It's like, more than even these people. Which position we put them in is or just another soldier's chain of God. But look at what we have in common. We all believe in the originality. We both believe in Jesus Christ. We both believe in the nuclear family. We both believe that there's a God who's going to judge us for our actions. We both believe that only God should judge us. So who am I to judge you? Or you to judge me? It should be the opposite. See, another thought that I just about that God is a prejudice. That if you truly believe that we need to use the truth and that these people are trouble, then there's just a police compassion question for society. If you believe that the truth, that they're not opposite. We should be able to fight with them, argue with them, because even if they can be hard for you, if it's done the wrong way, it's animosity. People need to have conversations and respect, and just know that there's all one truth. They don't even know what you are. Half the world is John the Baptist, Jesus Christ, Muslims and Christians. If you would kill each other and hate each other, all of you would be whether Christ or Muhammad is shit. And I want to remind you of this: if it wasn't for Christians, the first Muslims were given refuge by Christians. This is a story that's never told to bring unity. So the first Muslims were being oppressed in Mecca, where the Prophet was from. He was being attacked by his own clan, by his own family. They wanted him there, so they started killing some of the first Muslims. Their own family was doing this stuff. So they sought refuge in ancient Abyssinia. Ancient Abyssinia is today present-day Ethiopia. Okay? These are some of the most ancient Christians, period. And that leader was a righteous leader. So a lot of the disciples of the Prophet, they went there. Because he told them, go because there's a righteous king. People would give you refuge. When they went to eat, that's the word, N-E-G-U-S. You see, in the front of that clip with the kid in the study. That's the actual word for the ancient king of Abyssinia. So when they went to seek refuge there, they came and said, hey, we want these people back. The people that were trying to kill the first Muslims, they went to them, you need to give us these people.
And they were about to be surrendered back to them. They were like, well, they believe in Jesus. They told the whole story. They believe in Jesus too. He said, these people believe in Christ also, but they didn't call themselves Christians. And he let them stay in the kingdom. He gave them safety and refuge. That's a big boost in the beginning of Islam. Without that Christian kingdom, the Muslims not going to be like that. Remember, this is the inception of Islam. You know, during the time of Prophet Muhammad, how long ago? 600, I don't have the exact dates. It's 600. Okay, so if it wasn't for that righteous king, whatever the first Muslims would have left out. And these are stories that we need to remind our Christian brothers, our Muslim brothers, Jewish brothers that, hey, we don't have to believe in the same thing exactly. But right now, the world that we're living in, evil that is coming for us, all of us, regardless of even from those religions, what is coming for all of humanity, that is something that should unite us. That is something that we are on the same page. And we need to remind each other that, of course, these people that are they want us to do. They want us to get their things and go ahead and justify everything that's happening. 50, 60 years. These are the things I'm trying to remind you. You don't need to believe, but I will face God that day. At least I made a choice. At least I investigated. At least I went deep into my senses and my intention, because I believe God judges based on intentions, was to find the truth. I chose the path that I chose for myself. It's not you to choose your path. Because I hope that we suddenly wake up one day and say, I'm going to just follow. I didn't follow what my father's father. I don't believe that this is with any of this. This doesn't make no sense. I went on my journey. And I studied God very long times. And again, I would never use scholar because it's an embarrassment to use the word because people like constitutions. But there's people like Jordan Peterson. I have no right to use that guy. Because these guys are criminals. Really, when Jordan Peterson's a Christian, I love him. I listen to his lectures. I think he's amazing. And that's what we're trying to inspire this world that is full of chaos right now. So, my first argument is the lack of knowledge. People, even if they're like asking serious questions, and I ask them, are you asking about it? Are you going to give that chance? Are you going to wait to see how that you just show to a test unprepared and you pass, because you just not that good or not as good as you could. So that's my first principle for this discussion. You show yourself. I think I've been like something confident. How about the show? I don't know. And he wrote this book that was a follow-up based on certain spectrum theories, based on fear of death, how it got its and I asked him what that's he did a ton of studies, like scientific studies on people, and he like reminded them of death, or like he's real experiments, right, where they put them in isolated situations and remind them of death and ask them questions. Anyway, long story short, this guy spent his whole entire last 15 years studying this guy. And when I asked him, I'm like, what do you think God knows? What's God? And it's pretty, kind of blew my mind. He said it's the same thing that happened before we were born. Like, do you remember what it was like before you were born? So that's exactly what it's like. I think that energy is like dust. It can only change form. I agree that we are in this life to find the truth. That's the reason of this person. I feel like a lot of us don't, like we're distracted, right? There's so much distraction out there that we don't do it. It's like we're television. It's where we see the stars and there's nothing that reminds you of where that might go. So my next principle is, and I think I take this in Covey, this amazing lecture, what is the purpose of life? Covey, yes, an amazing lecture that really had a profound impact on my life. And can't make this one argument. Why I believe he's a creator. Why I believe he's a creator is two principles. First one, if you live by yourself, you live by yourself, And you woke up in the morning and you left your bed a mess. When you came home, how did you find it? Then you find it a mess unless you had a maid or a nice burger book and something shows up and stands up because your bed would not make it so. Because order, you can't be something out of order except you find an order, right? So, the first principle is that order comes out from order. We have to combine together as a collective to create a society, to create rules, to create laws. This doesn't just happen overnight. It was with purpose, it was with intention. Right? You can't do things randomly, just expect everything randomly to happen. We don't use that strategy in our own daily lives. If I just stay waiting around and something randomly might happen, for me to succeed or whatever the case may be. My second principle is very simple. If we take 10 numbers down and we number them 1 to 10, like lottery balls, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way to number 10. If I put them in a box, and I blindfold you in a 0, you cannot see into that box. If you shake that box up randomly, you came out of it, it's like damn, you took number 1, number 2, number 3. In a row, in order. It's basic statistics for those who don't know about math. 10 numbers randomly, without you putting any odds, you got 1, 2, 3, 11. It's like 100,000. It's like 100,000. It's actually almost 26 million. It's almost impossible. 26 million. So that's 10 times 10 times 10 times 10 pounds. So, where am I going with this? I'm with my family one time, and I wanted to kind of get into adults. So I kind of used the children in a fun way, like to have fun, kind of inspire them to So I took a box, and I did the experiment with the 10 balls, and I got $500 for it, because I know I'm almost different. And I don't gamble. I don't think gambling's good. I mean, I might play 11 years there, I might be part of my life now. I go to the family, I shake up the box, and I'm like, kids, we're going to play the game. You guys can't look at it. You got to come out 1 to 10 in a row. Go out 1 to 10, you get $500. Now, kids don't know the mathematics. They think it's easy. They're all fighting each other. I want a chance. I want a chance. But you go first, Bill. We're going for 3.5 hours. These kids, I'll say 20 little kids, the adults are watching it. Everyone's like, what the hell are you doing? For 3.5 hours, they wouldn't give up. They would see $500. They're going fucking crazy. Like an Xbox, PlayStation. They don't no one pulled out the number 1 first. Forget that it took 1, 2. For the entire time I was doing this experiment, no one even pulled out the number 1 first. Forget getting 1 to 2. So when I say it's like almost impossible to get to 10, no one even pulled out the 1 first. So everyone gets disappointed, the children get mad. What was the point of this? You tricked us, you couldn't do this. I said it to them, and I say it to your audience. Open your back, I'm going to give you not 10 balls, I'm going to give you 1 million balls. In order, you tell me how. If that sun is not exactly where it is, special to this earth, you wouldn't be having this conversation. If it was 1 inch closer to the earth, an inch could be 1 million miles in space. It's nothing. Closer to this earth, that 1 inch further away, that would be too cold. The way the earth rotates on its axis, the seasons, the 7 layers of the atmosphere, all in order, the ionosphere, the stratosphere, each with its own purpose. It's like a canopy that protects us, right? Gravity. 1 million living species of this planet, each with its own purpose. It's called the eco what? What's it called, man? Eco what? Ecosystem? That's fucking A, man. It's an ecosystem. If we wipe out enough bugs, what happens to us? What happens to us? Forget everything else. If we wipe out the insects, what happens? They're fucking dead, bro. There's no more food, no more cross-pollination. All the creatures that eat the bugs, they fucking die. No, it's an ecosystem. It's an order, whether you want to believe in it or not. Now, they want to say, oh, by accident. You wipe out enough of those creatures, you're dead. It's a system. You're breathing in oxygen and carbon dioxide. It's called a what? A respiratory what? It's an order. Without you even thinking about it, you're breathing out a gas that will kill you, feeds the trees, they breathe out. It's a fucking system. It's a system. It's all order. The North and South Pole reflect a majority of the sun, that reflects the sun's light back to space. I mean, I can go on for days and days about everything that is in order for you to be alive right now. You don't expect your bed to make it some laps and have all of this amazing. So look at us, man. By accident. I don't think so, but you can see the design. You can see that there was purpose. You can see that this was designed for your existence. And that's why God's the most merciful, because even though the majority does not respect the creator, or even believe in the creator, I believe because of his mercy. That's my second principle. Order can only come from the order. You explain to me how all this that. You can't get 10 walls out of a box in order. How did all of this come into order if you can exist? You really is maximum. Really? Really that foolish? You don't expect anything by accident in your life. Right? You don't leave anything to chance in your life. Yet you leave the question of death to chance. You don't investigate. You don't do your homework. You don't dig deep. You don't go into it. Even if you learn nothing, just study Islam with Hashem and understand one fifth of the world. Learning about the Chinese, their culture. This is where we're failing as so many people. We know nothing about it. I can study Chinese system. Maybe I understand how they think, why they are. They have more of a high mentality we could ever have. Because there's a pride. Yeah, the whole, as long as the country prevails, they have that patriotism deeply rooted in them from the times of the dynasties. But we don't study history, we don't care. And we also study history, not looking at where we get the information from. Who gave you this information? Who's the author? Who is he? So, this is my hope. I do believe that we created. I do believe in an intelligent creator. I do believe that you do as a human, regardless of what religion. If you're a Muslim, you should study Christianity. If you're a Christian, you should study Islam. If you're a Jew, you should study, and vice versa. Because this is where you can see the commonality, how much we have in common. There is no reason to kill each other. And you can consider saying, how can you always see what by religions that are not following the doctrine of this faith? An example is that no offense to the Turks, the Ottoman Empire. They were a nationalist empire. They were not an Islamic empire, in my opinion. Now, the man thinks that hate the Muslims for course, but we have no right to erase spirit. Like when people say that they were a Muslim empire, the crescent moon and star is not a symbol of Islam. And you see that every month. Some Muslims may consider that a desecration. So where did that come from? The Prophet Muhammad had no symbol. These are the things that some people do. You get your information. You study. You research. Who is the judge of another religion, right? Or physically, or the things that you know. And this is where the majority of people are minded to make. Talking about your faith, that is why that clip runs so violent. They type in your name. How do you speak? I'm not again. Some people consider to like if you can heard the language, you don't know the name of it. Call yourself a Christian. If you're a Muslim and you can say a couple words in Arabic, how are you a Muslim? When the religion came with that, it's like we said we're not false. And then you have people that want to talk about the faith. They know nothing about it. They're not qualified. So I'm kind of like that segment there. So that's why I take a lot of mistakes from. There's a lot of overlap, especially towards the end of time. Sharing this on the book of Revelation and becomes the being that will come down to the season of the world. It's that he is that, and that God is not that. Because to lead is not being tricked. There's a lot of talk of aliens for me. And I got a news flash right now. I'm going to talk about it. Hold on, I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to show you the alien in real life. And everyone that's watching this right now, I need you to go to your bathroom. Stand in front of your sins. Most people have a mirror. I'll teach you what you see there and what it's nothing. Flip the light on. So just look into the mirror and you see it. We are the aliens if you believe in God. If you believe in God, we human beings are the aliens. We are not the ones that are originated on this earth. The story of creation, Adam and Eve, the commons, they were cast down from the heavens where they fell into temptation. So we're the aliens, man. I got a newsflash. You're an alien, bro. Welcome. How did you go? I'll show you a couple of Christian evidence. You know the story of Adam and Eve. Okay. What did it say? He fell from the Garden of Eden. That's
Every being from another place be an alien to you. So we are aliens to, if there's no civilization out there, we're seeing aliens to them, the same way they're aliens to us. So we're all aliens in that sense. Absolutely aliens.
more than I understand. Right. And that concept, I agree, is going to need to work. Yes. But I'm going to use the Abrahamic perspective. We know from the Jewish Christian Muslim tradition that before Jesus, there was a species group of folks. We're not the first species of humans. We always talk about wills, well, we were not the first species created. We hear the word Satan, and far from us, because this is the biggest enemy. Before we were even created by the Creator, this is because of war. He's full of envy, full of jealousy. Not like that God had made another, that God could come to love, design, and still greatness. This is true. It's Adam. First, the devil was one Adam. Now, from a Christian perspective, there's no such thing like Christians. I love them. They say that the devil is a fallen angel, and they use the word fallen angel. That is, I believe, inconsistencies. We try to translate words from Aramaic, Greek, Arabic into the English language. When we think of the word demon, we don't think of the English language. Usually, when I hear the word demon, it's like evil, they're not good, you know that part. So this is not fair to that species. The species of the devil, as explained through the Islamic tradition, is being made of a smokeless fire. So it's a flame with no smoke or maybe electricity. We don't know. This species of the devil is not before us. They have free will. There's different types of them. They're known as cherries. Cherry like jasmine, eyes, and like legs. It's where the word cheese comes from. That's the bottom. Shit comes out and they bewitched. Basically, something sheds. The demonic realm, and we understand it from Anglo-Saxon perspective, Christian perspective, American perspective, there can be no good. Like, it's only that, like the exorcist, right? Demonic. That's not the case. There are species that become mistaken for us. The devil, who are very similar to humans in the sense that they have wars with each other. They're on this earth, and the power of them. They're on this earth, and the power of nature. We can't see and this demonic realm is where I believe this game will get. It's one of my feet. I'm going to get into this. So, demonic realm, power of nature. These demons, interest people, your spirits are all bad. No, that's what I'm trying to explain. They're not all bad. So, they were very similar to humans in the sense we feel that they kill each other, they have wars, we don't know everything about their history, but there's a lot of the Islamic tradition which is fancy. And I'm gonna give you correlations together. My interpretation of what's so once we were cast off of the heavens, right, because Adam fell into temptation, and God said, okay, all of you get off. Granted Satan a second chance, not a second chance, but he gave him more time before the works and tried to use as many of us as he had to he didn't ask about. Okay, that's that. No, Satan. Shaitan is the Arab's plan. But before that happened, he was the best of that species. So God took him into the heavens. You understand? That's why he was amongst the angels. He was not an angel. The angel does not have free will. An angel is a creation of light. Also, another dimension that we can't see. Okay? These species are like the sources of God. They do not do things that live without Jesus. They don't have free will. So you have the species of the devil, they have free will. The angels have. When God gave the commandment for all the angels to bow to Adam, created Adam, everyone that bows to the devil. See, the angels all bow. So how can you miss the angel doesn't have free will. He was size. He was one of the demonic realm. They have free will. You confusing them with I'm wondering where you got to. Well, this is from the Islamic tradition. And some of this from the Christian tradition. The Quran. This is not in the Quran, but there's some mentions of this stuff. You should have mentioned the Quran. This is also the Hadith. Hadith is basically what I call the New Testament. The New Testament, I don't have Jesus
Prophet Muhammad's feet. And then there's a narration. The difference between those testaments and the Christian testaments is that they're preserved. So the Islamic world, the Hadith are like the authentic statements. So the Quran is solely the word of God, which should be taken for that and nothing else. The Hadith should be taken with a grain of salt. Some of them may take these words, some of them may not take these words. It depends who married the chain of those things. So they would write, the Prophet's wife, Aisha, said that she heard him say this. So the Muslim would say, well, if it came from his wife, that's probably more authentic. But some Catholic and Harris who said they heard this. So they're preserved in that fashion. So a lot of this comes from these expressions. Like we said, the one look like, to look at the time, it look like, and correlations to Christian and Muslim perspective of the other times. A lot of this is what will come from the Muslims, Christ, corruption, all the shit that's going on in our culture, up is down, down is up. All of this was talked about in Christian for the Muslim faith. A lot of good things. A lot of it's fascinating stuff. So why I think what people should start to do is understand the culture, understand that there's these societies that have existed since forever that have penetrated governments, entertainment, you name it. Okay? And there's an obsession with the Prophet Solomon. Solomon is an excellent musician. Solomon is not one of these fascinating prophets. We believe that every prophet had a prophet. Moses had a rod. His hands were right as the sun. Jesus is the one who's brought people back from the dead. You know, he did amazing things, right? What was the deliverance of Solomon? Solomon had the power to control and to command every living creature. In this world and in the world we can't see. He had dominion over both dimensions. The dimension that we live in and the demonic dimension. In the Quran, it even says that he was building his temple and he commanded the demonic realm to dive into the deepest parts of the ocean to remove pearls and treasures from the sea so he could decorate the temple. And these beings would go into the bottom of the ocean in a millisecond, a flash of an eye, and rent that. Literally in a second. It mentions the Queen of Sheba in the Quran. And it's also, if I'm not mistaken, I think it mentioned in the Christian scripture also, where he sent for her to come to his kingdom. And he said, which one of you? He's talking to the jinn, the demonic man. And he tells her, which one of you is her gold by the time she gets here? And one of them probably boasts his high with. And within the look of an eye, this gold appears in Solomon's face. So when Queen Sheba comes, she sees her throne, she sees her own throne there. She's like, we're talking about a massive throne. How is my throne here? Oh, but she does. Solomon, God, and power is the full dimension. This is why the culture is obsessed with Solomon. That power over this dimension and the demonic realm. Sorry to interrupt, but this episode of the podcast is brought to you by Versa. We all know how it's works. When they get through the rituals when you're on a checkered board, it symbolizes the two dimensions, the dimension of light and darkness. Our dimension and their dimension crossways. Or all these things that everyone talks about. That's what these rituals are to wall. And one of the most important people should study, one of the most important people is Aleister Crowley, the father of the American cult. This guy, when he starts doing all this crazy shit, this is where you see that shift in technology also with people like Jack Parsons. These are people that need to know, they need to study to understand where we are today and why these things are literally right in front of our faces because we've been conditioned slowly, gradually to accept this sometimes of shit that we're not doing. Very slowly, very subtly. Our enemy has a longer lifespan. The demonic realm, they just walk the way we do. They follow us, they communicate. When you're dealing with some fortune teller who's actually saying shit that's real, and how the fuck do they know? Some of these people have so much soul.
Black magic is real. The evil eye is real. Something we can talk about. It all comes from this dimension that is powerless to us. My fears and everything that's been going on, now that we classified all these documents, and UFOs are real, supposedly Peru, there were not 7-foot aliens 2 weeks ago. Yes. And we got people like Stephen Greer who want to say, yeah, it's all real. These are demons, but we know that they can travel at the speed of light. The demonic realm. We know this from scripture. We know that Cain, the one who killed his brother Abel, right? First murder on earth. We know that the devil, based on these traditions, shapeshifted into human beings. And went amongst the children of Cain and taught them how to use it. That is where music was created. It's actually demonic conception. So this is where music comes from. This is the weapon of God. It's the weapon of the demonic God. Watch a movie without music. It's never cry. Watch a movie. Maybe the on the side. But once they play like that Inception music in the background, and then you see it today, and I lost my life. You have such shit. It's a very powerful weapon. So we know from some of these traditions, especially from the Muslim traditions, that the devil shapeshifted in front and went into the children of Cain and taught them how to play instruments and music. The weekend has been running around since day one, right? People have been gathering since the beginning of time so we can dance. Literally, since this whole thing started, the weekend has existed since day one. Music is how the children of Adam were mixed together. So when Cain killed his brother, for those who don't understand Adam had, like kids, one of his kids is like Cain, one of them is like Cain killed his brother, he took his wife. So he wanted his wife. He took her, went down from the mountain. His first meeting was in the mountain. He took them down this place now. Muslim and Christian history, right? He went down and started his own community. Adam, before he passed away, he met with his children, the ones that were left on the mountaintop, do not mix with the children of Cain. The only way now the devil wants to get them to fix. So he went amongst the children of Cain, taught them how to make instruments. They heard the sounds. They would come out of curiosity. They would see them dancing once a week. They would have their customers. This is literally going on since the weekend, the party. Since the beginning of time. They see the dancing. They ended up getting closer and closer. They made contact. That was it. They mixed. That's how it happened. But the moral of the story here is that the devil was able to do what? He was able to change appearance. They talk about shapeshifters with the alien technology, that or that. We know from Solomon that these species can travel in an instant and not only go to these places, but bring back material objects to them to go this time. This isn't only one. So that's the obsession of the occult with Solomon's temple. The intermixing of these two dimensions. I believe that because all of this information is coming out about aliens and all this stuff is that there will be an event sometime in the future where we will see aliens. But they're not aliens, bro. They are demonic beings that have attacked humanity since day one. Their mission is to lead us astray. Their mission is to make us believe there is no God and we came from them. This is where Scientology comes from. It all goes back to Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, Scientologist Ron Hubbard.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They were all boys, bro.
I just heard recently that they were all friends. They all spent a lot of time together. L. Ron Hubbard, Aleister Crowley, and Jack Parsons.
Tell him to pull up on this picture. Let me show you your grades, bro. Pull up LAM, L-A-M, and Aleister Crowley. Once Mom is this being that he would communicate with in the rituals. When you look at a picture of Mom, it's literally like a grader. Okay, he drew this with his own hands. Okay, there you go. What does that look like to you there? What does that look like to you?
It looks like
Does it look like an alien?
one of the fucking cartoons like they watching.
But does it look like an alien?
Yeah, it's got this shaped head, but
He didn't call it alien, no. He went to channel. He studied black magic.
what does that say?
You cannot understand the world we live in to run who this guy was, who he was working with, what was going on. You want to be woken up to what's going on in the world, you need to know who this guy was, his impact on the world we live in. Period. believe much of the technology. Good to get picture of Alistair Crowley was going on.
Now, Aleister Crowley, he was satanic, right? He called himself probably called the Church of Satan, right?
A lot of his followers wanted that with the brother. He was like their pope, basically. This guy. He studies a great period of himself. You know, he went to meditate in the spirits, right? From Abrahamic faiths, Egyptians, right? Pharaoh was one of the most hated people ever by God. Who? Pharaoh. The Pharaoh, just like God destroyed the Red Sea. John, see the movie Ten. Yeah. The Pharaoh told his people, I am God in the human form. You understand? I am God in the human form. Even though God sent him these miracles that people would say were crazy and believe in these things, like how can you believe that God will not work for people that people think we're crazy, that we believe we're fools. It sounds pretty crazy, it does go against logic, right? Right. For me to believe that Jesus Christ will come back, I believe he will go back to the dead. I believe that actually happened. That's crazy to say that people are so educated, so stupid, reading these fairy tales. It's a very complicated reason why they're planning. But what I was going with is people need to study this stuff. This guy goes into the great pyramid, meditates, his beings are contacting him. Pharaoh was the most hated human being to ever live by God. Because he saw God's miracles with his own eyes and he still said, I'm God. So imagine the locals are coming. Fucking all this chaos is going. And he's still telling people, no, I'm God. That's what they believe. He's God on earth. Right? The Pharaoh. So he was considered the most arrogant because he saw the miracles and still kept saying, I am God. You know, it's funny because they discovered that. You know, they found who they believed to be his ancestors, right? They dug up this mummy, if I'm not mistaken, it's about a shield. It's the carbon dating to the time that were ancestors were alive. But this mummy was not even mummified the way the others were, but perfectly preserved. Perfectly preserved. They do an autopsy, they see the guy die from this particular mummy died in salt water. Drowned in salt water. It's in the museum, like hair, nails, everything. One of the miracles of the Quran, get out this name of Pharaoh, served you as a psalm for those who cry. You can go on, but this is a guy. You gotta remember at that time, Egypt was a superpower. Yeah, it was America. Like those pyramids were like the World Trade Center, bro. Like beyond that, that's even more crazy for that time period. To see structures like that, crazy, bro. I believe that the ancient Egyptians worshiped that realm also. It wasn't aliens, bro. They were working with the demonic realm. They were doing black magic. They were inspired. They showed them how to do this.
You think the Egyptians looked at this?
With the help of the demonic realm. Not the alien realm, demonic realm. Okay? Remember, the devil's going to use it. What do you think it's for? I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not going to try to act like I know, but you gotta remember, I also believe that maybe they were built, because remember, the Egyptians, so before, maybe they built them and the Egyptians found them. So it also been about the feet, but it was not actually made by them. I don't know, but there's plenty of stuff that supports that the Israelites did. I don't think it was the Israelites that did those. You know, they might have put other structures throughout Egypt, but my theory is that I think the demonic law was involved in the construction. They're going to have any civilization or culture that's they're going to give us the secrets of how they do these rituals and they do crazy shit. So getting back to the point, we have this lot here that it's like trying to get these living as possible. It's not an easy sentence. People need to know what this is. Yeah. You need to know who this guy is. If you think it's an accident that this guy, these crazy rituals, orgies, all this crazy shit, you think he was born in England. Okay? 18 something, he was born, okay? And then he made his way to the US. But first he studied the Kabbalah and all this crazy other stuff like ancient magic. Like I said, he was meditating. Other photos of him there, I believe so. There's tons of pictures of him. He had government officials following him. He had artists following him, actors following him. Walt Disney was his boy, bro. Walt Disney was his boy, bro. Okay, so I don't find it a coincidence that this guy is doing all this black magic, worshiping the devil, doing all this crazy shit, being contacted by demons, is by accident. Jack Parsons is the reason to go to space. There's something right. It's the reason to get rockets. Rocket fuel. He has a dream, Jack Parsons, in his own autobiography. If you can read it, you should know who Jack Parsons is. The technological curve was kind of flat until these guys start messing around in the desert, bro. And it goes like this after that, like skyrockets. Like, you see the chart technology, and it just like we were like this forever, and it just that's right around the time these guys were playing games. These guys do all kinds of weird shit. He discovers rocket fuel for this guy. This children would crowd one of his like disciples. He sees a dream where a being named Burial the Jaw. The jaw is the Arabic word that Muslims use for Antichrist. Same concept. Muslims and Christians present a time so they will come claiming to be Christ when the world is in chaos. Everyone's starving, civilization collapses, like all hell breaks loose. And then this human being appears that says, I am God, worship Savior Christ, Antichrist. The Muslim word for it is the jaw. It's the same concept. This guy, who's not even Arab, says he sees a dream that the Antichrist came to him in a dream and said, you are so important for my work. I'm going to help you get the rockets out. And he taught him how to make it. Which is creepy still after. That's why he's considered the father of rocket bread. He says he was contacted by people that heard the justice word as a Jewish. Now, why are they even talking about this? Why is this guy being so about his man? These guys are little boys. Celebrities are with them. Government officials were practicing felon. That's the name of the fake felon. THDL. They felon. He wrote a peaceful like about the will of man. So it's the opposite of the Muslims. Muslims want themselves to the will to God. Their book is about man following their will, which is what first the people have in perspective is when you do not follow their desires. You are not acting according to me.
Right. And then you stand on Satanism is all about worshiping yourself, right?
So basically, that's why God is a beautiful creation that can be nothing wrong, right? God is going to show us respect, like balance. Not balance, God will like show us respect. Because when the human beings acts according to the creator, so they see the will without their desire. Most men, their desires to have every woman they see and be with them and just have lust and fun, gluttony, and all these things. That's our desire, right? Mm-hmm. When you submit your will to God, you suppress your desire. As in obey God. When you follow only your desires, you so, for me, I found it interesting that this book was about where just like you yourself, it's okay to do whatever you want, what you want. And so, that's what I shit is. Years and years of these people and their disciples getting these government positions. They still do these rituals. You see plenty of videos online. Why are they dressing up in cloaks, bro? That video is real. Whether you hate AJ, love him, don't like him, he went into the grove. He got you footage with this guy, AJ. Let's not say his name. That's all I'm saying. One of those controversial people that's AJ, bro, he's in Texas. Oh, yeah, okay. We gotta speak in code now. We're not a free country no more, bro. We gotta speak in code. So, bro, you explain to me why these powerful things all follow stuff. You know, but the agenda has to be executed this year. That we would keep our guarantee. These agenda is I believe the greatest devil is the greatest trick. That's what it's not to convince the world that it doesn't exist. It's to convince the world it's there. I believe technology may already exist in a certain project. I don't know. I believe that figure a way to point into that dimension, into our dimension. And that is why they are now releasing all this stuff. They preposition us with these guys who are playing around with these pieces of stuff. People take ayahuasca. What happens sometimes is elves. It's not elves, though. You just saw demons. These are some of them are nice. Because like I told you earlier, they have free will. You might came across the ones that are actually nice. The ones that are aligned with sin, they're demons. You know, so people went to the trips and have it. I can't mention her name. She was in a big Hollywood movie. She gets me up. She's like, "How do you like yours?" I'm like, "What did you do?" She's like, "I took ayahuasca and just goes through different languages every single night." And I sleep. So like Freddy Krueger, she's been terrified to go to sleep. She performs some quick water to punch herself with, like baptize herself. The next day she's like, she's like, "Oh, what did you do?" She's like, basically Christ. This realm is real. These people have been worshiping, I believe, and working with these demons for a very long time. This is a demonic agenda to destroy humanity, to make us go. Because the devil's always trying to make us go against what God made us. God made us beautiful. He made us together. He made us in pairs. He made us binary. Man and woman. Right? And we're not we're very corrupt time. I believe there is no way out. I know we were supposed to stand up against injustice. I really think that what you're saying. I don't think that whatever something same class based on the sign that every world is not racist. Some of the signs that there's not. What buildings touch the sky, God knows. He said, if they will come with pagan Arabs, or the Arabs will always make things that touch the sky. And as soon as they prove one, they will come out there and compete with each other. Now Saudi Arabia is moving speakers on that. And they're going to boast about it. He said that they will come with vicious communities. You know, they're going to talk to each other, families will be torn apart. The one he leaves back then is only the attitudes for them for satellite culture. Dishes. He said they're going to hang up mats on the walls. He grabs his TV and said that. He said they're going to hang them up. He used his hands. He made it a rectangle. They're going to put them on the walls. That's going to destroy their souls. It's filthy. These are his word. These prophecies. He said that men will become women, women will become men. He said that just got to go study the science of the world. And Christianity is Islam. But blow your mind.
How do you usually make down this path? Do you think there at some point there was a fork in the road, so we could have gone down another path?
What I was trying to say was that why is that? Because I am free will chooses to say science to follow the truth. Because they just cannot say. That's why the devil is not a fallen angel. The devil had free will. So the human being acts as ordinance, which is a gift that God gave us, which is intelligence. They hire when the human being he acts upon desire. So, not all there is to life, man. Right? Play my concept. This is all this is life. Soft, I can't even have a killer. I got a something for a while. I need to come something because all we can follow our desire. Eat, drink, suck, fuck, do everything. Everyone else, nothing else. We become lower. Animals. Animals have it. Have instinct or desire. They eat, drink, suck, fuck. So when you human being, that's all that's a skin. They call it consumers. Habit. The human being always follows their desires. They are lower. When the human being uses the intellect of the human being does, it acts in accordance with that. Higher than the human being. Just so that their desires to follow God. You only act upon desires, drink, suck, fuck, you guys are lower than the actions. They don't possess it. That's a one for this guy's list. Was any of this resonance to you? You fall asleep. Oh, yeah. I'm out of my mind. Yeah, you can't. There's a lot here for us. But, you fall from the heavens. The demonic realm is positioned to try to come to this attention. hadron collider. That's correct. But I believe they figured out a way to create black holes. Black holes, I believe, are nothing more than a good way to create collisions. There used to be a big assumption that I believe this is how we survive. Creation is very travel.
What do you think about people who have the ability to see phenomena? Do you think that they have? Do you think there's something in them genetically or in their brain where they can sort of like tap into other dimensions, see UFOs, see aliens, or communicate with something else?
These beings can like inspire thoughts, which we call philosophy. That's what I'm saying. So like, you know how like people show pictures and stuff, yeah. I believe that's 100% right. I believe that these beings, literally, we call telepathy, they inspire thoughts and have these thoughts. She's hot. She's hot. About average. Except she's hot. These thoughts. They don't do it. It's like perception. It's like thoughts in your mind that sees it's really not. So we use some of that as possess objects. Allow themselves to be possessed. I think these rituals, we know that from Solomon's temple, they learned to ancient arts, like black magic, that was buried up in his temple. Legend has it, the Knights of Templar went down there and found it. That's kind of how the soul started. We don't know for certain, but we know that there was manuscripts. We know that Solomon told his people at that time that we practiced the arts, black magic. It's mentioned in the Quran that there's black magic that separates man from his wife. We know that the devil has an army, but he has an army. That really focus on certain types of sin. One of his arms only focuses on force. One of his arms only focuses on murder. All these things come back. We know his throne is on the wood. Some of the scholars believe that the devil is literally or the triangle. We know that the devil's throne is on this earth. Different dimension, but on this earth. Unbelievable 100%. There is people like this. Very influential in our world. And they deny these people, they deny us to crowd this impact. The people that were around us, modern science and rocketry and all this stuff, we would not have this technology without satellites. They don't look up to the sky. However, why is it trying to give Jack Parsons the technology or his idea to create rockets? I don't know, but what I do know is that we're going to lose if they need sacrifices to other people don't know. There's crazy shit going on in this world. There's a lot of kids missing, bro. There's a lot of things we can't explain, bro, that people are trying to like make you like, yo guys, it's not normal. You're seeing shit in the award shows, music, and the one eye, which by the way, the simple Islam for the Antichrist is the one eye. Why do they all do this shit? It's just fucking face. It's the eye of break, bro. It's the sun god. It's all things. I really don't feel like it is justice the way I was intended, because it's a very complicated subject, and it can say it's God in your mind, which is crazy. And I would just love to go these other stuff concerning my coffee or taking drugs, don't drink alcohol, I'm not crazy. It's hard to explain. So, such an investment. I told you to not take anything I say through the stuff yourself. I'll take those. I will give you some quick thoughts from my life. What I believe is what I think is going to happen. I think what's coming for all of us. I believe one of the last things in this nation. Now, whether it's this we have to live, it's going to happen, I don't know. I know that they want one system. I know they want to forget the world. I know that the Antichrist can only be none of these countries have salaries. That he has to be the supreme being to rule the earth, control all money, all products, all stuff. I know blockchain is that. I know it's terrifying. Once I understood crypto or blockchain, it's coming for all of us who have things in common. You better pay attention. You think there's a country that tells you the story of this giant. He's on his house. He doesn't make money. This coin, he's going to be like, because if they told you that crypto was going to enslave you, you would never use it. So look, you're supposed to be problems too quick. So that's a good story. There's this person. It's like, like a universal ledger that nothing can do this. Right. It's a problem. And I'm not saying it's not going to get so for the coin itself. The consequence. I understand it's right crypto. But I was saying that shout to Matt Cox. I was on the show this week, a host, and I said this. Once I understood the blockchain, now they announced the central bank digital currency. I said this is a that they can't control without this insurance. They would destroy it. No, but why did they do better than China for nothing? Because you have people like Elon Musk, we're going to accept this this company, we're going to accept this. All it takes is one more. No U.S. corporation can use this record. All those points crash over the night, right? You see the scandals that have gone on in crypto and shit.
So that was a reaction to what blockchain or cryptocurrency could be.
The bottom line is the understand what you agree with how much this is what I told you. Under the guise of climate control. Say that right. It all ties in. They don't make this one currency, one local. You can companies which we have done it.
Yeah, I do.
So America's like America's,
But I don't see how crypto or blockchain could hurt us.
that's what can I hide? Actually,
There's always better than good. Yeah, the cash is controlled by the U.S. Cash is controlled by the U.S. Yeah, so no one would know how to check $100. Right. So you can also, same thing with your cryptocurrency. You can keep it on one of those little drives.
Blockchain to use it in that way. Right? I understand. And we're concerned. It's like actually, it's like, yeah, it's something popping and it's not plugged into the system. So when you go back to cash,
Ledger.
a ledger of a transaction, right? So it's not like what's going on right now. It's like, you understand? I believe there's such a thing as your businesses. But a lot, these things, the guys are not in control. So you can change the cows are falling too much. You only get one state a month. You fuck up, you don't play their games, they take away your credit, you open up instantly. That's where I believe this is all about. That's also a anti-Christ type system based on the explanation of Christianity. How this guy will control the whole world. You can't buy or sell unless you're in that game, in that system, except. So I think this is what it's all about. It's all. I think a lot of us have, we only see 1 or 2 towels and almost it. So we don't see the entire world. I know this is something wrong here. I know this is something wrong here. Very few of us see the whole world. 20 years to kind of figure it out. Still have to watch it. So it's all that it's fucking all I'm saying is, don't give up a chance. You're not guaranteed from the federal. I'm just a student of truth, the truth is the opposite of everything else. You should confirm the truth to be true. You know, regardless of what denomination you are. Study these people's names I gave you. It's like, well, I'll go to your house for God. If you read those guys have done, you tell me where they got. How does this guy open up this remarkable? He's telling you different rituals, things. He's drawing pictures of the things that the aliens and psychologists say aliens and the volcanoes. Supposedly different. So they're all together. One Disney, right? These guys are all together, and all these religions that have technologies is trying to. Why all of a sudden now you're reading all this information? Why? Right. I think they figured a way to bring that dimension. It's like you should try to think back fathers. You might even see your grandfather. It's not even your grandfather. It's a manifestation. It's a manifestation of power to shape shift. We've pure sets. We are God. And this could be one of the ways we through humanity to take the anti-Christ instead of believing it's God. These are just theories. I'm not saying everything they say is exactly what I'm saying. All I'm saying is you believe our shit. And if you're not believing it, then that's a free empathic theories. It's just theories. If you're watching things that are disturbing, it doesn't bother you. If you're watching things that you feel that emotion, you'll probably step because you feel what they call the third eye. now what's coming up is all the fine stuff is going to be, okay, so I had this woman come on my podcast, named okay, and we got in real trouble on this show before because we talked about this one family guy, will not name, okay, and every time you name his family, the four tech guys all came down and get fucked my show. Jimmy Rothschild, oh, no, hey, say his name. I was trying to take it. Yeah, how much you love to see. So she comes on again. We just mentioned what happened on the show and do it to us again. They do it to us again. We just mentioned it anyway. Remember when we talked about that? And they took it again. So she's what are they doing? When you say they do this to you, what are they doing? Okay, so on Apple, Google, Twitter, and Facebook all have me. Household like shout there? No, even worse. So on Apple, they listen my podcast and no one listens to it for like they show nobody listens to the podcast. People like thinking about how your podcast is doing and listen to nobody. Not just one episode, whole episodes. I got strikes and deletes on my YouTube channel and all my Facebooks. I couldn't get into my Facebook. Yeah, so it's just like, oh, I want to do my name. What did you mention this family had done? This is funny because it involves everybody. That basically this family is so rich that people think that the CFR is just basically their board of trustees of CFR. CFR organizations. He said, "Come on, yes. Oh, come on. You don't believe it. You love your dad. Comes up and she's like, I've been talking to some people, and they go, this gay pride stuff is going for lesbian. And the next thing you're going to see are immigration rights. This is going to be right around the next election. So hand it out for this episode. The next day, Starbucks is like, we're banning all the pride stuff. And now you start seeing these little breadcrumbs out, man. Little breadcrumbs. Oh, I saw this one thing in Chicago. Oh, yeah, illegal immigrants are upset about where they're staying. And these are like non-immigrants who speak no English. English signs saying we're tired of public being treated. And now you're starting to see this over and over. Arrogant. So everyone's always like, when all these Republican governors are like sending these immigrants all over the country, everyone's like, yeah, you're showing those Democrats. So they're moving past that. I know it sounds crazy, but then one of the hard what is so what I'm really asking to do these guys have you seen them? A lot of them are Chinese, Islamic, Russians. So I'm telling you, it's moving. This is what's going to be right around the 2024 election. Immigration, riots, people going nuts. And listen to this, you can start seeing all the breadcrumbs being made out there. Possible scenarios. What if we do have orders that Joe Biden and some tweets out the border, and so governors like right now are going, how about you guys want to taste of over 10 6 in New York? Cheer you. It costs 13,000 immigrants in New York. I saw refugee camp. That's what they want to push. This is why I'm telling you that they want to study the Bolshevik War and it's happening in real time. Look at the Bolshevik War. I swear. That's what it's just like communism. The Bolshevik War. So what he's basically described, he said like all these things that we see in the media and all these riots and all the different things that divide people, it's all intelligence. It's all run by intelligence to survive society. And basically, like from what I've people explain before, because there's like layers to it, right? You have like the normal everyday people in society, like loose groups, and you have like above that, you look at people that are hard-nosed, that follow like the public people. Then you have intelligence, it's a layer above that, it's called one strength. And you have
this isn't out there too, but I've heard smart people explain that above the intelligence you have the aliens, sort of living, whatever that might be. So I'm trying to pair those up. So I usually do, like I said, I might have planted some body insulation. I can do the full house. This is mistakes. Holy so much. I think good. Because like people are these things shut down, and there's been cases of people injured or killed by getting away in these flying saucers, whatever they are, carrying all the studies. But by and large, it seems like these things are completely non-hostile and it's things to make us look weird and not wipe ourselves off the face of the earth. I think that's sometimes you do things that are too, right? So remember, from the perspective that I take, it's not a world under that, right? That mind was created for us to have free will. Even if you're Britannic, this is the definition of change. The Arabic mythology is schooled passages of earth, but us, like humans, capable of receiving various forms and exercising extraordinary powers. Belief in jinn is common in Islamic Arabia, where they were thought to inspire poets and soothsayers. Their existence was confirmed in the Quran, and they are conceptualized in Islam as creatures parallel to human beings who are capable of choosing between good and evil and must thus face extra salvation. So they have that same test as humanity. Anyone that was given free will by the creators was tested by that. They are beings of spotless form by nature in the same manner in which humans are simply committed and they cannot be seen. So if you look at humans, right? Adam had all of that, different types of the earth that this each creature. So some of our skin colors look like color, some of us have bloods, like the red color. Some of us have a dark color, rich color, top sort of stuff. You can really see that the colors of the earth is skin colors. If you look at it, so bottom line is these created for us. They have a longer lifespan. They follow us as human beings. Okay? The ones that are aligned with each other, their whole purpose is to do us strict, to turn our backs on and create us. The people that have this ancient wisdom, this black magic, this ability to work with that dimension is 100% real. I glimpsed it, I did it. Tell me how to make rocketry and all this other crazy shit. But they're telling themselves to involve together to use the followers and choose books to weigh all this stuff. They're painting pictures of what they're wanting to do things. They don't do themselves in space up in the gods. These is what they call them. But it's called them. We've been conditioned for the last 60 years, 70 years, that there's other lives that are more intelligent than us, and they are separate because they exist before us. The demonic realm has been around since before us. The ground ball. But the goal is the ones that are not equal are actually supposed to believe in us. They don't need to feel our dimensions. The devil wants to destroy us. So people that see these power, this knowledge that they don't have, that they are enlightened, right? Is because they work with that dimension. Have you heard of James Fox, documentary filmmaker? This movie about aliens who were his first world kind of social phenomenon. And then he did one this past year, he used to call it Moment of Contact. I didn't see that. So the premise of it was basically there was this little town called Rothschild. There was this craft that crashed and huge debris fields in the 90s, early 1992, like this maybe 94 maybe. And there were these tubes that were seen running around this town of in Brazil. And there were all these witnesses that were in these three schools were walking home from school. In this field, they saw this, they described it to everybody, news, but other people described it, there were two military guys and 2 police officers who saw the thing. They grabbed it, brought it to a hospital, and when they got to the hospital, basically all the military showed up and they like cordoned out the hospital, shut everything down. There was this X-ray technician that was involved there. X-ray was being, and Jimmy fucking went there and he interviewed people like 20 years. Like he's been interviewing them for the past like 12 years. Just doing back and forth. And all these people have the exact same description of what he looks like. So I should pull up moment of contact for Jimmy Brazil. Put it in and see what he looks like. The other weird thing about it is that after they brought him into the hospital, every single person that he interviewed over the past 10 years, they all described insanely pungent odor that smelled like sulfur. And the hospital smelled like sulfur for weeks afterwards. And they explained the feet of this being. It was a little, like shiny, dark brown creature right there with red eyes. And they said it had cloven feet. And it reeked with sulfur. Now, I had this lady that had sulfur on the podcast a couple months ago, and she's like, she's has a degree in religious studies. She teaches religion. She studies religion like her whole life. And what she says is that every biblical description of demons in every religious text all describes them as having cloven feet and smelling like sulfur. This is what's great. Having cloven feet is described by the witnesses and reaching sulfur.
So the reason why people use sage and all that stuff is because these people don't like those smells. They don't like nice pleasant smells. They like pungent smells. They like basically artificial things. They enjoy those smells. I believe every God is because the streets aside from the fact that narcotics is narcotics and things like that are narcotics. You know, this is why it's dangerous. Shooting people in these streets. When you take drugs, you are yourself very easily possessed by demons. There's people who can't remember they did this, they did that, they start serials. When you get to a certain level of filth, you're not pure. This is why, for example, this was washed for the credit. The ritual of voodoo is to purify the outside from the inside of the drugs. For that to be on the outside, you can't be on the inside. Baptism, right? They make from the smoke this flame. Water defeats fire, right? That aspect. So when you're in an impure state, so a lot of times, why do you think people if you study the Greek origins, all these disgusting things, because basically they're trying to spiritually degrade themselves in the way to see their loyalty, and then they give them knowledge of those times. Technology is giving knowledge of that. Technology that you don't have. I believe a lot of this stuff is going to be something like, yeah, we were like trying to make it happen, but the information, like stuff like this, that's back to Jack Morrison. The guy said, I would never make it to space, you know, the rockets, it never happens if it wasn't for this people, the knowledge. But what if they have to go and get the knowledge? Somebody's going to sacrifice, kids, whatever it is, bro. They demand some type of words, some type of ritual, like that. Show words is that dimension. They said something. So that won't use this dimension, right? Because they know this dimension, even though it's our dimension, better than we do, because they did this before we could either. They follow us, they have a longer lifespan, they travel at the speed of light, they can inspire thought, telepathy, they can shape shift, some of them. There's different descriptions of it, and also Islamic interpretation of what's going on. There's ones that fly, but they have different species. Now, some of the other people that that scale different names for other things that are talking about the mind. So Islam is not having to say that there's not other species. And today's our Independence Day. We will not go silently into the night. Yeah. That's what they want you to be. Too smart and so my funny things. That I mentioned is there's a phenomenon that I've experienced in my life. I started studying a lot. This is almost possible. There is a concept of spirituality, Islam, Okay, which has no power to help you have this flash or anything that like putting this app in it up like it's going to save you and protect you. But the reason it's good is because of the real fear and the real threat that people have from what this phenomenon is. So you want to know why all these celebrities are dead? You want to know why Rothschild is on itself? You want to know why, brother? This phenomenon is learning from the prophet Joseph. And the Quran is mentioned in the Bible. That's simple as no. You cannot have it. I understand. If you're using this system and trying to protect your things you want, you are committing idolatry. You are putting your faith in your hands to an object, and God is the one that has power. This thing has a piece of plastic, man. It's the way to make money. If you want power, you want such a thing you go out and touch that. So when I lost my brother, it became my uncle. I suffered from what I thought was depression. But I know spiritually because I've been spiritual. I've praying, worshiping God, fasting. And we were designed by our three fixed to handle it. But how we live. And the greatest examples of this people that we started the prophets. It's what they want to go in the heart to see the world with flood to try to make that this civilization in the world. Even the internet, they don't have a story or recollection of the good thing. Even the ones that are Muhammad, the multi-God civilizations, all have a story of the good flood. Modern science has said DNA-wise, we all came from one ancestor, so you can't rule out how to do. Science is actually how to support that. I don't know how to say that. You know how to work common ancestors. Science says, right? So there's a lot going on. There's so much. We just have something to learn every day. It's like, well, that's why I say you have no right to judge anybody. It's so deep. The philosophy is so deep. The history of it is so deep. And it's what treats Islam because Islam is a person who comes to Christian stuff, Jewish stuff. And God sent us as prophets throughout the age, throughout time. He just choose one nation. He chose the Israelites for a very long period of time. But when they didn't accept Christ, then they lost that generation. And God was the only son of Abraham, the Arabs. Because of the Arabs and the Israelites, Joel, to the different solutions. That's where most of the people that's Abraham the faith. That's the common ancestor. Abraham had two sons, one became the Israelites, one became the nation of the Arabs. So the Islamic interpretation is one God, the same messages and process of God. He said over and over and over. He kept fucking up, he kept changing the books. He finally sent down one last message, one last book. That's what they moved the Quran is, the final message. And we have the gospel of Christ, but we don't have it in season 4. There's 25,000 testaments. The Council of Nicaea, they chose which books went into the loophole of the Bible today. The Bible is a Greek word. Jesus was a Greek man. He spoke on Aramaic. So what I'm telling people is like, hey, God, I'm not here to push one or the other, but it sounds like what I'm saying is like people are so good at it, want to hate each other. At the end of the day, as a Muslim, how am I to kill you? How am I to kill you? How am I to kill you? This is what the doctrine teaches. But people do that, right? That's what it is. Same thing with Christians. Jesus said, when you're anything, but all people that believe in them truly, there's so much more in common that we can allow these little things to make us kill each other. This is because you know, having the enemy, Christians, enemy. No, we need to talk and find the common ground. We both love Christ. Love the Virgin Mary. And some of my favorite stories in the Quran are about like Jesus. His first Islam is very different than from the Christian perspective, which I find fascinating. The Quran goes into how Jesus' first birth was to protect the honor of his mother, to actually save him. So the Islam says that when Mary was having Christ, this was not going to happen. She went to the wilderness to give birth. She couldn't walk with him the entire time because her life was busy. She was not married. She did not have a husband, so for them to have seen her pregnant, they would have killed her. Those were the stone. So when she went out to the wilderness to give birth to Christ, and he was blessed. God commanded Mary when you go back to the city, that's what happened later, do not see. And if they talk to you or they attack you, point to the baby. This is one of the stories in the Quran. And it makes a lot of sense. She wasn't married, she was under protection. She never had Jesus, when she had the baby, she comes back to town and she says, how much love you? Oh, man, how could you have done such a thing? How could you have a baby? You're not married. Calling her the most disgusting name to be called. And the mom's building up. And mom says, she pointed to Jesus. time, and a couple of days later, his first meal for disease. He went to the arms of his mother as an infant. Do not attack my mother, for I am blessed in this life and the next. Told him I am going to say, so let's see this 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, every day, not even more than 8 days. You just had a baby. You imagine a baby talking after 5 days? So the Quran says that the first miracle of Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, was to protect the honor and dignity of the Virgin Mary when she be blessed. You think that's too easy to remember, baby? Sometimes you guys don't have to even know this with Jesus Christ. I believe you walk on water. I believe you created a pigeon out of clay and blue that came to life. I believe you children represent the blocks of God's power. He was just another one in the chain. He was created the same way John the Baptist was. Christianity says that John the Baptist, to my understanding, is not also that his parents didn't have physical relations. Zachariah was old, and his wife was married, and he passed the age of bearing children. The angel gave him that written. So you're going to have a son. The prayers were answered. You need John the Baptist. They never had physical contact. She was just pregnant recently with John the Baptist. So Jesus wasn't the first one to be created without physical contact. Adam was created with no parents, right? So if you look at it from that perspective, if anyone had the right to say on that level that there's son of God, he was directly caught in God's hands and his soul flowed into it. Directly by him.
But what if Adam was just like, what if Mary is like the son of like this process of Jesus? It's just like a alien.
We came down to Adam, we came down already to the fall.
And he fell for it.
To have your children,
Right? If that happened today, you would say that was aliens.
you know, someone that is looking at it's kind of funny, it's like if you go into the ocean, but the ocean goes, and then we get out, you see like it's that out.
But like the idea of angels, like back in the day, right? Biblical times, is that a lot of people, smart people believe, that I talk to that stuff, believe that those were aliens. And they were depicting them as being angels and demons, because that's what they believed in. When you're telling stories in the Bible, maybe they didn't think of them as like extraterrestrials. Maybe they thought of them as gods. They had some special peace creating powers. So when you tell me that this lady came out of the forest that was a baby that could speak and communicate with people and walk on water, you told me that there was some little creature right now that could do that. I would think, okay, this is some sort of divine being. I would think of it as something that was like the son of God.
I mean, Abraham was described as being thrown to a fire and walking out of favors. He was against idolatry. So that's the common theme between all the prophets. That's the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not have any other Lord but me. Thou shalt not make any carven image or statue. And so many of these denominations make pictures and images. It's in the 10 Commandments. That's before Jesus and Muhammad. That they preach the same thing. That you shouldn't worship anything but God. Mark chapter 10. Someone drops on his knees and reads verse 17 of the Bible. It says, "O good master, how do I seek eternal life?" Jesus says, "Good. Why do you call me good? Only God is good." They all said the same thing. Worship the one God. Worship the God of Eve. Worship the God of Adam. Worship the God of Noah. They're all one chain, one scriptures. It's prophets and messengers. Prophets is calling for new messages that God can do. Messengers were there to remind people of the last prophet's mission. So you have prophets that brought the new commandments down from God, and then you have messengers who reminded people of what the previous prophets said before. Those are the two types that receive revelations.
Who do you create it for?
I think it was not class. I think God told the world what he said. You know, people talk about him being taken off. No, he's involved. If you believe in the Abrahamic faith, you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, you're a Jew. We know that Noah of the ark, this is in the Quran, lived for 9
These motherfuckers throwing up the gang signs.
We know that the
Bitches doing coke lines.